In his previous life, Lin Yao, the top M&A expert on Wall Street, met his fate and was reincarnated as a lowly henchman in Xinjiang's Kowloon Walled City. Right from the start, he intercepted the future Hong Kong beauty Li Jiasin and plunged into the stock market with tens of thousands in capital. Holding the advantage of decades of informational disparity, he was always one step ahead. His first bucket of gold was effortlessly harvested from overseas markets. With shrewd capital maneuvers, he precisely targeted every emerging opportunity. With an expansive international strategy, he forged an invisible business network. Before industries could even react, he had secured a monopoly. From the depths of Xinjiang to commanding the capital game, he methodically devoured the entire Asian market with unflinching calm. Yet once he truly rose to power, global conglomerates realized that he wasn't just making money, he was reshaping the rules. An ultimate contest of capital and ambition was about to unfold. In the summer of 1988 in Xinjiang's Kowloon Walled City, torrential rain pounded the rusted metal roof with a clattering burst while droplets fell inside to strike Lin Yao's forehead. He opened his eyes, the memory of that fateful betrayal in a top-tier Wall Street office still haunting him. In his past life, he had been a multi-billion-dollar M&A titan. Now he existed as a lowly henchman donning a floral shirt. Yaoga, why waste words with that stinky old wife? A gang member with yellow-dyed hair kicked over a broken, missing-legged tea table. Shattered porcelain cups scattered across the floor as tea mixed with muddy water flowed away. The yellow-haired thug drew a watermelon knife from his waist and pointed to the ground, saying, "If you can't repay the high-interest loan, I'll drag her daughter to a nightclub to serve customers." On bended knees, a middle-aged woman lunged forward, clinging desperately to his leg. Her throat long hoarse, she kowtowed and pleaded, "Don't lay a finger on my daughter. Yaoga, grant us a 3-day extension. I'll borrow money, even sell my blood if I must." Yet Lin Yao ignored the hysterical pleas. His gaze swept past the disarray and fixed on the trembling young girl in the corner. The girl, around 18 years old, wore a faded floral dress. Clutching her knees with both hands, her knuckles turned white from the grip. Even with dust and tear stains marring her face, her breathtaking beauty retained an arresting allure. Her high-bridged nose and defiant, stubborn eyes, though now resembling a startled quail, betrayed an indomitable ambition. Lin Yao stroked his chin. Li Jiasin, who 10 years later would be the unparalleled Hong Kong beauty, leaving countless tycoons' wives sleepless, was now but a poor student living in a leaking room in the walled city. Fate indeed is an amusing game. If you dare come any closer, I'll die for you, Li Jiasin declared as Lin Yao advanced, casually picking up a shard of broken glass and pressing it against her fair throat. The sharp edge sliced through, drawing a streak of blood. Lin Yao halted, waving dismissively to send the rowdy thug out the door. The dilapidated wooden door groaned as it closed. In the cramped room, only the roar of the rain and the heavy breaths of mother and daughter persisted. 1,280,000 principal and interest included. Your mother signed off on the unconventional deal, 9 out of 13 returns. Lin Yao grabbed a chipped wooden chair and sat decisively. He then withdrew a crumpled IOU from his floral shirt pocket and slammed it onto the table. The commanding aura of his former life as a Wall Street titan surged forth. Though he appeared as a lowly debt collector, his presence was that of a sovereign judge presiding over life and death. Li Jiasin's hand trembled as she held the glass shard. The man's icy gaze was so suffocating that it belied the image of a mere street thug. "We don't have any money," she stated through gritted teeth. "There's always a way to settle debts," Lin Yao replied as he drew a butterfly knife from his waist. The butterfly knife danced at his fingertips, its silver gleam flashing. Li's mother collapsed in terror, her eyes closing in despair. Following the usual brutal routine, it seemed only a matter of time before they resorted to coercion. Li Jiasin's heart sank as she pressed the glass shard an extra half-inch against her neck. With a soft paw, the butterfly knife instead slit open a worn briefcase that Lin Yao carried. He retrieved a dossier he had prepared in advance and flung it at Li Jiasin's feet. "Take a look at this," he said as she eyed the documents, heading with suspicion. Bold, emphatic characters stamped on the paper declared lifetime personal assistant service contract. "What does this mean?" she asked, warily fixing her gaze on Lin Yao. "It means exactly what it says. Sign it, and you become my personal assistant," Lin Yao remarked, reclining in his chair as he lit a Marlboro cigarette. In the swirling haze of smoke, his smile turned subtly malevolent. "I'll settle the 1,280 high-interest loan for you." At the mention of debt relief, Li's mother's eyes lit up instantly. She scrambled on the ground to snatch up the contract. "You're dreaming," Li Jiasin shouted as she snatched the document and hurled it back at Lin Yao, scattering the pages all over. She glared furiously at him. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I would never even unto death sign such a contract of selling myself. You just want to drag me to those disreputable places." Lin Yao remained unmoved. Flicking away the cigarette ash, he rose and stamped on the scattered contract with his polished shoes. "You've overestimated yourself, little sister," he murmured. "What value do you have apart from your pretty face?" he murmured as he leaned in close to her cheek. The heady aroma of tobacco mingled with his potent masculine aura. Li Jiasin's breath caught as she instinctively recoiled, but Lin Yao grasped her chin firmly. Step out of that door, and by tomorrow night, the high-interest lenders will forcibly take you away, he warned. He applied slight pressure to force her to meet his gaze. Those old men wouldn't use a simple contract to set their terms, his voice the low cut to the bone. Deep down you crave money. You yearn to escape this cesspool and live in a hillside villa. Sign it, and I'll have you earn money standing on your own 2 feet. If you don't sign, I'll sit here and watch as someone else takes you away. He then released his grip and casually tossed a pen onto Li Jessen's skirt. A red mark now adorned Li Jessen's pale chin. She stared intently at the pen on the floor, her chest heaving violently. This man had seen through her ambition and fear, stripping away every trace of pretense. Thunder roared outside as Li's mother cried desperately, "Oxen, please sign it. Think of saving your mother. She doesn't want them to sever her hands." The crushing weight of reality shattered the last of the girl's defenses. Gradually, Li Jessen loosened her grip on the broken glass, which clattered crisply as it hit the ground. She picked up the pen, her fingers trembling as they uncapped it. Flipping to the final page of the contract, she awkwardly scrawled her name in the space for the second party. Each stroke of the pen appeared as if it might tear through the paper. The moment she finished signing, tears she could no longer hold back splattered onto the sheet. Lin Yao retrieved the contract, scanned the signature with satisfaction, then neatly folded it and tucked it into his pocket. How could a future Xiangjiang magnate be complete without a stunning beauty as his assistant? Although accustomed to reaping benefits without effort, he insisted on taking charge. "That's it," Lin Yao declared as he crushed his cigarette, and seized Li Jessen's wrist. "What are you doing?" Li Jessen struggled as if struck by lightning, her eyes reflecting utter despair. Was his true nature now revealed? To use force in such a dilapidated room? "I'm taking you, my new recruit, to make money," Lin Yao stated without looking back as he dragged her outside. Li Jessen stumbled, struggling to keep pace. Rainwater streamed through the cracked doorway, dampening her skirt. Outside, the yellow-haired minion approached, bowing, asking, "Yaoga, is that it? Where shall we take this beauty?" Lin Yao accepted the black umbrella from the yellow-haired thug and opened it. His voice pierced through the torrential rain. "We're heading to the Central Securities Exchange." Li Jessen stood frozen, her will to resist forgotten. "What's the point of going there?" she asked. Lin Yao turned to her with a mad grin, curling his lips as he replied, "We're going to turn that €1 high-interest loan into 10 times its worth." The torrential rain outside was shut out by the heavy glass doors. Inside the Central Stock Exchange, the uproar of voices was loud enough to tear the roof off. Traders in red vests sprinted back and forth across the floor as old-fashioned display screens flickered with rows of red and green numbers. Li Jessen, wearing a half-dry floral dress, was yanked by the wrist and shoved into the crowd by Lin Yao. All around them were men in suits and ties or old stock investors with pipes clamped between their teeth. She felt like a rabbit that had strayed into a pack of wolves, so stifled that even breathing seemed difficult. The grip on her wrist was shockingly strong. She shook her arm twice, but still could not tear free. "Let go. Why did you bring me here?" Li Jessen lowered her voice, digging her heels into the floor as she tried to pull back. Without looking back, Lin Yao pushed aside a fat man blocking his way and strode straight to the retail investor's counter. "To broaden your horizons," Lin Yao said, flipping his shabby briefcase upside down onto the counter. With a loud clatter, 10 stacks of $1,000 bills bound tight with rubber bands slammed onto the wooden surface like bricks. The surrounding clamor faltered for a moment as several pairs of eyes turned toward them in unison. The trader in a red vest behind the counter pushed up his glasses, letting his gaze sweep over Lin Yao's gaudy floral shirt and cheap street-style leather shoes. "Kid, this is Central, not Temple Street," the red-vested trader said, his tone lazily arrogant as though long used to such scenes. Lin Yao curled his fingers and tapped the tabletop. 100,000 as principal. Open an account. In Xiangjiang in 1988, $100,000 was enough to buy a small flat in a more remote area. The red-vested trader swallowed hard, his attitude instantly reversing as he briskly pulled out a stack of forms. "Boss, what would you like to buy? HSBC or Chengxi?" The trader now wore a fawning smile. "Lately, the tycoon stocks have been rising beautifully. Buying them is a sure profit." Lin Yao picked up the pen on the counter and swiftly signed his name. "Full position by Xinhui Holdings. And add 10 times leverage." At those words, the seal in the trader's hand slipped and dropped onto the desk, rolled twice, and fell to the floor. An old investor nearby, studying a racing form, nearly spat out the tea in his hand. "Kid, have you lost your mind?" The old man slid his reading glasses down to the bridge of his nose and stared at Lin Yao as though he were a monster. "Xinhui Holdings. The boss of that lousy company has already run off to Wanwan." "Exactly. It's a demon stock about to be delisted and liquidated tomorrow. Buying it is no different from throwing your money into Victoria Harbor," another man in a suit chimed in, leaning over to join the conversation. "And 10 times leverage. A drop of just 1 cent, and you'll be jumping from the rooftop." Several gawking investors gathered around, pointing fingers at Lin Yao as they muttered. Although Li Jessen knew nothing about stocks, she understood the words "boss ran off" and "jumping from the rooftop." She stared at the 100,000 on the counter. This was the high-interest loan principal she had obtained only by signing a contract selling herself. If this man lost it all, those punks in the walled city would definitely drag her to a nightclub to sell herself to repay the debt. Her hands and feet went ice cold, and a spasm twisted through her stomach. Are you insane? This is loan shark money. Li Jiasin suddenly grabbed Lin Yao's sleeve, a glint of red welling at the corners of her eyes. Lin Yao slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her to stand in front of him, lowering his head until his lips were beside her ear. Who's the boss, you or me? You signed a contract. When the boss acts, you just watch, Lin Yao said, exhaling a stream of smoke. Li Jiasin recoiled from him as though shocked by electricity, her chest heaving violently. Madman. This man was an utter complete madman. Lin Yao turned back to fix his gaze on the red-vested trader. Are your ears deaf? 10 times leverage long position. Lock in the order immediately. The ruthless glint in his eyes startled the trader, who no longer dared to argue and began hammering at the keyboard in a panic. The moment the order was placed, the 100,000 principal along with $1 million in leverage was hurled entirely into the deep pit that was Xinghui Holdings. On the big screen, the price of Xinghui Holdings sat at 12 cents, hardly forming even a ripple on the graph. It's over. That kid is finished, someone muttered. The old man shook his head and walked away, rolling his newspaper into a tube and tapping it against his palm. Lin Yao pulled over a chair, crossed one leg over the other, and fixed his gaze on that sea-green screen. Memories from his previous life unfolded with crystal clarity. It was this very afternoon at 3:30 that a Japanese financial consortium would suddenly announce a full acquisition of Xinghui Holdings Shell Resources. This junk stock would within the next half-hour stage the most outrageous against-the-odds surge in the history of Xinjiang stock market. There were still 10 minutes left until 3:30. Standing behind him, Li Jiasin twisted the hem of her floral dress until it was entirely creased. Her mind was filled with images of blonde punks brandishing watermelon knives at her mother. No, she could not die along with this lunatic. She swallowed hard, and taking advantage of the moment when Lin Yao was focused on the market, quietly stepped back 2 paces. The hall buzzed with voices, and no one noticed this stunning girl in shabby clothes. Li Jiasin turned and slipped into the crowd, running toward the row of red public phone booths in the corner of the exchange hall. Even being arrested and taken to the police station was better than being hacked to death by loan sharks. Inside the phone booth hung a pungent stench of cheap tobacco. She grabbed the greasy receiver, fingers trembling as she shoved coins into the slot. The coin slipped, twice rolling far across the terrazzo floor. She had no time to pick it up and instead fished another coin from her pocket, ramming it forcefully into the slot. Beep. Beep. The line connected and the operator's cold voice came through. 999 Emergency Center. What assistance do you require? Li Jiasin cupped the receiver, lowering her voice as she cried out in a rush. Help! I'm at the Central Stock Exchange. Someone's borrowed loan shark money and is here. A deafening bang drowned out her plea. The heavy double glass doors of the exchange were viciously kicked open from a man with shoulder-length hair clad in a black leather jacket strode across the threshold. In his hand, he held a gleaming watermelon knife by the handle, letting the tip drag along the floor and carve out a shrill, grating line. Behind him, more than a dozen punks armed with steel pipes and iron chains flooded in, sealing off the entrance with murderous intent. The red-vested traders were so terrified they ducked under the counters, not daring to breathe. The old investors huddled in the corners with their heads covered, terrified of getting dragged into trouble. Frozen in the phone booth, Li Jiasin clutched the receiver, which slipped from her palm and swung back and forth in midair. From the receiver, the operators repeated, "Hello. Hello," still drifted faintly. The long-haired leader took a hard drag on his cigarette, then exhaled a thick plume of white smoke. His eagle-like eyes swept across the hall before locking onto Lin Yao, who sat smoking in his chair. Chen Haonan kicked over a nearby trash bin and pointed the knife tip straight at Lin Yao's nose. "Jiolei Loamo. You lousy Lin, pay me back my money." The blade split the murky air of the hall, rushing towards Lin Yao's forehead with a howling wind. Li Jiasin tightly closed her eyes, her legs going weak as she sank to the ground, a distorted scream erupting from her throat. Her 10 fingers were tightly twisted together, her nails digging deep red marks into her thigh. This man was dead. The next to be dragged away would be herself. "Damn it, you're wasting my money." Chen Haonan gritted his teeth, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Lin Yao sat in the swivel chair without even shifting his weight. He held a Marlboro, leisurely exhaling a mouthful of bluish smoke. The smoke sprayed directly onto Chen Haonan's face, causing him to instinctively squint his eyes. Just as the tip of the knife was only 3 inches from Lin Yao's forehead, a hoarse roar suddenly erupted from deep within the hall. "It's moving. Xinghui has moved." This roar was like a fire thrown into a barrel of explosives, instantly igniting the entire trading hall. The old man, who had been hiding in the corner, scrambled towards the counter, not even glancing at the broken purple clay pot in his hands. Foreign capital has entered. The announcement of the Our Country Consortium's full acquisition of Xinghui has been released. It went from 0.12 to 0.30. It's at 0.50. Still going up. Still going up. Chun Haonan's knife froze in midair, his eardrums throbbing from the sudden uproar. The dozen or so younger brothers holding steel pipes were also stunned, looking at each other in confusion about whether to continue smashing. Brother Nan, have these stock traders lost their minds? A younger brother leaned over, swallowing hard. Chun Haonan ignored him, following everyone's gaze to the large screen in the center. The green numbers representing Xinhui Holdings were crazily fluctuating at an almost imperceptible speed. Green turned to red, and the red line soared upwards like a sharp sword piercing the heavens. 0, 80, 1, 20, 1, 80. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. Li Jiesin heard the deafening gasps around her and trembled as she opened her eyes. There was no blood and flesh as she had imagined. Lin Yao remained calmly seated, not even a wrinkle on his floral shirt. He raised his wrist to glance at the mechanical watch he had picked up from a flea market. The timing was just right. He stood up, his leather shoes crunching on the shards of glass scattered across the floor, making a cracking sound. Chun Haonan was intimidated by the aura surrounding him and involuntarily took a half step back. Hey, are you finally ready to work? Lin Yao kicked the solid wood counter. The red-vested trader, who had just dived under the table in fear, crawled out covered in dust. He looked at Lin Yao as if he were a living god of wealth, his hands trembling. Boss Lin, it's gone up to 2. It's still climbing. Clear all positions, sell immediately. Lin Yao spat out the cigarette, but from his mouth, and stamped it out with his foot. The red-vested trader froze, anxious and slapping his thigh. Boss Lin, are you crazy? With this momentum, it's definitely going to break 300. Selling now means losing tens of thousands. The surrounding stock traders looked at Lin Yao as if he were a fool, surrounding him to persuade him to hold on. I told you to clear your position. Lin Yao's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable ferocity. While others were greedy, I was fearful. These chives had no idea of the cruel means the Our Country Consortium used to raise prices and sell off. The red-vested trader was drenched in cold sweat under Lin Yao's gaze, not daring to waste words, quickly tapping away at the keyboard. The moment the large order was placed, the stock price of Xinhui Holdings abruptly stopped at 2.45. 2 seconds later, the red-vested trader let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Boss Lin, the orders are complete. With 10 times leverage, the total is 204,000. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked as if they had their throats squeezed, mouths agape, but unable to make a sound. 10 minutes. 100,000 turned into 2 million. Li Jiesin propped herself against the wall, her mind blank. She earned only a few $100s after a month of sewing clothes in Kowloon Walled City. 2 million was an astronomical figure beyond her comprehension. This loan shark thug, could he be a financial genius? Withdraw 30,000 in cash, the rest on a cash. Lin Yao urged, tapping the table. The red-vested trader dared not be slow, running to the back to find the manager for a signature. In less than 2 minutes, 3 stacks of sealed $1,000 bills and a cash ticket from Citibank were delivered to Lin Yao. Chun Haonan looked at the 3 stacks of money, his throat rolling as he gripped the watermelon knife, his palms slick with sweat. He and his younger brothers were out on Palam Street, robbing turf for a few $1,000s in protection fees each month. In the time it took to sit and smoke a cigarette, the money earned was enough for him to stab people for a lifetime. Lin Yao picked up the 30,000 in cash, weighing it in his hand. He turned around and walked step by step to Chun Haonan, the distance between them less than half a meter. You just said, Lin Yao sneered. Before Chun Haonan could respond, Lin Yao swung the 3 heavy stacks of cash and smashed them hard against Chun Haonan's face. Bang! The sound of paper hitting flesh was muffled yet powerful. The seal broke and a storm of colorful $1,000 bills fell between the two like a torrential rain. Chun Haonan was hit hard, stars exploding in his eyes and blood gushed from his nose, flowing over his lips. Brother Nan. A dozen younger brothers raised their steel pipes, ready to charge in. Back off! Chun Haonan shouted, covering his nose. The younger brothers were startled, slowly lowering their steel. Chun Haonan didn't care about the blood flowing from his nose. His eyes were fixed on the money on the ground. 100,000 principal, 200,000 in interest. Is that enough to settle your 9 out of 13 debts? Lin Yao looked down at him from above. Chun Haonan took a deep breath and tossed the watermelon knife on the ground with a clatter. The blade hit the polished floor, chipping a piece off. He didn't bother to wipe the blood from his nose. His legs bent. He dropped to his knees in front of Lin Yao. This kneel left the gangsters behind him dumbfounded. Brother Nan, have you lost your mind? Kneeling before someone to pay off a debt. Huang Mao rushed over, trying to pull him up. Get lost. Chun Haonan slapped Huang Mao to the ground. He turned his head, clinging tightly to Lin Yao's right leg, looking up at the man. His eyes no longer held the previous arrogance, only a fervent submission to money. Brother Yao, I was blind. I Chun Haonan am nothing. Chun Haonan pressed his face against Lin Yao's trousers, his voice trembling. Teach me how to do finance, Brother Yao. Every day leading my brothers to fight with knives in the streets, this life has no future. The crowd gathered in the trading hall erupted in laughter. The once great red stick boss of Causeway Bay was now groveling like a dog, clinging to someone else's leg, begging to be taught. Li Jiesin stood aside, watching Chun Haonan's humble demeanor, feeling as if she were in a dream. Just 10 minutes ago this man had been threatening to send her to a nightclub. Now he was kneeling at the feet of the man who forced her to sign a contract of servitude. In her gaze towards Lin Yao, aside from fear, there was a glimmer of admiration that she herself hadn't noticed. Lin Yao did not rush to kick Chun Haonan away. He pulled out the cash ticket of 1.7 million from his pocket, waving it in front of Chun Haonan with 2 fingers. The zeros on the cash ticket made Chun Haonan dizzy. Do you want to mix with me? Lin Yao bent down, patting Chun Haonan's cheek with the cash ticket. The sound of the paper hitting flesh was crisp. Chun Haonan nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. As long as Brother Yao says a word from now on who dares to provoke you on this street in the South District, I'll lead my brothers to flatten him. Lin Yao scoffed, putting the cash ticket into his inner pocket. I do legitimate business and don't need to engage in violence. However, I do need a courier driver right now. Chun Haonan's eyes lit up, and he immediately sprang up from the ground. He casually wiped the blood from his nose and shouted at Huang Mao and the others. What are you still dawdling for? Pick up the money on the ground and split it as medical expenses. From now on you all call him Brother Yao. The dozen younger brothers dropped their steel pipes and eagerly scrambled to collect the money. The ground was a chaotic mix of $1,000 bills and broken glass, a scene both absurd and real. Lin Yao did not look back at them, striding directly towards Li Jiesin, who was still leaning against the wall in a daze. Before she could react, Lin Yao wrapped his arm around her tiny waist. The warmth of his palms seeped through the thin fabric, making Li Jiesin shiver. What are you doing? She struggled a bit, but found the man's arm locked around her like a steel hoop. Lin Yao looked down at her beautiful face, still displaying a hint of shock. Come on, new assistant, let's go spend some money. Li Jiesin raised her head, confusion and wariness in her eyes. Where to? Lin Yao led her towards the door of the trading hall, not looking back. We're going to the mid-levels to pick out an apartment, or I can't possibly live in a place worse than the pig pen in the walled city. He stopped in front of the shattered glass door, glancing back at the still dazed Chun Haonan. The newly hired driver doesn't know to go downstairs and open the car door for me. Chun Haonan dashed out of the trading hall, wiping the blood from his nose with the back of his hand. He yanked open the door of a second-hand Toyota Hiace, its paint peeling. Leaning against the edge of the roof, his body bent like a cooked shrimp. Lin Yao held an unlit cigarette in his mouth, his arm still draped around Li Jiesin's waist. Li Jiesin felt as if she were walking on clouds, her feet floating as if she were a puppet being stuffed into the passenger seat. The car door slammed shut with a loud thud. Chun Haonan jumped into the driver's seat, starting the car in one smooth motion. Yao Go, where are we going to make money now? He asked, his eyes sparkling as he glanced through the rearview mirror. Lin Yao leaned back against the seat, eyes closed in thought. I'm tired of the view from Victoria Peak. Let's check out some properties in mid-levels. With a roar of the accelerator, the battered van sped away under the awed gazes of the gangsters. The smell of cheap leather mixed with oil filled the cabin. Li Jiesin huddled in the corner of the passenger seat, her fingers digging into the frayed hem of her floral skirt. She glanced at the man beside her, whose eyes were closed, her heart racing. Just half an hour ago, he was a gangster forcing her to sell herself with a loan shark contract. Now he was a big shot with $2 million in cash, going to buy a luxury apartment in mid-levels. Could social mobility in Hong Kong really work like this? Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the prestigious Yun Ding Banshan Sales Center. The parking lot was filled with Mercedes and Rolls Royces. A dusty old van stood out among the luxury cars, looking like a muddy duck that had fallen into Swan Lake. Lin Yao opened the car door and stepped out, his polished shoes clattering on the gleaming marble steps. He waved to the car. Get out, what are you waiting for? Li Jiesin bit her lip, hesitating as she pushed the door open. She wore plastic sandals bought for $10 at a night market, the straps nearly worn out. As she stepped into the opulent sales hall, a rush of cold air hit her. Instinctively, Li Jiesin shrugged her shoulders, trying to hide behind Lin Yao. Inside the hall stood several sales consultants dressed in professional skirts. One heavily made-up short-haired saleswoman spotted the trio entering and immediately frowned. Hey, delivery guys, use the back door. Don't dirty the carpet in front, the short-haired saleswoman said, pinching her nose as she approached. She scrutinized Lin Yao's faded floral shirt and then glanced at Li Jiesin's tattered dress. The disdain in her eyes seemed ready to reach the ceiling. Read the sign. This is Yunding Banshan, not the public housing application center on Temple Street. Li Jiesin's cheeks burned red, her ears flushed. All the humiliations of her life combined could not compare to the moment of being publicly stripped of her dignity by a saleswoman from the wealthy district. She reached for Lin Yao's sleeve. Let's go, this is not where we belong. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Behind her, Chun Haonan, carrying 2 black woven bags, felt his anger rising at her words. He was used to being arrogant on Wall Street and couldn't tolerate such disrespect. Damn it, who do you think you are looking down on us, you sell house? Chun Haonan shouted. The short-haired saleswoman rolled her eyes and pressed her intercom. Security room. We have some vagabonds causing a scene in the hall. Hurry up and get them out. 4 burly security guards in uniforms rushed over, batons in hand. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Li Jiesin closed her eyes in fear, expecting a street brawl reminiscent of Kowloon Walled City. Lin Yao let out a cold laugh, shielding Li Jiesin behind him. He didn't even glance at the guards, pointing instead at the Zeton wood coffee table in the center of the hall. "Ain't and spill it out." Chun Haonan understood immediately, striding forward to slam the 2 woven bags onto the coffee table. He grabbed the bottom of the bags and pulled upward with force. Clatter. The harsh sound of the zipper echoed as stacks of $1,000 bills cascaded out like a waterfall. 2 million in cash piled up into a small mountain on the coffee table, exuding the scent of ink. The entire sales hall fell silent in an instant. The security guards stood frozen, their batons raised, jaws nearly hitting their feet. The short-haired saleswoman's eyes widened, her foundation makeup starting to crumble. Her calves trembled, and the hand that had held the intercom now shook as if she had Parkinson's. Lin Yao pulled out a high stool and sat down, tapping his fingers on the marble table. "Didn't you want to call someone to kick me out?" he taunted. "Is this money enough to buy the footprints you're leaving on the carpet?" The short-haired saleswoman fell to her knees by the coffee table, clutching the edge of the table with both hands. "I must be blind. I didn't recognize the great mountain," she yelled, slapping herself while crying out. The sales department manager, alerted by the commotion, slid across the floor to Lin Yao. The manager pulled out a handkerchief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Mr. Lin, it's all a misunderstanding. Which apartment are you interested in? I'll give you the lowest discount." Lin Yao didn't even look at the trembling saleswoman. He turned to Li Jiesin, pointing to the villa at the top of the model with a private swimming pool. "How much is that villa?" The manager nodded eagerly. "This is a limited edition model in the whole of Hong Kong, priced at 1,800,000. Lin Yao fiddled with the piles of cash. "I'll take this one. I'll bring the contract." The manager, excited, spoke with a cracking voice, hurriedly handing over the gilded purchase contract and a pen. Lin Yao took the pen but did not sign his name. Instead, he directly handed it to Li Jiesin. "What are you spacing out for?" Lin Yao patted her shoulder. Li Jiesin held the pen, feeling it weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Her mind went blank, staring at Lin Yao's lips as they moved. "Sign it. This house will be in your name." The gasps of disbelief echoed around the room. A villa worth 1,800,000 given without a second glance to a poor girl in plastic sandals. Li Jiesin opened her mouth, struggling to find her voice, her wrist trembling violently. Write my name." Lin Yao leaned close to her ear, his voice deep and teasing. "I told you, be my personal assistant, and I'll get you a villa in mid-levels." His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, sending chills down her arms. She looked at the mountain of cash on the table and then back at the pen in her hand. If she signed, she would completely bid farewell to the leaky old house in Kowloon Walled City. But that also meant she would be entirely sold to this dangerous man. As the pen tip touched the paper, a drop of sweat fell from her nose onto the contract. Just as she prepared to write the first stroke, a sudden screech of brakes came from outside the door. A bright red Ferrari arrogantly parked itself at the foot of the steps. The automatic doors swung open, and a young man in a tailored suit with slicked-back hair walked in. The man had a voluptuous model on each arm, his chin held high. Upon entering, he tore off his sunglasses and casually tossed them on the ground. The sound of his shoes crunching on the sunglasses echoed sharply. He pointed at the location of the villa on the model, his voice arrogantly piercing. "Where's the manager?" he demanded. "Hold on to the signing. That top-floor villa is what I'm interested in." The sales manager turned pale at the sight of the newcomer, his flesh trembling. Li Jiesin's hand trembled the pen, leaving a long black line on the paper. Lin Xiaoyue pushed past the blocking security guards and swaggered up to the coffee table. He glanced at the cash on the table, sneered, his eyes filled with condescending mockery. Bringing 2 million in cash to pretend to be rich. What kind of country bumpkin doesn't know to buy a house with a check these days? Where did these bumpkins come from? Don't they know how to buy a house with a check these days? Lin Xiaoyue swaggered to the coffee table, embracing 2 young models. He glanced at the pile of bright red 1,000 yuan bills, letting out a cold snort from his nostrils. The sales manager, like a dog that had caught a whiff of meat, who had just been bowing and scraping before Lin Yao, now hurriedly crawled over to Lin Xiaoyue. "Young Master Lin, what brings you here today?" "This gentleman is currently looking at the king's suite." "Looking at what?" Lin Xiaoyue pushed the manager aside and took out a gilded checkbook from his pocket, slapping it on the marble table. 180,000, right? He'll offer 200,000. He glanced sideways at Lin Yao, but his gaze froze when it swept across Li Jiesin. Earlier, Li Jiesin had her head down, but now, startled, she looked up, her unadorned, yet captivating face instantly holding Lin Xiaoyue's attention. The 2 heavily made-up models beside her were suddenly overshadowed, appearing like mere pretty faces. Lin Xiaoyue released the models he was holding and stepped forward, whistling flirtatiously at Li Jiesin. "Beautiful girl, what future do you have following a thug in a floral shirt? Look at him, he looks so pathetic, carrying 200,000 in cash. Did he just rob a bank to launder money?" He reached out to pinch Li Jiesin's chin. "Come with me, and I'll put your name on that king's suite, and you can drive a Ferrari in the future." Li Jiesin, frightened, shrank behind Lin Yao, gripping the hem of his floral shirt tightly. Chun Haonan slammed his palm on the coffee table, causing the pile of cash to scatter. He pointed at Lin Xiaoyue and cursed loudly. "Damn it, who the hell do you think you are, daring to touch Yao Guess woman? Do you believe I'll find someone to chop you into pieces and throw you in Victoria Harbor tonight?" Lin Xiaoyue not only did not retreat, but instead threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. A thug is trying to intimidate me. Go ask around Central and see if you recognize the name Lin Xiaoyue. Do you believe I can make a call and have the cops sweep you blind mice into jail? The manager caught in the middle was sweating profusely, only able to force a smile. Young master, please calm down. This gentleman also came with full payment. Why don't you look at the other building next to it? Shut up. Lin Xiaoyue kicked over the nearby trash can. I want this king suite today. He provocatively looked at Lin Yao. Country bumpkin, if you don't have money, take your ragged bag and get out of here. You're just an eyesore. Li Jessen's palms were sweating. She tugged at Lin Yao's sleeve. Yao, go, why don't we just let it go? It's not worth it to compete with such a rich young master. Her voice trembled. If this escalated to the police station, she had signed a loan contract that involved selling herself. How could she explain that? Lin Yao ignored Li Jessen's pulling. Instead, he held her icy fingers gently. Then he slowly stood up, took the landline phone from the sales desk, and skillfully dialed a number. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Hello, is this the VIP line for Citibank? This is Lin Yao. I just opened it. A respectful voice came from the other end. The hall was so quiet that one could hear the faintest sound. Yes, please check the balance of my promissory note in my account. 170,000, right? Lin Yao held the phone, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Lin Xiaoyue's arrogant face. Adding this 200,000 cash on the table, that's a total of 370,000. Within half an hour, send a car to deliver the cash and the promissory note to the sales department at the peak of the clouds. After hanging up, Lin Yao turned to the sales manager, who was frantically wiping sweat. How much for this king suite along with the 2 villas on its left and right? The manager gulped, furiously pressing buttons on the calculator, the sounds echoing in the hall. Mr. Lin, the 2 adjacent units are standard types, each priced at 90,000, totaling 360,000 for all 3. All right, I'll take all of them. Lin Yao sat back down on the high stool, took out a lighter, and lit a cigarette. An additional 10,000 is for your personal tea fee. Get rid of the onlookers for me. The entire place fell silent. Only the crisp sound of the lighter's cover being flipped was heard. The short-haired female salesperson sat on the floor, covering her mouth, while the 2 young models exchanged glances. Even Lin Xiaoyue was stunned. Li Jessen's mouth was agape, her mind buzzing. 300,000. How could he still have over 100,000 in promissory notes? Where did he conjure up so much money from? What a big wolf's tail you're flaunting. Lin Xiaoyue snapped back to reality, his face turning the color of pig liver. He had never been overshadowed in spending money in public before. He snatched the card machine from the manager's hand and pulled out a black American Express card from his crocodile leather wallet, slapping it onto the machine. 400,000. A young master will pay 400,000 for the whole package. Swipe my card. The manager, trembling, picked up the card, swiped it on the machine, and entered the amount. 2 sharp beeping sounds echoed. A line of red letters popped up on the machine's screen. Transaction failed. The air in the hall seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Xiaoyue's eyes were fixed on the screen as he snatched the card machine. The machine is broken. You better swipe it again. The manager stepped back 2 paces with a grim face. Young master, your card is a supplementary card. This month's limit was already exceeded last week when you bought the yacht. The expressions of the 2 models beside him changed instantly. The girl in the spaghetti-strap dress on the left murmured, turns out he's just an empty shell. This statement landed like a loud slap across Lin Xiaoyue's face. Furious and embarrassed, he raised his hand to hit someone, but was stopped by 2 quick-witted security guards. The manager, who had promised a 10,000 tea fee, now stood straight with righteous indignation. He firmly positioned himself in front of Lin Yao, waving for security. Young Master Lin, since your limit isn't enough, don't blame us for sticking to the rules of doing business. Show him out. 4 burly security guards immediately stepped forward, half pushing, half dragging Lin Xiaoyue towards the door. The 2 models, seeing this, turned on their high heels and left, ignoring the Lin family's wealthy young master, who was still cursing. The alarm of a Ferrari blared outside. Lin Xiaoyue broke free from the security guard's grip, straightening his disheveled suit and tie, pointing angrily at Lin Yao through the glass door. His features were twisted in jealousy and rage. You dead loser, wait for me. You'll see how you die for offending the Lin family in Hong Kong. The glass door closed, cutting off his impotent and furious roar. Lin Yao sat in his chair, not even lifting his eyelids. He looked down at the 3 printed housing contracts beside him and pushed the one for the King Suite in front of Li Jessen. The signature is incomplete. Continue. Li Jessen held the still warm pen, replaying everything that had just happened like a movie in her mind. She signed her name with a final flourish, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her throat. Chun Haonan grinned beside her, relishing the most satisfying victory of his life. Lin Yao took the signed contract from her, casually tossing it into a worn briefcase. He stood up, walked to Li Jessen, and leaned in close to her still somewhat dazed face. The warm breath brushed against her nose. The house is bought, and the power is also played. Li Jessen shrank her neck, crossing her arms defensively as she looked at him. What do you want? Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over her faded floral dress. Tonight, shouldn't we be doing something serious? Li Jessen's face flushed all the way to her neck. She hid her hands behind her back, her nails digging into her palm, her breathing completely out of rhythm. You? Don't mess around, I said. I only want to be an assistant, not to sell myself. She retorted neck stiff, but the trembling tone at the end betrayed her inner turmoil. This man had just spent millions without batting an eye. If he really decided to force her here, who would dare to stop him? Shun Haonan, sensing the mood, turned away, pretending to study the mock-up trees, but his ears were perked up high. The salespeople and managers in the hall all bowed their heads, not daring to disturb this god of wealth, who casually handed out villas. Lin Yao looked at her tense expression and suddenly burst out laughing. Where are your thoughts wandering? He flicked Li Jiasen's forehead, producing a crisp pop sound. Li Jiasen covered her forehead, nearly crying from the pain. With your current malnourished look, I'm afraid it's going to hurt. Lin Yao turned and walked out the door, tossing the car keys to Chen Haonan. Li Jiasen stood frozen in place, feeling choked by his words. She was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the neighborhood, yet she was being accused of being malnourished. She gritted her teeth, looking down at her cheap plastic sandals, a sudden surge of competitive spirit rising within her. Lin Yao stopped at the door and turned back to look at her. The sunlight outside filtered through the glass door, casting a heroic illusion on his floral shirt. Still dawdling, he pointed at the shabby van outside, his tone leaving no room for argument. Tomorrow, follow me to acquire the company. Do you plan to negotiate with those old foxes in that floral dress? Li Jiasen's eyes lit up, the earlier fear completely vanished. Are you taking me to buy clothes? What else? Lin Yao opened the car door, taking my personal assistant to get a makeover. That's the biggest deal tonight. Li Jiasen lifted her skirt and quickly ran to the car, her movements markedly more agile than before. She sat in the passenger seat, turning to look at the man beside her, who had closed his eyes to rest, a smile unconsciously creeping up her lips. Boss, where shall we go to shop? Lin Yao kept his eyes closed, his fingers lightly tapping a rhythm on his knee. To the most expensive mall in Central to give you a complete makeover from head to toe. In the new house halfway up the mountain at Yundong, not a single extra servant was present. Lin Yao loosened his tie and threw himself into the Italian leather sofa. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the dazzling night view of Victoria Harbor resembled a flowing river of shattered diamonds. Li Jiasen stood like a wooden post at the entrance. She wore a Chanel haute couture coat just purchased from Central with the tag still intact. On her feet were a pair of nude high heels which made no sound as they touched the carpet. Come here, act as the door god. Lin Yao patted the empty seat next to him on the sofa. Li Jiasen held the handle of her Hermes shopping bag tightly, her palms sweating. The luxurious mansion worth $1.8 million bore her name. Shopping in Central, she had not even blinked, surrounded by top-tier items. She had heard of falling pies from the sky, but this pie made her dizzy. The cost was something one could easily guess. She took a deep breath and neatly stacked the shopping bag in the corner. Li Jiasen moved step by step toward the sofa, her mind flashing with the gossip about being supported by a wealthy man. There was no escape, one is short when taking from another. She bit her lower lip and reached for the metal zipper of her coat. What are you doing? Lin Yao picked up the half-filled glass of cool water from the coffee table. To repay a debt of gratitude. Li Jiasen's eyes reddened, her voice trembling severely. Gritting her teeth, she forcefully pulled down the zipper of her coat. With a tearing sound, Li Jiasen gasped, the pain causing tears to spring forth. That damned haute couture zipper had snagged onto the lace edge of her silk undershirt. It also caught a strand of her long hair. In a fluster, she tried to yank it free, but the more she pulled, the tighter it became. The momentary sense of tragic determination was instantly shattered by the sharp pain on her scalp. Don't move. Do you want to pull your scalp off? Lin Yao set down his cup and walked over, looking down at her comical state. They were very close, and the faint scent of tobacco from the man enveloped Li Jiasen's face. She raised her hands in the air, her neck stiffly tilted, not daring to breathe too loudly. Lin Yao extended 2 fingers and pinched the stuck zipper head. Li Jiasen closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. She wondered if this person would take the opportunity to touch her improperly, whether she should resist. Click. The zipper retreated, her hair was freed, but the silk undershirt was pulled loose from its seams. Lin Yao casually flicked her forehead, the sound crisp. Ouch! Li Jiasen covered her forehead and stepped back 2 paces. What sort of yellow trash do you have in your head all day long? Lin Yao sat back on the sofa and pulled out a brown paper bag from under the coffee table. He slammed the bag down into Li Jiasen's arms. Take a look inside. Li Jiasen covered her forehead, feeling wronged as she opened the paper bag. Out tumbled a set of sharply tailored black and white professional outfits. There were also 2 thick volumes full of financial statements filled with English and numbers. She was stunned, her eyes still brimming with the physiological saline from earlier pain. What is this? Your battle attire for tomorrow. Lin Yao lit a Marlboro. The glowing tip flickered in the... Go to the kitchen and brew 2 cups of black coffee, then understand these financial reports. Li Jiasen held the pile of documents, her mouth slightly agape. You spent several million just for me to look at reports. The hillside villa is also bought for you, and the haute couture is worn. My assistant Lin Yao must have this stature. He leaned forward, his tone leaving no room for argument. Go make the coffee. Remember, my soft meal must be eaten standing up. Li Jiasen's cheeks flushed bright red, this time not from fear, but from shame and anger. Her earlier brave and self-sacrificing appearance probably looked as ridiculous as a circus monkey in this man's eyes. She gritted her teeth and stamped her foot. turning around and walking towards the kitchen in her high heels. The heels made a crisp sound on the floor. Black coffee, right? Bitter enough to kill you. Lin Yao watched her angry back, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful arc. The next morning, the streets of Xiangjiang were shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Li Jiasin wore the fitted professional pencil skirt, stepping into 3-inch heels. She looked as sleepy as a chick pecking at rice, nodding her head continuously. Last night, she had stayed up until 4 in the morning to understand those all-English financial reports. Her dark circles were so deep, they seemed to drop to her chin, covered only by foundation. Chen Haonan drove that broken van and came to a stop at the roadside. Yao Ge, we have arrived. Lin Yao opened the door and stepped out, his leather shoes splashing into the puddle on the ground. Li Jiasin jumped out of the car, just about to yawn when the sight before her scared away all her sleepiness. In front of her stood a rundown 2-story building with peeling walls. The main door was tightly locked, and the roll-up door had several large characters splashed with glaring red paint. "Owe money, pay back. Kill someone, repay with life." The red paint dripped down the gaps, looking like freshly spilled blood. Rotting vegetable leaves and broken bottles were piled at the entrance. 2 or 3 men in vests squatted by the curb, smoking, their eyes fixed on this side. Li Jiasin shivered, tightly clutching her briefcase. "Boss, are you sure we are here to acquire the company and not to collect protection fees?" The malice in this place was 3 times heavier than in Kowloon Walled City. Lin Yao looked up at the sagging sign on the sign was covered in dust with the words Sing Tao Daily missing strokes. "If we want to walk straight in Xiangjiang, we need to have our own horn first." Lin Yao adjusted the collar of his floral shirt. Chen Haonan pulled a baseball bat out of the van's trunk. He weighed it in his hand and stepped forward. "Yao Ge, the door is locked. Should I smash it open for you?" Lin Yao kicked a broken bottle on the ground, the glass shards scattering everywhere. He turned to Li Jiasin, his voice carrying a fierce edge. "Don't huddle back like a quail. Go knock on the door and tell them the new boss has arrived." Li Jiasin swallowed hard, pointing at the men smoking. "What if they hit me?" Chen Haonan waved the baseball bat in his hand. "With Nanga here, who dares to touch Yao?" Lin Yao shot a glare at Chen Haonan. "It's the assistant to the president. Stop using your triad slang to mislabel her." Li Jiasin took a deep breath and straightened her back. She stepped in her high heels, sidestepping the rotting vegetable leaves, and walked up to the roll-up door. Bang, bang, bang. Her fair palm slapped against the iron door stained with red paint. "Open the door. The Lin's investment company is here to negotiate an acquisition." Her clear voice echoed down the street. The smoking men tossed their cigarette butts and approached with menacing looks. The leading bald man spat on the ground. "Where did this little girl come from? The owner of this newspaper owes us $1 million in usury. Want to acquire? Then you need to pay off his debt first." Li Jiasin took half a step back, her back colliding with a sturdy chest. Lin Yao had appeared behind her at some point. He looked over Li Jiasin's shoulder at the bald man. $1 million, right? Anan, get the money from the car." The bald man was stunned, seemingly not expecting anyone to be willing to be a fool for a broken newspaper. Lin Yao looked down at the stiff Li Jiasin in his arms. "Stand firm. How can the president's assistant be scared off by a few debt collectors?" The bald, muscular man stared at Lin Yao, then glanced at the 2 black woven bags that Chen Haonan pulled out of the van. As he unzipped the bags, a pile of colorful banknotes revealed itself. The bald man's eyes widened in shock, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, and his earlier arrogance instantly extinguished. "I understand the rules of repaying debts. 1 million principal and interest included. Take the money and get lost with your people." Lin Yao raised his chin. Chen Haonan snorted coldly, pulled out a stack of cash from the bag, and slammed it against the bald man's chest with enough force to make him stagger back 2 steps. "Count it clearly. Oh, from now on this place is under the Lin surname." Chen Haonan raised the baseball bat in his hand. "If you dare to come and throw paint again, I will break your legs." The bald man dared not say a word, nodding and bowing as he clutched the money, signaling his subordinates to leave. Once the debtors blocking the door left, the roll-up door was cautiously pulled open from the inside. A musty smell of ink mixed with smoke wafted out. A dozen scruffy reporters and editors with dark circles under their eyes surged out. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing thick glasses, his hair resembling a bird's nest, clutching half a pencil in his hand. "The loan sharks are gone. Are you the new debtors?" The middle-aged man's voice trembled, and the people behind him shrank back. Lin Yao stepped over the rotten vegetable leaves on the ground and directly walked into the dimly lit lobby of the newspaper office. Li Jiasin followed closely behind her, high heels clicking against the cement floor. "I'm here to give you money." Lin Yao pulled over a chair that had one leg broken and sat down casually, taking out a pack of cigarettes. Chen Haonan immediately produced a lighter and leaned over to light a cigarette, then slammed the remaining half bag of money onto the desk. The group of reporters' eyes turned green, fixated on the pile of money, yet no one dared to step forward. "Is the boss hiding upstairs and too scared to show his face?" "Go get him down. Just tell him someone is here to buy his mess." Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze sweeping across. Within 5 minutes, the original owner rushed down the stairs, sweating profusely while clutching a briefcase. Hearing that Lin Yao was willing to buy 100 of the shares of this shabby newspaper for 500,000, while also settling all the employees' unpaid salaries, the original owner nearly knelt down in gratitude. Li Jiasin suppressed her heartbeat and walked up to the original owner in her high heels. She took out the prepared share transfer contract from her briefcase, slamming it onto the table, exuding the aura of a career woman. Sign here. The remaining debts will be taken over by our Lin investment company, and you can leave after taking the 500,000. The original owner quickly signed his name, grabbed the check, and left without looking back. Assistant Li, distribute the salaries according to the roster. Make up for whatever was owed last month in full this month. Li Jiasin straightened her back, sitting at the desk, and Assistant Li, distribute the salaries according to the roster. Make up for whatever was owed last month in full this month. Li Jiasin straightened her back, sitting at the desk, and starting to read the names to distribute money. The employees receiving real cash trembled, their gazes towards Lin Yao shifting from guarded to that of a worshipful god of wealth. The middle-aged man with thick glasses known as Old Joe was the deputy editor of the newspaper. Old Joe clutched the 10,000 yuan he had just received, swallowing hard as he approached. Boss Lin, what do you gain from spending so much money to buy our shabby newspaper? Who cares about our lowbrow tabloid in Hong Kong? Our sales don't even cover the cost of printing newspapers. Lin Yao crushed the cigarette, but in the ashtray, and stood up, walking to the whiteboard. The poor sales are because you all think too slowly, still using outdated methods to write news. Lin Yao picked up the eraser and wiped off all the cliched topics on the whiteboard. Everyone held their breath. Li Jiasin stopped her actions, curious if this man who used stock market tactics to buy a building understood how to run a newspaper. What was your front page headline yesterday? Young master of the New Land Consortium meets female star at night. Lin Yao snickered. Such a title would bore even the old man selling beef offal on the street. Old Joe wiped the sweat from his brow, quietly defending news should be objective and true. We can't just make things up. Who said you should make things up? Let me teach you how to grab attention. Lin Yao took a marker and quickly wrote 2 lines of large characters on the whiteboard. Shocking. A wealthy young heir returns late at night. Strange sounds are heard from the private room. There are no boundaries. Why does the pure star frequently visit the mid-level's villa, and the backer turns out to be him? The tip of the pen left the whiteboard, and the sound of a falling pin could be heard in the hall. Old Joe's mouth fell open, and his thick glasses slid down to the tip of his nose without him even noticing. A group of reporters exchanged glances, feeling as if all their years of education had gone to waste. What is this writing? A young reporter stammered. This is called clickbait. This is the key to traffic. Lin Yao tapped the whiteboard. Human nature is gossip and voyeurism. Don't talk to me about objectivity. Our readers only care about the grudges of the wealthy, the affairs of female stars, and luxury cars and yachts. Lin Yao leaned over the desk, his gaze sharp as it swept across this group of cultural individuals trapped in traditional thinking. If you want to deal with those lofty, wealthy families in Hong Kong, having money alone is not enough. You must control the narrative in Hong Kong. If I can turn a lousy stock into 10 times its value, I can make this shabby newspaper the largest in Hong Kong. This statement hit everyone like a heavy hammer. Li Jiasin stood aside, watching Lin Yao's commanding demeanor. Her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. This man exuded a wildness that seemed to control everything, making one unable to resist wanting to submit. Old Joe suddenly slapped his thigh, nearly knocking off his glasses. Boss Lin, I understand. We used to write too dryly, it wasn't stimulating enough. Lin Yao nodded approvingly, sitting in the greasy editor's chair. Since you understand, then get to work. I don't keep. He pulled out a brown paper envelope from his pocket and tossed it onto the desk. Who is the captain of your paparazzi team? A skinny young man with long hair and torn jeans raised his hand and squeezed to the front. Boss M. Ahui. There isn't a skirt from any star in Hong Kong that I can't get a shot of. No, I mean there isn't an exclusive I can't obtain. Ahui realized he had let something slip and awkwardly scratched his head. Lin Yao ignored his awkward joke and tapped the envelope with his fingers. Li Jiasin curiously leaned over, wanting to know what was inside the envelope. The first big business deal. Lin Yao fixed his eyes on Ahui. This envelope contains 20,000 yuan for operating expenses. Go investigate that Lin Xiaoyue who tried to outbid me at the Yunding mid-level sales office yesterday. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyue's name, Ahui gasped. Boss, that's the eldest son of the Lin family. He usually has 4 bodyguards with him. Investigating him might lead to trouble. Chun Haonan walked over, cracking his knuckles. What's wrong? Brother Yao's money too hot to handle. Afraid to earn it. Ahui was startled and quickly clutched the envelope tightly against his chest. Lin Yao leaned back in the boss chair, his legs crossed over the edge of the desk. I not only want you to investigate him, but I also want you to find out how many escorts he has slept with this week, how much gambling debt he owes, and which hospital he has visited. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop a few degrees. Old Joe swallowed hard, realizing that the new boss intended to target one of the great families in Hong Kong. Boss, what happens after we find out? How do we write it? Old Joe tentatively asked. Lin Yao looked at the 2 shocking titles on the whiteboard, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile. Submit the draft by midnight tonight. Tomorrow morning, I want the front page headline of every newspaper in Hong Kong, detailing even the color of his underwear. Hui gulped hard, feeling the weight of the envelope in his hand. He looked at Lin Yao's calm face, his legs shaking. Boss, if we do this, will the Lin family send someone to smash the newspaper office? Lin Yao stood up from his chair, walked in front of Hui, and patted his shoulder. Smash the newspaper office. He turned to look at Chuan Haonan, who was leaning against the doorframe and smoking. Brother Nan, tell them who dares to smash my place in Hong Kong. That depends on how many lives Lin Xiaoyue has that are enough for my brothers to chop off. Hui clutched the thick cowhide envelope, his palms slick with sweat. Inside the envelope were not only 20,000 brand new bills, but also a handwritten note from Lin Yao. The note contained only 2 addresses: the brothel Night Paris in Kowloon Tong and a secret private mail clinic. These were all scraps dug up by Lin Yao from the buried gossip of his past life. Go, I want to see the photos before layout tomorrow morning. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke. His gaze vanished into the bluish-white mist, revealing a calm demeanor of a hunter reeling in his net. Hui swallowed hard, tucking the envelope into his chest. The camera lens around his neck thudded against his sternum. Boss, rest assured, even if I have to crawl through the sewer tonight, I will get a clear shot of this bastard's underwear color. He turned and dashed into the night outside, running faster than a rabbit. With money in hand, a paparazzo's combat power could dig through the earth. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, in front of a newsstand on Mong Kok Street, hundreds of copies of the Sing Tao gossip newspaper, freshly unwrapped, exuded the scent of ink. The vendor rubbed his eyes, just about to stuff this bottom-tier newspaper into a corner, as per usual, when his gaze was drawn to the bold, blood-red characters on the front page. Shock. Young Master Lin meets 3 women at night, family business suspected of funding chain rupture. Below the headline was a high-definition black-and-white photo occupying half the page. In the photo, Lin Xiaoyue was disheveled, embracing 3 scantily clad women. The background was unmistakably the back alley of a famous nightclub in Kowloon Tong. Even the lipstick mark on his mouth was clearly visible. In the lower right corner was another photo of him sneaking out of the male clinic while wearing sunglasses. Beside it, in bold black font, it read, Young Master Lin indulges in night revelry, suspected of being drained dry. The Lin family heir's future is in jeopardy. Uncle, give me a copy of Sing Tao. A suited white-collar worker's eyes sparkled with greed. He slammed coins on the metal table, snatched the newspaper, and left. I want one too. Give me 2. This photo is really exciting. The gossip newspaper, priced at a few dimes, was sold out within an hour. The entire tea restaurant office building and under the overpass in Xiangjiang were buzzing with the scandalous secrets of the Lin family's young master. Old Joe sat by the phone at the newspaper office, listening to the ringing calls from various newsstands urging for reprints. His excitement nearly caused his dentures to fly out, and his hand holding the microphone trembled uncontrollably. The big pie that Boss Lin drew yesterday had today surprisingly turned into cold hard cash. At this moment in the Central Securities Exchange, the air was so cold it could condense water. At 9:30, just after opening, the stock price of Lin's group plummeted as if kicked off a cliff. A green line dove straight down, unable to be halted. The scandal involving a wealthy heir shouldn't have caused the stock market to crash, but the fatal phrase funding chain rupture was the real killer. The Xiangjiang stock market was most afraid of any wind blowing or grass moving. Coupled with the fact that the Lin family had indeed faced setbacks in several major projects recently, the panic among investors was instantly ignited by this report. Lin Yao sat in his luxurious mansion on the hillside of Cloud Peak, holding a cup of freshly ground black coffee. The sunlight streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows spilled warmly onto the carpet. Li Jiasen, dressed in a fitted black and white business outfit, stood beside him, holding a pile of transaction documents. Her eyes were wide like copper bells, and her breath was rapid. Boss Lin's stock has fallen below the issue price. There's a mysterious investor on the market aggressively shorting it. Li Jiasen's voice trembled slightly as she glanced down at the documents in her hands. The mysterious investor's account was the very one Lin Yao had opened just yesterday. Lin Yao took a sip of coffee, the bitter liquid flowing down his throat. He leaned back comfortably against the genuine leather sofa, his legs crossed. The money used for shorting was from my more than 1 million in treasury bills leveraged 20 times. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Oh, Lin Xiaoyue provoked me, so I will use his family's flesh to toast. Li Jiasen gasped, nearly dropping the documents in her hands. Close the position. Lin Yao snapped his fingers in and out. How much can we make from this wave? Li Jiasen hurriedly bowed her head to press the calculator, the keystrokes ringing crisply in the spacious living room. After a moment, she looked up, her lips trembling. 53 million. In one night, leveraging a gossip news article, they raked in 50 million. Li Jiasen looked at Lin Yao as if she were gazing at a monster that devours people without spitting out bones. This man's methods were 1,000 times more ruthless than the gangsters with knives in Kowloon Walled City. While Lin Yao was counting money, a full-scale brawl was taking place in the Lin family mansion atop Victoria Peak. Bang! A Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain vase shattered at Lin Xiaoyu's feet. The broken pieces flew up, slicing into his calf. The old master Lin was so furious he trembled all over, clutching a custom titanium golf club. You ungrateful wretch. I fought hard ahead, and you stabbed me in the back. Meeting 3 women at night. Going to a male clinic. You've thrown the Lin family's face into Victoria Harbor. Lin Xiaoyue, frightened, knelt on the ground among the shards of porcelain tears, and snot smeared all over his dad. I was framed. That country bumpkin buying the building set me up. His mention of buying the building made the old master Lin's anger skyrocket. The newspaper clearly stated that the Lin family's young master had maxed out his credit card while buying a house. The rumors of a funding chain rupture had fermented from this incident. The stock market evaporated tens of millions this morning, all thanks to this fool in front of me. I'll kill you, you wasteful brat. The old master Lin swung the golf club with a whoosh, smashing it hard against Lin Xiaoyu's shin. Crack. A sound that made one's teeth ache. The bone broke. Lin Xiaoyue let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from the pain. Throw this disgraceful thing into the basement and lock him up. The old master Lin roared as he dropped the bloodied club. No one is allowed to treat his leg without my permission. At 2 in the afternoon, outside a car sales center in Kowloon, a brand new black hooping came to a steady stop, the emblem gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Chun Haonan, dressed in a black suit and white gloves, courteously opened the rear door. Lin Yao adjusted his suit sleeves and stepped out of the car. Li Jiasin followed behind, holding a stack of sponsorship contracts, her steps a little unsteady in high heels. This fully equipped hooping was a car Lin Yao had just paid over 1 million in cash for. Having earned 50 million in the morning, buying a Mercedes in the afternoon felt like buying cabbage. The speed of spending money utterly shattered Li Jiasin's perception of wealth. Boss, it's one thing to buy a car, but why are we at a commercial radio station? Li Jiasin looked at the towering building before her. To advertise. Lin Yao slipped his hands into his pockets as he walked towards the main entrance. The first shot of the gossip newspaper has been fired. To stabilize sales, we need the citizens of Xiangjiang to hear our name on the radio. Gossip from the wealthy families, combined with radio broadcasting, is what we call a multidimensional media blitz. Li Jiasin nodded, somewhat understanding, as she followed closely behind Lin Yao. In the radio station's corridor, people came and went, a few young stars hastily carrying coffee. Just as Lin Yao was about to push open the glass door of the station director's office, his footsteps suddenly halted. His hand paused on the doorknob as he turned his head to glance at the recording studio with the half-open door beside it. A pure and ethereal female voice drifted through the gap. The voice lacked complex techniques, but carried a clean essence that struck straight to the heart. It was like a glass of iced lemonade on a hot summer day, making every pore in one's body relax. A hint of unusual color flashed in Lin Yao's eyes. He had heard this voice too many times in his past life. It belonged to the shining star who dominated the Xiangjiang music scene in the 90s. Li Jiasin couldn't stop in time and bumped her nose against Lin Yao's back. Rubbing her aching nose bridge, she followed Lin Yao's gaze into the recording studio. Inside the glass window stood a girl in a floral white dress with black-rimmed glasses, standing in front of the microphone. With her head lowered and hands clasped, she resembled a startled fawn, tears brimming in her eyes. Boss, what are you looking at? Li Jiasin pouted. Lin Yao withdrew his hand from the doorknob and strode towards the recording studio. A confident smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Looking at a money tree, and by the way, going to sign a future diva to return with me. The heavy soundproof glass of the recording studio blocked the noises inside, but it couldn't stop the spit flying from the big-bellied director. Lin Yao paused in the corridor, looking in through the glass wall. Zhou Jimin wore a faded floral dress and old canvas shoes with worn edges. Her long black hair was tied back with a plain hair tie. She wore a heavy pair of black-framed glasses. Despite her plain appearance, her pure and ethereal aura still shone through. At that moment, she tightly clutched several sheets of sheet music, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The big-bellied director, sporting a receding hairline, poked her forehead with his stubby finger. What are you singing? This title track is meant for the diva Zhang. I brought it to you under pressure, and you sing it like this. I'm in the music scene of Hong Kong. Having a good voice is not enough. Tonight, come to the suite at the Peninsula Hotel, and it'll teach you how to project your voice. Zhou Jimin stepped back in fright, dropping the sheet music all over the floor. Director Wong, I'm just a DJ for a late-night radio program. This song, I really can't sing it. I have to take care of my sick mother-in-law tonight, and can't make it to the hotel. Her voice was soft and filled with a pleading tone. Director Wong snorted coldly, lifting his polished shoe to step on the scattered sheet music. Are you trying to push your luck? Do you believe that with one word from me, you won't even be able to be a DJ? You'll be sweeping the streets tomorrow. Zhou Jimin bit her lip, tears blurring her glasses. She tried to pull the sheet music from under the shoe, but found it firmly pressed down. Bang! The heavy soundproof door of the recording studio was kicked open. The solid wood door slammed against the wall with a deafening thud. The cold air from outside rushed in, blowing up the hem of Zhou Jimin's floral dress. Director Wong shuddered in fear, abruptly turning his head. Lin Yao walked in with one hand in his suit pocket, his long legs striding confidently. A half-burned cigarette hung from his mouth, and a cold gleam shone in his narrow eyes. Who are you? Do you even know the rules to barging into a recording studio? Director Wong shouted hoarsely as Li Jiasin clattered in behind him in high heels. She pulled out a gold-embossed business card from her Hermes bag, pinching it between two fingers and slapping it directly onto Director Wong's greasy forehead. You blind fool. This is Boss Lin from Lin's investment company. Li Jiasun lifted her chin. After following Lin Yao for a while, she had also picked up a bit of an arrogant demeanor. Just a glance at Zhou Jimin, who was crying on the floor, sent a vague sense of crisis through her. The purity of this woman made even her a beauty queen feel a twinge of jealousy. Director Wong glanced at the business card and laughed derisively. What kind of rubbish Lin's investment? I've never even heard of it. He puffed out his big belly, pointing towards the door. Get out of here quickly, you're disturbing me from teaching the newcomer. I'll call security to break your legs. Lin Yao ignored him and walked up to Zhou Jimin, bending down. He reached out to grip Director Wong's shoe that was standing on the sheet music. With a slight tug, he flipped that fat leg over. Director Wong lost his balance and fell flat on the floor. Zhou Jimin took the opportunity to pull out the sheet music, looking up in a daze at the man who had suddenly appeared. Director Wong struggled to get up, furious. Lin Yao stood up straight, spitting out the cigarette, but from his mouth. The next second, he delivered a resounding slap to Director Wong's chubby face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the small recording studio. Director Wong spun around half a circle from the force, bloodied teeth and saliva flying out, crashing heavily onto the mixing console. Half of his face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. The staff outside the recording studio were stunned, not daring to make a sound. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? I have the backing of Shaw Brothers Theater Capital. Director Wong covered his face, roaring incomprehensibly. Lin Yao pulled out a silk handkerchief from his suit pocket, disgusted, wiped his hands, and casually tossed it onto Director Wong's face. I don't care who's behind you. He turned to Li Jiasun, snapping his fingers. Li Jiasun immediately understood. She pulled out a copy of a 50 million cash certificate stamped with Citibank seal, just cash from the stock market. Unfolding it, she shoved it in front of Director Wong's eyes. Take a good look at the zeros on it. Our boss just made 50 million in the stock market this morning. Buying your pathetic radio station 10 times over is more than enough. Director Wong's beady eyes were fixed on the string of zeros, his pupils dilating in an instant. The arrogant confidence he had was punctured like a deflated balloon. 50 million in cash flow. Encountering someone carrying 50 million on them, even if he had backing, he had to reconsider his position. He covered his swollen face, his legs starting to cramp. Lin. Boss Lin, let's talk this over. This little girl is ungrateful. I was just teaching her a lesson. Lin Yao didn't even look at him. He turned to Zhou Jimin, still squatting on the floor, extending his hand. Lin Entertainment has just been established. We need a leading actress. I've paid your penalty fee. Come with me from now on. Zhou Jimin looked up, shock and confusion filling her watery eyes behind her glasses. She had worked at this radio station for 3 years. Every day she was treated like a laborer and had to watch out for the director's indecent advances. Now this man who descended like a god had casually given her a chance at rebirth. She trembled as she reached out her slender fingers and placed them on Lin Yao's broad palm. The warmth from his palm made her fingertips tingle. Lin Yao pulled her up from the ground. Let's go, we'll take you out for a good meal to calm your nerves. The two turned and walked. Li Jiasun followed behind. Watching the two holding hands, she bit her red lips and stomped heavily on the floor. Why wasn't he this gentle when buying the building? Just as they were about to reach the door, Director Wong snapped back to reality. He looked at Zhou Jimin's back, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Grabbing a microphone from the mixing console, he sneered. Having money is impressive, huh? 50 million can let you run wild in Hong Kong. Lin Yao stopped in his tracks, not turning back. Director Wong pointed at the red electronic clock on the wall that was counting down. He laughed like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. It won't do you any good for her to sign with you. This evening's primetime program has already registered to feature her singing this title track. The red numbers kept flipping with only 3 minutes left on the countdown. Director Wong slammed the microphone on the table. Now that the song hasn't been recorded, taking her away will immediately cause a broadcasting incident across Hong Kong. According to the contract, the penalty fee and sponsor compensation amounts to 10 million. Lin, boss, be prepared to use your 50 million to pay up. Zhou Jimin's face turned pale at these words. Her originally flushed cheeks turned white instantly. She anxiously released Lin Yao's hand and turned around in a panic. No, 1 million is too much. Boss, I can't drag you down. Lin Yao turned around, looking at Director Wong's smug face. The corner of his mouth curved higher and higher as he loosened his tie around his neck. You need a title track, right? Lin Yao sneered, walking towards the microphone. The red digital clock on the wall ticked to 0259. Outside the recording studio, chaos reigned. The director was pulling his hair out, pacing in front of the control panel like an ant on a hot stove. The walkie-talkie in his hand was about to be crushed, and he was cursing continuously. Tears finally spilled from Zhou Jimin's eyes, falling onto her fair cheeks and hitting the floor. She reached out to push Lin Yao's arm, her fingers as cold as ice. Boss Lin, you should leave quickly. This is all because of me. The sponsors of this program are from the 4 major families. They will really make you pay 10 million. Zhou Jimin's voice trembled, filled with guilt. Li Jiasun rolled her eyes beside her, rummaging through her Hermes bag for her phone. What are you afraid of? It's just 10 million. They'll call the Lin family's legal team to sue them. For Lin Yao, any matter that could be solved with money was hardly even a warm-up. But Lin Yao had no intention of paying this unjust amount. He took off his expensive custom suit jacket and casually tossed it to Li Jiasen. Li Jiasen fumbled to catch it, feeling the warmth left by the man. Lin Yao unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a solid forearm. He strode back to the center of the recording studio. A layer of thin dust lay on the iron stand in the corner, supporting an old wooden guitar. Lin Yao took the guitar down and brushed off the dust from the body with the back of his hand. He swung his long legs over and sat on the tall stool in front of the microphone. He plucked the strings a couple of times. Ding! The crisp sound of the guitar came through the monitor's speakers. The tone. Director Wong covered half of his swollen face, sneering. Even though he was in pain, he couldn't help but throw out a few harsh words. Cramming at the last minute. Do you think you can fool us with a broken guitar? Do you think you're one of the 4 talents of Xinjiang? There are just 30 seconds left. Oh, let's see how you fail. Lin Yao didn't even spare him a glance. His bony fingers pressed down on the chords, testing the sound against the microphone. Cut channel 1, turn up the volume to the max. Through the glass, Lin Yao made a swift gesture to the director outside. The director was stunned, glancing at Director Wong, who was bleeding on the ground, then at the clock, showing only 10 seconds left. The entire control room was deathly silent. Cut to him. A dead horse is better than a live one. Broadcasting a bad song is better than having a dead air. The director gritted his teeth and pushed up the master control fader. Ding. The red countdown hit 0. The live broadcast signal instantly connected to all major transmission towers in Xinjiang. Good evening, listeners. This unnamed new song tonight is dedicated to all those in Xinjiang who long for what they cannot have. Lin Yao's deep voice, tinged with a hint of magnetism, spread through the airwaves to thousands of households in Xinjiang. As soon as he finished speaking, his long fingers began to pluck the strings. An ethereal, mournful, yet breathtakingly beautiful guitar prelude poured out. It was a sophisticated arrangement technique never seen in this era. Zhou Jimin, who had been wiping her tears, stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning upon hearing those few notes. She understood music. The melody was so beautiful that it sent shivers down her spine. Lin Yao leaned closer to the microphone. The once immensely popular song, Most Loved, slowly flowed out in the recording studio. The sky is a deep blue, the gentle breeze brings romance. The tenderness in my heart is as boundless as the sea. He sang without showing off his skills, without those flashy high notes. It was like softly confiding to an old friend on a quiet street at night. But the feeling of pouring out heartfelt emotions after enduring hardships instantly pierced through the eardrums of everyone present. The mocking smile on Director Wong's face completely froze. His originally sly eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if it could fit a duck egg. In that distant place, meeting by intention or accident. Together we retreat and hold the line. Li Jiasen, holding Lin Yao's suit jacket, stared blankly at the man playing the guitar on the tall stool. She had always thought Lin Yao was a cold-blooded beast who only knew how to fight in the stock market and throw money around. But now he exuded a deadly charm, singing this love song with an emotional depth. That inherent wild spirit was even more captivating than when he was throwing money. In the control room, the atmosphere had transformed from despair to utter frenzy. The director stared intently at the ratings monitor, his eyes as red as a rabbit's. The green line, representing real-time listeners, surged upward at a terrifying angle, breaking through the usual peak. It broke 3. The ratings broke 3. The director, ecstatic, slapped the control panel, almost losing his voice from excitement. Damn it. It's still rising. All the hotline lights are on. Dozens of hotline phones rang simultaneously, their harsh ringing echoing. Several operators scrambled to pick up the phones, bombarded with listeners' frantic inquiries. What is the name of this song? Who is singing it? He'll pay for the master tape. Oh my God, I cried listening to it. Where can I buy this record tomorrow? In taxis and tea restaurants across Xinjiang, countless people paused their tasks. Even gamblers at the mahjong tables put down their tiles to quietly listen to the radio. As the song came to an end, the last guitar harmonics gradually faded in the recording studio. Silence. There was not a sound inside or outside the glass. Even breaths were deliberately suppressed in their throats. No one dared to break this rare ambience. Zhou Jimin had unknowingly walked up to Lin Yao. The tear stains on her face were still wet as she looked up at him intently. Her eyes behind the lenses seemed to glisten with tears. This song that saved her completely broke open the tightly shut door in her heart. Lin Yao casually hung the guitar back on the stand and jumped down from the tall stool. He pushed open the recording studio door and walked up to Director Wong, who was collapsed on the floor. He kicked Director Wong's fat thigh with his leather shoe. Now do you still want me to pay that 10 million? Director Wong slumped there like a deflated balloon, unable to utter a word, sweat soaking his expensive shirt. Those in the know understood that this song would dominate the entire music charts in Xinjiang tomorrow. Let alone paying money, the station would earn a fortune in advertising fees just from the rebroadcast of this song tonight. Let's go. Are we really going to stay here overnight? Lin Yao took Li Jiasen's suit jacket and draped it over his shoulder, striding out. Two stunning beauties, one in black and one in white, followed closely behind. In this narrow corridor, they exuded an air of swaggering big shots on patrol. The night breeze outside the radio building blew away the day's stifling heat. Neon lights flickered on the puddled pavement, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. Zhou Jimin, summoning her courage, tugged at Lin Yao's shirt sleeve, biting her plump lower lip. "Boss, what is the name of that song?" Her gaze at Lin Yao had completely changed, now sticky enough to pull strings. Li Jiasin snorted coldly beside her. She deliberately stepped forward and linked her arm with Lin Yao's. "Why ask so much?" The boss just sang it casually. Lin Yao was enjoying the silent competition between the two beautiful women. This feeling of being embraced was indeed more intoxicating than closing multi-billion-dollar deals. Suddenly, the black phone in his suit pocket rang like a death knell. The ringtone sounded particularly harsh in the quiet night street. Lin Yao pulled out the brick-like device and pressed the answer button. Chun Haonan's anxious voice boomed from the receiver, almost breaking into a shout. Without even needing to put it on speaker, the two girls beside him could hear him clearly. "Yao Gu, it's bad, something big has happened. The gang leader owes gambling debts in Macau and fled overnight to Taiwan. The eldest sister cleared out all the money from the haul and said she was going to run away. She is currently blocking our brothers from Kowloon City at the mahjong parlor. She has made it clear that she must see you tonight." Lin Yao's eyes turned cold as he snapped his phone shut. He hailed a taxi and yanked open the back door. "Jiasin, take Jimin back to the Banshan Villa first. There are a few of Chun Haonan's subordinates downstairs. Let them follow you." Li Jiasin tightened her grip on her Hermes bag, her high heels clicking against the sidewalk. "Boss, are the gang members causing trouble? Should I call the police?" Lin Yao scoffed, draping his warm suit jacket over Li Jiasin's shoulders. "The Triads' affairs are not for the police to handle. You all should go back, take a shower, and get some rest. Tomorrow Lin Entertainment needs to go public." Without waiting for Li Jiasin to respond, Lin Yao turned and hailed another taxi. He opened the front door and climbed in, tossing the driver a $100 bill. "Take me to Kowloon Walled City to the DFA Mahjong Hall. Drive fast, no need to look for it." Half an hour later, the taxi screeched to a halt beside a stinking ditch at the edge of the walled city. The driver didn't dare utter a word and sped off as if fleeing for his life. Lin Yao pushed open the greasy glass door of the DFA Mahjong Hall. A wave of stale air mixed with cheap tobacco and the odor of sweat hit him. This should have been the liveliest place for playing mahjong, but today there wasn't a single customer in sight. Dozens of mahjong tables lay empty, and the glaring fluorescent lights overhead made his eyes ache. At the back, beside a green felt basien table, sat a woman in a striking red peony qipao. She was the nominal big sister of the gang, Hong Jia. Hong Jia held a slender Morley cigarette, her long red manicured nails glinting under the light. In front of her lay a freshly printed evening paper. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Mysterious stock market sniper rakes in $500 million, Lin family's young master loses a leg." Hearing footsteps, Hong Jia looked up, her alluring peach blossom eyes scanning Lin Yao. She picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, leaving a red lip mark on the rim. "Ah, Yao, you're here, make yourself come." Hong Jia's voice was sweet and sultry. Lin Yao pulled out a plastic stool and sat down decisively. "Big sister, what a refined mood you have. The boss runs away to Taiwan to enjoy the sea breeze, and you still have the heart to drink tea and read the newspaper here." Hong Jia giggled, tapping the table's newspaper with her finger that held the cigarette. "That deadbeat took the money and ran. What can I do? But you, Yao, have quietly made so much money in the stock market. Half a small target, and everyone in Kowloon Walled City is turning green with envy." She stood up, the high slit of her qipao revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Her high heels clicked against the concrete floor as she walked towards Lin Yao. A strong scent of Chanel No. 5 wafted towards Lin Yao. Hong Jia leaned down, the neckline of her dress intentionally or unintentionally drooping. She picked up the purple clay teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Lin Yao. "Ah, Yao, when you were a numbers runner in the organization, I could tell you were not an ordinary person. Now that the deadbeat is gone, the gang is leaderless and the other hall masters are ready to draw knives over territory." She pushed the teacup closer to Lin Yao, her fingertip brushing against the back of his hand. Lin Yao did not touch the cup. Instead, he took out a Marlboro from his pocket and lit it. "What do you mean by this, big sister? You want me to go back and take charge?" Hong Jia exhaled a puff of smoke, casually sitting down next to Lin Yao. She placed her delicate hand on Lin Yao's sturdy thigh, squeezing it lightly. Her eyes sparkled with unabashed greed and desire. "Ah, Yao, as long as you're willing to invest some money to stabilize the brothers below the position of boss, will be yours. From now on, this gang will be ours." She leaned closer to Lin Yao's ear, her warm breath brushing again. "By day you are the boss, by night sister will make you the emperor." The art of seduction was employed to perfection. If it had been the naive Si Jiuzi from before, his soul would have soared to the skies by now. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist enveloping Hong Jia's well-maintained face. He seized Hong Jia's wrist, which was resting on his thigh. The force was strong enough to make Hong Jia gasp. "Big sister, your calculations can be heard all the way in Central." Lin Yao pushed her away, and Hong Jia stumbled back, nearly twisting her ankle. "Ah, Yao, what are you doing?" Hong Jia clutched her wrist, her charming demeanor fading. "The boss faking a runaway is a lie. You colluded with outsiders to short the organization's accounts, right?" Lin Yao stood up, looking down at her. Although he had not been involved with the gang in his past life, he was well aware of the sordid affairs of the underground world in Hong Kong. You falsified the accounts, costing the gang tens of millions in public funds, and when you couldn't fill the hole, you forced the boss to flee. Now that you see I made money in the stock market, you want to trick me back to take the fall. Lin Yao pointed at the newspaper on the table, his sneer echoing painfully in the empty mahjong hall. You want me to use half a small target to fill your rotten accounts while you conveniently shift the blame for the missing public funds onto me. Big sister, your appetite is bigger than the boss belly. Aren't you afraid of choking yourself? Hong Jie's facade was shattered and her face turned ashen. Her chest rose and fell violently, her heavily made-up face twitching. Lin Yao, don't be ungrateful. Do you really think that with a bit of money you can strut around Kowloon Walled City? Lin Yao flicked the half-burnt cigarette into the spittoon on the ground. I'm not strutting around the walled city. I'm going to make sure you don't even have the chance to stand up. Hong Jie, furious, bit her teeth and grabbed the purple clay teacup on the table. With a crash, she smashed it onto the terrazzo floor, shards of porcelain flying everywhere. This shattered cup served as a signal. The rolling door at the back of the mahjong hall was violently yanked open. A chaotic rush of footsteps surged in like a tide. Dozens of muscular men, bare-chested and wielding watermelon knives and steel pipes, charged into the hall. The three leading men were tattooed with fierce dragons and tigers. Hong Jie, what are you wasting time on? The scar-faced hall master on the left slammed his steel pipe against the mahjong table, causing it to shake. Lin Yao, if you don't hand over the promissory note from Citibank today, don't think you can walk out of this door alive. The chubby hall master on the right leered at Lin Yao's pocket. I heard you've also been keeping the newly crowned Miss Hong Kong. Leave the money behind and send the woman over for the brothers to enjoy. The crowd fanned out in a semicircle, blocking Lin Yao in front of the Basian table. The cold glint of knives shimmered under the fluorescent lights, making one dizzy. Hong Jie retreated behind the three hall masters, lighting another cigarette. She looked at Lin Yao, who was surrounded, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth. A Yao sister gave you a chance, but you didn't treasure it. Now with dozens of knives pointed at you, that half a small target won't buy you your life. Facing this tense situation, Lin Yao didn't even bother to pull his hands out of his suit pants pockets. He pulled over the chair that Hong Jie had just occupied and sat down leisurely. Big sister, did you forget to inquire about how I subdued Chun Haonan before smashing that cup? Dozens of glistening watermelon knives intertwined to form a dazzling silver net, the blades mere half a meter from Lin Yao's face. The air was thick with the acrid scent of cheap tobacco and the stench of sweat fermenting into agitation. Lin Yao sat in the redwood chair where Hong Jie had recently occupied, not even lifting his eyelids. He took out a Cuban cigar from his pocket, leisurely snipping off the cap and retrieving a windproof lighter. A deep blue flame flickered to life, igniting the tobacco. He inhaled deeply, releasing rich smoke rings. The haze drifted toward the scarred face of the gang leader, who felt as if he were being toyed with. Damn it, even when death is imminent, he pretends to be a rich man smoking a cigar. The scarred face roared, gripping the steel pipe, tightly ready to smash it down on Lin Yao's head. Behind him, Hong Jie excitedly squeezed her legs together, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in her peach blossom eyes. Half of her target was about to change hands. Bang! A deafening crash echoed from above. The rusted vent cover of the central air conditioning unit was kicked off, crashing heavily onto the dining table, shattering the teacups scattered atop it. A man in a tight black tank top descended like a black panther, landing squarely in the center of the table, dust swirling around him. The man sported a sharp buzz cut with bulging veins on his arms and a cold, stern face marred by a scar running from the corner of his eye to his chin. He exuded the unique aura of a top-tier mercenary. His name was Abu. He was the ultimate weapon Lin Yao had purchased with $1 million in relocation fees from the underground fighting market of Southeast Asia. As soon as Abu landed, he pushed off the table with his toes, propelling himself like a cannonball toward the scarred face holding the steel pipe. Crack! The onlookers barely saw how Abu struck. All they heard was the sickening sound of a bone breaking, the steel pipe clattering to the ground as the scarred face's right arm was twisted at a painful 90-degree angle. Just as a scream burst from his throat, Abu delivered a powerful knee strike to his chest. The scarred face flew 3 meters away like a broken sack, toppling 2 mahjong tables and spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood before losing consciousness. This scene stunned the dozens of gangsters around them. However, in the underworld, numbers mattered, and the stout gang leader quickly regained his composure, swinging his watermelon knife and shouting, "What are you standing there for? How many can he take on alone? Kill him!" Dozens of knives slashed toward Abu from all directions. He did not retreat, uttering not a single superfluous word, and charged straight into the crowd. No flashy moves, just lethal techniques aimed directly at vital points. Elbow strikes, sweeping legs, throat locks. In less than 3 minutes, the gangsters who had just been shouting for blood were now all lying on the ground, wailing, with severed hands and feet scattered everywhere. Abu placed a foot on the stout gang leader's face, his shoe grinding down on the cheekbone, producing cracking sounds. The stout gang leader screamed like a slaughtered pig, flailing his arms in the air, but unable to even touch Abu's pant leg. Hong Jie, terrified, sat down abruptly, her thigh exposed by the split in her cheongsam trembling like a sieve. A half-burnt cigarette fell to the ground, scorching a black hole into her bright red high heel. In the entire mahjong parlor, only Lin Yao remained calmly smoking his cigar. As the ash from the cigar fell to the ground, Lin Yao finally stood up. He approached the stout gang leader whose face was being stepped on. His shoes pressed down on one side of the gang leader's face, pinching it between his 2 feet. Hong Jia just said that with dozens of knives pointed at me, half of a small target wouldn't be enough to buy back my life. Lin Yao looked down at the gang leader's bloodshot eyes. Now let me ask you, how effective are these dozens of knives? The stout leader dared not retort, blood frothing from his mouth as he desperately attempted to nod in surrender, but was firmly pinned down. Lin Yao lifted his foot and walked over to the stunned Hong Jia. She crawled back in fear, not even bothering to pick up her lost high heel. Yao, I was just joking with you. Let's talk it out. You'll be in charge of the gang from now on. Her heavily powdered face contorted in terror, her previous allure transforming into a comical grotesqueness. Lin Yao ignored her and instead turned to the empty doorway, snapping his fingers. Chun Haonan and dozens of brothers from the Lin security company, now dressed in black suits, filed in. Each of them carried a black canvas bag. Clatter. Dozens of canvas bags were emptied simultaneously. Stacks of brand new $1,000 bills piled up into a small mountain on the mahjong table, amounting to several million in cash. The gangsters, still wailing on the ground, forgot their pain upon seeing the money, their eyes going wide. Lin Yao, biting his cigar, blew a puff of smoke onto the mountain of money. This money is both severance pay and relocation fees. He pointed at the gang leaders and lackeys on the ground. Those who obey me will leave with 50,000 each. Those who go against me can roll out of here right now. From this day forth, this gang is disbanded. All gambling, drugs, and vice will cease. Upon hearing the word disbanded, Hong Jia's eyes turned red. Lin Yao, are you crazy? Don't you know how much money can be made in Kowloon Walled City? If you dare to disband the gang, those enemies outside will devour us alive. Lin Yao sneered, leaning down to look at Hong Jia's despairing face. If those enemies dare to come, their fate will be the same as theirs. He pointed to the gang leaders with severed limbs on the ground. As for your embezzlement of the gang's funds, Anan, hand over the accounts and evidence to Officer Li from the Anti-Organized Crime Unit. Consider it a gift from me, Lin Yao, to the cops. Upon hearing this, Hong Jia rolled her eyes and collapsed. Without the protection of the gang, being caught for embezzling tens of millions would mean she would spend the rest of her life sewing in Stanley Prison. Lin Yao paid no further heed to the woman. He patted Chun Haonan on the shoulder, signaling him to distribute the money and disperse the crowd. He watched as the gangsters, clutching their cash and expressing gratitude, exited the mahjong parlor. Chun Haonan stood in a line with his bewildered brothers, scratching his head at his recently dyed black hair, looking thoroughly confused. Previously, they had known what to do each day, whether it was robbing turf or collecting protection fees, albeit with danger. Now Lin Yao had disbanded the entire gang with a single sentence. This group of rough men who knew nothing but fighting couldn't possibly go serve plates in a tea restaurant. Yao go. Chun Haonan swallowed hard, pointing at the group of battered brothers behind him. Since we're not in the gang anymore, and we're no longer involved in gambling or drugs, what will these brothers do in the future? They need to eat right. Lin Yao exhaled the last puff of cigar smoke and crushed the butt on the ground. He pulled out a document he had prepared earlier. With a loud slap, the document was slammed onto the mahjong table, rattling the teacups on top. Lin Yao turned to look at the group of men standing awkwardly. Who says we won't have food? Go order 50 sets of the highest quality suits and buy 50 red ties. He pointed at the document, a cold smile of ambition curling at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow, everyone must wear suits and tie their ties properly. Lin Investment Company is officially established, and you are all my senior partners. The next morning, at the most impressive Grade A office building on Central Queens Road, the entire 16th floor was booked with the glass door adorned with the golden characters Lin's Investment. 50 men in suits stood in the lobby. This was a scene worthy of a financial news report. However, a closer look revealed something amiss. Chun Haonan's Armani suit was a size too small. The button on his chest was straining tightly, making him fear that even breathing might snap the thread. He was used to leaving his collar open to show off his over-the-shoulder dragon tattoo, but now a red silk tie was choking his neck, turning his face beet red. The guy next to him with yellow hair was even worse off, his tie knotted into a deadlock, hanging like a noose over his chest. He was also unaccustomed to wearing leather shoes, his toes probing the expensive leather soles. Brother Nen, this suit feels like I'm wrapped in a layer of iron. Ew, I can't even lift my hands, the yellow-haired guy complained, tugging at his collar. Chun Haonan slapped him on the back of the head, causing him to stumble. Lift what hands? We are legitimate businessmen. Now do you understand finance or not? As soon as he finished speaking, the phone at the front desk suddenly rang. The yellow-haired guy dashed forward, grabbed the receiver, and shouted out his habitual professional response. Hello? Which gang is this? Dare to call our base? Do you think I won't bring people to level you? Bang! A thick folder slammed down mercilessly on the yellow-haired guy's head. Li Jiasin in 5-centimeter high heels and a tailored black business suit walked over. Her arms crossed over her chest, she coldly eyed this group of unruly thugs. How many times have I told you? When answering the phone, say hello, this is Lin's Investment. Whoever keeps talking nonsense will have their entire salary deducted this month and should roll back to Temple Street to collect protection fees. The yellow-haired guy covered his head, looking at Chun Haonan with a pleading expression. Chun Haonan swallowed hard, quickly straightening up and putting on a smile for Li Jiesin. Sister Xi and my brothers are rough and unpolished. Please be understanding. They'll make sure to teach them the proper etiquette for answering calls. Li Jiesin slammed the folder down on the table. Manager Chen, you are the head of security. Why is your tie knotted like a pickled vegetable? Chun Haonan's face turned red as he looked down at the twisted red tie. In a flurry, he tried to untie it, but the more anxious he became, the more entangled it got, nearly choking him. Li Jiesin sidestepped forward and grabbed his tie. With a few deft movements, she untangled the mess and tied a proper Windsor knot. You now represent Lin's image. The boss has spent money to package you as presentable individuals, so don't embarrass him anymore. She pushed the knot up, causing Chun Haonan to gasp for air. Do you understand? Li Jiesin asked sharply. The 50 burly men in the lobby were subdued by her presence, all bowing their heads and shouting in unison. We understand, Sister Xi. The solid wood door to the president's office was slightly ajar. Lin Yao sat in a large executive chair, listening clearly to the commotion outside. He toyed with a Parker pen in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Li Jiesin walked in her earlier dominance, instantly dissipating. She walked across the soft wool carpet to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Boss, are you really planning to rely on that group of thugs outside, who can't even read reports, to open an investment company? This is called utilizing waste. Financial work requires not only civilized people in suits, but also Lin Yao tossed the pen on the table, producing a crisp sound. Those debtors who refuse to pay, or the bosses who want to secretly pull strings, do you think talking about the law will work on them? Li Jiesin froze for a moment, Lin Xiaoyu's arrogant face flashing in her mind. She shook her head silently. To deal with rogues, one must use even more ruthless rogues. Has everything been arranged with Zhou Jimin? Lin Yao changed the topic. It's all set. The Lin's entertainment sign has already been hung on the lower floor. She had been in the recording studio practicing a new song since early morning. After the live broadcast on the radio last night, that song became a hit. Today, all major record companies in Xinjiang are inquiring about her. Lin Yao didn't even glance at the clippings. His gaze shifted to a map of Hong Kong spread out on the desk. The entertainment sector and gossip newspapers have been doing well these past few days, but these are merely pocket change. His long fingers slowly traced across the map. From the bustling Central, he moved over Victoria Harbor, marking a path to Tsim Shui in Kowloon. In a place like Xinjiang, where land is so precious, whoever controls the land is the true king without a crown. Li Jiesin leaned forward, following his finger. She watched Lin Yao circle a piece of undeveloped land in Kowloon with a red marker. Boss, are you planning to buy land? Li Jiesin's eyes widened in shock. She had seen buildings purchased, but only the 4 major families of Xinjiang could afford to play the game of buying land to develop. The flow of funds easily reached several hundred million. It was not something that could be supported by simply riding the stock market for a quick gain. Lin Yao leaned back in his chair, pulling a cigar from the box. Since I, Lin Yao, have donned a suit and sat in Central, I cannot simply follow others and pick up scraps. This piece of land is located at the future transport hub of Kowloon. If secured, the foundation of Lin's consortium will be solid. Li Jiesin stared at the red circle, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had only been following this man for a few days. She had already jumped from a debt collection mess to standing at the forefront of the Xinjiang business war. But boss, I heard this land. Li Banqing's Chung Kong Group has already set its sights on it. Li Jiesin swallowed hard, her voice a bit shaky. The bluish flame illuminated his ambitious eyes. Just because he has his eyes on it, does that mean it's his? In Xinjiang, why should this cake only be divided among those old men? The bluish flame illuminated his ambitious eyes. Just because he has his eyes on it, does that mean it's his? In Xinjiang, why should this cake only be divided among those old men? Li Banqing could rise, why Lin Yao can just as easily overturn his table. Lin Yao stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the incessantly flowing vehicles below. He resembled a famished wolf eyeing the entire hunting ground that belonged to him. Go tell Chen Haonan to make sure that group of brothers looks presentable. Lin Yao turned around, his fingers holding the cigar, pointing at the table. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you bring that Citibank promissory note and all the cash flow proof with you to meet me. Li Jiesin hurriedly picked up a pen, preparing to record the itinerary, the pen tip hovering over the paper. Boss, where are we going? Lin Yao stuffed the cigar into his mouth, grinning with a rebellious smile. To the Royal Land Auction to teach that tycoon how to bid. The Hong Kong Royal Land Auction is held in the banquet hall on the top floor of the Peninsula Hotel. The crystal chandeliers refract dazzling light, and the carpet is thick enough to cover the ankles. The front row is filled with familiar faces commonly found on the covers of financial magazines. Real estate tycoons, bank presidents, and heads of family businesses could easily shake the ground of Hong Kong with a stomp. As Lin Yao pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, with Li Jiesin, the chatter in the hall paused for 2 seconds. Dressed in a tailored suit, Lin Yao was accompanied by Li Jiesin in a haute couture fitted dress. However, among the group of distinguished elders with gray hair and calm demeanor, their overly youthful faces seemed out of place. Sitting in the third row, the young manager of the New Land Consortium, Xiaogua, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. He leaned sideways and whispered to the person next to him, his eyes revealing undisguised disdain. Where did these unfamiliar faces come from? Is this a place where anyone can just walk in? Probably some nouveau rich's illegitimate child here to broaden his horizons with a female companion, the person beside him sneered. Li Jiasin trailed behind Lin Yao, feeling utterly exposed under the scrutinizing and contemptuous gazes around her. She tightly clutched her briefcase, her knuckles turning pale. Inside was a hefty bank draft capable of stirring up a storm in Hong Kong. Lin Yao, however, seemed to have returned to his own backyard, not even sparing a glance at those dignitaries. He walked straight to a corner in the last row, pulled out a chair, and sat down. His long legs casually crossed, hands resting on his belly. He closed his eyes to relax. Li Jiasin sat beside him, straightened her back, and tried her best to present herself as a seasoned assistant. At exactly 2 o'clock, the auctioneer in a tailcoat took the stage and struck the gavel. The bidding for the previous small plots was lukewarm, mostly involving mid-sized developers in minor tussles. Lin Yao did not even lift his eyelids throughout the process, while Li Jiasin could only watch the bidders raise their paddles in boredom. Until the auctioneer cleared his throat, the projection screen behind him switched to a topographical map of the Kowloon core area. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the grand finale, Lot 6 in Kowloon Bay. The starting price is 120 million. Each bid must not be less than 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the banquet hall, which had been filled with whispers, suddenly fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone tacitly placed their bidding paddles down. In the Hong Kong business circle, this piece of land had long been labeled as belonging to the Chung Kong Group. Who would dare to snatch it from the eyes of the wealthiest Chinese Li Banqing? This isn't called bidding, it's merely a formality. Sitting right in the middle of the first row is Mr. Zhang, the representative sent by Chung Kong Group. A confident smile graces his oily face. Mr. Zhang didn't even turn around. He lazily raised his number 7 paddle. 120 million and 100,000. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough in the quiet banquet hall. The auctioneer glanced around, his smile adhering to a standard procedure. Bidder number 7 offers 120 million and 100,000. Is there any higher bid? The audience remained in dead silence. Young manager Xiaogua had even picked up a glass of red wine, ready to celebrate the Li family's acquisition of another prime piece of land. 120 million and 100,000 first call. The auctioneer raised the gavel. 120 million and 100,000 second call. Li Jiasin turned to look at Lin Yao. Lin Yao still had his eyes closed, as if he had truly fallen asleep. Anxiously, she gently nudged his arm with her elbow. 120 million and 100,000. Just as the gavel was about to fall, a slender hand suddenly stretched out from the last row, long fingers pinching the slightly yellowed number 66 bidding paddle. Lin Yao opened his eyes, his lazy voice exploding in the spacious banquet hall. I bid an additional 10 million. Clang. Xiaogua's glass of red wine collided with the table corner, and the crimson liquid splashed onto the white tablecloth. In an instant, hundreds of eyes in the room turned to stare at the young man sitting in the corner. The auctioneer, with the gavel raised in midair, stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to speak. This is Li Banqing's territory. To suddenly add an additional 10 million, this isn't bidding, this is clearly disrupting the affluence gathering. The representative from Chung Kong, Mr. Zhang, turned his head abruptly. His greasy face flushed with anger, turning a deep shade of purple, with veins popping on his forehead. Young man, this auction is not a place for you to seek a smile from the ladies. Disrupting the auction is punishable by law. Mr. Zhang gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Yao, wishing he could slice him to pieces with his gaze. Lin Yao didn't even change his posture. He leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the plastic handle of the bidding paddle with his fingertips. If you don't have the money, don't raise your paddle. 130 million. Does Li Banqing's representative lack the courage to raise the bid? As soon as these words were spoken, gasps filled the hall. How arrogant. In Hong Kong, to dare call out Li Banqing's name while publicly mocking the Chung Kong Group for lacking funds, this is an absolute first. Mr. Zhang trembled with rage, raising his paddle. 135 million. 140. Lin Yao didn't hesitate for a second, his voice calm, as if he were haggling over vegetables at a market. 150 million. Mr. Zhang's voice was already cracking. Sweat soaked his palms. This price was nearing the maximum authorization limit that Li Banqing had given him. What he initially thought was a chance to snag a bargain at the base price had now been raised by 30 million. Li Jiasin, sitting beside him, felt she could hardly breathe. Each increment of tens of millions was 1,000 times more thrilling than watching numbers fluctuate in the stock market yesterday. Her heart raced in her chest, and she could even hear the sound of her own blood flowing. 160. Lin Yao's tone remained lazy, as if he were merely stating a series of numbers, not real cash. Mr. Zhang slumped in his chair. The bidding paddle in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't lift it no matter what. 160 million had exceeded his authorization limit. If he forced the bid, he would definitely be skinned alive by Li Banqing when he returned. But if he didn't bid, the Chung Kong Group would lose face in the Hong Kong business community today. The banquet hall was eerily quiet. Everyone looked at Lin Yao as if he were a madman. Mr. Zhang suddenly stood up, pushed the table in front of him away, and strode to Lin Yao. He leaned over the table, glaring down at Lin Yao, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Young man, I know you were trying to use Chung Kong's name to elevate your status. Mr. Zhang's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth filled with a desperate ferocity. 160 million cash is not 160 million in ghost money. If you can't present this amount during the capital verification later, I guarantee you won't leave the Peninsula Hotel today. Li Jiesin turned pale with fright, instinctively clutching her briefcase tighter. The surrounding tycoons also showed expressions of eager anticipation. In Hong Kong, anyone who dared to disrupt the auction with false accounts would ultimately be sunk in Victoria Harbor. Lin Yao looked up at Mr. Zhang, who was close at hand. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a smile that sent a chill down Mr. Zhang's spine. He slowly stood up, towering half a head above Mr. Zhang, instantly reversing the pressure of authority. Mr. Zhang, since you are so concerned about my cash flow, why don't we play a bigger game? Lin Yao looked down at Zhang's flushed face, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wider grin. He snapped his fingers, and Li Jiesin immediately pulled out a stack of documents bearing the bank's steel seal from her briefcase. She walked to the auctioneer in her high heels and slammed the documents on the podium. Cashier's checks and transaction proof jointly issued by HSBC, Citibank, and Standard Chartered Bank. Li Jiesin's voice echoed in the hall, laced with a pride she wasn't even aware of. Just this morning, our boss closed positions in the stock market, and the cash flow in the account exceeds 200 million. A stir rippled through the circle of wealthy onlookers. The vice president of HSBC for Greater China, seated in the second row, stood up, adjusting the hem of his suit. He turned and nodded respectfully to the audience. I can verify that, Mr. Lin's account funds are entirely legitimate and earned legally from the stock market. Wow. The crowd gasped, and even Xiaoguo took a sharp breath. To rake in tens of millions in just one morning, this kind of maneuver was unheard of in the financial circles of Hong Kong. Zhang's face drained of color, his palms sweaty as he gripped the bidding paddle, causing the plastic handle to squeak. Lin Yao sat back down in his chair, crossing his legs and nodding slightly to the auctioneer on stage. Can we continue now? I bid 160 million. Zhang gritted his teeth, looking like a gambler who had lost all sense of reason. Before leaving, Boss Li instructed that the land in Kowloon Bay was crucial to the long-term strategic layout of Chung Kong and must be secured. He loosened his tie and struggled to raise his paddle. 165 million. Zhang's voice cracked. Lin Yao did not respond immediately, but rummaged through his pocket for a cigar box. In his previous life, financial magazines had written this classic land auction into textbooks. In the summer of 1988, Chung Kong Group acquired the Kowloon Bay Lot 6 at a base price of 168 million, later developing it for a profit of 1 billion. Lin Yao knew that figure was the life and death line drawn by Li Banqing for his agent. He struck a match and lit his cigar. 166 million. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes filled with amusement. Zhang trembled all over, his suit back soaked with cold sweat. He stared intently at Lin Yao as if trying to discern a hint of retreat from the young man's face. 168 million. Zhang called out this figure, his body slumping back against the chair as if he had been drained of strength. This was already his limit. He had no authority to spend even a single cent more. The hall was so quiet that one could hear the sound of the central air conditioning. All eyes were fixated on the young man smoking a cigar in the last row. Lin Yao pinched the cigar between his fingers, tapping off the ash. 169 million. Just an additional million. This seemingly light million was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, precisely severing Zhang's throat. Zhang's vision darkened, and he fell to the ground along with his chair, struggling to get up for a long time. The auctioneer's hand holding the gavel trembled as he scanned the crowd, asking 3 times. The gavel came down heavily with a bang. Congratulations to the buyer number 66, a Mr. Lin from Lin's Investment, for successfully bidding on Kowloon Bay Lot 6. The applause erupted, and the previously disdainful big shots all replaced their expressions with warm smiles. By stepping over the wealthiest Chinese, Lin Yao had firmly established his name in the business circle of Hong Kong. Deepwater Bay Lease Mansion. A purple clay teacup smashed onto the floor, made of Wong Wally wood, scattering high-quality Da Hong Pao tea leaves everywhere. Li Banqing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the neatly trimmed lawn outside, his chest heaving violently. 169 million. Just 1 million more. He must have calculated my bottom line. The butler stood beside him with his head bowed, not daring to breathe. The tycoon turned around, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes behind his glasses. Find out the background of this Lin fellow and where he suddenly came from. To dare seize my territory in Hong Kong, let's see if he can survive swallowing it. As night fell, the sea breeze from Victoria Harbor carried a hint of saltiness. A luxurious 3-story yacht was docked at the pier, its deck brightly lit with a towering champagne tower. To celebrate securing the land, Lin Yao rented this yacht for a victory party. Besides Lin's core team, a few small real estate developers who had opportunistically fawned on him at the auction also shamelessly showed up to join the festivities. Li Jiesin wore a winered backless evening gown, her long hair pinned up. She adorned herself with a dazzling diamond necklace, holding a goblet as she mingled among the guests. Mrs. Lin is indeed young and accomplished, a balding boss complimented with a beaming smile. Li Jiesin did not refute the title, her smile growing more radiant. She turned to look at Lin Yao, who stood at the bow enjoying the breeze, a sense of satisfaction bubbling up in her heart like soda bubbles. Just as she was about to walk over to offer Lin Yao a glass of champagne, footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase leading to the second deck. Li Jiesin turned her head, her smile freezing. Zhou Jimin descended the stairs holding up her skirt step by step. She was not wearing an exposing gown, but a pure white strapless long dress draped with a lightweight shawl. The breeze blew, making her skirt flutter. Paired with her pure and unblemished face, she looked like a fairy stepping out of the moonlight. The once noisy deck fell silent in an instant, and several small bosses forgot to hold their wine glasses. Their eyes were glued to the entrance of the stairs. This aura of untainted purity completely overshadowed Li Jiesin's wealth, which was piled up with money. Zhou Jimin walked to Lin Yao's side, handing him a suit jacket, her voice soft. "Boss, it's windy, don't catch a cold." Li Jiesin tightened her grip on the goblet, causing some champagne to spill. She walked over in her high heels, raising her chin as she squeezed between the two. "Miss Zhou, instead of practicing singing in the recording studio, what brings you to the yacht enjoying the sea breeze? Don't ruin your voice and delay the boss from making money." Zhou Jimin instinctively flinched back behind Lin Yao like a frightened fawn. I was picked up by manager Chun, who said the boss secured a big project and wanted to celebrate together." Lin Yao took the suit and draped it over himself, looking at the two beautiful women in contention. On one side was a thorny red rose, and on the other was an adorable white moonlight. Snatching the happiness that the tycoon had earned combined with this glamorous love triangle made life truly flavorful. Lin Yao raised his wine glass, pulling Li Jiesin into his left arm while grasping Zhou Jimin's wrist. He looked at Li Jiesin's pouting face and smiled. "Enough already, we're all from the same company, why quarrel?" Lin Yao tilted his head and drained his glass, handing the empty cup to a nearby waiter. "Let's not discuss work tonight. Which of you two lovely ladies will dance the first dance with me?" On the deck of the yacht, the melodious sound of a saxophone floated with the sea breeze. Li Jiesin's high heels tapped against the wooden floor, producing a dull thud. She abruptly shook off Lin Yao's hand that was resting on her waist, lifting her chin with a proud arc resembling a rooster with its feathers raised. "Dance. Miss Zhou is the future jade goddess. How could I, a mere assistant running errands, possibly compete for the first dance with her boss?" Li Jiesin's words were laced with sharp barbs, each one dripping with jealousy. Zhou Jimin held a thermos cup with both hands, standing awkwardly, in place of faint blush appearing on her pure face. "Assistant Li, I don't know how to dance." Her voice was as soft as cotton candy as she twisted open the lid of the thermos, a faint aroma of American ginseng wafting out. "Boss Lin, this is ginseng tea I brewed myself. Manager Chun said you exerted yourself greatly at the auction today. A drink some to soothe your throat." She extended the thermos towards Lin Yao, her large watery eyes filled with concern. Li Jiesin looked at the dowdy thermos and gritted her teeth in frustration. She was just holding a bottle of top-notch champagne airlifted from France, and this woman came offering a thermos of muddy water. What a pretender to be a virtuous wife. Miss Zhou is indeed quite considerate, even knowing what the boss likes to drink. Li Jiesin walked up to Zhou Jimin. The two women were about the same height, but Li Jiesin's presence overshadowed Zhou Jimin's. However, the boss is accustomed to drinking coffee in the evening to stay alert. After all, I stay with him to check millions of dollars worth of orders until midnight every day. Things like ginseng tea are better left for the elderly. She deliberately emphasized the word midnight, her gaze filled with provocative assertions of ownership. Zhou Jimin's hand holding the thermos froze in midair, unable to advance or retreat. Chun Haonan led a few suited thugs hiding behind the champagne tower, stuffing themselves with food. The blonde thug with his mouth full of Australian lobster mumbled indistinctly, "Brother Nen, this is even more thrilling than the dramas in movies. Who do you think Brother Yao will help?" Chun Haonan slapped the blonde thug on the back of his head, sending lobster meat flying. "Shut up and eat your shrimp. Do you think you can guess Brother Yao's divine methods?" Lin Yao stood between the two women, the air around him infused with the mix of expensive perfume and the faint scent of ginseng tea. He glanced at Li Jiesin, who looked like a little tiger with her claws out, then at Zhou Jimin, who wore a pitiful expression like a little rabbit, nearly laughing out loud. Is this what a battlefield looks like? His future harem had only just unlocked 2 cards. Lin Yao did not take the thermos, nor did he acknowledge Li Jiesin's provocation. He directly reached out his hands, wrapping his left arm around Li Jiesin's slender waist, while his right hand casually rested on Zhou Jimin's shoulder, pulling her partially into his embrace. Both women gasped in surprise, their bodies stiffening against Lin Yao's chest. "What's all the noise about? 1 cup of ginseng tea and 1 cup of coffee. My stomach can handle both just fine." Lin Yao looked down at the 2 stunning beauties in his arms, his tone exuding undeniable dominance. Jessen, you handle the outside troubles, and Jimin, help me stabilize Lin's entertainment from the back. You two, one literary and one martial, are both cash cows for my Lin Corporation. Why are you fighting? Li Jessen was choked into silence by his words. Clearly aware that this man was playing both sides, being held so dominantly by him somehow made her anger dissipate by half. Zhou Jimin's face turned even redder with a layer of pink spreading down to her neck. She struggled for a moment, but could not break free, so she had to obediently lean against his broad shoulder. Boss, don't play nice here. Li Jessen pouted, extending her finger to poke Lin Yao's hard chest twice. She practices her songs and I check my accounts. But you spent nearly 170 million today to acquire land. The company's finances are empty. How are we going to pay salaries tomorrow? This was the issue Li Jessen worried about the most. She wasn't just a mere assistant to the president. Lin Yao released the two women and walked over to a long table covered with white cloth, picking up a business card book from the table. If the finances are empty, then go earn more. Newspapers and land are long-term investments. To make quick money, we still have to rely on the film industry of Hong Kong. He flipped open the business card book, his fingers swiftly gliding across it. You two have also worked hard these past few days. Stop arguing. Tomorrow each of you will star in a movie as a bonus for you both. Upon hearing the words film, both women's eyes lit up simultaneously. What girl doesn't have a dream of becoming a big star? Especially Li Jessen, who, although she had always fought alongside Lin Yao in the business world, still yearned for the spotlight deep down. Zhou Jimin was even more so, as she was originally in the entertainment industry. Boss, you aren't joking, right? Making a movie requires a hefty budget to hire renowned directors. Li Jessen in her high heels leaned in closer, peering at the business card book in Lin Yao's hands. Lin Yao's finger stopped on a crumpled business card with a few oil stains on it. The title on the card was flamboyant, but the name only had 3 characters: Wong Sanri. This name was practically synonymous with bad movies in the current Hong Kong film industry. Not long ago, he jumped on the bandwagon to produce a few zombie films, losing everything in the process, and now being chased down by loan sharks. As Lin Yao looked at that name, memories of his past lives, commercial masterpieces that grossed tens of millions flashed in his mind. Hire a renowned director. Renowned directors take too long to make films. What I want is fast food culture, a cash printing machine that can monetize box office revenues within half a month. Lin Yao pulled out the greasy business card and flicked it. Nen, come over and take this job. Chun Haonan quickly swallowed his food and jogged over to Lin Yao. Brother Yao, what is it? Lin Yao slapped the business card onto Chun Haonan's chest. Go find this fat man named Wong Sanri for me. I don't care where he is, hiding in some sewer. Even if he's half dead, I want to see him sitting in my office tomorrow morning. Chun Haonan glanced at the business card and frowned. I know this fat man. He owes a few million to the loan sharks on Boland Street and is said to be forced to jump into the sea. Jump into the sea? Then you go fish him out of the ocean and tell him that I, Lin Yao, will pay for all his scripts for the rest of his life. If he dares to die, I'll send you to the sea to accompany him. In the back alley of Oilseed Temple Street, the midday sun is completely blocked by the densely packed illegal signboards. The air is filled with the rancid smell of rotting fish entrails. In a corner of a darkened eatery, a chubby man with a bird's nest hairstyle and black-framed glasses is cowering under a folding table. He clutches a tattered brown paper bag tightly in his arms, his body jiggling with fat. Fatty, you borrowed 3 million from our loan shark to shoot those worthless zombie films. If you can't cough up 5 million today, I'll break your legs and use them for soup. 3 shirtless gangsters with dragon tattoos on their chests are smashing the table with baseball bats. Dishes are shattered all over, and the eatery owner dares not show his face from the kitchen. The chubby Wong Sanri hesitantly pokes his head out from under the table, his glasses smeared with grease. Gentlemen, could you give me a few more days? This new script in my hands will definitely sell. It's about gamblers, and the plot I designed is brilliant. As long as I can secure the investment, paying you back will be a piece of cake. The lead gangster kicks the folding table over, and hot beef tripe soup nearly splashes onto Wong Sanri's face. How dare you use that garbage to deceive us? Everyone in Hong Kong cinema knows you, Wong Sanri, are the king of bad films. The gangster grabs Wong Sanri's hair, lifting his hefty body halfway up. If you have no money today, we'll take your hands that have held a directing tube to pay off your debt. The baseball bat rises above their heads. Wong Sanri closes his eyes in despair, tears mingling with sweat on his face. Memories of his days making films flash through his mind, those countless nights spent writing scripts. Could they truly be worthless? Bang! Instead of the anticipated sharp pain, a dull thud echoes above. Wong Sanri opens. The gangster wielding the baseball bat is sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the rolling shutter door behind him. The steel rolling door is dented. The other 2 gangsters are stunned, turning to look towards the alley entrance. In the blinding sunlight, a tall and imposing figure is slowly approaching. Lin Yao is dressed in a tailored dark gray suit, one hand in his pocket, a half-burnt Cuban cigar clenched in his mouth. Half a step behind him is Abu, expressionless and as solid as an iron tower. The earlier kick was delivered by Abu. Who dares to meddle? The remaining 2 gangsters wave their weapons. Abu doesn't even glance at them, striding forward directly. Two swift and decisive chops land on the arteries of the two men's necks. Without even a scream, both men roll their eyes back and collapse next to the gutter. The entire process takes less than 5 seconds. Wong Sandry sits slumped in the greasy mess, staring blankly at these two descending Grim Reapers. Lin Yao approaches him, the tip of his leather shoe kicking away a broken bowl blocking his path. He pulls out a lighter from his pocket, ignites the cigar, and exhales a rich plume of blue smoke. Are you Wong Sandry? Lin Yao looks down at him. Wong Sandry swallows hard, wiping his face with a trembling hand. Boss, I haven't offended you. I swear the debts are all in that ledger. Lin Yao flicks the ash off his cigar. I paid off your 5 million loan shark debt. Wong Sandry thinks he heard wrong, digging in his ears, disbelief written all over his face. Boss, you're not joking, right? That's 5 million. My worthless life isn't even worth that much. I could sell it for a kidney in Thailand and not get this amount. Lin Yao drags over an unturned plastic stool and sits down decisively. I'm not buying your life. I'm buying the script in your arms. Lin Yao points at the brown paper bag tightly clutched by Wong Sandry. Wong Sandry hesitates for a moment, then tightens his grip on the bag. Boss, though I'm broke, this is my hard work. All the bosses in Hong Kong disdain my bad films. Oh, why would you be willing to invest in me? In the Hong Kong film industry, it's absurd to think someone would invest 5 million in a washed-up director who failed 3 times in a row. Lin Yao chuckles. He not only knows that this chubby man will one day become a box office legend in Hong Kong commercial films, but he also understands that the script about gamblers he holds is the prototype for the Asian blockbuster god of gamblers. 5 million is nothing. I'll give you a budget of 20 million and you'll make this film the box office champion in Hong Kong this year. Lin Yao holds up 2 fingers, waving them in front of Wong Sandry. Wong Sandry's breath halts, his mind blank. 20 million. In this era, 20 million is enough to buy 10 luxury apartments at the peak. With this money, he could hire the top cinematographers, the best art designers, and even bring half of Hong Kong's leading actors to make cameos. Boss, you're my savior. You're my rebirth. Wong Sandry rolls and crawls over, hugging Lin Yao's leg, wanting to kowtow. Lin Yao pushes away his greasy hands with disgust. Money doesn't come for free, though I have 2 conditions. Wong Sandry nods, eagerly ready to agree to even 200 conditions at this moment. First, my executive assistant Li Jiasin must have a cameo role with a good appearance. Just arrange it as long as the show. Wong Sandry agrees repeatedly. It's quite common in the entertainment industry to bring in a funded role for the money. And the second, Lin Yao takes a puff from his cigar, his gaze becoming somewhat profound amidst the swirling. From his past life's memories, this film became a huge hit not only for the plot, but also for the leading actress in a stunning red dress whose sexiness was instrumental. Calculating the time, that girl, hailed as the desire of all Hong Kong men, should currently be in a slump after being falsely accused of plastic surgery in a beauty pageant. Second, the leading actress for this film cannot be some mediocre actress you find. Lin Yao stands up, adjusting his suit. Go find that girl Chiu Do, who withdrew from the beauty pageant due to rumors. She can only be the leading act. Wong Sandry's mouth drops open in confusion. Boss, that Chiu Do is surrounded by scandal and can't even land an advertisement. Letting her play the lead, the film's reputation. Reputation is built with money and box office success. If you follow my instructions, once this film hits you, Wong Sandry will be the highest paid director in Hong Kong. Lin Yao extinguishes the half-smoked cigar on the table and turns to leave the alley with Abu. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, bring the script and the people to the Central Lin Investment Company to sign the contract. Watching Lin Yao disappear at the alley's entrance, Wong Sandry clutches the script tightly in his arms, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He knows that this lazy fish is finally going to turn over. With 20 million in cash, the speed of the Hong Kong film industry is astonishing. 3 days later, in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Kowloon Walled City, the crew quickly sets up the underground casino scene for the film. On the first day of shooting, Lin Yao sits next to the director's chair holding a glass of iced cola. Li Jiasin, wearing a snug black leather outfit, is reapplying her makeup, her curves drawing the crew's attention. Just rescued from the mud by Lin Yao's financial power, Chiu Do stands nervously before the camera in that classic red spaghetti strap dress. All departments prepare. Lights. Camera. First scene, first shot, action. The clapperboard just snaps down before the actors can even start their lines. All departments prepare. Lights. Camera. First scene, first shot, action. The clapperboard just snaps down before the actors can even start their lines. Screech. A harsh brake screech echoes outside the warehouse door. 5 old gray vans come to a sudden stop, blocking the set entrance. The doors swing open. Dozens of muscular men wearing black vests, white towels wrapped around their arms, and wielding steel pipes jump out of the vehicles. The leader, a scar-faced man, spits out the toothpick in his mouth, striking the warehouse's iron door with the steel pipe. The jarring metallic sound reverberates in the empty warehouse. The crew is terrified and retreats. Li Jiasin pales and retreats behind Lin Yao. Only Lin Yao remains seated in his chair, not even stirring, the cola in his hand. The scar-faced man points the steel pipe at Lin Yao in the director's chair, his arrogant voice echoing throughout the set. Hey Lin, do you really think you can swagger around Hong Kong with a bit of money? A group of small-time thugs with steel pipes kicked over the lunch stall that had just been set up by the crew. White rice and braised pork were scattered on the ground, mixed with dirt. The scar-faced man and his crew walked straight through the crowd, causing the crew's photographer and lighting technician to panic and huddle in the corners with their equipment. The warehouse was filled only with heavy breathing and the sound of steel pipes scraping against the ground. Lee Jae-sun and Cho Dao-do stood in front of the camera, rehearsing their lines. One was dressed in a sexy black leather jacket, while the other wore a provocative red spaghetti-strap dress. In the dusty and sweat-stained abandoned warehouse, they appeared like two striking roses. The scar-faced man approached them, his gaze roaming hungrily over their alluring curves. Hey, the girls Wong Fatty found this time are quite good. That face, that figure, even better than the top star in Kowloon Tong. He whistled and reached out towards Cho Dao-do's delicate face. Cho Dao-do turned pale with fear, nearly losing her balance in her high heels. Lee Jae-sun, having seen her share of storms with Lin Yao, quickly pulled Cho Dao-do behind her. Get your filthy hands off. Do you have any idea who our boss is? Lee Jae-sun glared at the scar-faced man like a protective mother tiger. The scar-faced man withdrew his hand and laughed arrogantly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Boss. In Kowloon, no matter who your boss is, when you step into the territory of the Sun, Yeon, you better pay your protection fee. He raised the steel pipe in his hand, pointing at Lin Yao, who was sitting in the director's chair drinking cola. Hey, the guy in the suit. I heard you're quite wealthy. This set demands 100,000 in protection fees daily. If you pay even a penny less, no one gets to leave here standing today. Lin Yao leaned back in his canvas chair, the straw in his cola making a hissing sound as he sipped. He didn't even raise an eyebrow, as if the dozens of fierce gangsters in front of him were just a bunch of beggars. Wong Sanri, sweating profusely, crawled out from behind the monitor, rubbing his hands and smiling apologetically. Gentlemen, please give us some leeway. Our small crew has just started filming and all the funds are still in the account. Get out of here, you fat pig. The scar-faced man kicked Wong Sanri in the stomach, sending him rolling 2 meters like a meatball. Not paying, huh? Smash it. First smash the camera, then take these 2 beauties back for my brothers to enjoy. With a command from the scar-faced man, dozens of thugs behind him raised their steel pipes and charged forward. Lee Jae-sun's heart tightened as she turned to look at Lin Yao. He remained still, just as the steel pipe from the scar-faced man was about to crash down on the camera lens. Lin Yao leisurely placed down his cola cup. His right hand reached for the heavy glass ashtray at the edge of the table. Without any unnecessary movements, Lin Yao flicked his wrist, and the ashtray whistled through the air like a cannonball, crashing towards the scar-faced man. Bang! The dull thud made everyone in the room gasp. The ashtray hit the scar-faced man's forehead with precision, shards of glass flying everywhere. The scar-faced man didn't even have time to scream. The steel pipe clattered to the ground as he fell backwards, blood gushing from his forehead and instantly staining half of his face red. The entire set fell into a deathly silence, the only sound being blood dripping onto the cement floor. The thugs still holding their steel pipes were all left dumbfounded. They never expected that this seemingly refined young man in a suit would be even more ruthless than them, the hardened gang. Lin Yao stood up, straightening the hem of his suit. He took long strides, his leather shoes crunching on the shards of glass. He walked step by step to the scar-faced man lying on the ground. The scar-faced man clutched his forehead, rolling in pain, emitting pig-like cries. Lin Yao raised his right foot, the bottom of his shoe mercilessly pressing down on the scar-faced man's hand that had just attempted to touch Cho Dao-do. Crack! The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed. The scar-faced man let out a heart-wrenching scream, nearly passing out from the pain. Lin Yao bent down, his cold gaze sweeping over the stunned thugs. Go back and tell your boss that my surname is Lin. I invested 20 million in this film, and the lead actress is also chosen by me. Lin Yao increased the pressure of his foot, making the scar-faced man unable to utter a word of plea. In Hong Kong, anyone who dares to touch my people will spend the rest of their life in a wheelchair. Want to collect protection fees? Fine. Lin Yao released his foot and pulled out a business card from his pocket, tossing it onto the scar-faced man's face. Let him crawl to the Central Lin Investment Company to collect it. Take him away now. The thugs, as if granted amnesty, rushed forward to hoist the bloodied scar-faced man, not even bothering to pick up their steel pipes, and scrambled into a van. The 5 shabby vans came and went quickly, kicking up a cloud of dust as they disappeared at the alley's end. The set was eerily silent. Cho Dao-do covered her mouth, staring at the imposing man before her, her heart racing like that of a startled deer. In this industry, beautiful actresses often become playthings for the big shots. But Lin Yao's words, "Who dares to touch my people," struck her heart like a heavy hammer, breaking down the tightly closed door within her. Lee Jae-sun let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward to hand Lin Yao a tissue. Boss, you were too impulsive. Sun Yeon is one of the largest gangs in Hong Kong, and their leader, Mr. Xiang, is a ruthless character. You hit their man today, so this feud is set. Although Lee Jae-sun felt a bit scared, her eyes revealed an unmistakable admiration. Wong Sanri, clutching his stomach, crawled over with a grimace. Boss Lin, this is going to be a big problem. The people from Sun Yi are notoriously vengeful. We might not be able to continue filming this movie. Lin Yao wiped his hands and tossed the tissue into the trash can. We continue filming. If the sky falls, Lin Yao will hold it up. He turned to the corner where Abu had been standing like a wooden post. Abu, stretch your muscles. Today's set may not be peaceful. Abu nodded expressionlessly and cracked his knuckle. Half an hour later, the crew still hadn't fully recovered from the earlier shock, and Wong Fatty was preparing to restart filming with a megaphone. Outside the warehouse, the deep rumble of an engine drowned out the alley's noise. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom, like an elegant Black Panther, came to a steady stop at the set's entrance. The emblem of a little golden figure with outstretched wings sparkled under the sunlight. It was a symbol of top-tier power and status, standing out in stark contrast to the dilapidated Kowloon Walled City. The car door was respectfully opened from the outside. A pair of polished black leather shoes stepped onto the dust-covered ground. A man in a black trench coat and sunglasses descended. His facial features were sharp, emanating an aura that warned people to keep their distance. It was the presence of someone who had truly emerged from fire and blood. Wong Sanri's legs gave way upon seeing the newcomer, and he directly knelt beside the monitor. It's over, it's over. The twin red sticks of the entire Hong Kong underground world. Brother Long Wu has come in person. Long Wu did not look at anyone. He removed his sunglasses, and his cold eyes swept over the crowd, locking onto Lin Yao, who was sitting in the director's chair. You are Boss Lin. Long Wu's voice was low and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against a table. That earlier statement, my boss instructed me to return it to you exactly as it was. In Hong Kong, you are the first to dare to tell our boss to go get money. Long Wu's leather shoes crunched on the shards of glass on the ground, producing a series of crisp sounds. Behind him, a Rolls-Royce Phantom quietly stood, basking in the sunlight. Dozens of black Mercedes vehicles closely followed, completely blocking the exit of the abandoned warehouse. The car doors opened in unison, and over 100 men dressed in black suits and white gloves poured out. All of them had crew cuts, and not a single person spoke. Even their footsteps were synchronized. This group of men was from an entirely different world compared to the earlier gang of dyed-haired punks. Trained to precision, they positioned themselves in a subtle encirclement, effectively cornering the film crew. The temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Li Jiesin instinctively clutched Lin Yao's shirt corner, her palms slick with cold sweat. Xiao Daodu was so frightened that she shrank beneath the prop table, not daring to lift her head. Wong Sanri knelt beside the monitor, scrambling into a corner. It's over, it's over. Long Wu personally leads the team. Today this set will see blood. Long Wu stopped 3 meters in front of Lin Yao. He slowly unbuttoned his black trench coat, his movements deliberate. Young man, money can indeed accomplish many things in Hong Kong. He casually tossed the removed trench coat to a subordinate behind him. Underneath, he wore a fitted black short sleeve. His forearms were unmarked by tattoos, only marred by intricate old scars. But some rules cannot be bought with money. Long Wu twisted his neck, the joints cracking like firecrackers. That hand that smashed the ashtray earlier. Did you do it yourself, or should I help you? His tone was flat, as if stating a foregone conclusion. Lin Yao sat in the director's chair, pulling out a Marlboro and lighting it. I understand the rules of the Sun Yian. He exhaled a puff of smoke, sending it toward Long Wu. However, I'm not sure if you understand my rules. Lin Yao leaned back in the chair, extending 2 fingers to flick the ash on. Abu, who had been lurking in the shadows like an invisible man, stepped forward. He wasn't wearing a suit, just a gray fitted tank top. His muscles bulged like rocks, every contour radiating explosive power. Abu walked in front of Lin Yao, blocking Long Wu's line of sight. He tilted his head to scrutinize Long Wu, expressionless as he adjusted the straps on his legs. Long Wu's pupils constricted slightly. A true expert reveals himself with a single move. This silent man carried a strong scent of blood. Long Wu chuckled coldly. The waters of Hong Kong are very deep. You outsiders can easily drown. Before the words finished, he suddenly exerted force with his foot. The marble floor even bore a white mark from his step. He shot forward like a leopard, his right fist cutting through the air towards Abu's face. Abu did not evade. He stepped back with his left leg, stabilizing his stance. He raised his right arm, bracing against Long Wu's powerful punch. Bang! The collision of their arms produced a dull thud, sending chills down the spines of those around them. A glint of surprise flashed in Long Wu's eyes. He had killed many in the underground boxing rings of Hong Kong, and the force behind this punch was enough to break an ordinary person's ribs. Yet this man not only caught it, but did not even stagger. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Abu's mouth. He deflected Long Wu's fist, and with the motion delivered a knee strike directly to Long Wu's abdomen. The two instantly entangled in combat. There were none of the flashy moves seen in films, only brutal, lethal strikes. Long Wu practiced traditional martial arts, his techniques seasoned and lethal, each strike aiming for vital points. Abu, on the other hand, was a mercenary who crawled out of a pile of corpses, proficient in various killing techniques. Each collision was accompanied by a dull sound. The two fought from the center of the set to the prop area. A solid wood prop table was shattered by Long Wu's kick, splintering, wood flying everywhere. Abu picked up a broken table leg and swung it at Long Wu's shoulder. Long Wu dodged to the side, delivering a sweeping kick to Abu's knee joint. Abu lost his balance and knelt on one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Long Wu lunged forward, locking his hands around Abu's throat. Outsider Hong Kong is not a place for you to run wild. Long Wu gritted his teeth, exerting force. Li Jiesin gasped, covering her mouth as she realized Abu was about to be choked to death. Lin Yao remained seated, smoking, without even changing his posture. Abu, locked by the throat, did not struggle. A beast-like growl emanated from his throat. He suddenly grasped Long Wu's wrist with both hands, using his waist to exert strength, and astonishingly lifted Long Wu to his feet. With a swift over-the-shoulder throw, Abu slammed Long Wu heavily against the concrete pillar behind him. Boom! Dust from the wall fell in clumps. Long Wu grunted, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Before he could react, Abu was already on him. An army dagger, seemingly pulled from nowhere, pressed tightly against Long Wu's throat. The sharp blade cut through the skin, drawing a thin line of blood. Just half an inch more forward from Abu, and this famed enforcer of Hong Kong would meet his end. Over 100 black-clad henchmen witnessing this drew their machetes in unison. Let go of Brother Long. A crowd surged like a black tide. Abu didn't even look at them, his grip on the dagger He was like a cold-blooded killing machine, waiting for Lin Yao's command. The tension in the air reached a breaking point, a powder keg waiting to explode. At that moment, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, which had been quietly parked outside the set, had its rear window slowly lowered. A man dressed in a dark gray tang suit sat in the shadows. He casually twirled 2 well-polished walnuts in his hands, producing a crisp, clinking sound. "Stop it!" A deep, authoritative voice emerged from the car. The voice was not loud, yet it pressed the pause button on the scene. Over 100 black-clad henchmen, holding machetes, instantly halted, retreating a half-step in unison. Long Wu glanced at the dagger pressed against his throat, took a deep breath, and released his tightly clenched fists. Lin Yao flicked the cigarette, but from his mouth, standing up to adjust his suit and tie. He already knew who was sitting in the car. Today's scene, beating up these young punks, was merely an appetizer. Forcing this big shot to reveal himself was the main course. The door of the Rolls-Royce swung open. The man in the tang suit stepped down. He appeared to be in his 40s, with an elegant demeanor that carried a hint of scholarly air. Yet those eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as if they could see through all the darkness in people's hearts. The uncrowned king of the underground world of Hong Kong, Boss Xiang. Boss Xiang looked at Long Wu, who was pinned against the wall, and slightly furrowed his brow. He turned to Lin Yao, his gaze lingering on Lin Yao's excessively youthful face for a few seconds. Then a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Boss Lin, indeed, heroes come from the young. Are you interested in getting in the car and having a chat?" Lin Yao waved at Abu. Abu flipped his wrist, and the military dagger that had been pressed against Long Wu's vital arteries vanished into his sleeve. He released his suppression, retreating behind Lin Yao like a lifeless iron tower. Long Wu touched the blood trickling from his neck, casting a complex glance at Abu, before turning to open the rear door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Yao adjusted the collar of his deep gray bespoke suit, and under the watchful eyes of hundreds filled with killing intent, strode directly into the car. The spacious back seat was covered with soft lambskin carpet, and a faint scent of agarwood lingered in the air. Brother Xiang sat beside him, the pair of walnuts in his hands cracking loudly. The car door slammed shut, completely isolating them from the outside noise. "Boss Lin is exceptionally bold, daring to board my car alone." Brother Xiang turned to look at Lin Yao, his gaze resembling that of someone evaluating an interesting prey. In Hong Kong, those who dare to disgrace the Xiang family usually end up feeding the fish at Victoria Harbor. Lin Yao leaned back in the leather seat, crossing his legs, and casually poured half a glass of whiskey from the minibar in the car. He swirled the glass, the ice clinking against the glass. "If Mr. Xiang truly intends to throw me into the sea, you could have had those over 100 people act against me right outside. You didn't bring me into the car just to teach me the rules of the underworld, did you?" Lin Yao took a sip of the alcohol, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat. Brother Xiang paused, his walnut cracking, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In recent years, as the power of the new Yawa society grew, the well-dressed bosses in Hong Kong trembled at his. This young man not only showed no fear, but also exuded an air of arrogance, as if he were the master. Brother Xiang sneered. "Boss Lin has been stirring up the stock market these days, and even snatched land from Li Banqing's mouth. Your momentum truly surpasses that of most tycoons in Hong Kong. But don't forget, this is Yao Ma Ti. Without the nod from my Xiang family, your movie couldn't even set up a camera. The influence of the underworld is Brother Xiang's trump card in suppressing these newly rich individuals." Lin Yao set down his glass and pulled out 2 neatly folded documents from the inside pocket of his suit, casually tossing them onto the leather armrest between them. "The money earned from fighting is hard-earned. With thousands of people under Mr. Xiang's command needing to eat, relying solely on collecting protection fees and watching over the territory, when will that be enough? This first document is the box office forecast model and derivative copyright revenue table for the movie I'm currently shooting, God of Gamblers. Once the movie is released, I guarantee it will break Hong Kong's historical box office record." Brother Xiang glanced at the densely packed data sheet, slightly furrowing his brow, but did not reach for it. Lin Yao was unfazed and continued to point at the second document. The second document is the distribution plan for the profits from hotels, dining, and betting rights around the Macau, New Lisboa Casino. Upon hearing Macau casino and betting rights, Brother Xiang's eyes instantly sharpened. That was a coveted opportunity that all the gangs in Hong Kong dreamed of, but it was tightly controlled by King Ho, leaving no room for anyone else. Mr. Xiang, while the New Yawa Society holds immense power in the underground world of Hong Kong, when it comes to legitimizing and transitioning into proper business, you still have a long way to go. Lin Yao leaned forward, staring directly at this underground emperor of Hong Kong. Collaborate with me, and I will handle the movie's promotion and theater arrangement. The funds from my Lin family investment will back the Macau betting business, allowing your New Yawa Society to enter with pride. Lin Yao raised the half glass of whiskey, shaking it in front of Brother Xiang. I will make your assets multiply tenfold within a year. The car was enveloped in a deathly silence, the only sound being the faint rumbling of the engine outside. Brother Xiang's shrewd eyes fixed on Lin Yao, seemingly trying to see through whether he was bluffing or genuinely capable of such influence. This was no ordinary brash youth. He was a capital tyrant clad in a suit. The proposal regarding the casino betting rights precisely struck at Brother Xiang's urgent need to legitimize and transform his family's enterprises. After a moment, Brother Xiang suddenly burst into laughter, the sound causing the car windows to tremble slightly. He picked up the document from the armrest and carefully flipped through 2 pages. What a tenfold increase in a year. Brother Lin, this welcome gift has indeed won my heart. The address shifted from Boss Lin to Brother Lin, the speed of a gangster's change of face surpassing that of flipping a book. Brother Xiang personally retrieved a clean glass from the minibar, filled it with whiskey, and handed it to Lin Yao. Today's matter was a misunderstanding. The brothers outside were unaware and disturbed the crew. I, Xiang, owe you an apology. The 2 crystal glasses gently clinked in the air, producing a crisp sound. Brother Xiang is being too polite. We wouldn't have met without conflict, and in the future I'll rely on you to look out for me in this territory of Hong Kong. Lin Yao drank it all in one gulp. What could have led to a bloody gang confrontation dissipated into thin air amidst discussions of business worth tens of millions? This is the absolute power of money and interest, a million times more effective than hundreds of machetes. Pushing open the car door, Lin Yao stepped back into the sunlight. The crew members outside gasped as they saw Lin Yao emerge unscathed. Long Wu fixed a deep gaze on Lin Yao before getting into the driver's seat. Moments later, a grand black convoy rolled away in the roar of engines, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. Wong Sanri, feeling the prints on his stomach, rolled and crawled over to Lin Yao. Boss, you are simply a god descending to the mortal realm. Even Brother Xiang has retreated in your favor. Lin Yao brushed off the dust from his suit, his gaze sweeping over Chiu Dodo and Li Jiasen, who were still in shock. Let's get to work. This film must be wrapped up and edited within half a month. With the protection of the Xiang family and Lin Yao's bottomless funding, the crew's operational speed reached a peak in Hong Kong's film history. Wong Sanri and his team worked day and night, compressing the original 3-month shooting schedule into a mere. During this time, no unruly thug dared to come and collect protection fees, and even the local gangsters bypassed the crew's food delivery trucks. Half a month later, in the president's office of Lin's investment company in Central, Lin Yao sat in a large executive chair, looking at the completed master copy of God of Gamblers that had just been delivered, a satisfied smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Once this tape is sent to the theaters, the box office record in Hong Kong's film circle will be rewritten, with a 20 million investment instantly yielding a tenfold profit. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open forcefully. Li Jiasen rushed in, wearing high heels, forgetting to knock. She tightly clutched a document with a red stamp, panting as she reached the desk. Boss, something's wrong. We just contacted the largest theater chains in Hong Kong and had agreed on the revenue sharing ratio, but when we were about to sign, all the theater managers suddenly backed out, refusing to arrange even one screening for us. Lin Yao's smile slowly faded, his fingers lightly tapping the master copy. Collective refusal. When did this happen in Hong Kong for these theater managers to join forces and sabotage my livelihood? Li Jiasen took a deep breath, lowering her voice with a hint of panic. I found out that a ban has been imposed from above. The largest theater company and television station in Hong Kong are under his control. Li Jiasen looked up, meeting Lin Yao's gradually cold eyes. The boss behind this is Uncle Xiao Lu. The file pages fell onto the solid wooden desk with a muffled thud. The red stamp in the lower right corner reading Shaw Brothers lineup refusal was glaringly bright. Li Jiasen stood before the desk, her chest heaving violently. She had run from one manager's office to another in Hong Kong's major cinema chains, exhausting her voice and even invoking the name of Lin's investment, yet she hadn't even caught a glimpse of the other party's boss. Uncle Xiao has made it clear. Anyone who dares to take on our film is opposing the entire Shaw Brothers. Li Jiasen gritted her teeth, her fingers pressing deeply into the leather strap of her briefcase, leaving a deep crease. Not only has he cut off our screenings, but he also notified the television stations to ban any advertisements for God of Gamblers. Lin Yao looked at the stamped refusal, noticed his expression unwavering. He picked up the golden paper cutter from the desk and leisurely pushed the documents aside, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The old man has lived too long thinking he still sets the rules in Hong Kong. Lin Yao stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling streets of Central. Jessen, how much cash flow do we have on the books right now? Li Jessen paused for a moment, quickly flipping open her notebook. After deducting the land acquisition and film investment, the company still has over 20 million in cash on hand. If this month's film doesn't yield any revenue, it will be difficult to pay salaries next month. Her voice grew softer. 20 million seemed like astronomical figures to ordinary people, but in the cutthroat world of capital warfare, it was hardly enough to make a splash. Lin Yao turned around, his profound gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Withdraw it all. What? Li Jessen's eyes widened in disbelief. Withdraw all 20 million in cash. Since they won't give us a screening, we'll create our own cinema chain. Lin Yao walked to the desk and swiftly wrote down a few bold characters, pushing it towards Li Jessen. Go to Kowloon Walled City to find Chun Haonan, have him bring the people from Brother Xiang to sweep the streets. Acquire all the rundown independent cinemas in Hong Kong that are not under Shaw's banner, whether they are video halls or old theaters, just buy them all. Li Jessen gasped. Boss, those small cinemas are shabby and dirty with no air conditioning. Who would pay to watch? Lin Yao chuckled softly. That's why I want you to use the remaining funds to buy all the advertising space on the double-decker buses in Hong Kong. He took out a freshly printed movie poster from the drawer. On the poster, Cho Do wore a striking red dress, holding a card in her mouth, her gaze both dreamy and seductive, alongside a promotional slogan personally designed by Lin Yao: watch God of Gamblers, free popcorn and cola for the first week. Tell the owners of those small cinemas that we won't take a share of the box office. They can have it all. I have only one request: keep the movie running around the clock for 24 hours and make sure the entire Hong Kong knows about it. Li Jessen looked at the poster, her heart racing. This desperate gamble was crazier than Alan on a poker table. If they lost, Lin's investment would go bankrupt. But if they won, this film could break the ceiling of the Hong Kong film industry. They'll handle it right away. Li Jessen said, her high heels clicking as she hurried out. 3 days later, God of Gamblers premiered simultaneously in several hundred shabby independent cinemas across Hong Kong. On the opening day, at an old theater in Yau Ma Ti with a sign that was peeling, the line of spectators stretched from the ticket window all the way down 2 streets. Is this popcorn and cola really free? A young man with glasses stared at the snacks in his hands, incredulous. What's written in the ad can't be false. Lin Xiao is generous. I heard this film tells the story of the God of Gamblers' rise. Let's hurry in and grab seats. If we're late, there won't even be standing tickets. Inside the screening room, the old wooden benches were packed with people, and even the aisles were filled. On the big screen, when Cho Do dressed in that red dress shuffled and dealt the cards in an extremely alluring manner, the entire screening room erupted with deafening whistles and screams. This red-dressed lady is stunning. Those legs that gaze, simply breathtaking. This plot is incredible. Chocolate slick-back hair. This is the movie every man should watch. The word of mouth spread like wildfire across the streets of Hong Kong. No one cared whether the cinemas had air conditioning or if the environment was clean. The citizens of Hong Kong were all discussing the plot of God of Gamblers, imitating the protagonist's iconic moves. In just a week, God of Gamblers swept through all the independent cinemas in Hong Kong with an unreasonable momentum. Not only did it capture the weekly box office champion, but it also ignited an unprecedented viewing frenzy among the public. Meanwhile, the Shaw Brothers cinemas, which had invested heavily in importing Hollywood blockbusters, were deserted, with ticket clerks dozing off at the counters. News reached the upper echelons of Shaw Brothers, causing several old foxes to jump in alarm. In Central, at Lin's investment company in the president's office, Li Jessen sat at her desk, surrounded by stacks of profit-sharing reports sent from various independent cinemas. Although Lin Yao said not to take a share, those owners dared not keep all the riches for themselves and sent over 60% of the box office revenue. 50 million. How could we receive 50 million in the first week's box office? Li Jessen trembled as she held the calculator, her cheeks flushed with excitement. With an investment of 20 million plus promotional costs, they recouped their investment and doubled their profits in just 1 week. This was not merely filmmaking, it was like printing money. Lin Yao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of whiskey, gazing at Victoria Harbor outside. Everything was going as he had anticipated. The monopoly of capital was fragile and vulnerable in the face of absolute dimensional strikes. Boss, we won. Those old geezers at Shaw must be so furious they could spit blood right now. Li Jessen in her high heels ran to Lin Yao's side, excitedly waving the report in her hands. She looked at Lin Yao's profile, her eyes filled with admiration. This man possessed an irresistible charm, as if following him meant there were no miracles that could not be created. Just as she was about to give Lin Yao a hug in her excitement, the fax machine on the desk suddenly emitted a piercing beep. Moments later, a sheet of white paper printed with the TVB logo slowly ejected. Li Jessen walked over to grab the fax, but after just a glance, her smile instantly froze. It felt as though her blood had turned cold. Her hands trembled violently as she held the paper. It was a top-secret notification from the Miss Hong Kong Organizing Committee. It read, due to receiving numerous anonymous reports regarding Li Jessen's plastic surgery and chaotic private life, the committee has decided that if she cannot prove her innocence before the finals in 2 days, her competition qualification will be directly revoked. Lee Jiasin felt darkness engulf her. She nearly collapsed to the ground. There were only 2 days left before the Miss Hong Kong finals that could change her destiny, and this was clearly a deadly retaliation from Shaw Brothers. What's wrong? Lin Yao turned around to look at the pale-faced Lee Jiasin. Lee Jiasin bit her lip, forcing back tears as she handed over the facts. Boss, my Miss Hong Kong competition is about to be forcibly disqualified. Lee Jiasin looked at the notification stamped with a bright red seal. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she bit her lower lip to hold them back. Growing up in the mire of Kowloon Walled City, the girl understood all too well what it meant to withdraw from the competition at this critical moment. That was her only ladder out of the slums, and now it was severed by a mere piece of waste paper from the Shaw Brothers. Plastic surgery. Chaotic private life. This is all the dirt they are throwing at me. Lee Jiasin crumpled the fax paper into a ball and threw it into the trash, her chest heaving with anger. Uncle Xiao Lu is retaliating against us for cutting him off in the theaters. He wants to use me as a warning. Lin Yao leaned back in his office chair, watching the stubborn girl who was desperately trying not to cry. He did not offer words of comfort, but instead picked up the gold-trimmed lighter from the table. A bluish flame flickered as Lin Yao lit a Cuban cigar and took a puff. The pale blue smoke spread in the air, obscuring his deep, cold eyes. If Uncle Xiao wants to make an example, he must consider who raised this chicken. Lin Yao extinguished the cigar in the crystal ashtray and stood up. He grabbed the dark suit jacket draped over the chair, shook it out with one hand, and put it on. Adjusting his cuffs, Lin Yao strode toward the office door. Let's go. Lee Jiasin stood, frozen, tears still in her eyes. Where to? To TVB. To reclaim the championship crown that belongs to my assistant. Lee Jiasin's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly followed in her high heels. 2 days later at TVB City, in Clearwater Bay. In the backstage makeup room of the Miss Hong Kong finals, the air was thick with a mix of hairspray and cheap perfume. Tonight was the highly anticipated finals with a cacophony of voices outside. Yet in Lee Jiasin's exclusive makeup room, there stood 3 rotund judges. The lead judge, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, was a trusted confidant sent by Shaw Brothers director Wong. He waved the withdrawal notice in front of Lee Jiasin. Miss Lee, one must recognize reality. No matter how beautiful you are, if you offend those above you, you won't stand on this stage. We have plenty of photos regarding your past as a gangster in the Walled City. If you withdraw now, you can still save some face. A bespectacled judge chimed in sarcastically. I heard you've recently attached yourself to that wealthy man with the surname Lin. No matter how rich he is, his hands can't reach into our TVB's pie. In the Hong Kong entertainment industry, if Uncle Xiao Lu says you can, then you can. If he says you can't, you might as well be a vase and shatter into pieces. Lee Jiasin sat in front of the makeup mirror, gripping the hem of her dress tightly. She looked at the 3 ugly faces in the mirror, her nails almost digging into her skin. Just as director Wong was about to forcibly take away her contestant number, bang! The heavy wooden door of the makeup room was kicked open. The solid door slammed against the wall with a deafening echo, and dust from the doorframe rained down. The 3 judges jumped in surprise and turned their heads. Lin Yao stood at the door, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable. Behind him, Chun Haonan strode in with 2 burly men in suits. Bang! Bang! The 2 black cash boxes were slammed onto the makeup table by Chun Haonan, scattering the cosmetics on top. Director Wong recognized Lin Yao, and his expression changed slightly, but relying on the fact that this was Shaw's territory, he still mustered the courage to approach. Boss Lin, this is the backstage area of TVB. Our unauthorized personnel cannot enter. What do you think you're doing? Bringing people to the TV station to cause a scene. Do you believe we'll call security to throw you out right now? Lin Yao didn't even glance at him. He walked straight to Lee Jiasin's side, placing his hands on her shoulders, looking at the trembling girl through the mirror. My woman, even if she is to withdraw, it is not up to you sycophants to dictate. Lin Yao turned around, his gaze slicing through the 3 judges like a knife. Call security, he scoffed, pulling out a neatly folded document from the inner pocket of his suit. Smack! The document was thrown onto Director Wong's face, then lightly fell to the ground. Pick it up and see what it says. Director Wong swallowed hard, bending down to pick up the document. After just one glance, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. It was a share subscription certificate. It clearly stated that Lin's investment company had crazily acquired 15 of the circulating shares of TVB through the stock market in the past 2 days. Although this was not enough to shake Shaw's absolute control, this enormous sum of money had made Lin Yao the nominal 2nd largest shareholder of TVB. This was clearly a declaration of war against the entire Shaw brothers. This is impossible. Director Wong's hands trembled like leaves. Lin Yao pulled out a chair and sat down casually. Chun Haonan stepped forward, clicking open the 2 cash boxes on the table. Inside were neatly stacked cash totaling 10 million Hong Kong dollars, the colorful bills exuding an enticing scent of ink under the makeup lights. When I, Lin Yao, do things, I adhere to 2 rules. Lin Yao pointed to the share certificate on the floor. First, crush disobedient people with money. Second, buy obedient people with money. Lin Yao fixed his gaze on the three judges, their legs, already trembling, his voice low, but filled with an irresistible tyrannical aura. If the champion is announced as someone else's name today, tomorrow when the market opens, I will invest this 10 million along with all my assets to forcibly and maliciously acquire TVB. Let this television station fully change to the surname Lin. The entire makeup room fell into a deathly silence. The two judges who had come with director Wong to assert their dominance did not dare to breathe. Malicious acquisition. This was a crazy strategy of harming the enemy while inflicting self-damage. But in Hong Kong, everyone knew that this Lin had just swept $500 million in the stock market, and his cash flow was frighteningly abundant. If he truly went mad and crashed the market, even if Uncle Xiao could save the television station, Xiao's stock would plummet. This group of judges living on a fixed salary could not afford this level of celestial conflict. Director Wong was drenched in cold sweat. The withdrawal notice in his hand felt like a hot potato. Lin. Boss Lin, we are just following orders. That is your business. Lin Yao interrupted him, pointing at the cash on the table. 10 million by the top scores for me. Take the money and give Li Jiesin full marks. If you don't, the first thing I do when I take over the board tomorrow is make sure your whole family can't stay in Hong Kong. This was no longer a negotiation, it was a blatant threat. The three judges exchanged glances, looking at the two large boxes of cash, then at Lin Yao's murderous gaze. Weighing the pros and cons, even a fool would know what to choose. Director Wong gritted his teeth and took the lead in grabbing a stack of bills to stuff into his pocket. Boss Lin, tonight's champion will definitely be Miss Li. With that, he and the other two hurriedly fled the makeup room. Li Jiesin looked at the man in the mirror, resembling a celestial being, her heart racing, as if it might leap out of her throat. All the grievances and fears of the past 2 days vanished in that moment. Go change your clothes, I'll be watching you claim the championship from the audience. Lin Yao patted her shoulder. Half an hour later, the live broadcast of the Miss Hong Kong finals had reached its most intense stage. Millions of viewers across Hong Kong were glued to their television screens, awaiting the final results. In the center of the stage, the host held the fate-deciding card, his palms slick with cold sweat. He was also one of Shaw's people, and the death order he received before stepping on stage was that no matter how the judges scored, the name of the champion read out must be that predetermined second-tier actress. The host took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and prepared to swallow Li Jiesin's name from the card. The host cleared his throat, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the spotlight. The winner of this year's Xianjiang Miss is... A sharp, ear-piercing screech from the microphone suddenly tore through the entire studio. The audience in the front row hurriedly covered their ears, frowning. The host was startled, nearly dropping the card. Before the director could cut the sound, a tall and imposing figure had already stepped up the stairs, striding onto the stage. The audience was in an uproar, and the control room descended into chaos. Security. Quickly call security to stop that person. This is a live broadcast, the director shouted frantically into the intercom. For security, personnel dressed in black suits were about to rush the stage from both sides. Lin Yao didn't even spare them a glance, leading a group of over 10 people out from the VIP aisle. Chun Haonan, flanked by Lin's security brothers, stood in a straight line in their suits, forming a human wall at the edge of the stage. The ordinary security guards from the television city were taken aback by the imposing presence of these muscular men, halting in their tracks, none daring to step forward and provoke trouble. Lin Yao walked directly to the center of the stage, and under the spotlight's pursuit, his deep gray bespoke suit seemed to shimmer with a golden edge. Without any hesitation, he snatched the microphone from the host's hand. The host stood there, dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. Lin Yao turned around, facing the hundreds of distinguished guests below, as well as the millions of television viewers across Xinjiang behind the camera. I am Lin Yao of Lin's Investment, and I am also the Soontobe second largest shareholder of this television station. His deep magnetic voice resonated through every corner of the venue. The audience fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing was clearly audible. Uncle Xiao, sitting in the front row at the center, had a grim expression, gripping the arms of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white. Lin Yao's gaze swept over Uncle Xiao, a smug, cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Since this is a beauty pageant, the most beautiful flower should be placed upon the pedestal rather than resorting to dirty tricks behind the scenes. Without looking at the card, Lin Yao crumpled it into a ball and tossed it to the ground. I now declare that the winner of the 1988 Xianjiang Miss is Li Jiesin. This announcement detonated like a bomb in the studio. The judges backstage, who had been bribed, let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto their chairs. Meanwhile, the second-tier actress, who had been predetermined as the winner, instantly lost her smile, tears streaming down her face. Li Jiesin, standing on the other side of the stage, was completely stunned. She covered her mouth, tears falling like pearls from a broken string, not only from the release of pent-up grievances, but also because of this man who descended like a deity. Lin Yao turned and walked towards the ceremonial lady holding the winner's tray. The lady was taken aback by his aura, her hands trembling slightly as she held the tray. Lin Yao picked up the crown studded with small diamonds representing the highest honor for women in Xinjiang with one hand. He approached Li Jiasin, his deep-set eyes reflecting her tear-streaked, yet still stunning face. "Don't cry, or the crown will fall." Lin Yao chuckled softly, reaching out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. He leaned down slightly and securely placed the sparkling crown on Li Jiasin's head. At the moment the crown was placed, the flash of cameras lit up like a thunderstorm, forever freezing this scene. Li Jiasin could no longer control her emotions, throwing herself into Lin Yao's embrace regardless of her elaborate evening gown. She wrapped her arms tightly around his solid waist, burying her face in his broad chest, crying like a child who had finally found a safe haven. "Thank you. Thank you." She choked out, her voice filled with long-held emotions. Across all of Shanjiang, countless citizens watching this scene were left speechless. Who is this man? So domineering. He directly changed the winner live on air. Did you not hear him? The boss of Lin's investment, the one who recently made $500 million in the stock market. This is a true scion of a wealthy family fighting for the beauty. It's even more thrilling than filming a movie. This dramatic crowning night not only catapulted Li Jiasin to become the most dazzling star in all of Shanjiang, but also firmly etched Lin Yao's name into the minds of every person in Shanjiang. The live broadcast ended abruptly amidst the chaos. Uncle Xiao left the scene with a dark expression, his cane hitting the ground with a thud. 2 hours later, in the luxurious banquet hall of the Peninsula Hotel, the lights were bright. The post-pageant celebration, hosted by TVB, was held as scheduled. However, tonight, all eyes were no longer on the lofty executives of the television station, but were focused on the young man sitting on the corner sofa. Lin Yao casually leaned against the back of the sofa with a glass of whiskey, listening to the flattery of the small bosses and second-generation rich around him. Li Jiasin changed into a red evening gown, wearing the crown, standing beside Lin Yao like a proud swan. Her hand was always linked to Lin Yao's arm, unwilling to let go for a moment. Just as the two were preparing to leave the banquet hall, a middle-aged man with a big belly suddenly stepped out from the crowd, blocking their path. This man had slick back hair and wore 2 large emerald rings on his fingers. He was Lu Daxiong, a well-known stock market shark in Shanjiang, dubbed the Star Harvester. Lu Daxiong squeezed out a smile, his beady eyes darting over Li Jiasin's alluring curves. "Miss Li, congratulations on your victory. Tonight you are the most stunning sight in all of Shanjiang," Lu Daxiong said, pulling out a key with a gold embossed tag from his pocket and presenting it to Li Jiasin. "This is a duplex luxury apartment, an imperial view on the peak, a token of Liu's goodwill to make a friend." At these words, the surrounding celebrities gasped and lowered their voices to whisper. "Lu Daxiong is too arrogant, isn't he? Trying to poach right in front of Boss Lin. He is a tycoon with a fortune of tens of billions. Giving away a luxury apartment is nothing. Who can withstand that?" Lu Daxiong clearly relished this attention, casting a provocative glance at Lin Yao, completely disregarding this newly emerged rich man. Lu Daxiong handed forward the luxurious key adorned with genuine leather tassels. The golden key tip almost poked Li Jiasin's high nose. "Miss Li, please accept it," Lu Daxiong said, shaking the flesh on his face and deliberately elongating his tone. "There are countless beauties in Shanjiang, but very few can reside in a luxury villa on the peak." He glanced sideways at Lin Yao, who was sitting on the sofa drinking. "Young man, just because you've hit a stroke of luck in the stock market for a few days, does that mean you think you can act recklessly with just a couple of coins in your pocket? In Shanjiang, it's all about depth. You, a punk from Kowloon Walled City, must be calculating how to afford a few sets of haute couture for the Miss Hong Kong contest, right? How can you afford such a canary?" The banquet hall fell silent. Even the jazz band stopped playing. Everyone raised their glasses, gathering around as if watching a performance. Li Jiasin's stomach churned. She took 2 steps back in disgust, hiding behind Lin Yao, not even glancing at the key that countless starlets would fight over. "Mr. Lu, please show some respect. I am not only a Miss Hong Kong, but also the executive assistant of Lin Investment. The penthouse that Boss Lin bought for me is much larger than your shabby duplex," Li Jiasin retorted through clenched teeth. Lu Daxiong's expression stiffened, and the flesh at the corners of his eyes twitched. He was used to easily winning over starlets in Shanjiang with gifts of properties and cars, yet today, he was outmatched by this up-and-coming girl. "The penthouse on the peak. That's just a display of wealth by a nouveau riche." Lu Daxiong scoffed, raising his voice as if he wanted everyone in the room to hear. "Boss Lin, since you're so capable, why don't we have a competition today to see who can give the heftier gift? The loser will have to avoid the winner in the future." This was clearly an attempt to humiliate Lin Yao with money and establish his authority publicly. Lin Yao remained leaned back on the sofa, lightly stroking the edge of his whiskey glass with his finger. The ice cubes in the glass made a crisp, clinking sound. He didn't even glance at Lu Daxiong's nouveau riche face. "A competition of gifts." Lin Yao set down his glass and leisurely took out a hefty brick-like mobile phone from the inner pocket of his suit. He dialed a number and switched it to speaker mode. A respectful voice came from the other end. "Boss Lin, what can I do for you? Please check the name of the largest commercial street currently for sale in Kowloon Tong." Lin Yao's voice was not loud, but each word was clear. The entire venue fell silent, everyone pricking up their ears, unsure of what this young man was up to. The sound of the property manager flipping through documents was clearly audible. Boss, it's Galaxy Avenue in Kowloon Tong, consisting of 36 contiguous shops with a total price of about 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Currently, the developer urgently needs to recover funds and is bundling it for sale. 200 million. A wave of suppressed gasps echoed in the banquet hall. 200 million in cash in Xinjiang in 1988 could buy several medium-sized listed companies. Lu Daxiang's cold smile froze as he stared at the mobile phone, swallowing hard. Contact that developer. Lin Yao leaned back against the sofa, his tone as calm as if he were ordering a bowl of wonton noodles. Buy the entire Galaxy Avenue by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Understood, boss. Should it be registered under Lin Investment? No. Lin Yao lifted his eyelids and glanced at Li Jiesin behind him. The ownership of the 36 shops will be registered solely under Miss Li Jiesin's name. After hanging up, Lin Yao casually tossed the mobile phone onto the glass coffee table, which made a dull thud. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Gifts of properties. Cars. These seemed trivial compared to giving away a $200 million commercial street akin to a beggar showing off a half-stale bond. 36 shops, just the monthly rent alone could yield a fortune. This was like directly gifting a gold mine. Li Jiesin covered her mouth with her hands, tears swirling in her eyes. She thought the penthouse was the greatest favor this man could bestow upon her, but unexpectedly, he lifted her to the heavens in front of all the notable figures of Xinjiang. This was no mere assistant, it was a declaration to the world that she was Lin Yao's woman. Lin Yao stood up, smoothing the hem of his suit. He picked up the half-full glass of whiskey from the coffee table and walked over to Lu Daxiang. Lu Daxiang stood there like a wooden post, the key to the luxury villa still suspended in midair, looking absurd. Mr. Lu. Lin Yao's voice carried a hint of unabashed mockery. You dare to pursue my woman with just a broken key. Has Mr. Lu recently gone bankrupt? You can't even afford a street, but dare to come out and embarrass yourself. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yao flipped his wrist. The half glass of cold whiskey splashed accurately onto Lu Daxiang's shiny Italian custom leather shoe. The liquor dripped down the expensive leather, spreading a dark stain on the carpet. After a few seconds of silence, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Then peals of laughter erupted throughout the banquet hall. Those small business owners who usually dared not speak up against Lu Daxiang were now covering their mouths, watching the spectacle like a monkey show. Lu Daxiang's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple, the veins on his forehead bulging. He had been in the Xinjiang stock market for many years and had never suffered such a disgrace. Being publicly splashed with wine and mocked by a younger generation, if this were to get out, how could Lu Daxiang continue in Zhangjiang's business world? You bastard. Lu Daxiang, furious with embarrassment, slammed the luxury villa key onto the ground. The key bounced twice and slid under the dining table. He pointed his chubby finger at Lin Yao's nose, trembling with rage. Do you really think that winning a couple of rounds in the stock market means you can walk all over Xinjiang? A street gift. I want to see if your Lin Investment's meager cash flow can withstand tomorrow's market turbulence. Lu Daxiang roared like an enraged wild boar, shaking the crystal chandelier slightly. Once the market opens tomorrow, I'll teach you a lesson. I want you to know who truly calls the shots in Xinjiang's financial. After making his threats, Lu Daxiang turned and pushed through the crowd, storming out of the banquet hall in a fit of rage. He didn't even bother to take the few female companions he had brought. The atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly dropped to freezing point, with the bigwigs exchanging glances. Everyone knew that Lu Daxiang was notorious as a stock market shark who any company he targeted would face severe consequences. Although this young man named Lin Yao was wealthy, his foundation was still too shallow. Tomorrow's stock market opening would likely bring a bloodbath. Li Jiesin anxiously tugged at Lin Yao's sleeve. Boss, Lu Daxiang is very ruthless in the stock market. Should we prepare funds in advance to stabilize the market? Lin Yao withdrew his hand and casually wrapped his arm around her slender waist, leading her towards the exit of the banquet hall. Stabilize the market. Why should we do that? Lin Yao's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Since Lu Daxiang has willingly placed his neck under my guillotine, I will fulfill his wish tomorrow and let his bankrupt company lose everything down to his last pair of pants. At 9:30 in the morning, the gong at the Hong Kong Securities Exchange had just sounded to mark the opening of the market. The green numbers representing Lin's film industry on the big screen plummeted like a kite cut from its string. A dozen traders in red vests were sweating profusely as they pounded on their keyboards. President Lu has spoken. 500 million in funds are all in short Lin stock. Smash it through the bottom price. A trader shouted into the phone. Meanwhile, in the top office of a skyscraper in central, Lin Yao's office was eerily quiet, devoid of any chaos. Lin Yao leaned back in a genuine leather boss chair, his legs crossed over the edge of the desk. In his hand, he held a cup of freshly brewed Blue Mountain coffee, steam wafting gently. Li Jiesin paced anxiously in front of the desk in her high heels, leaving deep impressions on the carpet with each. Boss, the stock price has already dropped by 15%. Lu Daxiang has really poured 500 million in hard cash and is shorting us. Li Jiesin exclaimed, grabbing a red and blue pencil from the desk to point at the dismal downward trend on the computer screen. Our trading volume in the stock market is already small. If we don't withdraw funds to stabilize it, we will face a forced suspension this afternoon. Lin Yao took a sip of coffee, the bitter aroma spreading in his mouth. He set down the coffee cup, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. Stabilize the market. Why should I use my own money to fill someone else's pit? Lin Yao chuckled lightly, his eyes reflecting the calm of a hunter watching its prey struggle in a trap. Does Lu Daxiong think that the stock market is a game that can be won by throwing money at it? He'll teach him today what it means to remove the firewood from under the pot. He reached out and pressed the intercom on the desk. Ah Hui, is everything printed? The voice on the other end, that of the paparazzi leader, Ah Hui, trembled with excitement. Boss, it's done. 100,000 copies of the Sing Tao Gossip Special Edition have been distributed to every newsstand across Hong Kong. Not only that, but several radio stations under Lin's have also started broadcasting simultaneously. Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction and hung up the phone. He opened the drawer and tossed a newspaper exuding the scent of ink in front of Li Jiesin. The headline on the front page was printed in the largest bold red font. Shocking secrets of Liu's real estate empire. All properties in Yuen Long New Town are dangerously built with sea sand, cutting corners and draining the citizens' hard-earned money. Accompanying the text were several clear high-definition photos showing cracked walls, exposed rebar, and even secret accusations from internal employees. Li Jiesin gasped as she looked at the newspaper. In Hong Kong, real estate is the lifeblood. Once such a scandal involving the livelihoods of thousands of families breaks, it can cause any real estate company to collapse instantly. Boss, where did you get this information? Li Jiesin stammered. That's none of your concern, Lin Yao replied, standing up and moving to the large floor-to-ceiling window. In his memories from his past life, Lu Daxiong's Yuen Long New Town project had triggered the largest real estate crisis in Hong Kong in the early 1990s due to the sea sand building scandal. He was merely detonating this time bomb a few years early. Keep an eye on Liu's group stock. In half an hour, his backyard will be on fire. As soon as Lin Yao finished speaking, the tea restaurants on the streets of Hong Kong beside bus stops and under office buildings erupted with countless citizens holding that newspaper. Damn it. I've invested my life savings into Lu Daxiong's properties, and he actually used sea sand to build dangerous buildings. Refund. Let's go smash the doors at Liu's group headquarters. The anger of public opinion ignited like dry kindling doused in gasoline, instantly bursting into flames. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. On the big screen of the securities exchange, the stock price of Liu's group, which had been stable as a rock, suddenly showed a massive green bar. Following that, the second and third bars. It was as if a massive earthquake had struck and Liu's group's stock price plummeted at a visibly rapid pace. Panicked retail investors frantically sold their stocks, while the red-vested traders were overwhelmed with orders. It's dropping. Liu's stock has hit the limit down. Oh my, tens of billions in market value evaporated in an instant. Li Jiesin stared at the dramatic reversal on the computer screen, covering her mouth, unable to speak for a while. Lin Yao turned around, pulled a Cuban cigar from the box, and clipped the cap off. Jiesin, get ready to work. Lin Yao struck a match and lit the cigar. Use all the cash on the company's books along with the tenfold leverage we acquired externally. Buy up all the retail shares of Liu's group that are being sold on the market. Li Jiesin suddenly raised her head, disbelief filling her eyes. Boss, you want to buy his stocks at the bottom. But he is currently surrounded by negative news. Isn't buying his stocks like taking over his burdens? Lin Yao exhaled a thick plume of smoke, the mist swirling in the air. No, I'm not taking over. He walked to the desk, placing both hands on its surface, his gaze sharp as a blade. What I want is Lu Daxiong's absolute controlling stake in this group. He shorted my film industry with 500 million UI. It will have him bury his entire Liu's empire with it. This is a case of a capital market reverse snake swallowing an elephant. Blood surged through Li Jiesin's veins. She rushed out of the office in her high heels, shouting to the trading team outside. All personnel, heed my orders. Open 10 secret accounts and buy up all the retail orders of Liu's group. Speed is of the essence. The entire Lin's investment trading room was filled with the sound of keyboards like 1,000 troops charging into battle. At this moment, Lu Daxiong was sprawled out in a large genuine leather boss chair, holding a glass of expensive Lafite red wine, his legs draped over the desk. He looked at the dismal green stock price of Lin's film industry on the screen, humming a tune in delight. Competing with me. When I was killing in the stock market, you were still playing in Kowloon Walled City. He tilted his head back to take a sip of wine, preparing to call his young model mistress to arrange tonight's celebration dinner. Bang! The heavy redwood door to the office was suddenly slammed open. The secretary stumbled and, having lost one of her high heels, her hair disheveled like a madwoman. President Lu, something's wrong. The secretary knelt in front of the desk, her cries piercingly shrill. Lu Daxiong was startled by the commotion, spilling wine all over his pants. What are you screaming about? I'm not dead yet. Lu Daxiong kicked the desk, scattering the folders on top. The secretary clutched a freshly printed stock change confirmation, her hands trembling like leaves in the wind. She looked up, her face streaked with tears of fear. President, we have just lost the absolute controlling stake in the group. Forcibly bought out by Lin Yao. The secretary shouted the despairing words, her voice echoing in the empty office. You are no longer the largest shareholder of this company. The secretary collapsed on the carpet, wailing uncontrollably. Lu Daxiong seemed to have had his spine ripped out, his corpulent form curled up in the oversized boss chair. He stared intensely at the equity change confirmation document on the desk, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as cold sweat trickled down his greasy cheeks. Impossible. This cannot be. Lu Daxiong suddenly snatched the document, his hands trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. Where did he get so much money to take over my share? I hold 35% absolute controlling stake. Mr. Lu. The secretary sobbed, crawling to the desk. This morning before the market opened, the Lin family released news claiming our Yuanlong New City is a dangerous building, triggering panic selling among retail investors. Lin Yao seized the opportunity to employ tenfold leverage, sweeping up all the retail orders on the market. The secretary's words struck Lu Daxiong's head like a heavy hammer. Only then did he realize that the young man named Lin Yao was not saving the market, but was instead attacking his. He had invested $500 million to short the market, while the other party leveraged dozens of billions to topple. Bang! The heavy redwood door of the office was kicked open. Lin Yao, dressed in a well-tailored, deep blue patterned suit, swaggered in with one hand in his pocket. Behind him followed Li Jiasen in high heels, exuding an aura of confidence, and 3 suited lawyers from the Lin family clutching briefcases. At the back was Abu, expressionless like a tower of iron. The scene resembled a pack of hungry wolves breaking into a sheepfold, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lu Daxiong looked at Lin Yao, his legs going weak, yet he still braced himself against the desk to stand up. You Lin, don't be too arrogant. Even if you bought my stocks, this is still my office, Lu Daxiong. Lu Daxiong shouted fiercely, trying to mask his inner fear. Lin Yao didn't even glance at him, walking straight to the desk. He picked up the bottle of Lafite red wine that Lu Daxiong had already drunk half of, casually swirling it in his hand. Your office? Lin Yao chuckled lightly, pouring the expensive red wine directly into a nearby potted plant, the red liquid dripping down the green leaves, as if mourning the fall of the Lu family empire. From this second on, this office, this building, and every inch of carpet beneath your feet, Lu Daxiong, will bear the Lin name. Lin Yao turned around and gestured to the lawyers behind him. The chief lawyer immediately stepped forward, pulling out a thick liquidation document from his briefcase and slamming it in front of Lu Daxiong. Mr. Lu, based on the current equity ratio held by Lin Investments, we demand an immediate freeze on all of Lu Group's liquid assets for asset restructuring. Additionally, regarding the Yuanlong New City dangerous building incident, Lin Investments, as the largest shareholder, will be suing you, requiring you to bear full personal liability for all compensations. These 2 statements were like 2 sharp knives severing Lu Daxiong's last escape route. With liquid assets frozen, he was also facing astronomical claims. Lu Daxiong was not only bankrupt, but would also be burdened with debts he could never repay in a lifetime. His legs buckled, and he finally could no longer hold himself up, collapsing into the chair. Boss Lin. Master Lin. His face full of excess flesh instantly crumpled. The earlier arrogance vanished without a trace, his voice carrying a desperate whimper. I admit defeat. I give you the entire company. Please don't sue me. I don't want to go to jail. And Stanley, the stock market sniper who had commanded respect in the business world for many years, now looked like a drowned dog wagging its tail in supplication. Li Jiasen stood to the side, watching this nouveau riche who had wanted to gift her a mansion just days ago, now in such a pitiful state, feeling a wave of nausea in her heart. This was the cruelty of capital. Lin Yao pulled over a chair and sat opposite Lu Daxiong. He took out a lighter from his pocket, lit a cigar, and took a deep puff. The bluish-white smoke wafted over Lu Daxiong's terror-stricken face. Now you know fear. Lin Yao tapped the table with the finger holding the cigar. Wasn't it quite impressive when you handed me the keys at the Peninsula Hotel that day? Lu Daxiong was drenched in cold sweat, continuously waving his hands. I was blind. I couldn't see your greatness. Master Lin, please show mercy and let me go. Lin Yao looked at his pitiful state, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He waved his hand, and the lawyer handed over another document. I can let you go. I am the type to either finish things completely or leave a dog a way out. Lin Yao pointed at the document, his tone leaving no room for argument. I will separate a few of Lu Group's shell trading subsidiaries and sell them back to you. The price, $300 million. Lu Daxiong's eyes widened. Those shell companies were worth less than $300,000, and Lin Yao was actually asking him for $300 million. This was clearly extortion. Master Lin, I don't even have money to buy a bowl of wonton noodles. Where can I get $300 million? Lu Daxiong was almost in tears. If I don't have money, I'll just write an IOU. Lin Yao slapped the document on the table. Sign this IOU and get those shell companies out of this building. Otherwise, you'll be gnawing on cornbread in prison for the rest of your life. Lu Daxiong looked at the IOU, knowing this was his. He trembled as he picked up the pen, signing his name on the IOU, each stroke feeling like cutting into his flesh. After signing, he slumped back into the chair, feeling utterly drained. Lin Yao stood up, adjusting the hem of his suit. What are you still dawdling for? Having taken my shell company shouldn't, Mr. Lu, say thank you. Lin Yao looked down at him. Lu Daxiong ground his back teeth, the taste of blood filling his mouth. He struggled to stand, dragging his heavy body, and bowed deeply to this young man, who was more than 20 years. Thank you. Thank you, Boss Lin, for your mercy. Each word was drenched in blood. Lin Yao ignored him, leading Li Jiasin and the team of lawyers out of the office that once belonged to Lu Daxiong, like a victorious king surveying his territory. After resolving the clown that was Lu Daxiong, the capital of Lin Investments surged to a terrifying level. Lin Yao walked out of the revolving door of Lu Group's building, feeling the cool breeze of early autumn in Xinjiang. Just as he was about to walk towards the bulletproof Mercedes parked by the roadside, screech! A horrifically loud sound of tires screeching against the pavement suddenly rang out. A gray van without a license plate charged onto the sidewalk like a madman, heading straight for Lin Yao's position. Bystanders screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. Boss, watch out. Li Jiasin turned pale with fright, instinctively trying to pull Lin Yao back. The van skidded to a halt less than 5 meters from Lin Yao, its tires leaving long black marks on the ground. The door was yanked open violently. 5 masked assailants wearing black ski masks, wielding gleaming machetes, jumped out of the vehicle. They remained silent, like 5 bloodthirsty wolves, raising their machetes, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, heading straight for Lin Yao's face. This was clearly a meticulously planned assassination. The flickering blade cast a shadow of death over Lin Yao. Seeking death. A deep roar erupted behind Lin Yao. The blade of the mountain-splitting knife glinted coldly, accompanied by a whistling sound of slicing through the air, coming within half a meter of Lin Yao's forehead. Li Jiasin's scream caught in her throat, leaving her frozen in place. In this critical moment, a shadow darted like a ghost from behind Lin Yao. Abu did not even blink, his left hand shot out with precision like an iron claw. Unarmed and seizing the blade, he single-handedly grasped the spine of the descending mountain-splitting knife. Using the momentum of the knife wielder's advance, Abu's wrist flipped sharply. With a sharp crack, the finely forged mountain-splitting knife was unexpectedly broken by him. Before the wielder could react, Abu's right leg whipped out like a whip. This high kick struck solidly against the side of the knife wielder's waist. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly amidst the noise of the bustling street. The knife wielder flew backward like a broken sack, crashing 3 meters away against a fire hydrant, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood before fainting. The remaining 4 masked knife wielders, seeing this, were enraged and charged forward with their weapons. Abu did not retreat. He was like a hungry wolf diving into a flock of sheep. Dodging a knife slash coming at him, Abu delivered a knee strike that harshly collided with the chin of the second knife wielder. The man's jawbone shattered instantly as he fell heavily to the ground, facing the sky. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that Chun Haonan, who had been following behind, reacted. How dare you touch Yao Ge? Chun Haonan tore off his red tie, his eyes reddening. He charged out of the building with dozens of younger brothers dressed in black suits, looking fierce as wolves. Although this group had shed their gangster identities, their inherent ruthlessness remained unchanged. In an instant, they overwhelmed the remaining 3 knife wielders. The sounds of fists and kicks, accompanied by the knife wielders' wails, echoed on the sidewalk. In just a few seconds, the 3 knife wielders were pressed to the ground, and their mountain-splitting knives were kicked away. Li Jiasin's legs went weak, slumping against Lin Yao, her hands gripping tightly onto his suit collar. Lin Yao patted her shoulder to steady her. He looked down at the pain-racked assassins on the ground, his gaze as cold as ancient ice. This was by no means a spontaneous act of revenge by Lu Daxiong. These people were skilled and more reminiscent of those desperate gamblers who had lost everything in the stock market and resorted to hiring killers. Yao Ge, should we capture one alive? Do you want to drag him to the alley to interrogate who is behind this? Chun Haonan stepped on a knife wielder's head, panting heavily. No need for interrogation. Lin Yao adjusted his slightly disheveled cuff. I've ruined many people's livelihoods in the stock market. Those who want me dead are lined up from Tsim Sha Tsui to Causeway Bay. 5 came today, but tomorrow there could be 50. He turned to look at Abu. Abu, relying solely on fists and feet, won't stop the hidden arrows in Xinjiang. The bigger the tree, the more wind it attracts. Lin Yao understood that as his capital empire expanded rapidly, the interests he touched would grow more immense. Those old aristocrats and underground forces could not simply watch him monopolize the spoils. Although the era of violence was drawing to a close, wealth without armed protection was like a piece of meat without a lid. Lin Yao and Li Jiasin got into the back seat of the bulletproof Mercedes. He rolled down the window and looked at Chun Haonan standing outside the car. Ain't and go register a legitimate international security company and call it Lin Security. Chun Haonan paused for a moment, scratching his head. Yao Ge, aren't our dozens of brothers already bodyguards? Why do we need to register a company? Lin Yao scoffed, pulling out a checkbook from his pocket and swiftly writing down a string of numbers. Take this, 50 million. Go contact those retired special forces, no matter their nationality, as long as they have real skills, bring them all over. He handed the check to Chun Haonan, his voice deep and powerful. Also go to the police department and use the security company name to buy 100 legal gun licenses. Chun Haonan held the 50 million check, his hands trembling. In Xinjiang, it is legal for a legitimate security company to apply for gun licenses, but the approval is extremely strict. 100 licenses are an astronomical figure. Once accomplished, it would mean that the Lin family would possess a legal private armed force. By then, not only the street gangsters, but even the heads of the old-school gangs would have to politely avoid Lin Yao. I understand, Yao Go. I will definitely handle this beautifully. Chen Haonan's face lit up with excitement. 3 days later, Lin's international security company was officially registered in a standalone building in Kowloon. On the building's exterior, the massive logo of a black shield crossed with 2 sharp swords exuded a fierce aura. Inside the lobby, over 100 elite security personnel, all taller than 1.8 meters, and wearing matching black combat uniforms, stood in formation. Half of them were retired mercenaries personally selected by Abu, exuding a fierce aura that spoke of having been tempered by the fires of war. Bulging at their waists were the legal issue. 38 revolvers. Lin Yao stood on the second floor's circular corridor, gazing down at this iron-blooded guard that belonged entirely to him. With this power, he could finally walk boldly in Xinjiang. Those hidden specters lurking in the shadows would have to think twice about challenging him. Boss, the framework of the security company has been set up. Li Sir has also arranged things, so as long as there are no fatal conflicts, the anti-gang unit will turn a blind eye. Li Jessen approached Lin Yao with a report in hand, making her report. Lin Yao nodded, and was about to return to his office to deal with the data from the Tokyo stock market that had come in today. Suddenly, the pager at his waist vibrated violently. He picked it up, glancing at a string of unfamiliar numbers and an urgent SOS code. Lin Yao frowned and walked over to the phone at the end of the corridor to call back. As soon as the call connected, he heard Wang Pengzi's panicked voice breaking into a high pitch. In the background were sounds of smashing things and a woman's helpless cries. "Boss, something big has happened," Wang Pengzi shouted hoarsely. Zhou Jimin's mother is undergoing heart bypass surgery at Rinna Hospital today. As soon as she entered the ward, she was blocked by several gangsters demanding debts. The lead tattooed man said that Zhou Jimin's uncle owes them 500,000 in gambling debts. If the money is not produced now, they will pull out the old lattice oxygen tube. Lin Yao's gaze instantly darkened, a violent aura radiating from him. "Is the security for your crew?" "Boss, that group is from He with dozens of people sealing off the hospital floor. Our crew's security personnel, don't dare to stop them." Wang Pengzi was almost crying out of desperation. Zhou Jimin is kneeling on the ground, begging them. The old lattice heart monitor is already beeping. Lin Yao clenched the phone with white knuckles. "Tell Zhou Jimin that if I don't arrive in 10 minutes, she should not let go of the old lattice hand. Tell those debt collectors that if they dare to touch a single hair on the old lattice head." Lin Yao's voice was as cold as the winds of Siberia. "He'll make sure they all leave the hospital horizontally today." Lin Yao's eyes turned cold as his fingers suddenly tightened, crushing the paper cup in his hand with a sharp snap. The remnants of coffee splashed onto the sleeve of his expensive custom suit, yet he remained oblivious. "Ainen, gather them in." Lin Yao tossed the crumpled paper cup into the trash can and strode towards the elevator. Chen Haonan immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie and shouted into it. "Team 1 and Team 2, grab your gear and assemble downstairs. Anyone who isn't there in 3 minutes is out." 5 black armored Mercedes SUVs roared out of the Lin security building's underground garage like 5 roaring steel beasts. The screeching sound of tires echoed down the entire street. The convoy sliced through the congested traffic of Hong Kong Island like a black blade, running several red lights with an unstoppable aura of aggression, heading straight for Rinna Hospital. On the 3rd floor of Rinna Hospital, the general ward area had descended into chaos. The strong smell of disinfectant mingled with the pungent odor of cheap tobacco. A group of shirtless gangsters, their bodies adorned with tattoos of dragons and phoenixes, blocked the corridor, while patients' families and nurses cowered in the nurses' station, trembling. "Your lousy gambling uncle borrowed 500,000 from us to recoup his losses in Macau, and now that he's run off, this debt naturally falls on you." In the ward, a tattooed man with a small braid kicked the iron frame of the hospital bed. The bed shook violently, and Zhou Mu, who lay there with an oxygen tube, let out a painful groan, while the heart monitor at the head of the bed blared a piercing alarm. Zhou Jimin, wearing a faded floral dress with messy hair, stood protectively in front of the bed. Her innocent face was streaked with tears, her eyes swollen like 2 peaches, yet she stubbornly blocked the tattooed man. "I told you I have no money. You go collect from my uncle. My mother needs heart bypass surgery. Please don't harm her." Zhou Jimin's voice trembled with despair. She even thought of kneeling to beg, but was yanked back by the tattooed man's grip on her hair. "No money. With your looks, you could earn it back in a year or 2 at a nightclub on Boland Street." The tattooed man leered as he leaned closer to Zhou Jimin's face, pulling out a crumpled contract and slapping it. "Sign this contract of servitude, and I'll let your mother have her surgery in peace. Otherwise, I'll pull her oxygen." Zhou Jimin looked at the ink-scented contract, her stomach churning. She shook her head, desperately, tears splashing onto the tattooed man's hand. "I want sign. This is robbery. You're asking for it. Do it, pull the tube." The tattooed man's expression darkened as he signaled his 2 henchmen. The 2 gangsters grinned and advanced, reaching for the oxygen mask on Zhou Mu's face. Zhou Jimin screamed, and lunged to bite their hands. Bang! The solid wooden door of the ward was kicked in from the outside, shattering into splinters. The immense force sent the two gangsters crashing against the wall, rendering them unconscious. The sudden loud noise plunged the entire ward into silence. The tattooed man released, Zhou Jimin's hair turning around in shock and anger. Lin Yao, dressed in a coffee-stained bespoke suit, casually strode over the broken wood on the floor, his expression unchanging as he entered. Behind him, Chun Haonan led dozens of security personnel in black combat uniforms, all carrying gleaming alloy batons instead of rusty knives. This scene left the remaining loan sharks in the ward dumbfounded. "Who the hell are you? Dare to meddle in He Sheng?" the tattooed man yelled in a blustering tone, instinctively reaching for his waistband. Lin Yao didn't even glance at him. He walked straight to Zhou Jimin and draped his suit jacket over her trembling shoulders. "Boss." The moment Zhou Jimin saw Lin Yao, her fragile defenses crumbled, tears flowing like a flood. "It's okay." Lin Yao patted her shoulder and turned to look at the tattooed man, his gaze as cold as one directed at a corpse. "Ain and clear the room," not even requiring Abu's intervention. Chun Haonan cracked his neck, the joints popping, then drew out his alloy baton and struck the tattooed man hard on the side of the face. "What do you think you are daring to touch Brother Yao's people?" Along with a few bloodied teeth flying out, the tattooed man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. The brothers of Lin's security pounced like wolves, and the small ward was soon filled with the sounds of breaking bones and cries of pain. In less than half a minute, the once arrogant loan sharks were reduced to whimpering in the corners, their legs broken like dead dogs. Lin Yao stepped in front of the tattooed man, crushing his hand, the one that had just grabbed Zhou Jimin's hair, beneath his shoe, applying pressure. Lin Yao picked up the loan note and contract from the bed, tore them into shreds without a second glance, and tossed them onto the tattooed man's bloodied face. "Lin Yao will take on this lousy debt of 500,000. Go back and tell your boss if he wants to collect, he should crawl on his knees to Lin Building to get it. Take your trash and get out." Chun Haonan waved his hand, and the security personnel dragged the group of loan sharks out of the ward like dead dogs. In the corridor, the doctors and nurses who had been hiding peeked out, looking at the fierce security personnel, not daring to. Lin Yao approached the terrified chief doctor, pulled out a checkbook, and swiftly wrote down a series of numbers. "Book all the VIP wards on the top floor of your hospital, and invite the best cardiac surgeon in Hong Kong to perform the operation. Money is no object. I want her mother to be safe." Lin Yao slapped the check onto the doctor's white coat, his tone leaving no room for argument. The doctor glanced at the number on the check, his eyes widening, and nodded repeatedly, pushing the bed towards the operating room as if serving a deity. The loan sharks fled in disarray, the corridor returning to silence with the pungent smell of disinfectant still lingering. Zhou Jimin leaned against the cold wall, watching the red light flicker on the operating room door. Her legs went weak, and she slid down the wall, covering her face with her hands, her thin shoulders shaking violently. The fear, injustice, and despair she had endured over the past few days erupted at that moment. Lin Yao knelt down in front of her. Before he could speak, Zhou Jimin suddenly lifted her head, wrapped her arms around his neck, and clung tightly to his broad shoulders, sobbing uncontrollably. Warm tears instantly soaked Lin Yao's expensive shirt. She buried her head in the crook of his neck like a drowning person finally finding a safe harbor. Lin Yao did not push her away, he simply reached out and gently patted her back, as her cries gradually subsided into soft sobs. Lin Yao pulled out a neatly folded document from his pocket and handed it to her. "Stop crying." Lin Yao's voice was deep and gentle. "Sign this first." Zhou Jimin sniffed and reached out to take the document. The tears at the corners of her eyes had not yet dried, and moisture clung to her long eyelashes. She lowered her head to read the large characters on the document and froze. This was an exclusive artist agency contract from Lin's Entertainment. After a quick glance at the terms, Zhou Jimin's mouth fell open, forgetting to cry. A 90-10 split, she would receive 90%, while the company only took 10. Those entertainment companies in Xinjiang that treat artists like cash cows would consider a 70-30 split a great favor. What was even more outrageous was the penalty for breach of contract in the last line. It was clearly stated in black and white, $1 Hong Kong. Zhou Jimin's hands trembled slightly as she held the document. "Boss, is there a mistake in this contract? How could the penalty be only $1? Lin Yao pulled out a Parker pen from his pocket, removed the cap, and handed it to her. "No mistake. Lin Yao do not rely on a piece of paper to bind people." He looked into Zhou Jimin's clear eyes, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "As long as you sign, you will never want to leave Lin's for the rest of your life. Whether the penalty is written as 100 million or $1, it makes no difference." Dominant, arrogant, yet exuding a fatal sense of security, Zhou Jimin stared at the man before her, her heart racing in her chest. A few days ago, when she was troubled by the director at the radio station, it was this man like a god who saved her with a song most loved. Today, with her mother's life hanging by a thread, he was the one who brought dozens of bodyguards to bring the loan sharks to their knees. What was there to hesitate about? Without a moment's doubt, she removed the pen cap and signed her name in the section for the other party. Her handwriting was elegant with no pauses. After signing, she handed the contract back to Lin Yao. A hint of dependence flashed in her eyes, even she did not notice. Boss, from now on I am yours. Whatever you want me to sing, I will sing. Whatever movies you want me to act in, I will act in. Lin Yao took the contract, casually tapping her perky nose. How can the future queen of Lin's cry like a little kitten? He stood up, glancing at the still-lit red light of the operator. With Chuan Haonan and the others watching here, dozens of people guarding the door, not even a fly can get in. Let's go, we'll take you to a nice meal to calm your nerves. Before Zhou Jimin could refuse, Lin Yao took her wrist and let her out. Half an hour later, they arrived at the most upscale revolving restaurant in Victoria Harbor, Xinjiang. Outside the window was a dazzling night view like a galaxy of stars, and the melodious sound of violins echoed in the air. Lin Yao had booked the entire top floor, and in the vast restaurant only the two of them sat. The waiter pushed a silver cart respectfully, presenting Australian lobster and top-grade caviar. Zhou Jimin, wearing a faded floral dress, felt somewhat awkward sitting on the genuine leather sofa. It was her first time dining in such a high-end place, and she didn't even know which knife and fork to pick up first. Lin Yao noticed her embarrassment, but said nothing. He picked up his portion of the cut steak and naturally swapped it with Zhou Jimin's uncut portion. The movement was effortless without a hint of pretense. Zhou Jimin looked down at the evenly cut beef on her plate, and her eyes couldn't help but redden again. This ruthless, decisive man who broke others' legs at a moment's notice had such a delicate and gentle side. Try this bottle of red wine. Lin Yao raised his goblet, the crimson liquid swaying under the light. A 1982 Lafite, stock from Li Bancheng's wine cellar, which I just bought this morning. Zhou Jimin lifted her glass, clinking it with Lin Yao's. The crisp sound of glass clinking was particularly pleasant in the quiet restaurant. She took a small sip, and the rich aroma of wine spread across her lips and teeth. After a few glasses of red wine, two alluring blushes appeared on Zhou Jimin's fair cheeks. The slight intoxication of alcohol slowly relaxed her previously tense nerves. She gazed at the man across from her, who was calmly cutting his steak, and her eyes began to grow misty. Boss, why are you? Zhou Jimin rested her chin on one hand, emboldened by the wine, to ask what was on her mind. Lin Yao put down his knife and fork and picked up a napkin to wipe the corners of his mouth. Because you are beautiful and have a lovely singing voice. Is that reason enough? Direct and without any pretense. Zhou Jimin bit her rosy lips and lowered her head, unable to look at him. As dinner ended, Lin Yao, accompanied by the slightly tipsy Zhou Jimin, took the rear seat of a bulletproof Mercedes. Outside the car window, the night view of Xinjiang turned into streaks of light, swiftly retreating. The cabin was quiet, with only the faint sound of the air conditioning vents. Zhou Jimin had drunk a bit too much, and her head felt heavy. With the gentle sway of the car, her head uncontrollably nodded, eventually leaning against Lin Yao's broad shoulder. The refreshing scent of jasmine from the girl mingled with a hint of red wine entering Lin Yao's nostrils. He did not shy away, but slightly turned his body to let her lean more comfortably. His right hand naturally slid down, wrapping around Zhou Jimin's slender waist. Zhou Jimin's body stiffened slightly. She did not pull away, instead she snuggled deeper into Lin Yao's embrace, like a kitten seeking warmth. The atmosphere in the narrow cabin quickly heated up, becoming ambiguous and thick. Lin Yao looked down at the girl resting on his shoulder. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her red lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids. He lowered his head, and their breaths gradually intertwined, even feeling the warmth between their lips. Just at the crucial moment about to kiss, a piercing electronic ringtone suddenly erupted in the cabin. Zhou Jimin sprang back as if electrocuted, her face reddening like a ripe apple, her hands tightly twisting her skirt as she turned to look out the window. Lin Yao frowned slightly and pulled out the disruptive mobile phone from the inner pocket of his suit. He answered the call. Li Jiaxin's anxious and serious voice came through the receiver, clear, even without speakerphone in the quiet. Boss, something has happened. Li Jiaxin took a deep breath. Tomorrow night, the Xinjiang General Chamber of Commerce will hold its annual charity gala at the Peninsula Hotel. I just received the invitation. The old men from the 4 great families of Xinjiang will all be present. They suffered significant losses at the auction, and Lu Daxiong has gone bankrupt because of you. These old guys are now banding together. On the other end of the line, Li Jiaxin's frantic rustling of documents sounded urgent. This is clearly a setup to ambush you. Lin Yao leaned back against the leather seat, his fingers gently tapping the leather armrest. Ambush. He chuckled coldly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Do these old bones really think it's still their monopoly era in Xinjiang? Lin Yao hung up the phone and tossed the mobile on the seat beside him. Tomorrow, get a few sets of the most expensive outfits. He turned to look at the somewhat flustered Zhou Jimin. Tomorrow night, you and Jiaxin will accompany me to the banquet. Lin Yao hung up the phone, carelessly throwing the brick-like mobile phone onto the leather seat. He turned to look at the neon lights swiftly retreating outside the car window, the night view of Xinjiang sparkling like a ground strewn with broken diamonds. The feast at Hongmen. I want to see just how many axes they have. Lin Yao sneered, a glint of ambitious heroism flashing in his eyes. Beside him, Zhou Jimin was still immersed in the almost kiss from earlier, her cheeks flushed and her head lowered as she twisted her fingers. Boss, the people from the 4 major families. Are they difficult to deal with? She asked softly, her voice tinged with concern. Just a bunch of old fogies who only know how to claim land and build towers in this tiny place called Xianjiang. Lin Yao patted the back of her hand. Tomorrow night, just wear something beautiful and enjoy the show. The next evening at the top banquet hall of the Peninsula Hotel, the annual charity gala of the Xianjiang General Chamber of Commerce was filled with celebrities, a flurry of fashionable attire. This was not just a charity dinner, but a venue for the old aristocratic families of Xianjiang to divide interests and showcase their status. Lin Yao pushed open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door, stepping onto the red carpet, with Li Jiesun and Zhou Jimin. The two stunning beauties, one in black and the other in white, linked arms with him, instantly attracting the attention of the entire hall. Li Jiesun wore a sharply tailored black deep V evening gown, exuding a commanding presence like a proud queen. Zhou Jimin, on the other hand, donned a pure white strapless gown, pure and ethereal like a fairy that had transcended the mundane. The two women flanked Lin Yao, making him appear like a king surveying his domain. The previously bustling banquet hall fell silent the moment they entered. Hundreds of eyes turned towards them, some in awe, some in jealousy, but mostly cold gazes filled with hostility and scrutiny. The older tycoons sitting at the main table didn't even bother to lift their eyelids. The head of the Sunland Consortium, Old Gua, held a glass of red wine, whispering to Li Banqing beside him, as if he hadn't noticed Lin Yao's entrance at all. Lin Yao paid no attention to the cold shoulder he received. He walked straight to the center of the banquet hall and casually picked up a glass of champagne from a server's tray. Lin, boss, such a grand spectacle. You brought two beauty queens as your companions. Are you treating this charity gala as your selection of a bride? A middle-aged man with a beer belly spoke sarcastically. He was Lu Daxiong's former business partner, who had made a fortune supplying building materials to the four major families. Young people think they know everything just because they made some quick money. In the Xianjiang business world, it's not about the tricks of stock speculation, it's about foundation. Indeed, what's so impressive about bringing Lu Daxiong down? Malicious takeovers, breaking business rules. You're nothing but a robber. How dare someone like you attend the gala of the General Chamber of Commerce? The criticisms rose in waves, clearly orchestrated by these old geezers attempting to nail Lin Yao to the pillar of shame through public opinion. Li Jiesun's chest heaved with anger, wanting to argue back, but Lin Yao pulled her back. Holding the champagne, Lin Yao leisurely walked to the podium. He slammed the wine glass on the podium, producing a dull thud. Then he yanked the microphone off the stand, his gaze sweeping across the hall like a hawk. Rules. Lin Yao's voice echoed through the banquet hall, dripping with unrestrained mockery. You bunch of old fogies who don't even understand short-selling mechanisms dare to talk about rules with me. The crowd gasped. Old Gua's hand holding the wine glass suddenly halted, a few drops of red wine splashing onto the white tablecloth. Is this kid crazy? Daring to call them old fogies in front of all Xianjiang's aristocrats. What do you mean by foundation? Lin Yao held the microphone, stepping down from the podium. Is it about colluding with officials to acquire land at low prices and then inflating housing prices to suck the blood and sweat of Xianjiang's citizens? Or monopolizing water, electricity, and gas for decades, resting on past laurels? Lin Yao approached the main table, looking down at the iron-faced tycoons. In his past life, he had managed hundreds of billions in funds on Wall Street, accustomed to the blood and gore of global capital. To him, this group of Xianjiang tycoons seemed like local landlords fighting for territory in a village, their vision pitifully narrow. It's 1988 now, a global capital has begun to integrate. Lin Yao's voice suddenly rose, his momentum like a rainbow. The M country is developing the internet and semiconductors, while the R country's housing prices have soared to the sky. And you, still fighting over a piece of land in Kowloon Bay to the point of bloodshed. Why did Lu Daxiong go bankrupt? Because he was foolish. He thought he could dominate the stock market with 500 million, yet didn't even understand basic leverage and hedging. Lin Yao slammed the microphone down on the main table, causing the cutlery on it to rattle. Let me tell you, the real capital market does not believe in tears, only in strength. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. That is the only rule. This macro-financial perspective, surpassing a decade ahead of its time, struck like a heavy hammer on the heads of everyone present. Those who had just shouted to teach Lin Yao a lesson now resembled ducks caught by the throat mouths agape, but unable to utter a word. Even Li Banqing, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, couldn't help but open his eyes, giving Lin Yao a deep glance. This statement was too advanced, too arrogant, yet every word hit the sore point of Xianjiang's economy's over-reliance on real estate. The entire banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Lin Yao's dimensional strike completely unveiled the facade of this group, who prided themselves as business elites. At that moment, with a loud bang, Young Gua from the Sunland Consortium slammed his hand on the table. His face flushed red, enraged by Lin Yao's words, nearly choking with anger, unable to bear the devaluation of his family's legacy. Lin, stop spouting nonsense here. Young Gua pulled out a red-headed document stamped with the government seal from his briefcase, holding it high as if showcasing an unrivaled treasure. No matter how well you speak or how much you understand those ethereal finances, you are just a stock market speculator. He pointed at Lin Yao, his fingers shaking with rage. Do you understand industry? Do you understand infrastructure? Young was shook the approval document in his hand, his voice brimming with mad pride. This is the construction approval for the cross-sea bridge that our Sunland Consortium just secured. A key government-supported project. He stepped forward, slamming the approval document on the table in front of Lin Yao. Once the bridge begins construction, our Sunland Consortium will immediately earn $1 billion. This is the foundation of our old aristocratic families. You who haven't even lifted a single brick, what do you have to compare with us in terms of industry? Xiao Guozong held up the golden embossed red official document, his chin raised high like a victorious rooster. Behind him, Lao Guozong stroked his beard, revealing a confident smile. In Zhangjiang's real estate market, securing land is one thing, but acquiring government-supported infrastructure projects is the true ace in the business. This profit of $1 billion is enough to crush the Lin family investors who made their fortune through stock trading into dust. Lin Yao stood at the podium watching Xiao Guozong's smug expression, the mockery in his eyes growing stronger. He had no interest in rebutting, he merely looked at him like a clown floundering in a mud pit. Lin Yao turned to Li Jiasen behind him and slightly tilted his head. Li Jiasen understood, stepping forward in her high heels. She opened her Hermes briefcase and pulled out a document sealed in a transparent folder. This document was also stamped with a bright red seal, but it bore the highest level of special approval from the governor's office. Lin Yao took the document, his wrist flicking. With a slap, the document was thrown directly onto Xiao Guozong's arrogant face, sliding down his nose and onto the table. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Lin Yao leaned on the table, his body leaning forward. This is the special approval document I received after donating 200 million Hong Kong dollars to the British government last month in the name of the Lin Charity Foundation. Xiao Guozong was momentarily stunned by the document's impact. He looked down and only glanced at 2 lines. The color drained from his face instantly. Lao Guozong noticed his son's strange reaction and leaned in for a look, shuddering violently, almost unable to steady his wine glass. The document clearly stated in black and white, in light of the Lin Consortium's outstanding contributions to Zhangjiang's infrastructure, Lin Investment Company is granted exclusive agency rights for all building materials for the cross-sea bridge project. Cement, steel bars, sand and gravel, and even the piling machines used for foundation work. The entire supply of Shangjiang is now in my warehouse. Lin Yao's voice was not loud, but each word struck like a resounding slap on the faces of the father-son duo from the New Land Consortium. Xiao Guozong, do you think you can start working on that bridge? Lin Yao stood upright, adjusted his suit lapel, and looked down at him. You can. All construction materials must be purchased from me, Lin Yao. Xiao Guozong swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Buy it then. At worst, well, follow the proper procurement process. Lin Yao scoffed and shook his head. Proper process? My current delivery price is double the market rate. If you don't pay a single cent, take that piece of scrap paper to fill the sea. A collective gasp of shock resonated throughout the room. Double the price of building materials. This was not a transaction. It was clearly draining the blood of the New Land Consortium. Infrastructure projects inherently profit by controlling costs. If the cost of materials doubles, this cross-sea bridge project, originally capable of generating a profit of 10 billion, will instantly become an insatiable bottomless pit, potentially burdening the entire New Land Consortium with massive losses. Advance is a bottomless abyss. Retreat is breach of contract compensation. Xiao Guozong was cornered by Lin Yao, caught in a dilemma. He stared intently at the governor's approval document, his eyes reddening, his breath becoming heavy like a bellows. You are monopolizing. You are extorting. I will report you to the ICAC. Xiao Guozong roared hysterically like a gambler who had lost everything. Lin Yao looked at him as if he were an idiot. Go ahead and report. By the way, tell the ICAC which consortium made its fortune through monopolizing water, electricity, and gas. Only officials are allowed to set fire, while commoners are forbidden to light lamps. Lin Yao patted Xiao Guozong's stiff cheek. You think you can play business with me in Xinjiang? This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Xiao Guozong's fury surged his chest, heaving violently, feeling a wave of coppery sweetness rising in his throat. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Xiao Guozong's mouth, staining his expensive white shirt. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a wooden post, falling backward onto the Persian carpet of the banquet hall. Son! Lao Guozong was terrified, rushing over to hold Xiao Guozong, tears streaming down his face. Quick! Call an ambulance. Get a doctor. The scene descended into chaos, with the socialites hastily avoiding the commotion, fearing they might catch bad luck. Just moments ago, the once proud old aristocracy was now utterly defeated before Lin Yao, battered and bruised. Those wealthy businessmen who had been cheering moments ago now huddled in corners like quails, lacking even the courage to meet Lin Yao's gaze. Li Bansheng held a glass of red wine, casting a deep glance at Lin Yao, and wordlessly left through the side door with his entourage. He knew that Zhangjiang's business world would now have another formidable overlord. Lin Yao paid no attention to the commotion on the floor and strode out of the banquet hall with Li Jiasen and Zhou Jimin. The night wind, carrying the salty air from Victoria Harbor, swept away the oppressive atmosphere inside. Leaning against the bulletproof Mercedes-Benz door, Lin Yao lit a cigar. The pool of Xinjiang was indeed too small. This group of old men who could only play in the mud didn't even pique his interest enough to draw his sword. The real capital frenzy was never in such a small place. Accompanied by a piercing screech of brakes, Chun Haonan drove a van and parked beside the Mercedes. He jumped out of the car and rushed towards Lin Yao, waving a newspaper that still emitted a strong smell of ink. Yao Gu, the overseas news you've had me keep an eye on has made big waves. Chun Haonan slapped the freshly printed international financial newspaper on the engine hood. The front page headline occupied a large portion of the page in exaggerated bold black letters. Crazy Tokyo. The total market value of our country's real estate surpasses that of the entire M country. The accompanying image showed the streets of Ginza in Tokyo where crazed countrymen were waving $1,000 bills to hail taxis. Lin Yao looked down at the headline. The glow of the cigar flickered in the night. The long-suppressed desire for plunder in his eyes erupted like a volcano. This largest and most dazzling bubble in human financial history had finally inflated. Boss. Li Jiesun looked at the exaggerated headline, swallowing hard. Is this news true? A house in Tokyo can buy the entire M country. Lin Yao rolled up the newspaper and knocked on the car window with it. Of course it's true. The more they revel now, the longer the line of those jumping off the rooftop will be. Lin Yao slammed the international financial newspaper onto the car's hood, producing a dull thud. The bold headline appeared absurd under the dim streetlight. Selling Tokyo could buy the entire M country. Chun Haonan leaned in for a glance, scratching his head. These are country folk, must be out of their minds, boasting without a draft. Lin Yao turned around, his deep gaze crossing Victoria Harbor, directing towards the vast northeastern sea. They haven't taken the wrong medicine, they're just overstuffed. A smile of greed gradually spread across Lin Yao's lips like a hunter eyeing a plump lamb. When God wants to destroy something, he first drives it mad. This is the largest bubble in human history already inflated. His ambition erupted like a long-suppressed volcano, finally finding a vent to erupt. The real estate and entertainment circles of Xinjiang were merely his new village to stockpile ammunition. The true heist of century wealth was just beginning. Get in. Lin Yao opened the car door, his voice imbued with undeniable determination. Return to the company, we will hold an immediate meeting with all core executives. Whether they are asleep or mingling, I want to see them in the conference room within half an hour. The bulletproof Mercedes emitted a low rumble, like a black panther awakened, tearing through the night of Xinjiang, racing towards the Lin's Tower in Central. At 2:30 in the morning, in the senior conference room on the top floor of Lin's investment company, the long conference table was filled with people, each bearing signs of fatigue and confusion, yet no one dared to yawn. Li Jiesun held a cup of black coffee, sitting to Lin Yao's left, her pen unconsciously circling on the notebook. Several financial operators, recently lured back from Wall Street by Lin Yao's high salary, were whispering among themselves, speculating the reason behind their boss's late-night summons. Lin Yao stood before the gigantic blackboard at the front of the conference room. He wore no suit jacket, with the cuffs of his white shirt rolled up to his elbows, holding a piece of white chalk. Swish, swish, swish. The chalk scraped loudly against the blackboard. A steep, nearly vertical parabola emerged before everyone's eyes, with Lin Yao drawing a blood-red cross at its peak. This is the economic trend chart of our country over the past 5 years. Lin Yao turned, tossing the chalk onto the table, his gaze sweeping over every person present. This line is called euphoria, and this red cross is called destruction. He walked to the edge of the conference table, hands bracing on it, leaning forward. I announce that starting today, all expansion plans of the Lin Corporation in Xinjiang are suspended, shifting into a full defensive posture. We will mobilize all available liquid funds on the company's books, even mortgaging our land and cinema assets. Lin Yao's voice echoed in the quiet conference room, carrying a madness that made one's scalp tingle. I want to leverage 100 times and short the entire Tokyo. The room fell into dead silence. Everyone was struck breathless by this insane decision. 100 times leverage. Shorting an entire country's economy. This was gambling with the very life of the Lin Corporation. Even the fiercest bears on Wall Street wouldn't dare to play so ruthlessly. Boss, that's too risky. A Wall Street returnee wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up, beads of cold sweat forming. Our country is at its peak now. Their tycoons are even clamoring to buy Rockefeller Center. To short now, if it backfires, we wouldn't even be able to get to the rooftop. At its peak. Lin Yao sneered, picking up the international financial newspaper from the table and throwing it in front. Look at their current land prices. A brick in Ginza can buy a villa in Xinjiang. This bubble-defying economic logic is like a pig's bladder that has been inflated. Lin Yao's finger heavily pounded on the table. As long as someone sticks a needle in it with a bang, it will explode, and I will be the one to stick that needle. He looked at the executives, still harboring doubts, his gaze sharp. Do you think I'm wrong? I am seizing money. The trillion-dollar level heist of century wealth is right before us. Whoever dares to block my way, roll out of this conference room. His words carried an undeniable dominance, silencing all dissent in their throats. The executives who had fought alongside Lin Yao, which one had not witnessed his unfathomable tactics, From shorting Lu Daxiong to intercepting Li Banqing, when had he not danced on the tip of a knife, yet always returned laden with spoils. Li Jiasin took a deep breath, slamming her pen on the notebook. Boss, how much funding do you need to mobilize? She looked up, her eyes devoid of hesitation, replaced by a determination to go all in. Lin Yao looked at her, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The first batch is $500 million. Let's go to Tokyo to test the waters. The atmosphere in the conference room ignited instantly. Everyone began to search for information, the sound of typing and dialing filling the air. No one dared to voice opposition anymore, for in this room Lin Yao was the only king. The meeting continued until 4 in the morning. Lin Yao stepped out of the building, stretched, inhaling the slightly cool morning air of Shangjiang. In and book a flight to Tokyo for tomorrow morning. He settled into the back seat of the Mercedes, closing his eyes as he rubbed his throbbing temples. Yaoga, shouldn't we bring more brothers along? I heard the Yamaguchi-gumi over in our country is pretty fierce. No need. Just bring Abu and a few operators. In our country it's killing with money, not with knives. The bulletproof Mercedes cruised smoothly on the empty street, stopping in front of the wrought iron gates of the Mid-Hill Villa after half an hour. Lin Yao opened the car door, preparing to return home to pack a few belongings. He had just reached the marble steps of the villa, his hand yet to touch the doorknob. Crash! A clear sound of a vase shattering came from inside the villa. Immediately following was a deliberately lowered, yet still charged argument between women. Lin Yao's movement froze. Through the light from the door gap, he vaguely saw in the living room Li Jiasin and Zhou Jimin standing face to face. The two stunning beauties resembled two feisty young leopards at that moment. Miss Zhou, what are you boiling chicken soup for at this hour? The boss is heading to Tokyo for such a big deal tomorrow. Do you think holding a broken thermos will help? Lin Yao pushed open the heavy walnut door. The sight before him made him rub his forehead and let out a long sigh. The spacious European-style living room seemed to have just experienced a minor typhoon. A Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase lay shattered on the Persian carpet with soil and fresh flowers scattered all around. Li Jiasin, dressed in a bright red silk robe, crossed her arms and raised her pale chin. At her feet lay a pile of dust bags printed with the Seville Row Tailor Shop logo, filled with custom suits made in haste overnight. Zhou Jimin wore a light blue knitted sweater, holding a steaming clay pot, her eyes slightly red. The edges of the pot had splashed a few drops of oil onto her white canvas shoes due to the earlier scuffle. One in red and one in blue, one in black and one in white. Two stunning women collided unexpectedly in the mountainside villa at 4 in the morning. The air was thick with the rich aroma of chicken soup mingling with the pungent scent of aged vinegar. Miss Zhou, why are you at the boss house making chicken soup in the middle of the night instead of sleeping at home? Li Jiasin sneered, her sharp high heels pressing against the carpet. The boss is heading to Tokyo early tomorrow morning to discuss business worth hundreds of billions. Are you bringing a clay pot along to serve as a cook for our country people? She pointed to the pile of expensive suits on the floor, her tone filled with the pride of a Maine wife. In the business world, survival depends on presence and presentation. The outfits I prepared for the boss are what he truly needs for Tokyo. You should take that soup back and drink it yourself. Zhou Jimin bit her lip, her fingers turning white as they gripped the pot. She was never good with words, and under Li Jiasin's sharp barrage, she felt wrong to the point of tears. Assistant Liam just concerned about the boss' health. He spent the whole night in the conference room, and with our country's climate not agreeing with him, a bit of hot soup is good for his stomach. She sniffled, her voice soft yet tinged with defiance. Besides, I am a contracted artist of the company. It is only natural for me to follow the boss and take care of him. Artist? Li Jiasin laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke, covering her mouth as she trembled with laughter. Zhou Jimin, stop using your status as an artist to play innocent. Who doesn't know what you're really after? Trying to climb into the boss' bed under the guise of making soup. Li Jiasin stepped forward, closing in on Zhou Jimin. I've seen too many of your kind pretending to be innocent in Kowloon City. The boss is a man of great ambition. He needs a woman who can fight alongside him, not a burden who can only make soup and cry. These words struck Zhou Jimin's heart like daggers. She trembled with anger, nearly losing her grip on the pot she was holding. You're talking nonsense. You're the one who is mercenary. All you think about is money and status. You don't understand what true concern really is. Zhou Jimin retorted defiantly, her eyes red as she glared back. Do you think wearing a few designer pieces can help the boss? You're just standing here thanks to that contract of yours. How dare you insult me? Li Jiasin was furious. She had never been treated like this. She raised her hand to push the pot from Zhou Jimin's hands. Smash! Another glass was knocked to the ground, shards flying everywhere. As the verbal battle threatened to escalate into physical confrontation, the two women prepared to tear each other apart over the question of who would accompany Lin Yao to Tokyo. Lin Yao closed the door, the click of the lock echoing clearly in the living room. He loosened the tie that had been constricting his neck all night with one hand and casually tossed it onto the coat rack by the entrance. He took off his suit jacket and strode forward. The steady sound of his footsteps made both women who were already agitated stop in their tracks. They turned their heads like two guilty cats and looked at Lin Yao in unison. Have you argued enough? Lin Yao's voice was not loud, but in the spacious living room it carried an irresistible pressure. He walked between the two, glancing down at the mess on the floor, then at the pile of custom suits and the steaming chicken soup. Li Jiesin quickly put away her previous fierce demeanor, adopting a look of grievance as she approached Lin Yao. "Boss, look at her. I kindly came to help you pack, and she came to stir up trouble with her pot of soup, even breaking the new cups." As she spoke, she reached out to wrap her arm around Lin Yao's. Zhou Jimin also approached with the pot, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Boss, I didn't. I just saw you look too tired and wanted you to drink some hot soup. She insulted me first." The two stunningly beautiful faces, both with tears in their eyes, moved closer, and the air was thick with tension. In the case of an ordinary man, this chaotic scene would have left him flustered and at a loss. But Lin Yao was not. He was a financial tyrant set to stir up a financial tsunami in Tokyo. To him, this trifling domestic dispute was nothing but a spark. Lin Yao did not respond to Li Jiesin, nor did he reach for Zhou Jimin's soup. Instead, he extended both hands, wrapping his left arm around Li Jiesin's slim waist and his right arm around Zhou Jimin's frail shoulders. With a firm pull, he drew the two women, who were still subtly competing, into his broad embrace. "Aunt!" Two startled cries rang out simultaneously. Li Jiesin and Zhou Jimin, stiffly leaning against Lin Yao's solid chest, felt their cheeks flush deep to the roots of their necks. The previously tense atmosphere shattered instantly by this domineering move. Lin Yao lowered his head, his nose brushing against Li Jiesin's earlobe, and inhaled the jasmine fragrance from Zhou Jimin's hair. "I will wear the suit and drink the chicken soup." Lin Yao's voice was deep and magnetic, as if he possessed a certain charm. "My appetite is quite large. This little bit won't fill me." He lowered his head, his gaze sweeping deeply across the faces of the two women. "As for who will accompany me to Tokyo?" "Jiesin," Lin Yao called out. Li Jiesin lifted her head, a flash of triumph in her eyes, thinking she had won. "You will be in charge of the financial power of the Hong Kong base. Hundreds of billions in funds need to be assembled within a day. Oh, I wouldn't trust anyone else but you." Lin Yao pinched her soft waist. "Take care of home and wait for my return. You will be the true queen of the Hong Kong business world." Li Jiesin's earlier triumph instantly turned into shock, followed by a strong sense of responsibility and satisfaction from being trusted. Queen. This term is far more powerful than being a mere assistant. She bit her red lip, still feeling a little sour inside, but nodded vigorously. Lin Yao turned his gaze to Zhou Jimin on his other side. "Jimin." Zhou Jimin nervously clutched her clothes, fearing Lin Yao would take her along, her breath quickening. "Lin Entertainment has just started. Eat the box office for God of Gamblers needs monitoring." Lin Yao reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye, his movements gentle yet firm. "Focus on practicing your singing. When I return from Tokyo with $1 trillion, I will book all the top stadiums in Asia for your concert tour." A promise, a distraction, and a soothing gesture. A perfect combination that made the two women of contrasting personalities feel completely captivated. Zhou Jimin stared at him blankly, her mind swirling with the words concert tour across Asia. She nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with blind admiration for this man. Lin Yao released the two, walked to the sofa, and took a sip of the perfectly warm chicken soup. The taste was indeed good, warming his stomach. He set the pot down and looked up at the two women standing there, still a bit off. "There are 3 hours until dawn." Lin Yao unbuttoned the collar of his shirt, revealing his strong collarbone. A charming smile crept across his lips, his gaze wandering between the two women. "Since the luggage is packed and the soup is drunk, shouldn't we get down to business?" Li Jiesin and Zhou Jimin exchanged glances, their faces instantly turning as red as ripe tomatoes. The air of jealousy dissipated, replaced by an ambience that quickened heartbeats. The next morning, the mist had a bulletproof Mercedes quietly drove out of the mountainside villa, heading straight for Kai Tak Airport. Lin Yao sat in the back seat, rubbing his somewhat sore lower back. Even a body of iron would find it a tough battle to be in the presence of two stunning women. He gazed at the gradually brightening sky outside the car window, and the weariness in his eyes vanished, replaced by endless sharpness. "Yaogu, we have arrived." Chen Haonan parked the car outside the airport's VIP passage, got out, and opened the door. Lin Yao stepped out, putting on the top-quality custom suit prepared by Li Jiesin. Abu followed behind like a ghost, carrying a black briefcase. Several operators with laptops had already been waiting at the entrance for some time. Lin Yao looked up at the azure sky. "Let's go." He strode into the airport, his voice cold as ice. "Go rob the flesh from the mouths of those vampires on Wall Street." Lin Yao walked between the two women, remaining silent. With a swift motion, he embraced both feisty women at once. Li Jiesin, still fuming, stumbled slightly on the carpet in her high heels. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Yao's neck, her furious face colliding with the man's solid chest. Zhou Jimin stood frozen, holding the steaming pot, forgetting even to breathe. The chicken soup in the pot sloshed a couple of times, droplets of golden oil splattering onto her white canvas shoes. "Why are you dismantling my house in the middle of the night?" Lin Yao's voice resonated from his chest, laced with a hint of hoarseness and undeniable authority. Li Jiesin bit her red lip, tilting her head back, her fox-like eyes filled with grievance. "Boss, she brought the soup to annoy me first. I prepared so many high-end suits for you, and she thinks a pot of muddy water can compare with me." You went to such a grand event in Tokyo. As your assistant, how can I not be there to take care of you? Boss, you stayed up all night in the conference room. Your stomach won't handle it. This chicken soup took me 4 hours to prepare. Would you take a sip, eh? Her watery eyes were filled with pleading, resembling a frightened little white rabbit. 2 flowers, 1 black, and 1 white, 1 tough, and 1 soft. The air was thick with jealousy, almost palpable. Any ordinary man would have been overwhelmed by such a seductive yet perilous situation. But who is Lin Yao? He is the capital tyrant destined to stir a financial tsunami in Tokyo. To him, this petty squabble was merely a spice in his mundane life. Lin Yao released his hold on Li Jiesen's waist and took the pot from Zhou Jimin. Without using a spoon, he directly drank a large gulp from the edge of the pot. The rich chicken soup flowed down his throat, warmth instantly spreading through his body. The soup is good, Lin Yao said as he set the pot down and turned to look at Li Jiesen. The clothes are also very nice, just right for negotiating business with those tycoons in country R. He pinched Li Jiesen's pouting cheek. But this time to Tokyo, none of you need to come along. At this, both women were taken aback. Why, oi? Li Jiesen grew anxious and stepped forward in her high heels. Boss, going to such a place alone without anyone close by makes me uneasy. Zhou Jimin nodded along, her eyes reddening again. Lin Yao walked to the sofa and sat down, boldly loosening the top 2 buttons of his shirt to reveal his strong collarbone. Jiesen, am entrusting you with the financial power of our base in Xinjiang. You need to mobilize billions in funds within a day. Oh, I can't trust anyone else but you. Lin Yao's tone paused, his gaze becoming incredibly profound. Protect our home, and when I return from Tokyo with $1 trillion, you will be the true queen of the Xinjiang business world. Queen. This word struck Li Jiesen's ambitious heart like a bolt of lightning. The grievance in her eyes was instantly replaced by fervor and pride. Compared to serving tea and water behind a man commanding billions, and becoming the queen of the Xinjiang business world was the power she truly desired. She bit her red lip, still feeling a bit sour inside, but nodded firmly. I promise to guard our home. Oh, anyone who dares to touch a hair on Lin's head will face ruin. Lin Yao smiled in satisfaction and turned to Zhou Jimin, who was nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Jimin. Zhou Jimin looked up anxiously like a student awaiting a teacher's judgment. Lin's entertainment has just started, and we need to monitor the box office of God of Gamblers. Lin Yao gently wiped away the tear at the corner of her eye, his touch tender, yet unmistakable. Practice your singing well. When I return, I will book every top stadium in Asia for your concert tour. A concert tour across all of Asia. Zhou Jimin stared at him, her mind spinning from this massive opportunity. She nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with blind admiration for this man. Drawing a vision, pouring water, soothing. This seamless combination kept the 2 women of contrasting personalities firmly in check. The tension in the living room dissipated, replaced by a fluttering ambience that quickened the heartbeat. Lin Yao glanced at the antique wall clock. There were still 3 hours until dawn. Leaning back on the sofa, a wicked smile curled at his lips as his gaze roamed between the 2 women. Since the luggage is packed and the soup is drunk, shouldn't we get down to business? Li Jiesen and Zhou Jimin exchanged glances, their faces instantly turning as red as ripened tomatoes. The lights in the hillside villa dimmed. The sea breeze fluttered the sheer curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows, obscuring the blush-inducing scenery inside. The next morning, as the thin mist had yet to dissipate, a bulletproof Mercedes quietly drove out of the hillside villa, stopping outside the wrought iron gate. Lin Yao pushed the door open, stretching his slightly sore lower back, frowning slightly. Even with a body of iron facing the combined assault of 2 flowers, it was still a tough battle. Yet the sharp glint in his eyes was even more piercing than the night before. Chen Haonan was already waiting by the car door. Abu stood like a ghost in the shadows. Brother Yao, the flight ticket is booked direct to Narita Airport in Tokyo. Chen Haonan opened the car door. Lin Yao nodded, just about to get in when the villa gate was suddenly pushed open. Li Jiesen, wearing a large men's white shirt and exposing her long slender legs, stumbled out in pursuit. Her face still bore the blush from the night before, her hair casually tied back. Boss, wait a minute. She ran to the car door, breathless, tightly clutching a fax document in her hand. On her delicate wrist, there were still lingering ambiguous red marks. Lin Yao turned around, looking at her alluring figure, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. What? Not enough fun from last night. Li Jiesen pouted, rolling her eyes at him, and shoved the document into his arms. This is serious business. The Wall Street short seller you wanted, I've contacted overnight. She tidied her hair, blown by the wind, her expression turning. But these country folks are very arrogant. The leader David said they want meet with unknowns. They are all drinking in a top-notch restaurant in Ginza, Tokyo right now. Li Jiesen looked into Lin Yao's unfathomable eyes. Boss, these Wall Street renegades are not easy to deal with. Lower Manhattan, New York City. Inside a dim, damp underground bar hung the acrid stench of cheap liquor and stale vomit. Michael slumped listlessly in a booth, gripping a half-empty bottle of whiskey. Once the most dazzling predator on Wall Street, he now resembled a dispossessed stray dog. Another round. Put it on my tab. Michael belched loudly, his voice thick with slurred defiance. The bartender didn't even glance up. Your credit line is maxed out, Michael. Get out before I call security. Michael let out a hollow self-mocking laugh and began to rise. His drinks are on me. A cool, crystalline voice emanated from behind him. Michael squinted through bloodshot eyes and turned his head. Bathed in the bar's murky light stood a sharply tailored young Asian man. Two hulking black-suited bodyguards flanked him, silent, icy, their presence jarringly incongruous amid the grime and decay. Who the hell are you? Michael staggered upright. Some country relic. Or a Korean nouveau riche. Lin ignored the insult entirely and slid into the chair opposite him. Who I am is irrelevant, Lin murmured, fingertips tapping lightly upon the tabletop. What matters is that I know precisely who you are. Michael Brown, former senior partner at Lehman Brothers. 3 years ago, you shorted a tech conglomerate and incurred the wrath of its top brass. You were dismissed without ceremony. Michael's face paled, half his drunken stupor vanished in an instant. How do you know this? What do you want? His gaze locked onto Lin, sharp, wary, unblinking. Lin snapped his fingers. Instantly, a bodyguard stepped forward and placed a thick dossier before him. I'm here to offer you a chance, Lin said, sliding the file across the table. A chance to return to Wall Street and crush beneath your heel every contemptible wretch who once spat upon your face. Michael didn't glance at the dossier. He scoffed, a dry, derisive sound. With you? A boy who hasn't even grown his full beard. Do you have any idea how deep Wall Street's waters run? Don't embarrass yourself here with your father's pocket change. Lin did not flinch. Not even a flicker of anger crossed his features. Instead, his smile widened, serene and incisive. To break a genius intoxicated by his own brilliance, one needed only to shatter his pride with sheer, irrefutable force. Boss, this drunkard lacks the wit to recognize grace. Shall I correct his manners? The bodyguard's voice was glacial. Stand down, Lin replied, voice soft but absolute. He swept his gaze across the room, then fixed upon a chalkboard tucked in the corner of the bar used to list daily drink specials. Rising, he strode over and erased its contents with a single decisive swipe. Hey, what the hell are you? The bartender began to protest. A sharp slap cut him off. A stack of $100 bills landed squarely on the counter. The bartender fell silent, mouth clamped shut. Lin turned back, chalk in hand, and moved with swift, unwavering precision across the board. No hesitation. No correction. Complex curves bloomed across the surface, clean, confident, inevitable. Michael watched dismissively at first, until his eyes locked onto the axes. His pupils contracted violently. The Nikkei 225, Tokyo Real Estate Index, and the yen exchange rate. Michael shot upright, so abruptly he overturned his whiskey bottle with a crash. As a world-class financial bloodhound, he instantly grasped the terrifying implication. These were not historical charts. These were forecasts, precise, audacious predictions of market trajectories over the next 3 months. Are you insane? Michael lunged toward the board, fixated on the curve, plunging like a cliff edge. Our country's economy is soaring, boasting it could buy all of land outright, and yet you forecast a total collapse of its stock and property markets. Lin dropped the chalk and brushed chalk dust from his fingers. The louder the bubble swells, the sweeter its rupture sounds. What you call prosperity is merely a castle built upon shifting sand. Crumble the shore, and it vanishes without trace. Michael shook his head wildly, as if staring into the eyes of a madman. Impossible. Utterly impossible. Your model defies every foundational principle of economics. Principles. Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold, knowing smile. If Wall Street played by principles, would you be drowning in cheap rotgut right now, eh? That sentence struck like a sledgehammer, driving the breath from Michael's lungs. Jaw clenched, he stared at the chalked curves, his mind racing, recalculating, reassembling. The deeper he probed, the colder his sweat grew. For with dawning horror, he realized, should Lin Yi's macroeconomic assumptions hold true, even this seemingly delusional collapse trajectory was mathematically flawless. How dare you assert with such certainty that our country's government will enact these pivotal policy shifts? Michael's voice trembled. That is not your concern, Lin replied, returning to his seat and taking a slow sip of iced water. You need only answer one question. Will you join me in this play, eh? Michael's Adam's apple bobbed hard. His blood surged, fervent, primal, as though a long-dormant shark had just caught the scent of blood in the water. How do you intend to execute it? Michael instinctively lowered his voice as if fearing divine retribution. Lin gestured toward the dossier he'd earlier dismissed. Michael lunged for it, hands trembling as he tore open the manila envelope. After 2 pages, his face drained of color, and his breathing turned ragged. My God, you're a demon. You mean to drain our country's very lifeblood? Ultra-leveraged short positions on index futures, coupled with a labyrinthine web of over-the-counter options. Michael stared at the document, less a financial strategy, more a slaughterhouse blueprint, and every hair on his body stood erect. This was no trade. It was a wager of apocalyptic scale. A gamble capable of crippling an entire nation. Lose, and even the most formidable financial dynasties on Wall Street would vanish overnight, reduced to ash without a whisper. But when? Michael dared not contemplate the figure, the magnitude of wealth that could reshape global power itself. This is a wager agreement. Lin spoke with the same calm detachment one might use discussing today's weather. You will manage the trading desk and assemble the finest short-selling team on earth. 5% of the profits go to you personally. Michael felt his heart hammering against his ribs. 5%. Even a modest victory would buy him a private island and allow him to grind those who cast him out into dust beneath his heel. Yet reason whispered caution. Executing a hunt of this magnitude demanded firepower beyond imagining. Without overwhelming capital backing, no matter how flawless the tactics, entering Tokyo's markets would be suicide. They'd be devoured whole by entrenched financial titans. Michael inhaled deeply, forcing stillness into his limbs, clarity into his mind. He fixed his gaze upon the inscrutable young man before him. All arrogance had dissolved, replaced by the raw reverent all one feels before a supreme apex predator. I concede your plan is flawless. So flawless it chills me to the marrow. Michael braced both palms on the table, voice hoarse. But do you grasp the sheer magnitude of capital required to stir such chaos? How much? Lin regarded him with quiet amusement. At least 10 billion U.S. dollars. Michael ground out the astronomical figure between clenched teeth. Even Quantum Fund today would struggle to mobilize such liquidity on short notice. Without colossal reserves and margin collateral, the moment our country's domestic brokers detect our move and counterattack, we'll be liquidated. Obliterated. Without grave or name. The air in the bar thickened, suffocating, motionless. Michael held Lin Yi's gaze, searching desperately for a flicker of bluff, a crack in composure. He found none. Lin Yi's eyes remained as still and depthless as an ancient well, untroubled, unreadable, and faintly mocking. So, the Wolf of Wall Street, who moments ago questioned whether I could afford his whiskey, now trembles. Lin leaned back, fingers drumming softly on the armrest. Michael swallowed hard. A bead of sweat traced a path down his temple, landing with a soft plink on the tabletop. Not fear, reality, he rasped. Boy from Asia, this isn't child's play. This is war. Just how much capital do you command to wage a war of this scale? Lin offered no reply. Instead, he reached slowly into the inner pocket of his suit jacket and withdrew a single slender slip of paper. He held it effortlessly between two fingers and slid it across the table toward Michael. Michael looked down. A Swiss bank's highest tier bearer instrument. Unregistered, untraceable. His eyes locked onto the amount field and froze. Trembling, he lifted the slip, bringing it inches from his face. Units. Tens. Hundreds. Thousands. 10,000s. He counted the zeros again and again and again. Each count deepened his breath, flushed his cheeks, tightened his throat. A seismic shock, tenfold, shattered his vaunted rationality. His mind went blank, except for that impossible spiraling string of digits burning white-hot behind his eyelids. This cannot be real. Michael's knees buckled. He collapsed to the floor, clutching the instrument aloft with shaking hands. Sir, did you rob the Federal Reserve itself? Michael stared rigidly at the thin sheet of paper in his hand, his eyes bulging, as if ready to burst from their sockets. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. He trembled violently, like a man seized by convulsions, counting that string of digits over and over, at least 10 times. My God, $10 billion. And bearer bonds from a Swiss bank. Michael's lips quivered uncontrollably, his breath rasped like a broken bellows. Having navigated Wall Street, the ultimate meat grinder of money, for decades he had witnessed grand spectacles before. Yet never in his life had he seen anyone casually pull 10 billion U.S. dollars in cash from an inner suit pocket. Those so-called titans of Wall Street might flaunt astronomical paper wealth and boast in units of billions, but ask them to produce $10 billion in liquid, immediately available capital within seconds. They would need to convene countless emergency board meetings, even sacrifice core assets, to scrape together such a sum. Yet this young Asian man handled it with the nonchalance of pulling a $10 bill from his pocket to buy a pack of cheap Marlboros at the corner store. What? Already paralyzed with shock, Lin looked down imperiously at Michael, slumped helplessly on the floor. Boss, did you rob the Federal Reserve? Michael swallowed hard, his saliva laced with the sharp tang of whiskey. These 10 billion are merely your initial seed capital for trial operations. In plain terms, Lin remarked flatly, as though haggling over cabbages at a wet market. It's your welcome gift. A deafening buzz exploded inside Michael's skull, as if struck full force by an 80-pound sledgehammer. A welcome gift worth $10 billion. What kind of celestial force wielded such power? He jerked his head up abruptly, his eyes now webbed with furious crimson capillaries. Subsequent waves of leveraged capital will follow without pause. Lin leaned forward slightly, his jet-black eyes gleamed with an icy, oppressive intensity. If your hunger as a ravenous wolf is insatiable, I'll flood you with water from the entire Pacific Ocean. A muffled thud echoed sharply. Without hesitation, Michael dropped to both knees onto the damp, filthy bar floor. He raised the bearer bond high above his head with both hands, like the most devout believer worshipping his sole deity. Boss, from this day forward, I, Michael Brown, am your fiercest, most savage hound. Wherever you point, I will sink my teeth in and hold fast until I grind the prey's very bones to dust. And those contemptible wretches who kicked me out of Wall Street like garbage. I'll make them watch us amass unimaginable fortunes across Asia until envy makes them vomit blood. Lynn was thoroughly satisfied with Michael's rabid feral state. To command such a greed-fueled financial predator, one must wield both the iron rod and the sweet carrot in equal measure. Rise and shed that pathetic drunken demeanor. Lynn commanded coldly. Michael snapped upright instantly, wiping grime from his face with his sleeve spine ramrod straight. 3 days. Lynn held up 3 fingers. You will use these $10 billion to establish over 100 offshore shell companies in the Cayman Islands and the British Virgin Islands. Fragment the funds. Move them silently into Asian accounts, without triggering a single alert from international regulatory bodies. If every cent fails to arrive within 72 hours, you may join the corpses sunk in the Hudson River. Michael sucked in a sharp, chilling breath. The operational intensity of this task bordered on the monstrous. Yet rather than recoil, his eyes blazed with even more frenzied, bloodthirsty fervor. Boss, no need for 3 days. Within 48 hours, I guarantee these $10 billion will haunt every corner of the Asian markets like phantoms. He bolted toward the payphone booth in the bar's corner like a whirlwind, snatching up the receiver with brutal haste, his fingers stabbing frantically at the numbers of his former subordinates. Smith, get off that fat wife of yours now. I want you in the trading room in 5 minutes. Jones, wake up every drowsy trader under you. A seismic deal has arrived. Yes, cancel all leave immediately. Chug Red Bull and black coffee like water. We're going to Asia to steal money. Anyone who delays, even by a minute, I swear I'll feed him into a paper shredder. Watching Michael erupt into manic, adrenaline-charged commands, Lin Yao's bodyguard murmured softly. Boss, this drunkard was half dead moments ago. Can he truly be trusted? He hungers more fiercely than anyone to reclaim what he once lost. Lin Yao adjusted the cuff of his bespoke suit jacket and turned toward the bar's exit. Let's go to the airport. 12 hours later. A custom-configured Gulfstream G650ER pierced the night sky, cruising steadily at 30,000 feet. The cabin exuded opulence, hand-knotted Persian carpets lined the floor, the air carried the faint, rich aroma of Cuban cigars. Lin Yao reclined in a broad leather sofa, gently swirling a glass of Romanée-Conti. A statuesque Russian flight attendant, golden-haired, blue-eyed, approached and knelt respectfully beside the sofa. Mr. Lin, descent is imminent. Is there anything else you require? Her voice was honey-sweet, almost dripping with allure, her neckline parted deliberately, revealing a smooth, snowy décolletage. For a woman like her, even one night, with such a phenomenally wealthy young magnate, could erase a decade of struggle. Lin Yao cast her a brief, indifferent glance, utterly unmoved. No. Withdraw. A flicker of frustrated disappointment crossed her eyes, but confronted by Lin Yao's glacial, forbidding aura, she retreated obediently to the rear cabin. Lin Yao turned his gaze toward the window. Dense cloud layers had long since vanished behind the aircraft, revealing below a vast metropolis glittering like a river of stars. It was the world's most frenetic city. At this very moment it stood at the absolute zenith of its bubble economy, blazing with reckless, self-consuming fire. Countless neon lights stabbed upward into the heavens, staining the night sky with an eerie violet-red glow. The city resembled a primordial beast, a ravenous abyss, devouring infinite wealth forever unsated. Rumors claimed white-collar workers waved $10,000 bills to hail taxis on city streets. Gold leaf sushi at elite restaurants sold out before noon. They arrogantly proclaimed that selling just a sliver of land here would buy them the entire United States. What a splendid place, drunk on luxury and delusion. His bodyguard gazed down at the vertiginous spectacle of light, swallowing audibly. A cold, razor-edged smile curled Lin Yao's lips. To destroy a thing, first make it mad. Upon this golden ruin, soon to collapse in thunderous ruin, he would erect his own financial empire step by step upon the shattered bones of fallen tycoons. Notify Michael. We begin operations now. Lin Yao drained the last of his red wine. Boss, the first tranche of funds is fully deployed. Where shall we strike first? His bodyguard bowed deeply, eyes alight with anticipation. Lin Yao fixed his gaze upon the steel and glass jungle below, the legendary city that never sleeps. His pupils sharpened with lethal resolve. Target Tokyo. Let's teach those arrogant Japanese exactly how to lose money. The Gulfstream G650ER landed smoothly on the private runway of Narita Airport. The cabin door opened and a breeze carrying the scent of the sea mixed with expensive perfume rushed in. Lin Yao walked down the gangway, taking a deep breath. Can you smell it along? The air is filled with the sweet scent of Fukuzawa Yukichi's mold. Along the bodyguard following behind grinned widely while cautiously scanning the surroundings. Once they exited the VIP passage, the streets of Tokyo at midnight were as bright as day, providing a shocking lesson on what money never sleeps truly means. Rows of corporate workers in high-end suits and portly bosses stood by the roadside. What they waved in their hands were not taxi flags, but colorful bills worth 10,000 yen. Driver, to Shinjuku. No change needed for 30,000 yen. Baka, I'll pay 50,000. Stop right now. Two normally well-dressed presidents were pulling at each other's ties on the street in a desperate attempt to hail a taxi. Along watched in astonishment, swallowing hard. Boss, they spend thousands of yuan just to take a taxi. Are these people insane? Lin let out a cold laugh and pointed to the Ginza shopping district in the distance. What's this? Did you see that advertisement board ahead? A massive LED screen was looping an advertisement for a top-tier restaurant. It boldly proclaimed sushi made with bluefin tuna wrapped in pure gold leaf, limited supply, priced at 100,000 yen per piece. The nearby golf club advertisement was even more audacious, declaring no entry for those with a net worth of less than 100 million yen. Once inside the prearranged stretch Rolls-Royce, the outside clamor was completely isolated by the thick, bulletproof glass. The airport liaison, a thin Chinese man, was sweating as he handed over the documents. Lin, the market in Tokyo is simply bizarre right now. Those businessmen from our country drink so much wine in Ginza, they can open dozens of bottles of Romanicani just to wash their hands. They even boast at the table that selling the land of the Tokyo Imperial Palace could buy the entire state of California. The liaison's confidence waned as he spoke, his voice trembling. Isn't it too risky for us to come in with so much capital? Along echoed with some concern. Yeah, boss, these little devils are acting like they're on drugs, and the stock market is hitting limit up every day. Lin reclined comfortably in the leather seat, lighting a Cuban cigar with a customized windproof lighter. Shorting the market against the trend, will we be crushed by their immense capital? As the pale blue smoke swirled around him, his gaze was as cold and ruthless as one looking at a group of pigs awaiting slaughter. Risky. Along, remember this saying well. When God wants to destroy someone, he first makes them mad. Lin exhaled a smoke ring, his voice calm. Every penny they squander now is overextending this country's fortune for the next 30 years. This city has become a giant inflatable hot air balloon. It looks glamorous from the outside, but inside it's filled with flammable and explosive deadly gas. All we need is a needle to quietly find the right spot and poke. Lin made a hand gesture mimicking an explosion. With a loud bang, it will explode into nothing but dust. Along and the liaison felt their scalps tingle, realizing that the young boss before them was 10,000 times more terrifying than the mad city outside. So what should we do now? Along asked cautiously. Do nothing, just take a shower and enjoy the show. This is our best super ATM. The Rolls-Royce came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the Peninsula Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Tokyo. Lin checked into the presidential suite on the top floor. The room was carpeted with polar bear fur, and the giant floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the illuminated Tokyo Tower. Even the bathtub's faucet was made of pure gold. This was the pinnacle of enjoyment built on wealth. After meticulously inspecting the guard arrangements at the door, Along respectfully stepped out. The night was deep, but the city beneath still roared like a beast in heat, relentless and tireless. Lin took a shower and changed into a loose, comfortable silk bathrobe. He approached the bar and poured himself half a glass of decanted red wine. Pushing open the heavy glass door, Lin stepped onto the spacious outdoor terrace. The night breeze was slightly cool, dispersing the fatigue brought on by the long flight. He swirled his wine glass, watching the flow of traffic below like golden rivers, mentally calculating the progress of Michael's offshore account setup. On this battlefield devoid of gunfire, he had to ensure that every detail was as precise as a scalpel. Just then a faint sound interrupted his thoughts. Ugh, ugh. It was a weak, stifled sound of a woman crying. The sound seemed to be choked in her throat, conveying a heartbreaking despair and silence. In this night of drunken revelry and citywide celebration, the crying stood out as jarring and piercing. Lin frowned slightly, his gaze sharpening instantly. He stopped swirling his wine glass and turned his head toward the sound. The crying was coming from the left side of the terrace. It was obscured by several large, precious tropical plants, forming a very hidden dead angle, which conveniently connected to the adjacent suite's subterrace. Lin set down the goblet and quietly approached the edge of the foliage. As a top-tier hunter, he had an instinctual vigilance towards such sudden situations. He slowly parted a few large banana leaves. In the pale, cold moonlight, the moment he saw the scene, next door, Lin Yi's pupils constricted sharply. A woman with an exquisite silhouette stood barefoot at the edge of the terrace. She wore only a thin white silk nightgown, so fragile in the night breeze that she resembled a leaf that might shatter at any moment. At that moment, she was desperately trying to cross the cold metal railing of the terrace. Half of her body was already completely suspended outside the 200-meter high drop. Just a slight release of her hand or a stronger gust of wind, and she would plummet down, crashing onto the luxurious marble ground below, reduced to a grotesque puddle of flesh. The woman's shoulders trembled violently, clearly on the brink of collapse. She closed her eyes, tears rolling down her pale cheeks, her fingers gradually loosening from the railing. Just as she was about to let go of her last finger, a voice cold and devoid of emotion, yet penetrating, suddenly blasted in her ear. If you jump down like that, tomorrow's headline will only say you're a fool in debt dumped by someone. The woman jolted as if electrocuted, her almost released fingers clenched tightly onto the railing. She abruptly turned her head, her tear-filled eyes wide with fear, shock, and panic. Through the gaps in the plants, she saw a man with a suffocating aura coldly staring at her. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Try stepping back any further and see what happens. Hearing Lin Yi's icy voice, the woman's already taut nerves snapped instantly. She let out a sharp cry, and her fingers instinctively loosened their grip on the metal railing, the only thing keeping her from falling. A sudden gust of night wind rushed in. Her frail body plummeted downward like a kite with its strings severed, plunging headlong into the fathomless abyss. Foolish woman, Lin Yi cursed under his breath as his physical capabilities erupted with terrifying speed. With one hand bracing against the glass partition between two balconies, his long legs sliced through the air like those of a hunting leopard, leaving behind a faint afterimage. A heavy muffled thud echoed. At the very instant half her body had already slipped beyond the railing, Lin Yi's large hand clamped down on her slender wrist like an iron vice, and yanked her backward with brutal force. The violent inertia sent both of them crashing onto the cold, hard marble floor. Trembling uncontrollably, she landed breathlessly in his broad, warm chest, her body shaking like a sieve. Let me go. Let me die. I have nothing left. Like a terrified wild creature, she thrashed wildly in Lin Yi's arms. Her nails even raked bloody gashes across his forearm. Lin Yi's brow furrowed, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes. In one swift motion, he pinned both her wrists above her head with a single hand, pressing her firmly into the icy marble floor. If you wish to die, do it elsewhere. Don't sully my balcony. His words were glacial, utterly devoid of mercy. Yet strangely they worked. Her struggles ceased instantly, and she stared at him dazed and uncomprehending. Bathed in the cool, silvery moonlight overhead, Lin Yi finally saw her face, streaked with tears. A rare flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. Even drenched in tears and worn by exhaustion, her face remained breathtakingly beautiful, ethereal, haunting. Her delicate features possessed an innate fragility, tender and heart-wrenching. Though Lin Yi rarely followed celebrity culture, he recognized her instantly. She was known across all of Asia, Nakajima Akiko, Japan's reigning national diva of tragic romance. But what truly darkened Lin Yi's expression was not her peerless beauty. Rather, it was her wrists still tightly gripped. Across her pale, tender skin ran countless self-inflicted cuts, some deep and scabbed black, others fresh and raw, oozing vivid crimson blood. What infernal torment had she endured to reduce such perfection into this hollow, spectral ruin? A chill wind swept past. Shivering in her thin silk nightgown, Akiko curled inward. Lin Yi released her, rose to his feet, and shrugged off his own thick, luxurious silk robe, wrapping her tightly within it without hesitation. Then, with no room for refusal, he bent low and swept her up into a firm, horizontal embrace. What are you doing? Put me down. Akiko flinched in panic. Be silent. The wind outside is biting. Keep struggling if you wish to catch a fever. Carrying her, Lin Yi strode into the opulent warmth of the suite's living room and dropped her unceremoniously onto the wide, supple leather sofa. The robe still imbued with his body heat, and the subtle, smoky scent of fine cigars enveloped her freezing frame completely. Akiko sat frozen on the sofa, gazing up at this towering Chinese man, domineering and bearing, yet with eyes that held an unexpected quiet warmth. For 6 months, she had faced only relentless deception, vitriolic slander, endless demands, and the ravenous glare of media flashbulbs. No one had ever draped a garment over her in the dead of night, nor dragged her back from death's threshold with such ruthless authority. This long-forgotten ironclad sense of safety struck her like a colossal hammer, shattering the last brittle wall she had spent months desperately holding together. Clutching the robe tightly, Akiko buried her face in her knees and unleashed a gut-wrenching wail. Why am I not even worthy of dying? Her sobs choked her breath, tears soaked swiftly into the costly leather. Lin Yi walked to the bar, poured a glass of warm red wine, and handed it to her. Drink. Soothe your throat before you weep further. Now tell me, who drove you to this? Perhaps it was Lin Yi's calm, commanding aura, so certain, so unshakable, that steadied her. She accepted the glass, took a trembling sip, and began, haltingly, brokenly, to unspool her pent-up despair. He deceived me. He swore that once I paid the final 800 million yen for our wedding home, he would marry me immediately. I gave him every yen I'd earned from concerts and record sales, and even borrowed exorbitant loans from Yakuza syndicates to cover the balance. Yet, he used my money to lavish other actresses, and then issued official press releases accusing me of. Just now he called again, demanding I entertain wealthy industrialists over drinks. She lifted her head abruptly. Those once luminous eyes now held only the hollow, ashen emptiness of utter desolation. He threatened to sell my private photographs to tabloids unless I complied, ruining me utterly. I simply cannot go on. I am exhausted. Death would be my only release. Lin Yi listened in silence, a cruel, knowing smile curling at the edge of his lips. In his past life, he'd heard whispers of a notorious, arrogant male singer in Japan's entertainment industry. He had ruined this legendary diva's reputation and driven her repeatedly to the brink of suicide until depression forced her withdrawal from public life. Lin had never imagined he'd witness the opening act of that tragedy on his very first night in Tokyo. Kneeling beside her, Lin extended a long, strong finger, rough yet tender, and wiped away the tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. To die for a scoundrel is the most foolish choice you've ever made. His gaze locked onto hers, deep, resonant, charged with irresistible authority. Since I reclaimed your life, you belong to me now, my personal possession. So long as you remain within this room, not even heaven's sovereign could touch a single hair on your head. Akiko froze completely. Staring at this striking, commanding man, her heart skipped, unbidden. In that rare, fragile moment of quiet, a chilling disturbance erupted from the hallway outside. Bang, bang, bang. Violent, thunderous pounding shook the neighboring suite's door, vibrating the entire wall. Then came a man's voice, shrill, drunken, and arrogantly vicious. You filthy whore. I know you're hiding inside playing dead. Don't think locking the door makes you safe. Get out here. Sign this contract for unpaid performances, right? Or tomorrow I'll make sure all of Japan sees exactly how shamelessly you behave in bed. Hearing that nightmarish voice from outside the door, Ming Z trembled violently. She curled up in the corner of the sofa like a frightened quail, gripping tightly onto her oversized bathrobe. Lin turned his head, observing her conditioned stress response from long-term manipulation, his gaze instantly turning cold. Without saying much, he walked straight towards the Lin turned his head, observing her conditioned stress response from long-term manipulation, his gaze instantly turning cold. Without saying much, he walked straight towards the heavy redwood door of the suite. Bang, bang. Another series of powerful kicks resounded from outside the door. Baka, I know you're in there. Open the door for me. Who are you fooling around with in there? If you don't open the door, I'll smash this hotel. Lin twisted the doorknob and yanked the door open forcefully. Standing outside was a flamboyantly dressed man reeking of alcohol and cheap perfume. This was Kondo, the hottest top-tier male star in the entertainment industry of her country. Kondo clearly did not expect the door to swing open so suddenly. His hand poised to smash the door hung, suspended in midair. When he saw that the person standing before him was a tall, unfamiliar Huaxiao man, he froze for a moment. Then he glanced over Lin's shoulder and saw Ming Z sitting on the sofa draped in a man's bathrobe. Kondo's features twisted, instantly consumed by a morbid sense of possessiveness and rage. Well, you filthy bitch. Have you gotten bold, haven't you? Kondo pointed at Ming Z in the room and cursed loudly. Spending my money and daring to raise a toy boy behind my back. Do you still have any shame, you piece of trash? Relying on his drunkenness and his status in our country's entertainment circle, he completely disregarded Lin. Spitting foul language, he swaggered into the room. You come out right now? Sign that contract for the unpaid performance. Otherwise, I'll make sure those gossip magazines publish front-page stories tomorrow, making you completely infamous. As he spoke, he naturally reached out his hand, crossing over Lin's shoulders, skillfully aiming for Ming Z's hair. This was a habit formed by his long-term control over Ming Z. As long as he grabbed her hair and slapped her a few times, she would obediently comply. However, today his hand did not even touch a single strand of Ming Z's hair. Lin's eyes sharpened, and a terrifying, killing intent erupted from his body. His right leg, like a coiled steel spring, unleashed a horrific force in an instant. Without any unnecessary words, a heavy and powerful kick landed squarely in Kondo's abdomen. A dull thud. Kondo's alcohol-drained body flew back like a broken sack, crashing into the marble wall on the other side of the corridor, producing a bone-cracking sound that made one's teeth ache. Wow! Kondo curled up on the ground like a boiled shrimp, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with stomach acid. The huge commotion attracted a few hotel security guards at the end of the corridor, but when they saw the two bodyguards behind Lin, who looked like iron towers, they immediately shrank back, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Kondo clutched his stomach, his features contorting in pain, cold sweat soaking through his floral shirt. After years of arrogance in our country's entertainment industry, he had never suffered such a brutal beating. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Kondo spat out a mouthful of blood foam, hysterically roaring. I have the biggest record company in our country backing me. I know the big shots of the Yamaguchi-gumi. I will make you pay, you piece of trash. I will ensure you and this bitch have no place to die in our country. Facing Kondo's impotent fury, Lin merely glanced at him like he would a rat in a sewer. Lin leisurely took out a custom-made mini satellite phone from his suit pocket. He dialed the number of Lao Chen, the Chinese head responsible for picking him up at the airport. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Lao Chen's respectful voice immediately came through. Two things. Lin's voice was flat and devoid of inflection, but carried a cold, oppressive aura that commanded life and death. First, find out which agency this scumbag named Kondo belongs to. Within 5 minutes, utilize our shell funds in Tokyo to forcibly acquire absolute control over this company, no matter the cost. Second, mobilize all our underground resources and conglomerate connections in the Tokyo media sector. Immediately terminate all his commercial endorsements and take down all his albums. I want him to completely vanish from the entertainment scene in our country. Having said that, Lin hung up the phone and looked down at the bewildered Kondo on the ground. Kondo stared blankly for 2 seconds, then suddenly clutched his stomach and burst into a wild, piercing laugh. Huh? Do you think you're in a gangster movie? Buying my agency? You think you can blacklist me? Do you know how much I can earn for the company in a year, you foreign bumpkin? Stop bragging without a script. Lin Yao ignored his taunts entirely, simply looking down at the ticking second hand on his watch. Time passed second by second. The corridor fell into a deathly silence save for Kondos' heavy and arrogant gasps. Just as he thought Lin Yao was posturing and preparing to struggle back to continue his threats. DDDDDD. The large brick-like phone that Kondo had dropped on the ground suddenly went off like a... This urgent and piercing ringtone sounded particularly jarring in the deserted corridor like a death warrant. A sense of panic inexplicably flashed through Kondos' heart as he fumbled to grab the phone and press the answer key. As soon as the call connected, a wailing scream resembling that of a slaughtered pig came from his manager's voice. Kondo, you damned fool, what powerful figure did you offend? Just now 3 top conglomerates simultaneously exerted pressure. All 23 of your commercial endorsements have been forcefully unilaterally cancelled. We are facing an astronomical penalty of tens of billions. Hearing the roar on the phone, Kondos' face instantly turned pale and his lips trembled violently. Not only that, the company has just been forcibly acquired by a mysterious overseas capital. The first order given by the new board is to indefinitely shelve you. You have been blacklisted throughout our country. Kondos' phone fell with a thud onto the carpet, the screen shattering. His arrogance and hubris vanished without a trace, replaced by terror and despair. His legs went weak, and he fell to his knees staring at the calm man before him like he was a bloodthirsty demon crawling out of hell. No, this is impossible. Who exactly are you? Kondos' voice trembled like a sieve. Lin Yao slowly walked up to him, the shiny tip of his military boots gently lifting his sweat-drenched chin. I just said she is now my private property. Now take your dirty hands and get lost. The corridor was eerily silent. Only the jarring sound of Kondos' kowtowing echoed through the luxurious, Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I was blind. Kondo frantically bashed his forehead against the marble floor, his face smeared with blood and tears. The once mighty top star now clung to Lin Yao's leather shoes like a pathetic worm. Please have mercy. Just let me go, I'll do anything. Lin Yao frowned in disgust and casually shook off his hand as if discarding a piece of trash. Along, Lin Yao uttered softly. The bodyguard beside him, like an iron tower, immediately stepped forward and grabbed the back of Kondos' collar. Boss, should we throw him into the sea or chop him up to feed the dogs? Along grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Kondo, frightened, rolled his eyes and lost control, of foul odor spreading. Drag him out, don't dirty the carpet in the corridor. Lin Yao didn't even glance at him again. Along pulled Kondo away like a dead dog, disappearing around the corner of the hallway. Lin Yao turned around, his deep gaze landing on Mingzi inside the room. Mingzi covered her mouth tightly, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and shock. The man who had wielded power in the entertainment industry of Country R and forced her into a corner was casually crushed just like that. With only a phone call. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Yao stepped into the suite and shut the heavy wooden door behind him. He approached Mingzi without hesitation, naturally taking her cold, trembling hand. Mingzi instinctively wanted to shrink away, but the warmth and firmness of the man's hand held her tightly, rendering her motionless. Sit down. Lin Yao's voice was authoritative. Mingzi obediently plopped down onto the soft sofa like a marionette. Lin Yao turned to the bathroom to retrieve the first aid kit kneeling before her. He grasped Mingzi's wrist, which was covered in cuts, his brow slightly furrowed. The cotton swab dipped in iodine was applied roughly yet precisely to the festering wounds. Hiss. Mingzi gasped in pain, tears streaming down her face again. If it hurts, just endure it. Why weren't you afraid when you were cutting yourself? Lin Yao snorted coldly, yet unconsciously softened his grip. Mingzi lowered her head, staring blankly at this Chinese man who was treating her wounds. The scent of Cuban cigars mixed with a faint hint of mint forcefully invaded her senses. In her over 20 years of life, she had encountered countless hypocritical wealthy heirs and had endured long-term PUA torment from Kondo. Yet she had never met someone like this, domineering to the point of being unreasonable, yet capable of bringing her a shiver deep within her soul and a sense of safety. After bandaging her wrist, Lin Yao stood up and threw the bloodied cotton swab into the trash can. Now it's time for you to wake up completely. Lin Yao walked to the desk, picked up a thick craft paper bag, and tossed it onto the coffee table before Mingzi. Open it and see what your fiancé who promised to marry you for money has really done. Mingzi trembled as she extended her bandaged hand and untied the string of the file bag. Inside slipped out a dozen high-definition clandestine photos and several copies of financial statements. The first photo was of Kondo and a popular female idol engaging in an indecent kiss on a luxurious yacht. The second and third photos were all irrefutable evidence of him lavishly keeping escort girls with Mingzi's hard-earned money in Ginza. Mingzi's complexion turned pale as paper, her breath quickening as if she were suffocating. But when she saw the last document with a legal seal, her entire being felt like it was struck by lightning. He actually mortgaged the ancestral home left by my mother. Mingzi's voice was hoarse like torn cloth. Not only did he mortgage your ancestral home, but he also signed a Inyang contract behind your back. Lin Yi looked down at her, ruthlessly tearing apart the last facade. Did you think you were helping him repay the loan shark's debts? In reality, those were his own gambling debts, and the debtor's name was yours. With a bang, the last shred of hope in Mingzi's mind crumbled into dust. She had once thought she was sacrificing for love, and even if deceived, she convinced herself that Kondo had his reasons. But now the bloody truth lay bare before her. From start to finish, she was merely a cash cow for that beast to be drained dry of even her marrow. Mingzi suddenly tore the photos and contracts into shreds, covering her face as she let out a desperate wail. She cried out loud, lamenting her foolishness, her blindness, and her life that felt like a joke. Lin Yi did not stop her. He simply stood quietly to the side, allowing her to vent her emotions. Half an hour later, Mingzi's cries gradually weakened into faint sobs. She slumped on the sofa, her eyes red and swollen, her gaze hollow without a trace of light. The poison planted by Pua had finally been forcefully excised, yet what remained was an unfathomable void and fear. I have nothing left. Nothing at all. Mingzi murmured despairingly, like a drowning person. The ancestral home is gone, the money is gone, my reputation is ruined. I've even accrued unpayable debts to the mafia. She slowly lifted her head, her beautiful face etched with sorrowful tear tracks, looking helplessly at Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, thank you for saving me, and thank you for showing me the truth. But what should I do? Where can I go now? Looking at this swan whose wings had been completely broken, Lin Yi's gaze was as deep. He leaned down, resting one hand on the back of the sofa, completely enveloping Mingzi in his shadow. Then he extended two slender fingers, roughly yet steadily lifting her smooth chin. Forced to meet his aggressively black eyes, Mingzi's breath hitched instantly. You don't need to know where to go. Lin Yi's fingertip gently caressed her delicate skin, his deep voice akin to a devil's whisper. I told you your life was reclaimed by me. From today on, your life, your person, including your ridiculous debts and dignity, all belong to me. Do you understand? Mingzi's eyes widened, her heart racing in her chest, almost about to break her ribs. Lin Yi inched closer, his nose nearly touching hers. Mingzi trembled uncontrollably, a mist of confusion glimmering in her eyes. I understand, master. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, the morning light of Tokyo just pierced through the clouds. Lin Yao casually extinguished the Cuban cigar at his fingertips in the crystal ashtray. He turned around to receive the top-secret intelligence handed over by David, casually glancing at it. Then he slightly tilted his head to look at Mingzi, who was still sleeping on the big bed. The woman curled up in the velvet blanket, her brow slightly furrowed like a wounded white cat, finally finding a safe harbor. Boss, there was new movement from the Sanha Consortium last night. David reported in a lowered voice. Don't worry about their antics. Lin Yao tossed the intelligence onto the table. Your only task right now is to stabilize the funds. No money can be withdrawn without my command. David nodded, glancing at the big bed, following Lin Yao's gaze, then discreetly retreated. With a gentle sound of the door, Mingzi's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The after effects of the hangover and sorrow left her a bit dazed. When she clearly saw the imposing man sitting on the sofa, the memories of being rescued from despair last night surged back in an instant. She bolted upright, instinctively clutching the corner of the blanket. Awake! Lin Yao stood up and poured a glass of warm water, handing it over. Mingzi timidly accepted the cup, her fingertips accidentally brushing against Lin Yao's warm hand, causing her to flinch as if shocked. Mr. Lin, thank you for last night. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yao said nothing, only gestured towards the exquisite meals on the trolley beside them. Have breakfast first. After eating, go wash up and change clothes. Mingzi followed his finger's direction. The trolley not only had a sumptuous French breakfast, but also displayed a luxurious diamond-encrusted gown. It was this year's global limited edition from Chanel, something that money couldn't necessarily buy. Is this prepared for me? Mingzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Having struggled in the entertainment industry of our country for so many years, she was used to the feigned affections and cunning of wealthy heirs. Those people only wanted to treat her as a canary and a plaything. But this man before her gave her a sense of security without taking advantage of her vulnerability from last night. This restraint to the bone shattered the defenses in the heart of this battered national diva. Otherwise, is there a second woman here? Lin Yao stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down at her. But it's too precious. Oh, I can't wear it. Lin Yao interrupted her without hesitation. He leaned down, his deep gaze locking onto Ming's evasive eyes. Remember this clearly from today on. You only belong to me, Lin Yao. Whoever dares to lay a finger on you, I will make their entire family sink to the bottom of Tokyo Bay. Mingzi was stunned, her eyes instantly turning red as hot tears streamed down her cheeks. This time it was not out of despair, but rather from an unprecedented sense of solidity. What are you crying for? Wipe your tears. Lin Yao straightened up, adjusting the cuff of his suit. There is a top-tier gala in Tokyo tonight. You will attend as my companion. Mr. Lin, with my current reputation, attending such an occasion would only bring you shame. Mingzi retreated a bit, somewhat resistant. Having been slandered and blacklisted by her old employer yesterday, she was now practically a laughingstock in her country's upper class. Shame, eh? Lin Yao chuckled coldly, a trace of ferocity flashing in his eyes. The woman brought by me, Lin Yao, is the absolute main character tonight. I want to bring you in, boldly smashing the faces of those our country tycoons who look down upon you. Lin Yao's words were resolute, carrying an undeniable arrogance. Mingzi looked at his broad shoulders and nodded vigorously. All right, I'll listen to you. As night fell, luxury cars gathered outside the most lavish private estate in the Chiyoda district. Tonight's gala brought together the top magnates from both the political and business circles of our country. When a long Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the end of the red carpet, it did not attract much attention until the car door opened. Lin Yao, dressed in a perfectly tailored pure black suit, was the first to step out of the vehicle. Immediately after, he gentlemanly extended his hand, assisting the woman out of the car. In that moment, all the flashes and gazes in the venue collectively froze. Mingzi, adorned in a gown shimmering with starlight, resembled a queen of the night reborn from the ashes. Her originally haggard face, under the enhancement of top-tier makeup, radiated breathtaking beauty. Is that Nakajima Mingzi? Wasn't she completely blacklisted? Oh my, that gown she's wearing is a collectible from Chanel. How did she get it? Who is that Chinese man beside her? His aura is so terrifying. The surrounding elite of our country whispered among themselves, their faces filled with shock. Those wealthy heirs who once avoided Mingzi were now staring wide-eyed. Mingzi linked her arm with Lin Yao's, feeling the strength emanating from the man beside her, and instinctively straightened her back. She was no longer the tragic diva at the mercy of others. Lin Yao led her, ignoring the peculiar gazes around them, and walked straight towards the entrance of the banquet hall. As they passed, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Just as they were about to step onto the stairs, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd on the right. Make way. Please make way. A middle-aged man in an ill-fitting cheap gray suit, dripping with sweat, squeezed. He tightly clutched a worn briefcase, as if it were his last lifeline, and charged forward. Security immediately moved to block him, but the middle-aged man, fueled by an unknown strength, broke free. He rushed directly in front of Lin Yao and Mingzi, stretching out his arms to block their path. Mingzi was startled and instinctively shrank back behind Lin Yao. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze instantly freezing like ice. David, standing a few steps back, had already reached for the gun holstered at his waist. However, Lin Yao raised his hand to signal David not to act rashly. He recognized the person in front of him. This was the key figure mentioned in the top-secret intelligence David submitted that morning. The top financial analyst of Nomura Securities, who had been pushed to the margins, Watanabe Kenta. Do you want to die? Lin Yao looked down at him, his voice low, yet filled with an oppressive force. Watanabe Kenta was trembling all over, sweat dripping down his cheeks. He swallowed hard, suddenly bowing at a 90-degree angle, and shouted with all his might. Mr. Lin, I know you are short-selling the Sanha Consortium, but if you don't act today, your funds won't last until tomorrow night. Watanabe Kenta clutched a crumpled stack of data reports in his fist, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fanatical reverence as he stared at Lin Yao. His chest heaved violently with excitement, his breathing turned ragged and shallow. Security guards surged forward, wrenching his arms behind his back to drag him away. Wait! Lin Yao raised a hand, slightly halting the bodyguard's motion. He regarded the disheveled middle-aged man before him with quiet, calculating interest. You know I'm shorting Sanwa Group. Lin Yao's voice was soft, yet laced with an unmistakable, suffocating aura of authority. Not only do I know you're shorting Sanwa. Watanabe broke free from the guard's grip and shouted hoarsely. I also know you're betting on the total collapse of Japan's entire real estate and stock markets. They've all gone mad. Only you remain lucid. Maisie, clinging to Lin Yao's arm, flinched at the sudden, yet sensing Lin Yao's unwavering calm breath, she inexplicably steadied herself. David, take him to the private lounge on the second floor of the banquet hall. Without so much as a glance toward the gawking Japanese tycoons, Lin Yao guided Maisie up the grand staircase. Yes, sir. David seized Watanabe by the collar and hauled him through the entrance like a sack of grain. 10 minutes later, inside the opulent private lounge on the second floor, the heavy soundproof door sealed off the banquet hall's clamor entirely. Maisie sat quietly on the leather sofa, cradling a glass of red wine, her gaze fixed on Lin Yao's silhouette. David had already placed a portable satellite communication laptop on the rosewood conference table. Its screen flickered with dense, interwoven redan green candlestick charts of the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Speak. What did you risk everything to intercept my car for? Lin Yao lit a cigar, holding it delicately between his fingertips. Watanabe swallowed hard and slammed his stack of reports onto the table. Mr. Lin, I come to pledge my allegiance. Nomura Securities is blind. They believe the economy will rise forever and dismissed me as a lunatic. But I stake my life on the calculations the bubble will burst completely no later than next month. Watanabe grew increasingly animated, gesturing wildly in the air with trembling hands. So, Lin Yao exhaled a languid plume of blue smoke, expression unreadable. Just give me capital, even a modest sum, and I'll leverage it tenfold for you. Lin Yao studied the man's gambler's fervor and curled a cold, knowing smile at the corner of his lips. David, how much liquid capital remains in our active accounts? Sir, account no. 3 holds 50 million US dollars in immediately deployable funds. Lin Yao nodded once, tilting his chin toward the laptop on the table. Watanabe, I never indulge in idle talk. Only results matter. The Tokyo Stock Exchange's evening session closes in under 1 hour. I grant you full authority over $50 million. Prove your worth. Watanabe shuddered violently, his eyes widening in stunned disbelief. 50 million US dollars. Nearly 7 billion yen. For a bankrupt analyst just cast out onto the street, it was nothing short of astronomical. MMR. Lin, won't you fear I lose it all, he stammered. Lose it all, and next year's date becomes your death anniversary. Lin Yao tapped ash from his cigar, his tone as placid as if commenting on pleasant weather. That offhand remark froze Watanabe to the marrow. Cold sweat instantly drenched the back of his cheap suit. Yet he clenched his jaw, his gaze hardening into something feral and resolute. This was his one and only chance to rise again. Watanabe pulled out a chair and dropped into place before the laptop, fingers hammering the keyboard with feverish intensity. Mr. David, monitor the Ministry of Finance's latest internal briefings. Not a single line, not even trivial noise, must escape your attention. David glanced at Lin Yao, receiving a silent nod. He immediately activated a secondary terminal to assist. Time ticked away in silence. Only the sharp clatter of keys and Watanabe's labored breathing filled the lounge. Maisie watched Lin Yao's composed profile, the strategist in full command, and her eyes shimmered with rare, awestruck light. How many more hidden cards did this man hold? Found it. Watanabe let out a guttural cry. The Ministry of Finance has just issued an internal directive tightening real estate lending across the Kansai region. Though seemingly minor, a mere regional policy tweak, it is the first hairline fracture before the dam bursts. Watanabe's eyes bulged, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Lin, Sanwa Group owns a major real estate brokerage whose Kansai operations account for 40% of its total business. Short it, immediately. Go, Alan. What leverage? David asked coolly. Maximum 100x. Deploy every last dollar. Watanabe roared like a man possessed, utterly consumed by the frenzy of the gamble. David's fingers flew. Orders flashed through encrypted channels to offshore servers on Wall Street. $50 million, amplified 100-fold, plunged into the abyss of the Tokyo Stock Exchange like a deep-sea torpedo. For the first 3 minutes, the market remained eerily still. The brokerage's share price even crept upward ever so slightly. Watanabe's sweat dripped steadily onto the keyboard, his lower lip bled where his teeth had bitten down. If you're wrong, you may choose your method of death now, David murmured icily beside him. At that very instant, the crimson line on-screen froze, absolutely motionless. Then, without warning, it plummeted, vertically dropping at a terrifying 90-degree angle like an object hurled from a skyscraper. A waterfall. It's a waterfall chart. Watanabe leapt to his feet, toppling his chair in the process. The ministry's internal notice had finally leaked into speculative trading circles. Panic selling erupted instantly, waves of stampeding liquidation crashing down. Within half an hour, the brokerage's shares were crushed against the lower circuit limit. Close positions, immediately. Settle all gains. Watanabe screamed. David struck enter without hesitation, locking in the profit. On the screen, a luminous green figure danced wildly, then settled. Profit 31. 5 million. $3 million earned in 30 minutes. A tomb-like silence fell over the lounge. Maisie pressed her lips together, stunned. Though unfamiliar with finance, she understood precisely what $30 million signified. Watanabe stared at the long string of zeros in his account. His mind went utterly blank. He had done it. He had proven, not a madman, but the most acute hunter of his age. Ecstasy and exhaustion crashed over him simultaneously. His knees buckled, his body collapsed under its own weight. With a dull thud, he dropped to the floor, kneeling rigidly before Lin Yao. Without hesitation, he slammed his forehead onto the carpet, shoulders convulsing as he wept uncontrollably. Lin Yao tossed his cigar into the ashtray and accepted an untouched flute of champagne from Maisie. He strode forward, standing tall over the sobbing, tear-streaked man. Have you wept enough? Then he extended the golden champagne toward him, a wild, commanding curve lifting the corner of his mouth. This was merely a warm-up. Watanabe, you will be my white glove in Japan. Watanabe's hands trembled violently as he clutched the golden champagne flute, its rim clinking incessantly against his chattering teeth, emitting sharp, brittle sounds. The liquid sloshed violently within the glass, spilling several droplets onto the exquisitely expensive carpet. He jerked his head upward abruptly, his face swollen and bruised, now streaked with tears and cold sweat. Mr. Lin. Watanabe choked on the words, his throat constricted as if stuffed with cotton. He could not even utter a single coherent sentence. Just hours earlier, he had believed his life had plummeted into the deepest abyss of hell. Lin Yao stood over him, towering and unyielding. His gaze held not a trace of pity, only the icy, unruffled composure of a supreme predator surveying its prey. So, you've suddenly discovered the sweetness of being alive. Lin Yao let out a cold, mirthless laugh, then turned and settled back onto the expansive leather sofa, crossing his legs with deliberate calm. Where did that pitiful death wish desperation vanish to? The one you wore 3 hours ago atop the Nomura Securities Tower. Those words struck like a 10th Zanjan hammer, blasting straight into Watanabe's chest. Akiko gasped, her crimson lips flying to cover her mouth in shock. She glanced from the broken man crumpled on the floor to Lin Yao, masterful, unshakable, utterly in command. So Mr. Lin had orchestrated everything from the very beginning. Watanabe jolted violently, his eyes instantly flooding with red-hot anguish. Yes, 3 hours ago he had stood at the edge of the 24th floor rooftop. The wind cut like a blade. In his fist he gripped a crumpled dismissal notice. Nomura Securities senior executives, desperate to conceal the colossal real estate loan scandal plaguing the Kinki region, had fabricated flawless false accounts. And he, this backgroundless, number-crunching junior manager, had been cast without hesitation as their sacrificial scapegoat. His superiors had not only stripped him of his suit in public humiliation, but also ordered security to beat him black and blue before hurling him out the doors like refuse. Utterly desolate, he stepped toward the void, only for David to materialize like a phantom. Those powerful hands seized the back of his collar with iron grip, yanking him back from the precipice of death itself. If you leap now, you'll only deliver exactly what those fools want. David's voice had been glacial detached. Then without warning, he snatched the data report, ignored by everyone, from Watanabe's trembling hands. My employer finds your analysis deeply intriguing. Prove your worth tonight, at the aristocratic gala in China. It was those imperious words, delivered with chilling condescension, that sent Watanabe sprinting like a rabid dog past outer security, throwing himself desperately in front of Lin Yao's Rolls-Royce. Now staring at the blinding figure of $31.5 million in profit flashing across the main screen, he finally grasped the terrifying magnitude of the man David called boss. Mr. Lin, you knew everything. Watanabe swallowed dryly. Not only did I know you were framed. Lin Yao's eyes darkened, deep, impenetrable, fathomless. I also know Nomura Securities elders have already submitted your name to the Tokyo District Public Prosecutor's Office. At sunrise tomorrow, you'll be branded a major commercial fraudster and sentenced to spend the rest of your life behind. Watanabe's face drained of all color, pale as bleached bone. He collapsed onto the floor, his pupils dilating, unfocused. They truly severed all ties so ruthlessly. In this cannibalistic capital market, whom pray tell do you expect to show you mercy? Lin Yao scoffed, a sound laced with undisguised contempt. Of everyone at Nomura Securities, you alone saw through my short-selling strategy, or perceived Japan's economy as the festering abscess it truly is. They discarded you like garbage, blinded fools. But I, Lin Yao, never betray a truly valuable hound. Watanabe snapped his head up, locking eyes with Lin Yao. Within his gaze burned an inferno, fierce, ravenous, forged in raw ambition. I offer you 10 times your former salary. Lin Yao slowly raised a single finger. Moreover, David will resolve the matter with the Tokyo District Public Prosecutor's Office tonight, before dawn. No one in all of Japan will dare lay a finger upon you again. Most crucially, I will supply you with an endless arsenal. Lin Yao gestured casually toward the humming trading terminal still active on the desk. That market collapse, just now. Merely the appetizer. I served Nomura Securities. Follow me, and I shall place in your hands the very knives to send each of those treacherous elders, the ones who made you their scapegoat, straight into hell. Is this stake sufficient to purchase your life? Each word detonated like thunder inside Watanabe's skull. Tenfold salary, absolute immunity, and, above all, the intoxicating visceral ecstasy of crushing his arrogant enemies beneath his heel. To a man who had already stared death in the face, these were the most lethal poison imaginable. Watanabe lowered his gaze to the champagne flute in his hand, and then erupted into wild, unrestrained laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. It was the cathartic release of countless nights of pent-up humiliation and fury bursting forth at last. He tilted his head back and drained the entire glass in one defiant gulp. Not a single drop remained. With a sharp crack, he slammed the stemware onto the carpet, then braced himself on the floor and performed a deep formal bow before Lin Yao. His forehead struck the luxurious wool carpet with a heavy, muffled thud. Mr. Lin, Watanabe Kenta's voice hoarse and ragged with fervor cracked like splintering timber. From this day forward, I am your sharpest blade. Point me at whom you wish. I shall bite without hesitation. Even if you command me to tear apart Tokyo's entire financial elite, I shall not flinch. Lin Yao smiled, satisfied, serene. He knew at last he had driven the deadliest nail into Japan's capital. A brilliant vengeance-fueled rogue trader, unhinged by hatred, yet honed to razor perfection, was infinitely more effective than any smug pedigreed tycoon's heir. David silently handed him a steaming hot towel, his lips curling for once into a faint, cold, predatory arc. Akiko watched this brief yet electrifying act of subjugation, her mind roiling with awe. Her reverence for Lin Yao deepened, not merely as a savior, but as a sovereign who reshaped reality with effortless, terrifying grace. Rise. Wipe your face. Lin Yao spoke calmly. Don't stain the carpet. Watanabe shot upright, seizing the towel from David's hand. He scrubbed furiously at the grime on his face. The timid, subservient junior manager had died today. Reborn in his place was a capital market berserker incinerated and reforged in the fires of vengeance. He drew a slow, deep breath, his eyes blazing with newfound clarity, sharpness, and ferocity. Boss. His address had changed entirely. If we are to wage war against Nomura, against Sanwa, and other titans, we require a legitimate, publicly recognized corporate identity. Watanabe swept his gaze across the opulent surroundings. What shall our Japanese entity be named? Lin Yao rose. With unhurried sovereign strides he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, and with one hand drew open the heavy velvet drapes. Beyond the glass, Tokyo's nocturnal metropolis unfurled like a glittering celestial river, vast, luminous, alive. And on the far horizon, gleaming with arrogant neon, stood the iconic tower of Nomura Securities. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes, fixing them coldly upon that edifice. His voice pierced the glass, low, resonant, chilling to the marrow. Tokyo Capital Investment. Tokyo Investment. Watanabe Kinta repeatedly chewed on these 4 words in his mouth. The fervor in his eyes was nearly overflowing. There was no hesitation. He rushed overnight with the funding authorization letter signed by Lin Yao. He stormed directly into the business registration office in Chiyoda. In this capital-centric nation, money was the most unobstructed pass. A staggering initial registered capital of $500 million. It left those usually aloof officials of country stunned. In less than 3 days, everything went smoothly. The pure copper-gilded sign of Tokyo Investment hung high atop the most luxurious office building in the heart of Ginza, Tokyo. It was the first day of business. In the spacious and bright trading hall, dozens of Topophyline Bloomberg terminals flickered with a cold light. Watanabe was dressed in a bespoke handmade suit from Seville Row. He no longer bore any traces of his former downfall. Holding a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, he stood proudly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. David pushed open the frosted glass door and walked in. Following him was a chubby white man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Boss, I brought the person. David reported respectfully. Michael and his quantitative team from Wall Street are already in position. Lin Yao sat in a large executive chair, casually twirling a Mont Blanc pen in his hand. Michael, are you satisfied with the hardware here? Lin Yao lifted his eyelids and glanced at the chubby white man. Michael rubbed his hands together excitedly, revealing a set of white teeth. BOSS, it's simply perfect. The internet speed here is even faster by 0.01 seconds than the vampire data centers on Wall Street. As soon as you give the order, we can drain all the money from Tokyo. Very good. Lin Yao threw the pen on the table. The crisp sound of the collision echoed in the office. Watanabe. Yes. From today, you are the public president and CEO of Tokyo Investment. Your only job is to wear this skin. Go socialize with those local financial institutions and chaebols of country. Extract all the insider information and financial details from them. Watanabe immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. His voice was loud enough to nearly shatter the roof. Understood. I will not let the boss down. Lin Yao turned to look at Michael, his eyes suddenly turning cold as steel. And your Wall Street team will remain hidden. Watanabe will draw the fire. You will harvest fiercely in the shadows. Stock market, futures, foreign exchange. Leave no opportunity to short any market. I want this group of self-righteous people from country are to understand what true loss and despair are. Michael licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. As you wish, boss. We will drain them dry. In the following half-month, the entire financial circle of Tokyo experienced an unprecedented bloodbath. Tokyo Investment surged forth like a dragon across the river. The methods were extremely ruthless and precise. On the surface, President Watanabe was charming and amiable. He navigated through high-end parties of various conglomerates, greeting everyone with a smile. In the shadows, however, Michael's team operated like invisible ghosts. They manipulated massive flows of capital, tearing through the market wildly. They targeted sectors heavily invested in by retail investors and small to medium institutions in country R. Every strike landed on the most vulnerable points in the market. Short selling, crashing stocks, squeezing shorts, and looting. A series of combos unleashed. Countless investors in country R lost everything. Several small to medium investment companies went bankrupt in succession. In an instant, the entire Tokyo financial scene was in a panic. Everyone knew that a man-eating dragon was lurking at the top of Ginza. Yet no one could discern the true cards and scale of funds behind Tokyo Investment. That evening, the setting sun cast a long shadow of Tokyo Tower. Lin Yao had just concluded a flawless short-selling campaign, and his account showed a pure profit of $60 million. He leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. Mingzi quietly walked behind him and extended her long, fair fingers. With a moderate pressure, she massaged his temples. Mr. Lin, you must be exhausted today. What would you like to eat? Mingzi's voice was gentle enough to drip water. Just as Lin Yao was about to speak, there was a knock on the office door. David walked in with a serious expression. He held a delicate envelope in his hand. Boss, we have a bit of trouble, David said solemnly. Lin Yao didn't even open his eyes, merely giving a faint hum. Speak. We've been monopolizing too aggressively lately. We've thoroughly angered the true local power brokers. David presented the envelope with both hands onto the coffee table in front of Lin Yao. The envelope was made of the finest washi paper. It subtly emitted a faint fragrance of cherry blossoms. Most notably, the seal bore a gilded family crest of cherry blossoms. In all of country, only one family was qualified to use this emblem. That was the top giant controlling the economic lifeblood of country R. The Mitsui Group. Lin Yao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell upon the gilded family crest. A glimmer of playful light finally flickered in his deep eyes. He reached for the envelope and casually tore open the seal. Inside was a handwritten invitation. The elegant script carried an air of undeniable pride. At the bottom, 3 words were written neatly. Mitsui Sakiko, the young lady of the Mitsui Group. Lin Yao tossed the invitation onto the table, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Boss, this Miss Mitsui is not an ordinary socialite. Watanabe had unknowingly entered the office. He swallowed nervously while looking at the invitation. She is known in country R's business world as the Black Widow. Her methods are ruthless and she leaves no bones behind. This time she personally sent an invitation for you to dine together. It's definitely a banquet of peril. Watanabe rubbed his hands anxiously. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Mingzi listened nearby, her heart racing. The fingers that were massaging paused involuntarily. The Mitsui Group. That was a behemoth that even the Prime Minister of country R had to court favor from. Lin Yao, however, seemed unconcerned. He picked up the coffee on the table and took a gentle sip. He glanced at the visibly anxious Watanabe and the serious David. Finally, his gaze fell on the gilded invitation. A banquet of peril. I'm just afraid there won't be enough food. Lin Yao stood up, straightened his impeccably tailored suit collar, his eyes revealing a domineering disdain for everything. David, prepare the car. Since Miss Mitsui wants to teach me the rules, then I will personally teach her what the rules truly are. Lin Yao sat in the spacious back seat of the Rolls-Royce, casually toying with the golden invitation embossed with the cherry blossom family crest. Watanabe, sitting in the passenger seat, continuously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Due to excessive nervousness, even his tie had become slightly askew. Boss, are you really going alone? That is the Mitsui Consortium. Watanabe's voice trembled with barely concealed fear. In our country, the Mitsui Consortium is practically a behemoth. Even the successive prime ministers have to secretly pay their respects to their head. That Mitsui Sakura is notorious for being ruthless. The Wall Street elites who have died at her hands cannot be counted on 2 hands. Lin Yao looked at Watanabe's woeful expression and shook his head with amusement. Watanabe, you are the president of Dongdu Investment now. Why has your courage diminished so much? We are going to a banquet, not to the gallows. Watanabe, agitated, slapped his thighs, his features contorted in anxiety. Boss, you truly do not understand this woman's terrifying methods. Last year, a senior executive from Mitsubishi offended her, and the next day was found guilty of embezzlement on a massive scale. He ended up committing seppuku in his office. Her sending out invitations this time is definitely targeting the huge profits we hold, preparing to kill the chicken to get the eggs. Kill me. Lin Yao leaned back in the leather seat, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. She must have good teeth for that. Oh, I hope she doesn't end up breaking them all. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in a hidden alley deep within Chiyoda Ward. There were no flashy neon lights, just a quaint traditional Japanese restaurant. Though not large, this place was an exclusive sanctuary in Tokyo's elite circles, hard to come by. 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits stood at the entrance, their expressions stern with bulges at their waists. Lin Yao pushed the door open and declined Watanabe's request to follow. He entered the private club representing the top powerhouses of our country without even bringing a bodyguard. Walking along the wooden corridor, accompanied by the crisp sound of a deer bell, Lin Yao was led by a maid to the entrance of a spacious tatami room. The paper door slowly slid open. A faint, elegant scent of tea wafted over. In the center of the room sat a woman dressed in a top-grade kimono with a pure white base adorned with golden cherry blossom patterns. She lowered her eyes, her delicate hands leisurely arranging the tea set in front of her. Stunningly beautiful, yet emanating an aura that repelled anyone from approaching. This was one of the current leaders of the Mitsui Consortium, Mitsui Sakura. Mr. Lin, I have long admired your name. Sakura did not raise her head, her long swan neck creating a perfect curve. Her voice was as cold as a winter spring, devoid of any warmth. A simple meal, I hope it does not offend you, the Wall Street dragon who has come. Lin Yao unceremoniously walked to her opposite side and sat down boldly. He casually took out a Cuban cigar from his pocket and toyed with it between his fingers. Miss Mitsui, you are too polite. To have you personally pour tea is a privilege few in Tokyo could hope for. Sakura finally halted her movements and slowly raised her head. Her alluring phoenix eyes were particularly enticing, slightly raised at the corners, carrying the pressure of a commanding figure cultivated through years of authority. She picked up a freshly brewed cup of matcha and gently pushed it towards Lin Yao. Mr. Lin has recently been quite the sensation in Tokyo's financial circles. Dongdu Investment managed to rake in hundreds of billions of yen in profits from the stock market in just half a month. Sakura's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile. Eating like this, are you not afraid of bursting your stomach? The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point, the air thick with tension. Lin Yao did not touch the cup of tea, but rather stared fixedly at Sakura's stunning face. Burst my stomach. I have a rather large appetite. Mainly because the leeks in your country market have grown too fat. It would be a disservice to my sickle if I didn't take a cut. Sakura's expression turned cold, her fingers tightening slightly, causing the teacup to produce a crisp clink on the table. Mr. Lin, this is our country, not your backyard where you can run amok. The Mitsui Consortium has already checked your financial background. Though your operations are quite clever, your capital pool is at most just a few $100 million. Sakura leaned forward slightly, exuding a dangerous sense of pressure. That amount of money would hardly make a splash in the eyes of the Mitsui Consortium. If you know what's good for you, you should cough up 80% of the profits you've gained. I can be merciful and ensure Dongdu Investment can survive stably in Tokyo. This was a blatant threat filled with the arrogance of a financial magnate. Any ordinary investor would have been terrified by now. Yet Lin Yao suddenly burst out laughing. The laughter rang out sharply in the silent tatami room. Miss Mitsui, your intelligence network seems to be lacking. Lin Yao crossed his arms on the table, his gaze teasing. What makes you think that the money I have exposed on the surface is all my trump card? Sakura furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. What do you mean? It's quite simple. Lin Yao suddenly leaned forward, closing the distance between them, the scent of her special cold fragrance wafting into his senses. Sakura instinctively recoiled slightly, her previously perfect defensive posture finally revealing a flaw. Lin Yao extended a finger, gently lifting the edge of the teacup. The Mitsui Consortium is indeed vast, but a large ship is hard to turn around. The current economy of our country is like a patchwork of wounds with a bubble burst, just a matter of time. And I am the one holding the needle ready to pop that bubble. Lin Yao's gaze was incredibly sharp, like a knife, piercing directly into Sakura's heart. You are asking me to give up my profits today because several of your financial institutions are about to collapse under my hand. Sakura's expression finally changed. The calmness she had earlier, like a mountain unmoved, was completely shattered by Lin Yao's revelation. This man, he actually had a clear insight into the Mitsui Consortium's hidden financial loopholes. Lin Yao observed her slightly trembling eyelashes, his smile growing wider. He picked up the now lukewarm matcha and drank it in one go. The tea is nice, but unfortunately it's a bit cold. Just like the current situation of your Mitsui Consortium, looking glamorous on the outside, yet cold inside. After speaking, Lin Yao stood up, without hesitation adjusting his suit. Lin Yao, do you really think you've won? Sakura abruptly stood up, and with the force of her movement, the collar of her kimono slightly opened, revealing a glimpse of white skin. She had completely torn off the mask of pretentiousness, her eyes filled with anger. In this country, those who dare to oppose the Mitsui Consortium end up feeding the fish in Tokyo Bay. Lin Yao paused, turned his head, and scanned her from head to toe. His gaze was bold and frivolous. Miss Mitsui, you look far more charming when you are angry than when you were that wooden statue just now. Sakura was taken aback. She had never expected that this man would dare to tease her at such a moment. My appetite is quite large. Oh, I not only want to consume your market. Lin Yao lowered his voice, his tone carrying an indescribable arrogance. Who knows, perhaps in the future, I might even swallow you whole, Miss Mitsui. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll take my leave now. The paper door was pulled open again, and Lin Yao's tall figure strode confidently into the night. In the spacious tatami room, only Mitsui Sakura stood alone. Her chest heaved violently, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Since taking charge of the family affairs, no man had ever dared to look at her with such a gaze, let alone openly challenging the authority of the entire Mitsui Consortium. This man named Lin Yao was simply a lawless lunatic. Sakura looked at the empty teacup on the table, her eyes flashing with a dangerous cold light. She bit down hard on her vibrant red lip, a trace of blood seeping out. A strong sense of defeat and the desire for conquest intertwined wildly in her heart. Outside, the head bodyguard knelt on one knee immediately upon Lin Yao's departure. Young miss, do you need us to take him out on the way? The bodyguard's voice was laced with a chilling, killing intent. Sakura closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her. When she opened her eyes again, she had regained the cold and unyielding demeanor of a financial heiress. No need, taking direct action would be too lenient on him. Sakura picked up a silk handkerchief, gently wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Her voice sounded particularly chilling in the stillness of the night. Arrogant man, since brute force won't work, don't blame me for using other means to ruin you completely. A few days later in Tokyo, even the air was filled with a strange ambiguity. The once proud Mitsui Sakurako had made a complete 180-degree turn in her attitude. A VIP guest at the private yacht party with a golden card from a top golf club. Various invitations exuding the scent of perfume fluttered onto Lin Yao's desk like snowflakes. Boss, this woman definitely has ulterior motives. Watanabe looked at the invitations with a wary expression. He tightly clutched a freshly released financial report in his hand. How can someone go from wanting to kill to inviting you to a hot spring in the next moment? Watanabe swallowed hard. This is definitely a sugar-coated cannonball. Lin Yao casually pulled out a card printed with the details of a top private hot spring resort in Hakone. He flicked the edge of the card, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. If you can't beat them, join them. If brute force won't work, then be soft. This is the usual operation of a chaeble's daughter. Lin Yao stood up, twirling the card on his fingertip. Since she wants to play the beauty trap, wouldn't it be too unromantic for me not to fall for it? Watanabe stomped his foot anxiously. But boss, that's Mitsui Sakurako. She is a black widow who can swallow a person whole. Lin Yao patted Watanabe on the shoulder, laughing wildly. Don't worry, your boss has a great appetite, and I only eat black widows. As night fell in a secluded hot spring estate deep in Hakone Mountains, a mist enveloped the outdoor hot spring, making it appear like a fairyland. Lin Yao leaned against the warm natural stone. He held a glass of expensive sake in his hand, looking quite relaxed, accompanied by the gentle sound of wooden clogs. Mitsui Sakurako walked over gracefully. Today she wasn't wearing that cold and conservative kimono. Instead, she had changed into a light, almost transparent silk bathrobe. The wet fabric clung tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her breathtaking curves. The sudden lowering of the high and mighty chaeble's daughter's demeanor was a deadly temptation. Any normal man in this situation would probably lose his mind. Mr. Lin, I was too impulsive the other day. Sakurako held the sake bottle and naturally slid into the water. Please be magnanimous and don't take offense. As the water rippled, her long, fair legs intentionally brushed against Lin Yao's calves. This kind of ambiguous physical contact was incredibly tantalizing. Miss Mitsui, this cup of apology sake is quite substantial. Lin Yao's gaze greedily roamed her chest. He completely pretended to be dazed by her beauty. Taking the opportunity, he grabbed Sakurako's wrist as she poured the sake, his fingertips lightly caressing her smooth skin, unabashedly taking liberties. Sakurako's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust, but on the surface, she smiled even more seductively. Mr. Lin, you are truly incorrigible. Sakurako just wants to make a friend with you. She leaned closer to Lin Yao. Her warm breath brushed against his ear, carrying a deadly allure. Tonight's sake is a rare vintage aged for 30 years. Shall we not stop drinking until we're drunk? With one glass after another of strong liquor going down, Sakurako attempted to use this most primitive method to completely intoxicate this unfathomable man before her. But she had no idea that Lin Yao's constitution had long surpassed that of ordinary people. Not to mention sake, even pure vodka wouldn't faze him. Gradually, Lin Yao's gaze began to grow dazed. His hands also grew increasingly bold, directly wrapping around Sakurako's slender waist. Miss Mitsui, actually you chaeble's aren't all that impressive. Lin Yao slurred, exhaling a breath of strong. Sakurako suppressed the urge to break free. She allowed that large hand to roam freely at her waist. A glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes, knowing that this big fish had finally begun to bite. Mr. Lin, you are quite capable. Sakurako softly guided him, her fingers drawing circles on Lin Yao's solid chest. The current scale of Toto investment must have long been unable to contain your ambitions, right? Of course. Lin Yao suddenly slapped the water surface. A tremendous force splashed a large amount of water. I have plenty of US dollars in hand. Wall Street speculative funds are abundant. Why don't you continue to expand your gains then? Sakurako asked, her heart filled with joy, but her expression remained. But these local banks in our country are a bunch of stupid pigs. Lin Yao cursed loudly, tightening his grip. They think Toto Investment is a foreign shell company. Without local hard currency for collateral, they stubbornly refuse to grant me significant leverage. Sakurako's heart leaped. Her breathing quickened in that moment. Collateral. This man actually lacked quality real estate for collateral. This was a deadly business secret that could not be bought with any amount of money. Oh, how regrettable this is. Sakurako sighed with feigned regret. She brought the glass of sake to Lin Yao's lips. Mr. Lin has the skill to slay dragons, but lacks a stage to display it. Who says not? Lin Yao leaned his head into Sakurako's fair neck, greedily inhaling the unique cold fragrance emanating from her. As long as I can secure core land in Chiyoda or Ginza, I could extract 100-fold leverage through collateral. Buying half of Tokyo would be a piece of cake. Hearing this, Sakurako's heart raced. She finally grasped Lin Yao's Achilles heel. Greed. This was reckless greed. As long as she threw him a piece of sufficiently enticing bait, he would bet all his cards in one go. Mr. Lin, you are drunk, let me help you to rest. Sakurako suppressed her inner excitement and half-pushed, half-pulled Lin Yao up from the hot spring. Along the way, Lin Yao seemed like a pile of mush. Taking the opportunity, he groped all over her, ultimately collapsing like a dead pig on the tatami. Listening to Lin Yao's, even snoring, Sakurako's charming smile instantly vanished without a trace. She looked disdainfully at her wrist that had turned red from Lin Yao's touch. Her eyes filled with cold mockery. Men, after all, are animals that think with their lower bodies. She turned and walked into the adjacent private study. The moment she closed the sliding door, the cold and ruthless Mitsui heiress returned. She quickly dialed an encrypted satellite phone. On the other end of the line was the voice of the chief strategist of the Mitsui group. Immediately convene all core members of the consortium. We will hold an overnight video conference tonight. The strategist on the other end was taken aback. Miss, is there an emergency at this late hour? Sakurako walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the heavy night outside. A cruel, cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth. It was as if she could already see the day of Toto Investments' bankruptcy and liquidation. He took the bait, and he is a greedy big fish. Sakurako tightened her grip on the phone slightly. Get that tumor project file in Chiyoda that we cannot handle, the strategist on the other end gasped. Are you referring to that land parcel mired in property disputes and debt holes? Exactly the tumor capable of dragging down a large bank. Sakurako turned around, glancing at Lin Yao, who was asleep behind the paper door. Her voice sounded particularly chilling in the silent study. Tomorrow morning, I will personally sell it to this Mr. Lin. The next morning, in the luxurious conference room on the top floor of the East Capital Investment building, the atmosphere was bizarre. Mitsui Sakura had changed into a well-tailored professional outfit. She pushed a thick stack of transfer contracts in front of Lin Yao, her face adorned with an impeccable fake smile. Mr. Lin, you confidently claimed last night that you would make a great push forward. Sakura's eyes glimmered with spring, yet her tone carried an imperceptible provocation. This prime piece of land at the edge of Chiyoda Ward, along with the surrounding 500 acres of barren land. I am under immense pressure from the family board to make this exception for you. Lin Yao didn't even flip through the specific terms of the contract. He directly grabbed the Mont-Blanc pen on the table and swiftly signed his name. His actions were so decisive it was, Miss Mitsui is truly efficient. Lin Yao tossed the pen aside, behaving like a thorough gambler. With this land as collateral, I can immediately leverage another billion from Wall Street. Sakura watched the black and white signature, finally unable to suppress a smile. Then I wish you, Mr. Lin, great success on this promising piece of land. She elegantly stood up to bid farewell, and the moment she turned, her eyes were filled with undisguised mockery. By noon, a news broke that East Capital Investment had spent hundreds of millions of dollars to take over the Mitsui Group's unfinished building. It spread throughout the Tokyo financial circle like wings. The entire upper-class financial elite was watching the farce. That Lin guy from Huaxiao must be insane. That place is a dead zone mired in dozens of debt disputes. I heard he even leveraged 50 times, taking an undevelopable suburban wasteland alongside it. Sure enough, he's a nouveau riche who has never seen the world. This time he might even lose his underpants. Major financial newspapers were all mocking East Capital Investment's suicidal operation. In the president's office, Watanabe Kenta was anxious, his mouth bubbling with frustration. He waved several urgent investigation reports in his hands, his voice trembling. Boss, have you been bewitched by that woman? That land can't possibly support a commercial center. The underground is filled with abandoned industrial pipelines. Just the cleanup costs and those bad debts could instantly drain our existing cash flow. Watanabe was so anxious he paced in circles like an ant on a hot pan. And that place is desolate. What on earth do you plan to do with so much wasteland? Now the whole of Tokyo is laughing at us as the scapegoats. Lin Yao sat in a large leather executive chair, focused on playing with a pure gold windproof lighter in his hands. With a click, a bluish flame flickered to life. Watanabe, you've been with me for so long, how can you still look like someone who has never seen the big stage? Lin Yao exhaled a puff of blue smoke, his gaze filled with disdain. Since I dare to take the risk, I'm not afraid of indigestion. Have you prepared the mortgage transfer procedures I asked for? They're ready, but boss, once that land falls into our hands, our leverage will all be liquidated. Shut up, get out and work. Lin Yao interrupted him impolitely. By evening, the sunset was blood red. In the unfinished building site at the edge of Chiyoda Ward, the weeds had grown as tall as a person. A few crows cawed noisily on the rusty steel bars, adding to the desolation. Yet in the very center of this ruin, a delicate Japanese charcoal grill was oddly set up. Lin Yao, dressed in a full handmade casual outfit, was flipping premium Kobe beef with tongs. The fat dripped onto the charcoal, sizzling and releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Mingzi, clad in an expensive Chanel tracksuit, sat obediently on a small stool, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at the man before her with admiration. This scene was completely incongruous with the surrounding dilapidated environment. Mr. Lin, the newspapers outside are saying you were deceived by the Mitsui family. Mingzi took the grilled meat Lin Yao handed her and said softly with some concern. Lin Yao stuffed a piece of golden juicy beef into his mouth. What do you think? He asked with a smile that was neither here nor there. Mingzi shook her head vigorously, her gaze unwavering. I don't understand business matters, but I know Mr. Lin never makes a losing deal. Even a woman like me who has fallen from grace you can elevate to queen status. What is a piece of land to you? Lin Yao laughed heartily, reaching out to pinch her fair and tender cheek. You have some insight for such a little head. He stood up, pointing at the surrounding scrap metal with great confidence. These are country tycoons, think they're clever, but they're just a bunch of short-sighted pigs. They think this is a toxic asset. But in my eyes, this is about to erupt like a live volcano. Lin Yao downed the glass of red wine, his eyes sparkling with arrogance, as if he controlled everything. Sakura, that foolish woman, thinks she has dug a pit for me. Then I will take the opportunity to bury the entire Mitsui group within it. Hurry and eat meat, fill up, so you have the strength to enjoy the show tomorrow. Just as the entire our country's business community was counting down, waiting for Lin Yao to crash and jump off a building the next morning, a stunning reversal occurred. At 8 in the morning, Tokyo's financial street had just awakened. In the lobby of East Capital Investment, employees were still whispering, worried that the company would not be able to pay salaries next month. Watanabe, sporting 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, shuffled into the trading hall like a zombie. The massive LCD screens on the wall were originally playing the morning news. Suddenly, the screen flickered without warning. Then the normal broadcasts on all channels were abruptly cut off, replaced by the highest-level red emergency news broadcast interface from our country's national television. A serious official spokesperson appeared in the center of the screen. Watanabe's coffee cup shook violently in his hand. The scalding liquid spilled onto the back of his hand, yet he seemed to have lost all sensation. He stared intently at the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen, his eyes nearly popping out. After a brief moment of silence, Watanabe burst through the heavy wooden door of the president's office like a madman. He was in such a hurry that he even slipped on the smooth marble floor. He rolled and crawled to Lin Yao's desk. Boss, you need to see the television." Watanabe pointed at the large screen outside, his voice cracking like a rooster with its throat squeezed. Lin Yao was leisurely eating the sandwich made by Mingzi. He didn't even lift his head, simply taking a tissue to wipe. "What the rush is the sky falling?" "It's not the sky that's falling. The earth has flipped over." Watanabe was so excited that his whole body trembled violently, tears streaming down his face. The Ministry of Finance just released the highest-level cabinet planning document. The government is about to invest heavily in the wasteland we bought, creating the largest core technology district in all of Asia. Our unwanted, unfinished building has directly turned into the absolute heart of the entire district. Watanabe pounded on the table in madness. Lin Yao took a sip of milk from his cup. "Oh," he smiled slightly, accurately tossing the tissue he held into the— "Go tell the traders outside to prepare for the harvest. It's time to slaughter the pig." The television screen has switched to the press conference hall of the Prime Minister's residence. The usually pompous Prime Minister of country is now sweating profusely as he reads from his speech. For the future of the Yamato nation, the cabinet has unanimously decided to launch a century-long urban revitalization plan. The Prime Minister's voice echoed throughout all of country through the microphone. "We will invest 2 trillion yen in the outskirts of Chiyoda district. We will build the largest Shinkansen subway superhub in all of Tokyo, and even Asia, as well as a world-class commercial center." This statement detonated like a heavy bomb in the Tokyo financial district, causing the entire trading hall of East Capital Investment to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone stared intently at the planning blueprint displayed on the screen. The absolute core red dot of that blueprint was perfectly aligned with the abandoned building Lin Yao had just purchased a few days ago. It's gone up. The land price has skyrocketed. A trader slammed his fist on the keyboard, his voice cracking. The real-time quotes from the real estate trading center are out. The prices of the surrounding wasteland have tripled. The price of the abandoned building site has quintupled. Moreover, it's all priced, but no market, no one is selling. The entire hall erupted in excitement, cheers nearing the point of tearing off the roof. Watanabe's legs went weak and he slumped onto Lin Yao's leather sofa in the office. He gasped heavily. His gaze towards Lin Yao was as fervent as one looking at a deity. The memories of his past life were completely fulfilled. Lin Yao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the frenzied land beneath him, a cold smile on his face. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the top floor of the Mitsui Group headquarters was as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Bang! A priceless Song Dynasty Ru Kiln teacup was smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. Mitsui Sakiko stood behind the massive mahogany desk, her chest heaving violently. Her stunning face was now filled with disbelief and twisted anger. How could this happen? How could the cabinet's top-secret plan be leaked in advance? She screamed at the several executives of the think tank in front of her like a madwoman. The usually haughty elite from the chaebols all bowed their heads like quails, trembling in fear. "Young lady, we have been played by that Huaxia person." One executive wiped his cold sweat, his voice trembling. "He wasn't after collateral. He was after the benefits of this policy. We have personally handed a super gold mine to him at a bargain price." Sakiko's legs went weak and she collapsed into her chair. She recalled last night by the hot spring pool. Lin Yao, utterly drunk and indiscreet. It turned out the clown, that man, had been watching her performance soberly from beginning to end, even casually treating her like a monkey. The Our Country consortiums that had been mocking Lin Yao as a pawn in the newspapers just days ago. At this moment, they were all stunned. Countless big bosses pounded their chests and stomped their feet in their offices, regretting it to the point of turning green with remorse. They watched helplessly as this piece of super-rich meat worth hundreds of billions fell into the mouth of a foreigner. This pain, more unbearable than being killed, was spreading throughout the Tokyo business community. At East Capital Investment, Watanabe was as excited as if injected with adrenaline, waving the telephone receiver in his hand. "Boss, The people from the Sumitomo Group and Mitsubishi conglomerate have blown up our dedicated line. They want to buy land from us. The prices they offered are simply outrageous. Should we hold back on selling and wait until the subway starts construction to sell at a sky-high price? Watanabe's eyes sparkled with greed, completely lost in the frenzy of getting rich. Hold back. Lin Yao turned around, looking at Watanabe as if he were an idiot. The money of the people from country are as endless, but their lives can be lost at any moment. Lin Yao walked to the desk, his fingers heavily tapping on the surface. Listen carefully, not a single inch of land should be left. Immediately while the fever is at its peak, sell off all the land plots. Watanabe was stunned. All sold. But boss, the land can still rise. I told you to sell, just do it, stop wasting breath. Lin Yao's eyes sharpened, and the overwhelming pressure instantly silenced Watanabe. These are country consortiums have been blinded by greed and are eager to come in and grab their share. Let me help them with that. Throw this hot potato to them to fight over. Only Lin Yao understood. The economy of country R is about to face an unprecedented collapse. If they don't cash out now, when the bubble bursts, they will all perish in these abandoned buildings. Watanabe did not dare to say another word and immediately rushed out to execute the order. In just 3 hours, taking advantage of the super favorable policy announcement and the frenzied emotions of various chaebols, the land plots held by East Capital Investment were snatched clean by the major conglomerates as if they were fighting over gold. Watching the dizzying numbers on the computer screen, Watanabe felt numb all over. Hundreds of billions of yen. The terrifying cash flow instantly filled East Capital Investment's overseas anonymous accounts. After deducting the bridge leverage and costs from the bank, this deal netted a profit of 80 billion yen. This was practically daylight robbery. No, this was 1,000 times faster than armed robbery. Lin Yao held a glass of whiskey, comfortably leaning back in his boss chair. He absolutely loved the feeling of trampling a group of self-proclaimed top elites beneath his feet and rubbing them frantically. This was the thrill of capital crushing. Ding, ding, ding. The red confidential dedicated line on the table suddenly rang urgently. Only a few people in the entire company knew this number. As Watanabe was about to pick up, Lin Yao raised his hand, signaling him to leave. Once the office door closed, Lin Yao leisurely pressed the speakerphone button. On the other end of the phone came heavy breathing, like a mother lion on the brink of losing control. Lin Yao. Mitsui Sakiko's furious voice echoed in the office. The once invincible heiress of the conglomerate had lost all composure. You had this all planned from the start, didn't you? You set a trap to deceive me from the very beginning. She screamed hysterically, no longer caring about the dignity of a socialite. Not only had she lost the most crucial land of her family, but she had also become a laughingstock among all the chaebols in country R. The Mitsui Group was now a subject of ridicule among the crazed competitors scrambling for land. Lin Yao shook the glass of whiskey in his hand, the ice cubes clinking crisply. He listened to the impotent fury on the other end of the line, a deeper smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Miss Mitsui, don't be so angry. We have a legitimate contract signed in black and white. The deal is voluntary. How can this be called deception? A clattering sound of smashing things came from the other end of the phone. Clearly Sakiko had completely lost her mind. Don't get too smug too soon. The Mitsui Group will never let this go. You won't be able to survive in country R. I swear I will make you die without a grave. Lin Yao listened to this meaningless threat, scoffing disdainfully. He sat up straight, blowing a smoke ring into his tone was filled with the arrogance of playing with his prey. All right, I am always at your service. But before that, shouldn't Miss Mitsui fulfill her promise? Promise? What do you wolf want to do? Sakiko's voice trembled. Lin Yao paused, his voice turning aggressive. That day in the hot spring pool, you said you wanted to have a deep conversation with me. I have already prepared the 100 billion yen as a betrothal gift. When is Miss Mitsui planning to climb into my bed? You shameless. You rogue bastard. Thank you for the compliment. I'll remember to clean yourself well. Lin Yao laughed heartily as he retorted. The phone call was abruptly disconnected, leaving a harsh, busy tone in its wake. Listening to the sound on the secure line, Lin Yao's smile widened infinitely. Forcing the high and mighty heiress of a conglomerate to curse was indeed a delightful feeling. But this was merely an appetizer. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Watanabe burst in, tightly clutching a top-secret document freshly stamped with a steel seal. Boss, the acquisition case you instructed has been thoroughly solidified. At the most critical juncture, we intercepted all their lifeline funding. The core technology patents of that semiconductor company under the Mitsui conglomerate now wholly belong to Dongdu Investments. Watanabe's voice trembled. He still couldn't believe how crazily the boss had operated. While everyone rushed to seize that dilapidated building, thinking Lin Yao merely wanted to speculate on real estate, Lin Yao directly retaliated by throwing a cash injection of 100 billion yen at the Mitsui stronghold. That semiconductor company was on the brink of bankruptcy due to a fractured funding chain, desperately awaiting emergency rescue from Mitsui headquarters. As a result, Lin Yao forcefully smashed through the boardroom door with a terrifying cash flow, successfully completing a hostile takeover. Well done. Lin Yao casually flipped through the document, his gaze icy and sharp. They thought I came to speculate on real estate. In fact, I'm here to dig up their ancestral graves. Losing these core technologies will set the Mitsui conglomerate's electronic industry layout back at least 5 years. That evening in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Tokyo Peninsula Hotel. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night was enchanting with neon lights flashing. However, the atmosphere in the suite was tense, as if the air was about to solidify. Bang! The luxurious double mahogany doors were kicked open forcefully. Mitsui Sakura stormed in like an enraged mother leopard. She disregarded her usual refined demeanor, followed by 4 bodyguards in black, who looked on high alert. David, along with 2 subordinates, instantly drew their guns, the dark muzzles directly aimed at the heads of the bodyguards. Get out. David's voice was icy as ice, his finger already resting on the trigger. Sakura glared at Lin Yao, who was lounging on the leather sofa, and gritted her teeth while waving her hand. You all go outside and guard the door. No one is allowed to enter without my command. After the bodyguards reluctantly withdrew, the spacious suite was left with only the 2 of them. Lin Yao held a glass of Bordeaux and didn't even lift his eyelids. Miss Sakura, are you so eager to fulfill your promise by barging into my room in the middle of the night? Sakura strode quickly to the front of the sofa in her high heels, bracing herself against the coffee table. Lin Yao, isn't the money from the dilapidated building enough for you? Why do you still maliciously acquire our core semiconductor patents? You not only devoured our profits, but left us with nothing but scraps. Are you driving the Mitsui conglomerate to a dead end? Her eyes were red as if they would bleed, her chest heaving violently with anger. Throughout her life, Mitsui Sakura had never been so ruthlessly humiliated. And it was the same man who had insulted her twice in one day. Lin Yao slowly set down the goblet, leaning slightly forward. His aggressive gaze swept over Sakura's stunning face as if it were a tangible force. The business world is like a battlefield. Did you consider leaving me a way out when you dug a pit for me? Since you want to devour my financial resources, you must be prepared for me to bite back. Lin Yao stood up, looking down at this once invincible woman. In the world of capital, there are no tiers. I hold over 100 billion yen in cash. Oh, what does the Mitsui conglomerate have to compete with me? Is it your impotent, furious roars? Every word was a dagger striking hard at Sakura's heart. She trembled, wanting to refute, but sadly found herself unable to muster any excuse. Lin Yao was right. With absolute financial dominance and a sharp gaze, he shattered all her pride. Sakura looked at this man who was both arrogant like a demon king and powerful enough to take her breath away. A complex and unusual emotion suddenly spread from the depths of her heart. In this male-dominated society of our country, she had secured her position through ruthless methods. The surrounding men either feared her or sought to exploit her. They were all a bunch of hypocritical waste. Yet no one had ever conquered her completely like Lin Yao did, with absolute power and strategy. This irresistible absolute power actually gave rise to a distorted sense of admiration and submission within her. Her legs suddenly felt weak, and Sakura involuntarily sank onto the edge of the sofa. All her previous arrogance crumbled in that moment. What do you want from me? Her voice had entirely lost its former coldness and pride, now carrying a hint of barely perceptible pleading. Mr. Lin, as long as you return the patents to us, you can set any conditions you wish. Lin Yao walked to her side, his long fingers lifting her fair chin, forcing her to look up at him, relishing the confusion in her eyes. I want the entire financial landscape of Tokyo. Can you give it to me? Sakura's pupils dilated sharply as she gasped. This man's ambition was vast enough to swallow the entire our country. After a brief daze, she looked into Lin Yao's deep eyes, making a crazy decision in her heart. I can help you. Sakura bit her rosy lips, finally lowering her noble head. The Mitsui family is currently fragmented. Those old geezers have long wanted to pull me down. As long as you can help me seize complete power, I am willing to be your insider in the upper class of our country. She closed her eyes, a tear of humiliation and excitement sliding down her cheek. The once Black Widow was now willing to retract her venomous fangs. The entire Mitsui conglomerate can become a knife in your hand. Lin Yao looked at her exquisite face, so close, smiling with satisfaction. The submission of a top-tier conglomerate heiress was the most valuable trophy of the night. If you had shown this attitude earlier, Miss Sakura. Lin Yao released his grip and unceremoniously patted her delicate cheek twice. Remember what you said today? I'll keep your conglomerate temper in check when you're in front of me. Sakura not only didn't get angry, but instead obediently replied in a low voice. I understand, Mr. Lin. Just as Lin Yao prepared to further enjoy the thrill of conquest, the satellite encrypted phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated violently, lighting up with a glaring red light. This was a secret frequency exclusive to the Hong Kong headquarters. It wouldn't ring without an urgent matter. Lin Yao frowned slightly, glanced at Sakura, and picked up the phone, pressing the answer button. Speak, what is it? Lin Yao's tone remained steady. As soon as the call connected, Li Jiasen's voice came through, filled with excitement and a hint of crackle. Amidst the static of the transoceanic connection, this extraordinary woman's voice sounded exceptionally high-pitched, brimming with uncontainable joy. Boss, the matter you asked me to keep an eye on has finally yielded results. Lin Yao casually tapped the speakerphone. On the transoceanic line, Li Jiaxin's voice frayed with excitement echoed through the opulent presidential suite. Boss, the results are in. We won. Lin Yao walked to the liquor cabinet and poured himself another glass of whiskey. Slowly, how much did the box office break? 30 million. The first week box office smashed through 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Jiaxin slapped the table in exhilaration. The entire history of Xinjiang cinema, its first week record, has been trampled beneath our feet. At the sound of that figure, even Sanjing Ingzi standing beside him could not help inhaling sharply. 30 million Hong Kong dollars in the late 80s in Xinjiang was an astronomical sum capable of sending seismic waves through the whole entertainment world. Wong Pangzi's film God of Gamblers has exploded, completely exploded. Li Jiaxin's words poured out like a gatling of gunfire. Thanks to the hefty investment you made buying more than a dozen independent cinemas, the screening slots were maxed out. Every show sold out, even midnight screenings had no tickets left and had to add seats. Lin Yao laughed softly, turning the ice in his glass. And outside the cinemas, it's gone mad. Entire Jiulong and Tongluan are filled with toughs and young men gone wild. There came the soft rustle of pages as someone flipped a newspaper on the other end. On Xiangjiang streets now you see nothing but young men in black trench coats and slick-back hair. The imported chocolates in every convenience store sold out overnight. Lin Yao's smile deepened. A classic is a classic. The myth of his former life had been resurrected and magnified 100-fold. What about Xiao Daodu? Lin Yao asked casually. Daodu is now the #1 dream woman in every man's heart across Xinjiang. Li Jiaxin said with unabashed envy in her tone. That iconic scene of her in red dealing the cards has been turned into posters plastered all over the city. The bosses at Jiahe and Sinicheng are nearly green with envy. Our Lin Entertainment has this time truly ascended to godhood in the Xinjiang film circle. Lin Yao listened to the report in high spirits. He had long ago calculated the film's potential. Where is Wong Pengzi? Director Wong is leading the crew at a celebration banquet at the Bandao Hotel. He was just shouting that he wants to set up an eternal memorial plaque for you. Li Jiaxin burst into a small laugh. Boss, there is another piece of gratifying news. Speak. Xiao's side has completely fallen apart. Li Jiaxin deliberately lowered her voice, full of schadenfreude. Xiao Yoshu, who colluded with major chains to blacklist us upon hearing the first week numbers, was struck down by acute cardiac distress. There was no time even to call an ambulance. His subordinates carried him straight into Mali Hospital's ICU. They even scheduled a coronary bypass operation. Lin Yao snorted coldly, his gaze disdainful. The old fool is out of touch. The times have changed. He still thinks Xinjiang is his private garden. Serves him right for ending up in a hospital. Sanjing Ingzi, who had been eavesdropping, felt tumultuous waves surge within her again. Xiao Liash's name carried weight even among the financial magnates of our country. He was the undisputed overlord of the Xinjiang entertainment scene. And yet Lin Yao had reduced him to the ICU with such casualness. How many unknown cards did this man still hold? Jiaxin, I don't care for those hollow honors, Lin Yao said. His tone shifted, it turned icy and lethal. Have the cinema chain's cash settlements been cleared? Boss, rest assured, they have been handled long ago. Li Jiaxin dropped her amusement and became professional. All box office receipts have already been laundered through underground banks and offshore companies. The torrent of cash these days is being converted into US dollars day and night. By tomorrow noon, 30 million US dollars will be wired into your designated Dongjing Ruibin account. Excellent. Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction. In this gilded 80s, the entertainment industry was a money. The continuous flow of funds from Xinjiang was the strongest backing for the carnage he planned to unleash in Dongjing. Keep the screenings rolling and have Wong Pengzi prepare the next picture. Understood. I won't disturb you further, boss. Li Jiaxin hung up with good sense. The suite sank back into a deathly silence. Lin Yao turned and fixed a deep, fathomless gaze on Sanjing Ingzi. The lofty heiress of the Sanjing house now stood like a tamed kitten, obedient and frozen. The call had transmitted too much information to dismiss. Ingzi now fully understood that Lin Yao's ambition did not end within our country. His commercial empire had long since crossed borders, spreading like an invisible net that shrouded all of Asia. Miss Ingzi, have you heard enough? Lin Yao stepped forward and lightly brushed her rosy lips with his fingertip. I've heard enough, she murmured, lowering her head, voice barely a whisper. It's late. I don't need your attentions tonight. Lin Yao released her and mercilessly issued the dismissal. Go back and prepare. Tomorrow I will send people to take over that semiconductor company's patents. Also give me a detailed roster of the senior executives within the Sanjing consortium. Ingzi felt as if she had been pardoned, yet a fleeting sense of loss passed through her. A daughter of the illustrious Sanjing house had come to him of her own accord, and this man remained unmoved. She dared not argue. She could only bow respectfully. Yes, Mr. Lin. He'll arrange it first thing tomorrow. With the heavy thud of the closing door, the suite fell utterly silent. Lin Yao, whiskey in hand, walked slowly to the vast floor-to-ceiling window. The glass reflected a face both cold and arrogant. Beyond, Dongjing Tower shone like daylight. The city was swaddled in decadent neon, opulent and intoxicating. But Lin Yao knew this was the last fury before the bubble burst. In a few months, countless people would fall from these high-rise buildings. The wealth of the entire our country would be vaporized in an instant. He had already opened a gaping maw to in his hand lay the endless stream of US dollars converging from Xinjiang. Beneath his feet stood the cultivated insiders within the Sanjing consortium. On the periphery, Michael's Wall Street quant team sharpened their instruments. Everything was ready and the ammunition abundant. Lin Yao raised his glass high and through the bulletproof glass saluted Dongjing Tower from afar. Ice clinked against the glass with a pleasing note. This intoxicating prosperity makes one impatient to do. Lin Yao tilted his head and drained the fiery liquor. The spicy liquid cascaded down his throat, igniting the maddening embers in his blood. He glanced at the trading terminal on the table. The screen pulsed with a countdown to tomorrow's market open. In the darkness, his eyes were as cold as ice, revealing an unabashed hunger for blood and gain. Next, it's time to let the entire our country's economy bleed. The morning sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting clear lines of light and shadow across the large mahogany desk. Lin Yao leaned back in his genuine leather swivel chair, holding a cup of freshly ground black coffee. On the computer screen on the desk, the Swiss bank's encrypted account interface flickered with a ghostly blue light. $30 million lay quietly in the account balance, without a single cent missing. This was the first wave of violent cash flow brought about by the Hong Kong film god of gamblers, and it was ample ammunition for his plans to dominate in Tokyo. David pushed the door open and walked in, standing tall like a pine. Boss, all the funds have been completely laundered and are ready for use at any time. Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction, casually placing the coffee cup on the desk. Well done. Where's Watanabe? No sooner had he spoken than Watanabe, Kenta, squeezed in behind David, clutching a briefcase and sweating profusely. Boss, I'm here. Watanabe nodded and bowed, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. Is the car ready? Lin Yao stood up and casually picked up the suit jacket hanging on the back of the chair. It's ready. The Rolls-Royce is waiting downstairs. Watanabe hurriedly stepped forward to help open the office door, his face filled with curiosity. Boss, where are we going to reap profits today? Are we still shorting those electronics factories in the stock market? After a period of following Lin Yao in the stock market, Watanabe had become completely enamored with the thrill of rolling in money. We won't be looking at the market today. Lin Yao adjusted his cuff, his gaze profound. We are going to Shueisha. Shueisha? Watanabe was taken aback, his eyes spinning. That's a publishing house. They specialize in comic books. Oh, what do you want to do there? In the eyes of this seasoned financial speculator, comics were mere child's play, not worthy of serious consideration, let alone extracting any astonishing profits from it. Lin Yao glanced at him coldly. Watanabe, your vision is still too narrow. In the future world, whoever controls the top-tier cultural IPs controls the blueprint for the money printing machine. Today, I intend to take all their trump cards for myself. Half an hour later, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly stopped in front of the Shueisha headquarters. As the most prosperous comic publishing giant in country, the employees here walked with a certain arrogance. When Lin Yao entered the lobby with David and Watanabe, the receptionist merely glanced at them casually. May I ask if you have an appointment? The receptionist's tone was cold. Watanabe immediately straightened his chest and said loudly in arrogant Japanese, "This is President Lin of Toto Investment. Get your editor-in-chief out to meet us right away." The name of Toto Investment had recently become well known in the Tokyo business community. The receptionist's expression changed slightly as she hurriedly picked up the phone to notify. Before long, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a receding hairline emerged from the elevator. This man was the current influential chief editor at Shueisha, Yamamoto. President Lin, I've heard a lot about you. Although Yamamoto spoke politely, his eyes betrayed a clear disdain. He extended his hand in a rather perfunctory manner. I wonder what the famous financial giant is doing at our little pub. Lin Yao completely ignored his hand and walked straight to the adjacent VIP reception room. David coldly pushed the door open and Lin Yao sat down confidently on the main sofa. Yamamoto awkwardly withdrew his hand, his eyes flashing with annoyance. He leisurely followed them inside and sat across from Lin Yao. President Lin, we in publishing are not on the same page as you in finance. In our country's comic world, we value craftsmanship and do not welcome speculative individuals like you with your filthy money. Listening to Yamamoto's grandiose words, Lin Yao couldn't help but laugh in anger. Craftsmanship. Chief Editor Yamamoto, don't flatter yourself. Lin Yao leaned slightly forward, his aggressive gaze fixed firmly on the other. When you exploit novice artists and forcibly cut short unpopular works, why don't you mention craftsmanship? Yamamoto's expression darkened as he slammed down his teacup. Mr. Lin, if you are here to start trouble, then please leave. I don't have time to waste with you here. I don't like chatter. Lin Yao snapped his fingers. David, standing behind him, immediately stepped forward and slammed the two black metal briefcases down heavily on the coffee table. With a couple of crisp sounds, the combination locks popped open. At the moment the lids flipped up, Yamamoto's eyes widened in shock. His breath seemingly halted in that instant. Inside the briefcases were neatly stacked bundles of brand new U.S. dollar banknotes. The scent of ink unique to top-tier wealth instantly filled the reception room. This is a banknote worth $10 million. Lin Yao leaned back against the sofa, his tone as calm as if he were buying cabbage at a market. I want to buy out all the film and game rights for the top 10 popular comics in your possession, including Dragon Ball, and the deadline is permanent. Yamamoto gulped, cold sweat instantly pouring down his forehead. 10 million. Converted to yen, that's nearly 1 billion. The entire net profit of Shueisha for a year might not even reach that amount. The chief editor Yamamoto, who had just been extolling craftsmanship, now had his facial muscles twitching wildly. His eyes, completely dazzled by the money, were glued to those banknotes, unable to detach. President Lin, are you joking? Yamamoto's voice trembled, his tongue somewhat tied. The previously lofty and arrogant demeanor crumbled. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Yao scoffed softly. I intend to take all the IPs on this list with me today. Watanabe seamlessly produced a pre-prepared copyright buyout contract and slapped it down in front of Yamamoto. Chief editor Yamamoto, our boss time is extremely precious. Watanabe arrogantly tapped the table. Sign this contract and this money belongs to Shueisha. If you don't sign, we'll turn left to Kodansha. I think they would be more than happy to accept this sum. Upon hearing the name Kodansha, Yamamoto completely broke down. If his mortal enemy were to obtain this massive sum, Shueisha's dominance would definitely be lost. Sign. He'll sign it right now. Yamamoto scrambled towards the contract, grabbing the pen from the table. Without even reading the specific terms, he hastily signed his name, and he slammed the official Shueisha seal down at the signature. Watching the previously defiant cultural figure now grovel like a lapdog, a hint of disdain flickered in Lin Yao's eyes. In this era of capital dominance, there was no bone that money couldn't break open. If there was, it was only because the money wasn't enough. Pleasure doing business, chief editor Yamamoto. Lin Yao picked up the invaluable copyright contract, casually folded it a couple of times, and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his suit. Take your time with the money, I'm leaving first. Watching Lin Yao leave without a trace of mercy, Yamamoto dared not voice any complaints. He clutched the 2 briefcases full of U.S. dollars, tightly grinning like a madman. Lin Yao, along with David and Watanabe, exited the reception room, preparing to leave the building. Just as they reached the corner of the first-floor lobby, a sudden and intense argument burst forth. What trash, this nonsense? With such a cliché setup, do you expect to serialize here? You're wasting my time. Get back to your hometown and farm. Lin Yao halted in his tracks, looking towards the source of the commotion. He saw a young man in a cheap wrinkled shirt with disheveled hair being roughly shoved out the door by a portly editor. The young man's face turned red, tightly clutching a stack of drawings, his eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. This isn't trash. This is my hard work over 3 months. The young man continued to argue desperately. Get out. The fat editor ruthlessly kicked him, sending the young man sprawling on the ground. With a dull thud, the drawings in the young man's arms scattered like snowflakes in the air, falling all around. The employees coming and going in the lobby all turned to look, but not a single person stepped forward to help. They all wore expressions of cold indifference, as if watching a joke. Watanabe frowned slightly and murmured, "What bad luck encountering a drowning dog on the way out." Lin Yao said nothing. His gaze was deeply captivated by a fallen drawing at his feet. It was a rough storyboard sketch. In the drawing, a protagonist with a strange hairstyle and a tail like a monkey was gazing up at the starry sky while holding a stick. Although the strokes were still immature, the unique tension of the storyboard and the distinctive character style was like a lightning bolt, violently splitting open Lin Yao's memory vault from his past life. Lin Yao slowly crouched down. Amidst the laughter, he extended his long fingers and picked up the slightly dust. He gently brushed off the dust with his fingertips. In his deep eyes, a suddenly explosive brilliance erupted. The young man, sprawled on the ground, was awkwardly gathering the scattered drawings. When he lifted his head and saw Lin Yao in a suit and tie staring at his drawing, he couldn't help but freeze. David Watanabe. Lin Yao stood up, holding the lightweight drawing in his hand. A confident and arrogant curve formed at the corner of, "Tell that fat man he just kicked a gold mine out the door." Watanabe Kenta was a person with keen insight. As soon as he heard his boss speak, he quickly stepped forward. The chubby editor was caught off guard and was roughly pushed against the wall by Watanabe. "Have you lost your mind? Do you know who this person is?" Watanabe scolded angrily. The fat editor trembled in fear and begged for mercy. Lin Yao was too lazy to pay attention to the commotion. He was staring at the dusty sketch in his hand. The drawing style was immature, but its tension was undeniable. This was the future global cash cow. The young man on the floor stared blankly at Lin Yao, his eyes filled with embarrassment and unease. This is my discarded draft. I apologize for the embarrassment." The young man scrambled to get up, wanting to take back the sketch from Lin Yao. Lin Yao flicked his wrist, dodging the young man's move. "What is your name?" Lin Yao asked calmly. The young man swallowed and answered in a low voice. "My name is Toriyama Jiro. I am an artist still searching for a job." It was indeed him. Lin Yao's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he folded the sketch and put it in his pocket. "Grab your things and follow me." Lin Yao turned and strode out, giving the young man no chance to refuse. Toriyama Jiro stood frozen, his mind blank. What are you dawdling for? Keep up with the boss. David coldly urged, directly grabbing the old canvas bag from the floor. A few minutes later, Toriyama Jiro cautiously sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. His cheap checkered shirt contrasted sharply with the luxurious leather seats. The car was uncomfortably silent. Suddenly a loud gurgle broke the silence. Toriyama Jiro's face turned red to the roots of his neck as he awkwardly clutched his stomach. I'm sorry. I haven't had a full meal in 2 days. Relying on instant noodles nearing expiration, he could barely pay his rent. Getting kicked out by the Shueisha editor earlier had plunged him into despair. Lin Yao leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over Toriyama's ink-stained hands. That editor just said your concept was nonsense. What do you think? Toriyama bit his lip, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. I want to draw something adventurous and funny, but they insist I draw the same old romance comics. If I don't comply, I'll never get a chance to serialize. Lin Yao scoffed. That group of fools knows nothing about comics. All they know is how to exploit people. From today on, you can draw whatever you want. Even if you draw a pig flying in the sky, as long as it's your work, it'll promote it to be a bestseller. Toriyama Jiro looked up in shocked disbelief written all over his face. This powerful man actually had such confidence in him. The Rolls-Royce sped through, finally stopping in a high-end quiet villa area in Chiyoda. This was Tokyo's real wealthy district where every inch of land was precious. Just tearing up a piece of grass here could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Lin Yao got out first, leading the bewildered Toriyama Jiro into an exquisite standalone villa. Outside the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows was a meticulously trimmed Japanese garden. The interior was adorned with expensive hardwood floors with furniture and appliances complete. The most striking feature was the huge art studio on the second floor with a top-notch custom easel and perfect lighting design. Toriyama Jiro stood in the center of the living room, unsure of where to put his hands and feet. He was afraid that the dust on his shoes would dirty the expensive carpet. Mr. Lin, why have you brought me here? Toriyama's voice was tense as he looked around at the luxurious decor. Lin Yao walked to the leather sofa and sat down, pulling out a brass key from his pocket. With a crisp sound, the key was casually tossed onto the transparent crystal coffee table. This villa is now yours, Lin Yao said nonchalantly. Toriyama Jiro felt as if he had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. He rubbed his ears hard, doubting he had heard correctly. How is that possible? I can't even afford a monthly rent of 30,000 yen. Don't be too happy too soon. I, Lin Yao, am a businessman, not a charity worker. Lin Yao stared sharp. I want you to sign a lifetime contract with Tokyo Investment, and all the copyrights of your comics will be fully entrusted to me for operation. I will ensure you the highest royalties in the industry, guaranteeing you financial freedom for the rest of your life. This villa is a down payment for you to create at ease. You can sleep in it every day or eat the finest wagyu. But I have one requirement: to extract your talent without reservation. Toriyama Jiro stared intently at the key. He had struggled in this cruel city for 3 years, having endured countless sneers and eaten numerous bowls of Even his closest family urged him to give up this ethereal dream of becoming a comic artist. Yet this man, whom he had only met once, was willing to offer him a villa in Chiyoda. The tremendous impact of this talent scout instantly shattered all of Toriyama's psychological defenses. His eyes turned red and tears like beans dripped onto the floor. Without any hesitation, Toriyama Jiro suddenly bent his knees and knelt heavily before Lin Yao. Mr. Lin. Toriyama's throat let out a painful yet liberating roar. From today on, my life belongs to you. Even if I draw until I cough up blood, I will never let you down. Lin Yao looked at Toriyama Jiro on the ground and nodded in satisfaction. This promise would bring him hundreds of billions of dollars in profits in the future. He stood up and adjusted his suit. David, find someone to buy him a few decent outfits and send a chef over to take care of his meals. Yes, boss, David respectfully responded. After settling this future goldmine, Lin Yao returned to the headquarters of Tokyo Investment. The wave of acquisitions he initiated in the comic publishing industry was indeed massive. Millions of dollars were crazily poured into various publishing houses. The film adaptation rights and game copyrights of those popular IPs had all come under Tokyo Investment's name overnight. As soon as he entered the spacious president's office on the top floor, Lin Yao saw Watanabe Kenta standing in front of the desk, pale and gripping the telephone receiver. Seeing Lin Yao enter, Watanabe rushed over, covering the microphone. Boss, something big has happened. Watanabe's forehead was covered in fine cold sweat, and his voice trembled. What are you panicking about? Even if the sky falls, I will support it. Lin Yao walked over to the boss chair and took a sip of the now cold coffee on the desk. Who called to scare you like this? Watanabe swallowed hard and pointed to the confidential hotline on the desk, which was lit up. It's someone from the Sony Group. Hearing the name Sony, Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. This old entertainment empire from our country was finally unable to sit still. They say our recent acquisitions in the cultural industry have crossed the line. Watanabe was so nervous that he rubbed his hands. The higher-ups of Sony Music just raged on the phone a moment ago. Not only was their attitude extremely arrogant, but they also threatened to teach us a harsh lesson. Lin Yao put down his coffee cup, producing a crisp clink. A lesson? How do they plan to teach me a lesson? They want to unilaterally terminate a music distribution contract signed with Xiangjiang Lin's Entertainment. That's a penalty of over 10 million yen. They would rather lose money than cut off our overseas channels. Watanabe was anxiously slapping his thigh. Is this their way of threatening me? Lin Yao's eyes instantly darkened, and a cruel smile curled at the corner. These old financial tycoons from our country really thought of themselves as unshakable deities. How dare they come forward looking for trouble? They were clearly courting death. Boss Sony's channel network across Asia is incredibly formidable. If we fight back, the losses will certainly be severe. Watanabe's face was full of worry. Lin Yao ignored Watanabe's anxiety. He picked up the encrypted phone on the table and pressed the answer button. An arrogant Japanese voice immediately came through. Mr. Lin, is it? I am Nakata, the executive director of Sony Entertainment. The other party didn't even offer a polite greeting and went straight to the point. No matter who your backer is, the entertainment landscape in Tokyo is not something a Chinese person like you can meddle in. Be smart and transfer those IPs to us at the original price. Otherwise, Xiangjiang Lin's Entertainment will find it difficult to operate in our country starting tomorrow. Listening to the other party's high-handed threat, Lin Yao's mockery intensified. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the leather chair. Director Nakata, it seems that the higher-ups at Sony are a bunch of immature fools. The voice of Nakata on the other end was clearly enraged, his tone rising sharply. What did you say? Do you dare to insult the Sony group? Lin Yao didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. So you want to terminate the contract? Good. Prepare your coffins and wait to see tomorrow's headline in the morning newspaper. David, release all the dirt on them. Lin Yao hung up the phone with a dull thud. In this spacious president's office, the sound seemed to toll the death knell. Watanabe Kenta was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. He had been following Lin Yao for a while and knew that when the boss showed such a cold smile, someone was bound to be in serious trouble. Boss, did you just say? To release black material. Watanabe swallowed nervously and cautiously probed. Lawsuits and disputes are the lawyer's job, though I don't have that kind of time in M country to play with them. Lin Yao swiveled in his office chair and looked at the silent David. Have everything been verified? David stepped forward expressionlessly, pulling out an extremely thick craft paper bag from his pocket. He directly overturned the paper bag onto the wide desk. A cacophony ensued. Dozens of high-resolution printed photographs and a large stack of financial report copies were scattered about. Watanabe curiously leaned over for just a glance, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The images in the photographs were extremely unsettling, certainly of a caliber capable of shaking the entire our country's entertainment industry. My God, is that the pure and innocent girl promoted by Sony Music? Watanabe pointed at one of the photos, his finger trembling. In the photograph, the usually pure and charming star was on her knees on the sofa, disheveled. The overweight man sitting on the sofa enjoying it all was none other than Nakata, who had just been boasting on the phone. Furthermore, the financial reports were densely annotated with various undefeatable operations related to money laundering. They were all ironclad evidence of Sony's top brass transferring assets through offshore shell companies. At the end of every account, Nakata's personal seal and that of several core executives were prominently stamped. Boss, where on earth did you get this deadly material? Watanabe felt his scalp tingling. Such high-level confidential black material was kept more tightly sealed within Sony than nuclear secrets. Lin Yao picked up the now cold coffee and took a sip without a care. In this world, as long as it's a human-made account, there are no loopholes that can't be exploited. David went to Las Vegas a few days ago and happened to help Sony's financial director pay off a few million in gambling debts. In return, these things ended up on my desk. Lin Yao's tone was as calm as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Watanabe was sweating profusely, his respect for Lin Yao reaching new heights. This man not only crushed his opponents openly with funds, but also employed ruthless tactics behind the scenes. David, go contact all the mainstream newspapers and gossip tabloids in Tokyo. Lin Yao slammed his coffee cup heavily on the table. He'll offer double. No 10 times the placement fee to secure the front page headlines for tomorrow. Boss, those major media outlets maintain a strong relationship with Sony. Would they dare to publish? Watanabe asked, somewhat worried. Lin Yao's gaze hardened, exuding an undeniable dominance. Money can make the devil push a millstone. If they don't dare to publish, then he'll buy them out. I want everyone in our country to open their eyes and see what a mess the revered Sony consortium is behind the scenes. Understood. David immediately took his orders and strode out of the office. The next morning, the streets of Tokyo still held a hint of mist. In front of a newsstand in Shinjuku, a long line of office workers waiting to buy the morning paper suddenly erupted into gasps of shock. Heavens, is this real? It can't be. A bespectacled otaku stared at the newspaper in his hand as if the sky had fallen. The front page of the Yomiuri Shimbun, which typically reports on national affairs, prominently displayed an impactful black and white photo. The bold black headline was exceptionally eye-catching shock. Sony's upper management has long engaged in unspoken rules with their artists suspected of colossal embezzlement. Not only the Yomiuri Shimbun, but also the neighboring gossip tabloids released those shocking high-definition images. Each headline was more sensational than the last, more eye-catching than the previous. In just a few hours, these news stories spread like wildfire throughout the streets and alleys of Tokyo. In subways, office buildings, and cafes, everyone was whispering about this shocking scandal. Those who had once spent lavishly on their idols now felt waves of nausea. Protest calls instantly overwhelmed Sony's customer service hotline. More radical fans even ran to the base of the Sony building holding up banners demanding high-level executives commit seppuku in apology. At 9 in the morning, the Tokyo stock market opened on time. In the luxurious trading hall of To-Do Investment, dozens of computer screens flickered with a cold light. Lin Yao lounged on the sofa, meticulously trimming his nails with an exquisite nail clipper. "Boss, the stocks are plummeting." Watanabe Kenta jumped around in front of the screen like a monkey excited. He pointed at the curve representing Sony's stock price, his voice almost cracking with excitement. The moment the market opened, there was a massive sell-off. It's all panic selling. It dropped 5%, and it's still falling. Those institutions have caught the scent of blood and are trampling in frenzy. Lin Yao blew on his fingertips, not even glancing at the big screen. This is just the beginning. The ongoing fermentation of the scandal will drain them of their last drop of blood. Lin Yao put the nail clipper away, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. This is the price they pay for unilaterally breaching the contract. At this poker table, no one can take advantage of me, Lin Yao. At that moment, in the top office of the Sony Consortium headquarters in Minato, the atmosphere was suffocating. Bang! An invaluable Edo-era antique vase was violently smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. Fragments of porcelain splattered everywhere. The current head of the Sony Consortium, Morita Takashi, stood behind the massive desk, breathing heavily like an enraged lion, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the trembling Nakata. "You fool. Useless waste. Who told you to provoke that madman?" Morita pointed at Nakata's nose, berating him with spittle flying. "I don't care about your womanizing habits, but you actually let someone catch hold of our financial Achilles heel. Now the whole of our country is laughing at us." In just 1 hour, the stock price evaporated over 100 billion. Nakata collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf. "President, I really don't know how he got those bills. That Lin Yao is simply a devil. He doesn't play by the rules at all." Rules? In the face of absolute money, what do rules matter? Morita kicked Nakata to the ground in anger, furiously loosening his tie. As the head of Sony, he was being cornered by an outsider who had only recently arrived in our country. If he didn't reclaim the situation, how could Sony ever hold its head high in the consortium circle again? Morita suddenly turned and slammed his palm on the intercom on the desk. His voice became hoarse and distorted from extreme anger. "Immediately connect me to the finance department and major partner banks. Mobilize all available cash flow and build positions immediately. I want to personally kill this audacious little Chinese brat in the stock market." Sheng Tianwu's roar in the office shattered an antique vase and reverberated throughout Tokyo. It was as if a deep-water bomb had been dropped onto the calm surface of a lake. Within half an hour, news of the Sony conglomerate's plan to fully strangle To-Do Investment flew across the entire Chiyoda district like it had grown wings. Those tycoon magnates who had been pressed down by Lin Yao were now all spiritedly lifting up their small stools in excitement. Inside a top-tier Japanese restaurant in Ginza, several executives from the Mitsubishi conglomerate were holding exquisite sake, their faces wrinkled with laughter. "Have you heard? Sheng Tianwu is genuinely furious this time. He directly allocated hundreds of billions of yen to rescue the market and is also planning to counterattack To-Do Investment." An executive with a bald head coldly crushed the crab leg in his hand. "That Lin fellow really thinks that exposing some juicy gossip can topple Sony. It's simply the height of Sony is the industrial pride of the Yamato people with an unfathomable depth. Just watch, by tomorrow's close at the latest To-Do Investment will be strangled to the point of not even having bones left." In the high-end financial circles of Tokyo, almost no one has faith in Lin Yao. In the eyes of these arrogant local tyrants, no matter how fierce the dragon crossing the river, it cannot match the deeply rooted local behemoths. Especially when it comes to competing in absolute financial power, it's all about depth. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Tokyo stock market had just opened for its midday session. Suddenly, the screeching alarm in the trading hall of To-Do Investment erupted without warning. Beep, beep, beep. The deathly red light flickered madly on every trader's computer screen. The Klein, representing several heavily weighted stocks of To-Do Investment, faced a devastating sell-off. The numbers on the big screen plunged wildly green enough to make one's heart shudder. "What's going on? Who's selling off?" Watanabe Kenta shouted hoarsely, his coffee cup trembling as if it were sifting grain. The numbers on the big screen plunged wildly green enough to make one's heart shudder. "What's going on? Who's selling off?" Watanabe Kenta shouted hoarsely, his coffee cup "President, Sony's funds have entered the market. Not only are they forcefully propping up their own stocks, but they are also frantically shorting our heavily weighted stocks. These madmen have come armed with knives." Watanabe rushed to the screen, his eyes wide as saucers. "How much capital do they have? It's enormous. The influx of selling funds has already exceeded 300 billion yen. And it's still increasing. Upon hearing this terrifying number, Watanabe felt darkness cloud his vision and his legs turned to jelly. 300 billion yen. This was undoubtedly the old fox Sheng Tianwu reallocating emergency credit lines from various partner banks. They intend to achieve their goal in one fell swoop, directly severing Dongdu Investment's funding chain with money. We can't hold them off, President. The first line of defense has been completely breached. The trader shouted in despair, his voice hoarse. If we don't get rescue funds soon, we'll be out of business within 10 minutes. Watanabe scrambled towards the president's office at the end of the corridor. He didn't even knock on the door, crashing in with his shoulder. Boss, help. Sony is counterattacking. Watanabe collapsed onto the large desk, his voice cracking like a chicken being choked. That old madman Sheng Tianwu has allocated hundreds of billions to clamp down on us. Our position is about to collapse. Unlike the chaos and disorder outside, the large president's office was playing soothing classical symphonies. The rich aroma of expensive cigars wafted through the air. Lin Yao reclined comfortably on a genuine leather sofa with his legs crossed, holding a glass of decanted Romani Conti, the wine reflecting a captivating red glow in the glass. It's just a few hundred billion, look at how scared you are, behaving so pathetically. Lin Yao took a sip of red wine, his eyes revealing undisguised disdain. He didn't even furrow his brow. Boss, that's several hundred billion. Watanabe exclaimed, slapping his thigh anxiously, the flesh on his face trembling violently. He was on the verge of tears. I know you just moved $30 million from Hong Kong yesterday. Converted, that's only about several billion yen. With this little money, how can we compete with them? If we don't cut losses and flee, well, all have to jump into Tokyo. Lin Yao let out a cold laugh, casually placing the wine glass on the crystal coffee table. The crisp sound of the collision was particularly clear in the room. He stood up, adjusted his perfectly tailored suit, and walked with measured steps to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. That old man Sheng Tianwu probably thinks just like you do. Lin Yao gazed down at the bustling city beneath him, his tone filled with mockery. He must have found out about my background through some channels. He thinks that the little box office revenue I earned in Hong Kong is all my trump card. He believes that with Sony's hundreds of billions in cash flow, he can easily crush me at the poker table. Lin Yao turned around, his gaze sharp like a blade, piercing enough to make Watanabe unable to meet his eyes. Unfortunately, his biggest mistake in this life is being too narrow-minded. He confines his vision to this little pond of Asia, thinking of himself as the king of the sea. Watanabe was stunned, completely unable to comprehend the deeper meaning behind his boss' words. He sat dazedly on the floor. Boss, do you have other funds? At that moment, a very discreet frosted glass door on the side of the office was pushed open. A blonde, blue-eyed, corpulent man strode in. He was holding a flickering, encrypted satellite communication terminal. It was none other than Michael, the head of the Wall Street quantitative team. BOSS, all of Sony's funds have entered the market. Michael licked his dry lips, revealing an extremely bloodthirsty smile. His gaze was like that of a starving wolf eyeing its prey caught in a trap. They think they are the hunters with guns, but they have no idea they've walked into the deadliest trap. Lin Yao walked to the desk, resting his hands on the surface, his body leaning slightly forward. A terrifying sense of oppression instantly engulfed the entire room. Is the capital pool ready? Lin Yao asked in a deep voice. It can be released at any time. Michael excitedly rubbed his rough hands, his face flushed with excitement. 100 offshore shell companies on Wall Street are all on standby. All channels have been opened without any. What we hold is secret hot money with over 100 times leverage, just waiting for your command. Upon hearing this, Watanabe's mind went blank, completely crashing. Secret hot money from Wall Street with over 100 times leverage. He had always thought Dongdu Investment was just a speculative firm that started out with stock and real estate trading. He even believed Lin Yao's biggest backing was the entertainment circle in Hong Kong. He had no idea that his boss had been secretly nurturing such a deep-sea behemoth capable of devouring everything. No wonder the boss has always been fearless. It turns out that the little bit of funding Sony was so proud of was merely an appetizer in the boss' eyes. Lin Yao turned to look at the large screen on the wall. The red bar chart representing Sony's aggressive selling funds was arrogantly climbing upwards. The corners of his mouth curled into a deathly smile. That was a signal to harvest lives. Sheng Tianwu wants to compete with me in absolute financial power. Does he think I have no money? Lin Yao suddenly turned his head, his eyes cold and piercing, his tone filled with extreme arrogance and dominance. Michael, connect the offshore accounts. Let them see what a true dimensionality reduction strike looks like. Michael's face, laden with flesh, suddenly burst into an extremely fervent smile. He had waited far too long. His thick fingers slammed down heavily on the enter key, producing a crisp sound. Command sent. 100 offshore shell companies are operating at full capacity, leveraging funds by 100 times. Accompanied by Michael's exceedingly high-pitched roar, a vast and suffocating wave of hidden hot money instantly activated. Following countless encrypted channels, this capital surged into the Tokyo stock market like a torrential flood. In the trading hall, all the traders staring at their screens simultaneously gasped in shock. The entire space seemed to have been muted. Then an explosive outcry erupted, almost lifting the roof. Heavens! What the hell is this amount of capital? It's down to the ground. The market was entirely in the red. On the big screen, the previously soaring red bar chart, due to Sony's 30 billion yen investment, was mercilessly smashed down to the depths like a massive hammer falling from the sky. There was no resistance whatsoever. It was a complete rout. The curve representing Sony's stock price exhibited an exceedingly bizarre 90-degree plunge. This was not merely a crash, it was a total collapse. Kentaro Watanabe's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto Lin Yao's desk. He stared at the real-time data on the wall, his eyes nearly popping out. "Boss, how much has actually been invested?" Watanabe's voice trembled, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. "Not much." Lin Yao swirled the red wine in his goblet, his tone exceedingly calm. "It's roughly equivalent to half a year's GDP of your country." This statement struck Watanabe like a thunderclap exploding in his mind. Leverage funds exceeding his country's GDP. This was no longer stock trading, it was akin to using a nuclear bomb to fish. Meanwhile, at the top level of the Sony Corporation headquarters in the harbor area, a deathly silence enveloped this lavish office. Akio Morita gripped the desk tightly, his once rosy complexion now pale as paper. The 30 billion yen market rescue fund he prided himself on had not lasted even a minute under his very eyes. It was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan, instantly evaporated completely. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Morita trembled violently, suddenly grabbing the collar of the trading supervisor beside him. "Is there a fault in the trading system? Where is our money?" The trading supervisor looked utterly despondent, tears streaming down his face. "President, there's no fault. It's all gone. Devoured instantly by an unknown overseas giant fund. The foreign market is still frantically selling off, we can't see the bottom. Our stocks are firmly pressed down at the limit down, not even a deity could save them." Puff. An immense rage and bottomless fear surged to Morita's head, causing a sharp pain in his chest. A mouthful of dark red blood erupted from him, splattering across the table of confidential documents. "President!" Nakata screamed in terror, rushing over to support the staggering Morita. Morita's eyes widened, fixated on the ghastly green line on the screen, unwillingly swallowing his last breath before fainting. "Close the positions. Take all profits." In the office of Dongdu Investment, Lin Yao decisively issued the final command. Michael's fingers flew over the keyboard, quickly severing the link to the leveraged funds. A massive profit was laundered in mere minutes, flowing to Swiss banks through offshore accounts. Ding ding ding. The crisp system notification sound echoed wildly on the computer. Michael looked at the final number on the screen, so excited that he jumped onto the sofa. "Boss, we won. A remarkably perfect slaughter. Pure profit of $3.5 billion. After deducting all bridge fees, we netted $3 billion. $3 billion. Still in dollars." Watanabe, kneeling on the floor, was utterly dumbfounded, drool trickling down to his chin without him noticing. Converted to yen, this amounted to over 400 billion in astonishing wealth. The foundation Sony had accumulated for decades was completely emptied by the boss in one go. "Boss, you are the true stock market deity. The entire financial community of our country will kneel at your feet." Watanabe was so excited that he was speaking incoherently, frantically flattering. Lin Yao downed the wine in his glass and casually tossed the goblet onto the table. "Just some pocket money, look at how—" He straightened his suit and tie, his face showing no sign of ecstasy. This kind of dimensional strike harvest felt as simple to him as eating or drinking. "Boss, we must celebrate this epic victory tonight." Watanabe scrambled up from the floor, his face glowing as he crazily proposed. "I've booked the top venue in Ginza, bringing the hottest actresses from all of Tokyo to you. We must celebrate this historic victory properly." Lin Yao frowned slightly, a sense of strong disdain flashing in his eyes. "Hanging out with those hypocritical young tycoons from our country makes me feel nauseous. You can go enjoy that boring celebration yourself. But boss, you made such a big impact today, you should make an appearance." "Shut up." Lin Yao unceremoniously interrupted Watanabe's chattering. "David, prepare the car." David, who had been quietly standing in the corner, immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, boss." Lin Yao put on his tailored black trench coat and strode out of the office. This room, filled with the stench of copper and the aura of bloodshed, made him feel somewhat suffocated. He needed to go outside for some fresh air. 10 minutes later, the bulletproof Rolls-Royce Phantom exited the underground garage of Dongdu Investment. Night had fully descended. The neon lights of Tokyo flashed wildly, concealing the recent bloodbath that had transpired in the stock market. Lin Yao leaned back in the back seat, half closing his eyes. "Boss, where are we going?" David asked while driving, steadily glancing at the rearview mirror. "Just drive anywhere, let's get some fresh air in the suburbs," Lin Yao casually replied. The Rolls-Royce smoothly left the bustling Chiyoda district, heading towards the winding mountain roads on the outskirts of Tokyo. As the vibrant lights of the city gradually faded away, the air outside the car became chilly and refreshing. Just as the vehicle entered a secluded mountain road, a vast and blinding array of headlights suddenly illuminated the darkness ahead. Distantly, one could hear the deafening bass of loudspeakers and the wild cheers of the crowd. "Boss, it seems there's an underground racing circuit up ahead." David slowed the car down and reported cautiously. Lin Yao opened his eyes and lowered half of the window. The cold wind brought with it the acrid smell of burning rubber and strong gasoline. Ahead was a massive abandoned open-air parking lot. At that moment, it was surrounded by hundreds of variously modified flashy racing cars. Aggressive bikers, scantily clad racing girls, and pleasure-seeking young tycoons gathered together. They formed an extremely wild underground current. Interesting. A playful smirk appeared at the corner of Lynn. Compared to the pretentious high-end drinking parties in Ginza, this place, filled with primal hormones, felt much more real to him. Just then, Virum roar. A furious beast-like roar of engines suddenly tore through the night sky. The sound was purely intense, devoid of any hesitation, absolutely the result of top-tier modifications. Lin Yao's attention was instantly drawn to it. He saw a completely black GTR like a ghost parked on the starting line. Its exhaust pipe spewed blue flames, exuding an incredibly intimidating aura. Beside that imposing GTR, a remarkably slender figure stood, creating a stark contrast with this friend. Drive over there. Lin Yao sat up straight, a thick interest flashing in his eyes. To find such a top-tier car in this smoky place. David nodded and pressed the gas pedal. The Rolls-Royce, like a king of the night, slowly drove into this fervent underground territory. Boss, do you need me to clear the area in advance? David asked in a low voice. Lin Yao looked at the slender figure, a hint of profound meaning flashing in his eyes. Not yet. Parked by the side. Oh, let's meet the owner of that car. David parked the Rolls-Royce in the shadows outside the racetrack. Lin Yao pushed open the car door, the cigar between his fingers flickering in the night breeze. The black GTR at the starting line had just roared away. However, Lin Yao's gaze was firmly drawn to a red flash, chasing closely from behind. It was a heavily modified red GTR. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of tire friction, the red GTR showed no signs of slowing down as it approached the last sharp turn. It cut into the corner at an extremely sharp inside angle. A perfect drainage ditch racing technique. The rear of the car swung out in a fierce arc, nearly forcing the black GTR to collide with the guardrail. With a roar, the red GTR, brimming with the arrogance of a victor, came to a steady stop right before the finish line. The crowd erupted into screams and frenzied whistles that shook the night sky. Lin Yao, intrigued, took long strides toward the car. Under the gaze of a group of frenzied street racers, the door of the red GTR was kicked open. A pair of long legs clad in black Doc Martens stepped out first. Following that, a girl dressed in a tight black leather outfit got out of the car. She took off her helmet and casually shook her shoulder-length black hair. What a face it was! Among a crowd of heavily made-up racing girls, she was unadorned, her complexion bare. Her features were exquisitely delicate and three-dimensional, yet they exuded an extreme chill that kept others at bay. It was as if all the noise in the world could not stir even a ripple in her eyes. This was Matsui Izumi, still struggling underground before her official debut. Damn it! You malicious woman, how dare you scheme against me? A frantic voice shattered the cold beauty of the scene. The young man with yellow hair who had driven the black GTR rushed over, followed by 7 or 8 swaggering lackeys. They were regulars at this racetrack, a few wealthy second-generation heirs with nothing better to do. Not only did the young man lose the race, but he also lost a substantial amount of money on the side bets, and he was now completely furious. Which one of your eyes saw me scheming against you, eh? Matsui Izumi leaned against the car door, coldly looking at the group of privileged youths. If you can't match up to others, better not embarrass yourself out here. Her voice was as melodious as an icy spring, yet laced with merciless mockery. You're looking for death. The young man with yellow hair laughed in anger, his gaze brazenly roaming over Matsui Izumi's graceful curves. I lost tens of millions of yen today, all thanks to you. But I'm in a good mood today. As long as you accompany us for a few drinks, and then go to the hotel to discuss driving skills, this debt will be forgiven. As he spoke, the young man reached out to touch Matsui Izumi's chin. Get off me. Matsui Izumi's eyes flashed coldly, and she unceremoniously slapped his hand away. Refusing to drink is like drinking a penalty. Tie her up and put her in the car. The young man was completely enraged, shouting wildly. Just as a few lackeys were about to move, a voice filled with pressure came over. In the middle of the night, is this how you bully a girl? Is this the behavior of men from our country? The crowd of onlookers parted under an invisible force. Lin Yao, dressed in a pure black tailored coat, walked in with his hands in his pockets, calm and unhurried. David closely followed behind him like a tower of iron. The young man with yellow hair turned his head and looked Lin Yao up and down. Seeing Lin Yao's unfamiliar Eastern face, he spat arrogantly. Where did this Chinese pig come from? How dare you meddle in my business? Lin Yao's eyes instantly turned as cold as an ice cave. David, his mouth is too foul. Before Lin Yao's words had faded, David had already dashed out like a ghost. His speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly catch it. Bang! David kicked the yellow-haired young man hard on the knee, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone cracking. The young man screamed and fell to the ground before the surrounding lackeys could react. A cold black gun exuding the aura of death was pressed firmly against the young man's forehead. Click! The sound of the bullet being chambered was extremely jarring in the silent racetrack. Everyone was stunned. In a country like ours where guns were strictly prohibited, someone actually dared to pull a gun in public. You don't do anything reckless. The young man with yellow hair was so scared that he wet his pants, a foul odor immediately spreading through the air. Shut up. Lin Yao stepped forward looking down at him. Say another word, and he'll have him blow your head off. Lin Yao's tone was flat, devoid of any fluctuations, yet it sent chills down the spines of everyone present. The owner of the racetrack, a gang leader with a face full of flesh, was trembling as he approached with dozens of men. Sir, this is our territory. What you're doing is not in accordance with the rules, is it? Though the boss was apprehensive of the gun, he still forced himself to speak. Lin Yao didn't even spare him a glance. He directly pulled out a checkbook from his pocket and casually signed a string of astronomical numbers. Lin Yao tossed the check lightly onto the boss' chubby face. Here's $10 million. I bought this racetrack. Lin Yao surveyed the surroundings, his arrogant voice echoing in every corner. Now take the money, gather these trash, and get lost. Within 5 minutes, if I see anyone still standing here, they'll be shot for invading private property. The boss looked at the long string of zeros on the check, his eyes nearly popping out. $10 million for a rundown underground car park. This was simply a windfall. Get lost. All of you get the hell out of here. Didn't you hear the boss orders? The racetrack owner instantly changed his face, rushing to kick the street racers and rich second-generation heirs out like a duck being herded. Even the yellow-haired young man who had wet himself was dragged away like a dead dog. In less than 3 minutes, the once noisy racetrack had been cleared out completely. Only the sound of the night wind whistling across the empty track remained. Lin Yao turned around, his deep gaze landing on Matsui Izumi. The girl had been quietly watching everything. Although there was shock in her eyes, there was no hint of shrinking back or fear. Thank you for what you did earlier. Matsui Izumi pulled up the zipper of her leather jacket, her tone still cold. But I won't be grateful just because you saved me. Lin Yao let out a light laugh, walked over to her GTR, and his gaze fell on the passenger seat. There lay a somewhat old wooden guitar. I spent $10 million to clear the place, not so you'd be grateful to me. Lin Yao opened the car door, took the guitar out, and handed it directly to her. Your hands are not only suited for steering the wheel, but also for strumming the strings. Lin Yao's eyes were deep and domineering, as if he could see through her soul. Finally, it's quiet around here. Now sing me a song. Matsui Izumi was taken aback. She had been mingling in the underground racetrack just to win money for better music equipment. No one had ever known but this mysterious and dangerous man in front of her had seen through her disguise at a glance. His restrained yet profound dominance left her with no thought of refusal. Taking a deep breath, she accepted the guitar and lightly plucked the strings. With no accompaniment, only her pure, ethereal, and penetrating voice echoed in the night sky. Like a clear spring, it instantly cleansed the entire filthy underground world. As the song concluded, Matsui Izumi set down the guitar, her chest rising and falling gently. Lin Yao looked at the girl as cold as the moon, without hiding the ambition in his eyes. Your voice is the truth. Come with me. Oh, I want to make you the rock queen of all Asia. The night wind swept across the empty underground racing track. Matsui Izumi placed the old wooden guitar back onto the passenger seat of the GTR. She turned around, her gaze piercing through the mundane as she scrutinized Lin Yao. Rock queen. She let out a light scoff, tightening the zipper of her black leather jacket. You wealthy people are really getting more and more creative with your pickup lines. Lin Yao's fingers holding a cigar paused in midair as ash fell to the ground. He was not angry. Instead, do you think I spent $10 million to clear the place just for a night of your company? Matsui Izumi leaned against the car door, her chin slightly raised, her eyes filled with vigilance. What else? I've seen enough of your high and mighty tycoons. She bit her lip, her voice heavy. First you throw money, then you paint a grand picture, and finally stuff me into those assembly line idol factories. You want me to wear a short skirt and fake a smile while twisting around on stage. Matsui Izumi's fingers gripped the edge of the car door tightly. I'm not a plaything for capital, you've got the wrong person. David frowned at her words and reached for his lower back. Lin Yao raised his hand to stop David's movement. He sized up the little hedgehog in front of him, full of spikes, and a smile crept onto his lips. Assembly line idol. You really underestimate my vision, Lin Yao. He took out a business card from the inner pocket of his suit and handed it over with 2 fingers. Don't do investment. Come to this address tomorrow at 10 in the morning to find me. Matsui Izumi glanced at the gilded business card, but did not reach out to take it. I'm not going. Afraid to go. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping the car window with the business card. Or are you saying your so-called rock dreams can only be fulfilled in this dark underground garage for your own amusement? These words pierced Matsui Izumi's heart like a needle. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes fixed on Lin. See you tomorrow. Lin Yao tucked the business card into the gap of the car window and turned to walk towards the Rolls-Royce. The black armored luxury car roared away from the racing track. Matsui Izumi stood there, her gaze falling on the business card in the glass gap. The night wind tousled her short hair. She reached out to pull the card out, her fingertips brushing over the embossed letters. The next morning at the top office of Dongdu Investment, sunlight poured through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows onto the Persian carpet. Matsui Izumi, wearing a faded denim jacket, pushed the door open with her old guitar on her back. Watanabe Kenta was standing by the desk reporting on work when he saw the girl in that outfit enter, and he froze on the spot. Boss, this is... Watanabe pointed at Matsui Izumi. You step out first. Lin Yao waved his hand. Watanabe wisely left the room, closing the heavy soundproof door behind him. Lin Yao sat in the boss chair, pointing to the leather sofa across from him. Sit. Matsui Izumi did not sit as she stood straight. I'm here. How do you plan to package me into one of those pathetic idols? Lin Yao opened a drawer, took out a prepared document folder, and tossed it onto the table. The folder slid out, partially revealing a few stapled A4 pages. Take a look for yourself. Lin Yao sipped his coffee. Matsui Izumi cautiously approached, picking up the contract and opening it. As she read the first page, her fingers began to turn white from gripping the paper. After finishing the second page, her breath was noticeably out of rhythm. Upon reading the last page, she lifted her head, her eyes filled with profound confusion. Party A will not interfere with Party B's private life and will not compel participation in any commercial engagements. Matsui Izumi read out the clauses word by word. Party B enjoys 100% freedom in music creation, and Party A will bear all promotional expenses. She slapped the contract on the table, leaning forward. Are you crazy? What good is this contract for you? Is this charity? Lin Yao set down his coffee cup with a crisp sound. Charity is something hypocritical tycoons love to do. I only engage in profitable business. Lin Yao crossed his hands on the table, his gaze piercing. What I value is your talent. I may not understand music, but I know how to turn good music into countless bills. You just need to write songs and sing. I will shield you from all the dirty and tiring work of capital struggles. Matsui Izumi clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes inexplicably moist. She had been crawling and struggling at the edge of this industry for so long. The people she met either wanted to take advantage of her or exploit her labor. Never had anyone offered her such a pure contract that only discussed dreams and money. This respect was far more impactful than the $10 million from last night. Can you really let me sing the songs I want to sing? She asked, gripping the edge of the paper. Lin Yao picked up a pen, twirling it in the air before handing it to her. Sign this, and you'll immediately have access to the top recording studio in all of Asia. Matsui Izumi took a deep breath and accepted the pen. The pen tip scratched the paper, producing a soft sound as she signed her name. Lin Yao looked at the contract, a satisfied smile on his face. Welcome to Lin's Entertainment, Miss Matsui. 3 days later, in a luxurious flat in Ginza. This place was originally a recording studio of an old record company facing bankruptcy. Lin Yao casually threw money to buy it and replaced everything with top-notch German-imported equipment. Now it had become Matsui Izumi's private domain. Inside the soundproof glass, Matsui Izumi wore heavy monitoring headphones, her face pale. She ruffled her hair, crumpling the manuscript filled with notes in front of her and throwing it against the wall. The sound engineer outside the glass was too scared to make a sound and could only look helplessly at Lin Yao, who had just walked in. Lin Yao waved his hand, signaling the sound engineer to leave. The sound engineer felt as if he had been pardoned and slipped out the door. Lin Yao pushed open the heavy soundproof door of the recording studio and stepped inside. The floor was littered with crumpled papers, mingling with the air's anxious atmosphere. Matsui Izumi buried her face in her hands, her shoulders trembling slightly. Can't produce anything. Lin Yao leaned against the door frame, his tone flat. Matsui Izumi raised her head, her eyes bloodshot. The melody is wrong. Everything is wrong. You provided me with the best equipment and treatment, yet I can't even write a satisfactory debut song. I don't want to disappoint you, but my mind is a jumbled mess. She tightly gripped the neck of her guitar, her knuckles turning white. The pressure of creation felt like a mountain suffocating this cold girl. Lin Yao walked in front of her and directly pulled the old guitar from her hands. What are you doing? Matsui Izumi was taken aback. Lin Yao did not answer. He grabbed a tall stool and sat down, casually strumming a string. The sound was crisp, although it couldn't compare to the top-notch equipment outside. The feel was nice. Matsui Izumi stared at him in disbelief. This man who could stir up storms in the business world actually played the guitar. Lin Yao's fingers danced across the fretboard, a simple chord flowing out. The melody was cheerful, infused with a vibrant vitality. He looked at Matsui Izumi's tired eyes, a casual smile gracing his lips. Don't treat songwriting as a task, listen to this. Matsui Izumi's attention was instantly captured by the melody. She sat up straight, even slowing her breath. Lin Yao's fingers quickened their rhythm, tapping out a beat with his foot. This melody is missing a few lines of lyrics. Lin Yao halted his movements and handed the guitar to Matsui Izumi. She instinctively took the guitar. What lyrics are missing? She asked. A line that makes people want to run forward after hearing it. Lin Yao stood up and walked to the music stand, picking up a marker. He swiftly wrote a few large characters on the blank staff paper. How about using these 4 characters as the song title? Matsui Izumi leaned over, her gaze landing on the paper. The paper only contained 4 bold characters. Don't give up. Matsui Izumi softly read aloud. Lin Yao turned around, his hands in his pockets. Try to sing it out with the fearless spirit you had while racing. Can you do it? Lin Yao asked. Matsui Izumi stared at those 4 characters. The cluttered thoughts in her mind were blown away like leaves in the wind. She took a deep breath, her fingers resting on the strings as she followed the chords Lin Yao had just played. The melody gradually took shape at her fingertips. She opened her mouth tentatively, singing the first line of lyrics. Her voice was slightly hoarse, but that stubbornness and unwillingness had already overflowed. Lin Yao leaned against the wall, listening to the melody that was gradually taking shape. The song that had once swept through all of our country was slowly reviving in this recording studio. Matsui Izumi played faster and faster, the bloodshot whites of her eyes fading away, replaced by a burning light. She found her direction. Suddenly, she stopped picking up a pen and frantically writing on the staff paper. A few minutes later, she lifted her head, beads of sweat on her forehead. I get it. She held the guitar, looking at Lin Yao with a new emotion in her eyes. Was that chord you played your creation? Lin Yao shrugged, noncommittal. It's not surprising for the boss to not only throw money, but also know a bit about music theory, right? You're truly an enigmatic monster. Matsui Izumi stood up, pressing the sheet, filled with notes, against her chest. Give me 3 days, and I will perfectly record this song. 3 days? Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. 1 day. Just 1 day. Matsui Izumi bit her lip and said. Lin Yao stepped forward and gently tapped twice on her guitar's body. Then he'll wait for you here for a day? Let all of our country hear what a true rock queen sounds like. Lin Yao pushed open the door of the recording studio and turned to walk towards the mixing console outside. Get the sound engineer outside to come in and work. Matsui Izumi watched his back, a faint smile curving her lips. What other secrets are you hiding, you guy? She murmured softly. The sound engineer stealthily slipped into the control room, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He quickly adjusted the sliders on the console, fearful that any sudden movement might provoke the powerful backer who could buy the entire street. Lin Yao pulled over a genuine leather swivel chair and sat down, crossing his legs over the edge of the control panel. Through the soundproof glass, he watched Matsui Izumi in the recording studio. Matsui Izumi placed the sheet music titled Don't Give Up on the music stand. She took a deep breath and gave an okay sign to the outside. The accompaniment began to play through the heavy monitoring headphones. What Lin Yao had hastily scribbled down was not just 4 words. In the brief moment, while waiting for the sound engineer to enter, he had filled the main melody and core lyrics entirely on the sheet music. He was adept at this kind of copying work. In his past life, this song had saved countless people in our nation after the economic bubble burst, and its melody was etched deep within him. Matsui Izumi closed her eyes and leaned closer to the microphone. As the first line of lyrics left her lips, the sound engineer's hand trembled slightly while adjusting the sliders. He suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Yao, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. The girl in the glass room infused her voice with a blend of stubbornness, unwillingness, and the vitality of running against the cold wind, pouring it all into the lyrics. There was no unnecessary showmanship, only sincere words that struck at the soul. When the climax erupted, Matsui Izumi grasped the microphone tightly, the veins on her hand standing out. As the song concluded, she removed her headphones, her chest heaving heavily, her eyes shining with a fervent light. That was the brilliance that came only after finding a soul connection. Let's do it again. The chorus came in half a beat early. Lin Yao pressed the communication button, his voice calm, as if he were ordering an appetizer. Matsui Izumi did not utter a single unnecessary word. She put on her headphones and stood ready again. For an entire day, the recording studio was filled only with the repetitive sounds of refinement. Until the sun set, the final version of the master tape emerged from the mixing console. Take it for pressing. Lin Yao pulled out a black card from his wallet and slapped it on the table. Money can make the devil push the mill, and in Tokyo, where capital reigns supreme, this is an ironclad rule. The promotional department under Dongdu Investment operated at full capacity. With hefty investments in radio promotions, overwhelming street posters, and top-tier physical CD production lines, in just 3 days the single CD of Don't Give Up filled the streets and alleys of all Tokyo. On the first day of its release, the sales curve shot up like a helicopter. By the second day, high school students could be seen all over Tokyo wearing portable music players. Even the suited office workers hummed the chorus of this song. By the weekend, the most authoritative chart in our nation was a debut single with no prior hype, and even the singer had not appeared to promote it, yet it stomped on the heads of numerous popular idols and kicked open the door to the top of the charts. It debuted at number 1. The music scene in our nation erupted in chaos. Executives from veteran record labels like Sony and AI stared at the sales data on the table. Furious, they smashed 2 telephones in the office. Investigate. Find out who this lyricist and composer signed as Yao is. A prodigy of this level must be brought into the company, even if we have to kidnap him. The paparazzi and talent scouts of all our nation were scattered everywhere like sharks sensing blood. Everyone was searching for this suddenly emerging mysterious golden producer. At the center of the storm, Lin Yao was sitting on a leather sofa in a spacious recording studio cutting a cigar. Sales have surpassed 1 million. Matsui Izumi walked over holding a freshly delivered report, her voice slightly tense. She placed the report on the coffee table, her fingertips trembling slightly. For a girl who had been racing cars and singing in the underground garage just days ago, this overnight fame felt like stepping onto a cloud. Just 1 million for now. Lin Yao struck a match and leisurely toasted the cigar. The complete album will be released next month. This is just the warm-up. Matsui Izumi looked at the man before her. He was wearing a well-tailored high-end shirt, the collar slightly open, exuding an air of someone who toyed with the mundane world. What kind of person are you? She pulled over a chair and sat down, resting her crossed hands under her chin. You can produce by companies, and now you even write songs better than those golden masters. Lin Yao exhaled a plume of blue smoke, gazing at her through the gray haze. A businessman who will elevate you to the pedestal of glory and then prepare to harvest the entire market. Matsui Izumi curled her lip, no longer countering as she had before. She picked up a newly changed electric guitar and idly strummed the strings. So, Mr. Businessman, do you have any inspiration for the next song? She raised her head, her eyes filled with an expectation she herself was unaware of. Just as Lin Yao was about to speak, the heavy door of the recording studio suddenly made a soft sound. The doorknob turned and the door was pushed open. The sound of high heels clicking on the wooden floor was clear and crisp. Nakamori Akiko entered wearing large sunglasses and a fitted beige trench coat. She was also carrying an exquisitely crafted insulated box. Lin Yao had instructed David to pick her up to discuss the next steps for the pop music scene. Akiko removed her sunglasses, her face initially bearing a gentle, soft smile. But when she saw Matsui Izumi sitting across from Lin Yao, her smile froze on her face. She gripped her sunglasses tightly in her hand, her gaze sweeping over Matsui Izumi's unadorned face. Her eyes then fell on the guitar in Matsui Izumi's lap. A woman's intuition is always eerily sharp. The air in the recording studio seemed to be suddenly sucked out, the pressure dropping. Matsui Izumi also stopped strumming the strings, narrowing her eyes slightly as she scrutinized the newcomer. One was the dream girl of all men in our nation, a national pop diva exuding a gentle and delicate aura like that of the southern waters. The other was a rock star who had just soared to the top of the charts with a hit song, her demeanor sharp and cold as steel. Their gazes met in midair, sparking a series of invisible fireworks. Akiko tightened her grip on the insulated box, her knuckles turning white. She took a deep breath and walked gracefully to Lin Yao's side. Ignoring Matsui Izumi, she placed the insulated box on the coffee table. Mr. Lin, this is the soup I made for you. Please have a taste. Akiko's voice was soft and sweet enough to bring tears, and her body leaned slightly towards Lin Yao's shoulder. Matsui Izumi watched this scene, letting out a cold snicker. She propped the guitar against her leg, leaned back against the chair, and crossed her legs. Boss, is this the other female singer you've signed? Matsui Izumi's tone was cool, clearly laced with provocation. I don't know about her soup-making skills, but her voice sounds quite suitable for singing lullabies. Ming Zi's fingers paused on the latch of the thermos box. Hearing the words lullaby, she turned to look at Matsui Izumi, who was leaning against the chair. Instead of becoming hysterical, she let out a light laugh. It's a good thing for newcomers to have ambition. Ming Zi leisurely lifted the lid of the thermos box, and the rich aroma of chicken soup spread throughout the recording studio. She took out a small white porcelain bowl, filled it halfway with soup, and handed it to Lin Yao. However, this sister might not have experienced the golden age of physical records. Ming Zi wiped her hands with a tissue. When I held 10 concerts at the Martial Arts Hall, you were probably still practicing your courage in the underground parking lot. Her soft and sticky voice concealed a knife. After years of struggling in the music scene of country, or what kind of scene hasn't she seen? She stuffed the soup spoon into Lin Yao's hand and casually sat on the armrest beside him. The action of asserting dominance was fluid and graceful. Matsui Izumi furrowed her brows. She kicked the effects pedal on the floor, causing it to make a clicking sound. Don't bring up those old tales. Matsui Izumi grabbed the reports on the coffee table and slammed them down and looked closely at this week's credibility chart. Your song has been cheating its way into the top 10 for half a month, while my debut single reached the top in just 3 days. Matsui Izumi crossed her arms, tilting her chin to look at Ming Zi. Times have changed, senior. The smile on Ming Zi's face began to falter. Recently, she had been tarnished by dirty tricks from her old agency, and her popularity was indeed affected. Being pointed at the sore spot by a newly emerged artist made her grip the hem of her clothes tightly. One song doesn't mean anything, but it's just luck. Ming Zi retorted coldly. Luck? Matsui Izumi stood up, picking up her guitar. My song can sell 1 million copies, can yours? Will you dare to compete with me over next month's album sales? The tension in the recording studio had escalated to the ceiling. The sound engineer hid beneath the control console, not daring to breathe. It looked like the two women were about to tear each other apart. Bang! Lin Yao slammed the white porcelain bowl heavily on the coffee table. The crisp sound of the impact plunged the recording studio into silence. Matsui Izumi stopped strumming her guitar, and Ming Zi immediately straightened her posture. Lin Yao pulled out a tissue and wiped the spilled soup off the table. He leaned against the back of the sofa, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two women. His eyes looked at them as if they were two products waiting to be priced. Have you finished your bickering? Lin Yao's voice was not loud, but the pressure it exerted instantly enveloped the room. Ming Zi bit her lip and lowered her head. Mr. Lin, No need to explain, Lin Yao interrupted her, pointing to Ming Zi on the left. You have a high recognition in country R, and your foundation is stable. I'm pulling you out of the mud not for you to squabble with. Next month, I will give you the best production team. Your path is in the realm of pop queens. If you don't get the platinum record certification, you can go back to the izakaya and serve plates. Mingzi shuddered all over, repeatedly nodding in agreement. Lin Yao turned to look at Matsui Izumi on the right. And you? Don't think that just because you got lucky and topped the chart you can act all high and mighty. Who gave you the chords for that song? You know it in your heart. Matsui Izumi's cheeks flushed, and she tightened her grip on the guitar. The rock scene has never lacked fleeting newcomers. Lin Yao stood up and walked between the two. My Lin Entertainment doesn't support idlers, let alone jealous and petty vases. You two styles don't conflict at all. One caters to the pop market while the other feeds off the rock market. Whoever can bring me more green money will be the resource queen of this division. Do you understand? Lin Yao shoved his hands into his pants pockets, looking coldly at them. Mingzi took a deep breath and bowed 90 degrees. I understand, boss. I will definitely make a comeback with next month's album. Matsui Izumi also retracted her prickly defenses. She glanced at Lin Yao and then at Mingzi. I won't lose to her, boss. Matsui Izumi slung the guitar over her shoulder. My album will definitely crush her into the ground. Mingzi let out a cold laugh just as she was about to speak. The heavy soundproof door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The heavy metal door slammed against the wall with a muffled sound. David strode in the sound of his leather shoes echoing on the floor. He was clutching a stack of freshly printed fax documents. The edges of the papers were crumpled from his grip. What happened? Can't you knock? Lin Yao frowned. David didn't even glance at the two women beside him and went straight to Lin Yao. His expression was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Boss Sony has taken action. David lowered his voice. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow and returned to the sofa to sit down. Morita Takashi lost so much in the stock market. Has he recovered so quickly? They avoided the financial market and are playing underhanded tricks offline. David slapped the fax documents on the coffee table. Matsui Izumi and Mingzi exchanged glances, both holding their breath. David pointed at the data chart on top. Just half an hour ago, Sony used the network they accumulated over decades in the entertainment circle of country R. They united 7 of the largest offline distributors to issue a joint ban against us. Lin Yao picked up the document and skimmed through it. The paper was filled with lists of returns from major bookstores and record stores. Specific losses. Lin Yao threw the document back on the table. Our goods can't be shipped out. David took a deep breath. The single that Miss Matsui just hit the charts with has had all physical distribution halted. Matsui Izumi's face turned pale at this news, and the guitar strap nearly slipped off her shoulder. David continued to report. Not just records, those popular manga volumes we acquired from Shueisha. They were supposed to be released simultaneously across country R this weekend, but now all the logistics trucks are stuck in the warehouse. The offline stores are refusing to accept any of our products. The atmosphere in the recording studio had dropped to freezing point. Even the sound engineer felt that he might lose his job. In this era, without physical channels, no matter how popular a work is, it cannot turn into profit. Mingzi looked worriedly at Lin Yao, wanting to comfort him, yet unsure of how to start. Lin Yao leaned against the sofa cushion, his fingers rhythmically tapping on his thigh. In the face of such a strangling siege on their financial lifeline, there was not a trace of panic on his face. Not even a hint of anger could be found. They've cut off our physical distribution channels. Lin Yao chuckled softly, reaching for a cigar from the cigarette case. David quickly struck a match and lit it for him. Lin Yao took a deep puff, the bluish smoke rising slowly under the lights. That old fellow Morita Takashi still only knows how to play these outdated gangster tricks. David frowned and reminded boss the manga and records are piling up in the warehouse. The daily storage fees. Sony wants to suffocate our cash flow. Matsui Izumi anxiously paced in place. What about my new song? Just hitting #1, and if no physical copies are available, the heat will dissipate in a few days. She rushed to the desk, pressing her hands on the surface. Boss, do you want to negotiate terms with them? Lin Yao glanced at her. Negotiate terms? He rested his hand, holding the cigar on the armrest of the sofa, flicking off the ash. In my dictionary, there has never been a rule of negotiating terms with defeated subordinates. Lin Yao stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling streets of Tokyo. Does he think that by cutting off a few offline stores he can suffocate me in Tokyo? David took 2 steps forward, waiting for instructions. David, who do you think has a larger logistics network, Sony, or those chain convenience stores sprouting everywhere in country R? David was momentarily taken aback, unable to keep up with the boss line of thought. Lin Yao turned around, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Prepare the car. Where to? David asked. To set the net call our Miss Mitsui, it's her turn to play the insider. The Rolls-Royce Phantom emerged from the underground parking garage of Dongdu Investment. David gripped the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. Lin Yao leaned back in the leather seat, retrieving a secure satellite phone from his pocket. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Miss Sanjing, how many shelves can your chain convenience stores clear out right now? Lin Yao got straight to the point. On the other end, the sound of paper rustling could be heard. Sanjing Sakurako was sitting in front of a large vanity, her fingers tightening around the microphone. Her nails scratched a white mark on the wooden tabletop. Mr. Lin, the Sanjing Consortium has 12,000 directly operated convenience stores across our country. What are you planning to sell? She asked cautiously. I want to sell CDs and manga, Lin Yao said, gazing out at the speeding night scenery. Before sunrise tomorrow, I want the single CD of Matsui Izumi and the latest volume of Dragon Ball to be placed next to the cash registers in all your convenience stores. Sakurako paused, holding her coffee cup. A few drops of brown liquid splashed onto her precious silk pajamas, but she didn't even wipe them off. You want to treat convenience stores like video rental and bookstores? She gasped in surprise. This cross-industry sales strategy completely subverted our country's traditional commercial logic. Remote streets where traditional record stores cannot reach and corners that never close at night are all blind spots. Yet convenience stores have rooted themselves like capillaries in every corner of our country. If the traditional channels won't work for me, then I will create my own network, Lin Yao sneered. Young people across our country go to convenience stores every day to buy bento and rice balls. Is it really that hard to pick up a CD or a manga while they're at it? Sakurako swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. She could vividly imagine this vast, terrifying commercial landscape. Once this channel was open, Sony's proud physical defenses would be like a leaking sieve. He'll arrange it right away. Sakurako stood up, rushing to her desk without even putting on her shoes. Within 2 hours, all logistics vehicles will head to your warehouse for pickup. Lin Yao hung up the phone and tossed the device onto the seat. Boss, the goods are being distributed. What about Sony? David pressed the horn, scattering the drunk man blocking the way ahead. Since they like playing the suppression game, let them taste the bitterness of not being able to deliver goods themselves. Lin Yao pulled out a cigar and bit into it. David quickly lit it for him. Get Michael ready to act. Cut off Sony's logistics network. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of green smoke. The next morning, fine rain fell from the Tokyo sky. In front of a Sanjing-affiliated convenience store in Shinjuku, a crowd had gathered. High school students holding umbrellas formed a long line that turned into the next block. The store door pushed open and the welcoming bell rang incessantly. In front of the cash register, Matsui Izumi's single CDs were piled like a small mountain. Several staff members rushed back and forth, their arms aching from restocking. Give me 2 of Matsui Izumi's new songs and 2 copies of the newly released manga. A working professional, having just bought a bento, casually grabbed the items to pay while sales figures skyrocketed like a rocket. This descending sales method had trampled the barriers to consumption into the mud. People no longer needed to run to the city center's record building. They could simply grab an album on their way down to buy instant noodles. The defense line had broken and it had shattered completely. In the trading hall of Dongdu Investment, the sound of keyboards clicking was as dense as a rainstorm. Watanabe Kenta stared intently at the screen, pacing back and forth, rubbing his hands. Michael, the boss has given the order. Target the 3 core logistics carriers under Sony. Michael bit into his hamburger, his greasy fingers flying over the keyboard. The funds are in place. Let's crush their foundations. A massive influx of offshore capital pounced on those logistics companies' stocks like a pack of hungry wolves. Sell orders fell like snowflakes, leaving no room for buffering. In less than half an hour, the stock prices of these 3 logistics companies plummeted steeply. The red limit-down board was firmly welded to the screen, a shocking sight. These companies already had a tight funding chain. With our assault, the banks will immediately withdraw their loans. Watanabe laughed, his face wrinkling with delight. He turned and dashed into the president's office, gesticulating as he reported. Boss, Sony's logistics line is paralyzed. The truck drivers of those carriers are on strike because they can't get their advance payment for shipping, directly blocking the warehouse entrances. Lin Yao sat in the boss chair, flipping through a newspaper without even looking up. Cutting off their financial flow is akin to killing their parents. Their strike is completely justified. Have the media push the news, place the truck drivers' strike on the front page. Lin Yao sipped from his teacup, his expression nonchalant. Watanabe nodded repeatedly, rushing out to contact familiar gossip tabloids. In the Minato ward at the Sony Consortium headquarters, with a dull thud, Morita Takeo slammed his goblet against the redwood double doors. Red wine flowed down the door, resembling a glaring pool of blood. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his chest heaving violently, breathing heavily like a broken bellows. The phone on his desk rang incessantly, buzzing in his head. The door was pushed open. Nakata, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, tumbled into the office, slipping on a floor covered with glass shards. President, something big has happened. He stumbled and fell directly onto the carpet. The convenience stores outside are all selling Lin's Entertainment's products. Our loyal customers can't get our new albums and are all rushing to grab theirs. Morita Takeo took a step forward, grabbing Nakata by the collar and pulling his face close. Where are our goods? Why haven't they been dispatched yet? They can't be dispatched. Nakata's face was mournful, tears and snot mixing together. The stocks of Yamato Transport and those logistics companies have crashed, and they are all on strike. Our million new albums are all stuck in Chiyoda's warehouse, and not even a fly can escape. Morita Takeo released his grip, staggering back 2 steps. His legs weakened, he fell onto the leather sofa, his eyes losing focus. His once proud offline counterattack had not only failed to suffocate Lin Yao, instead it had backfired, striking him hard. Storage fees are burning money daily, and those goods are rotting and mildewing in metal warehouses. Nakato lay on the ground, his voice growing softer. If this goes on for another month, those albums will turn into waste plastic, not even worth taking to the recycling station. Morita Takeo gasped for breath, staring fixedly at the ceiling. What about the stocks? How has our stock price fared? His voice was hoarse like a saw cutting wood. Nakato trembled all over, burying his head in the carpet, too afraid to look up. When the market opens, our stock will go limit down. Nakato's voice carried a despairing tone. Shareholders see our logistics paralyzed and our market share seized, and they are all panicking and selling off. Dongdu Investments people are crazily shorting outside, not giving us a chance to breathe. Morita Takeo gazed out at the rainy day, feeling a chill surge from his feet to his head. The entertainment empire he had painstakingly built was being peeled away piece by piece by that Huaxiao person. Suddenly, the red emergency hotline on the desk rang. Morita Takeo reached to answer it. His hand trembled so much that he couldn't even hold the receiver, which dropped with a thud onto the desk. A cold voice from a senior member of the board came through the phone. Morita, what kind of monster have you provoked? Is this what you call foolproof? The questioning voice of the elder pierced through the phone like an ice pick. Sheng Tianwu stared at the shards of glass scattered across the floor. His lips trembled for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single word. The rain outside intensified, pattering against the glass, as if tolling the death knell for this grand commercial empire. In the trading hall of Dongdu Investment, the sound of keyboards had merged into a cacophony. The air was infused with the scent of coffee mingled with adrenaline. We've broken the support level. Watanabe Kenta stood before the big screen, his tie already loosened. He pointed at the vertically descending green candlestick, his voice nearly cracking. The protective funds for Sony have all been breached. Retail investors are starting to trample each other. The traders stared intently at the frantically rolling numbers on the screen, their eyes bloodshot. These past few days they had bitten into Sony's stocks like a pack of wolves draining its blood. Lin Yao sat in a high chair at the center of the hall, toying with a pure gold windproof lighter. The bluish flame danced at his fingertips, reflecting in his eyes that showed no ripples of emotion. Boss, their circulating shares have shrunk by a third. David stood by, handing over a freshly compiled report. Lin Yao did not take the report. He looked up at the horrifying number on the big screen. This towering tree of Sony had now been uprooted by half, swaying precariously. The entire financial circle of Tokyo was fixated on this one-sided massacre. Those tycoon leaders who usually looked down on others were now huddled in their offices, cold sweat soaking their shirts. Just a few days ago, those business magnates who laughed at Lin Yao for being a nouveau riche from another place now lowered their voices even when mentioning Dongdu Investment at parties. Fearing to attract the attention of this dragon crossing the river, they could be devoured to the bones in an instant. Boss, should we capitalize on our victory and push them to delist? Watanabe rubbed his hands together and leaned closer. His eyes, inflated by money, gleamed with greedy red light. Lin Yao rotated the lighter in his hand and snapped it shut with a click. Push them to delist. Lin Yao glanced at him. Sony is a flagship enterprise of our country. If we press too hard, those suited old men above will come down to overturn the table. Lin Yao stood up from the high chair and patted Watanabe on the shoulder. Doing business is like fishing. Once the meat is in your mouth, you have to leave the bones for others to gnaw. He glanced at the time on his watch. It was 2:45 in the afternoon, with 15 minutes left before the market closed. Michael. Lin Yao raised his voice. The white, overweight man who had been staring at the terminal screen suddenly turned his head. His face, illuminated by the screen's glow, was drenched in excited sweat. Yes, boss. Close the position. Lin Yao's tone was calm. The two words dropped into the trading hall like a thunderclap. All the traders froze, their hands suspended in midair. Watanabe was stunned. Close it. Now. But I said to close it. Lin Yao ignored Watanabe's astonishment. Michael shouted, receive the order. Dozens of hands striking the keyboards fell simultaneously. Those short positions were precisely thrown into the market at the moment of the lowest dip. Hundreds of massive buy orders slammed in completing the profit-taking operation. The numbers on the screen began to jump frantically as they were settled. In less than 5 minutes, the system prompt for completion echoed throughout the hall. Michael stared at the final credited amount on his screen. His hand trembled, and his coffee cup toppled over onto the table. Brown liquid spilled all over the table, and he didn't bother to clean it. Boss. Michael swallowed, his voice. Net profit, $4.2 billion. A deathly silence enveloped the hall. $4.2 billion. Converted to yen, it was an astronomical wealth, enough to buy half of a bustling district in Tokyo. Watanabe's legs went weak, and he fell to the floor. He stared at Lin Yao's back as if looking at a demon from hell. This series of combination punches began with tearing open a gap using black materials. Then, through Mitsui's convenience store channels, they severed Sony's physical back route. Finally, they swung the butcher's knife in the stock market. One link led to another, draining the blood of the giant beast that was Sony. The entire process was clean and swift, leaving no chance for the opponent to breathe. Lin Yao adjusted his cuff and strode toward the president's office. transfer the funds to the secret account in the Swiss bank, and distribute bonuses to the brothers. As night fell, heavy rain washed the streets of Tokyo. The wind mingled with the rain, pounding against the glass curtain wall with a thundering sound. Lin Yao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the top office, overlooking the bustling traffic below. David pushed the door and walked in. He held a black long-handled umbrella, its tip still dripping water. "Boss." David stopped 2 steps behind Lin Yao. The security booth called, saying there's a person outside the main door. Lin Yao turned around and took a sip of the whiskey. "Who?" "The president of Sony, Sheng Tianwu." Lin Yao's drinking action paused. He placed the cup on the table, making a soft sound. "In such heavy rain, how many people did he bring?" Lin Yao asked. David shook his head. "Just him alone. He parked that Toyota Century by the roadside, didn't open an umbrella, and just stood in the rain. The security went to chase him away, but he wouldn't leave, just staring fixedly at the main door." Lin Yao walked to the window and looked down. The rain was too heavy and the floor was too high. He couldn't see the figure below. Yet Lin Yao could imagine that scene. A tycoon who once commanded the entertainment industry across Asia now stood like a drenched dog under the rival's building, soaked in rain. That lofty pride had been shattered by the hundreds of billions of yen evaporating in the stock market. Accountability from the board, pressure from shareholders, and bank withdrawals. These 3 mountains pressed down, and Sheng Tianwu's spine was completely broken. Lin Yao walked to the sofa and sat down, lighting a cigar. "Let him come up." David nodded and stepped back. 10 minutes later, the office door was pushed open. Sheng Tianwu stood at the doorway. His custom-made suit was soaked like a rag, clinging tightly to his body. Rainwater dripped from his gray-white hair, forming dark stains on the carpet. His face, usually rosy and imposing, was now pale, without any color. He did not look at David or at Watanabe, who was warily standing beside him. His gaze was fixed firmly on Lin Yao. Lin Yao sat on the leather sofa, his hand casually resting on his knee. "President Sheng, you came all this way in such heavy rain. Are you not afraid of catching a cold?" Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke. Sheng Tianwu remained silent. He walked in with heavy steps. The sound of his leather shoes splashing on the soaked carpet echoed. He walked to the desk and stopped. Sheng Tianwu took a deep breath of the cold air. He bent his legs and suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. His knees hit the wooden floor, making a dull thud. "Mr. Lin." Sheng Tianwu's head bowed deeply. "I admit defeat. President Morita, you braved the heavy rain to come here. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke. Morita Takashi remained silent. He trudged in with heavy steps. The soles of his leather shoes splashed against the waterlogged carpet, making a squelching sound. He reached the desk and stopped. Morita Takashi took a deep breath of the cold air. He bent his legs and suddenly knelt down on the floor. His knees struck the wooden floor, producing a dull thud. "Mr. Lin." Morita Takashi lowered his head deeply. "I admit defeat." Lin Yao leaned back in his leather chair, holding a cigar between his fingers, the ash burning long without being flicked off. He let his eyelids droop, watching the growing water stain on the floor. David locked the office door behind him and leaned against the door frame, his palm instinctively resting on the edge of his holster. Watanabe Kenta huddled in the corner, his coffee cup shaking in his hand, brown liquid splattering onto the cuffs of his white shirt. "Admit defeat." Lin Yao chuckled softly, extinguishing the cigar in the crystal ashtray. "President Morita, you say that so lightly." Lin Yao stood up, walked around the large rosewood desk, and approached Morita Takashi. He looked down at the gray-haired business tycoon from Country R. "You didn't seem so soft yesterday when your Sony group joined forces to suppress my offline channels." Morita Takashi's shoulders trembled violently, rainwater dripping from his chin onto the floor. He clutched the expensive carpet tightly, his knuckles turning pale from lack of blood. "Yesterday, I was momentarily blinded." Morita Takashi gritted his teeth, his voice gravelly. "Sony's logistics line has collapsed, and today the stock market just closed. We have lost over 40 billion in circulating funds." He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot like a gambler who had lost everything. "Mr. Lin, you have made enough. If you keep pushing, Sony's capital chain will completely break tomorrow when the market opens, and tens of thousands of employees will have to beg on the streets." Morita Takashi swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Please have mercy and let us have a way out. I will have those channels unblocked by tomorrow." Lin Yao looked coldly at his pitiful tail-between-legs appearance. He turned towards the liquor cabinet, took out an empty glass, and poured half a glass of bourbon. The ice cubes clinked against the glass, producing a crisp sound. "Morita, do you think I, Lin Yao, open a business for charity?" Lin Yao returned with the glass, stopping just an inch away from Morita Takashi's fingers. "You suppress me, and I have to endure it. You hit my stock, and I have to respond. Now that you can't fight back, you come to bow your head and ask for mercy." Lin Yao scoffed, pouring the bourbon directly onto the floor in front of Morita Takashi. The liquid splashed up, soaking the already wrinkled trouser leg of Morita Takashi. "This drink is for you, coming out at your age to embarrass yourself." Morita Takashi stared at the spill on the floor, the muscles in his jaw twitching. When has the head of Sony ever endured such humiliation? Yet thinking of the drained cash flow in the company's account and those debt collection calls, he swallowed his anger. "What compensation does Mr. Lin want?" Morita Takashi's voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz. You should have shown this attitude earlier. Lin Yao waved to Watanabe. Watanabe, Kenta, unable to hold back any longer, threw away his coffee cup and pulled out several pre-printed A4 pages from his briefcase. He sprinted over and tossed the contract directly into the water in front of Morita Takashi. President Morita, open your eyes and take a look. Watanabe, emboldened by his position, elongated his tone. This is the prescription our boss has given to save Sony. Morita Takashi trembled as he picked up the water-drenched contract. After just reading the first 2 lines, his gray-white face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Impossible. Morita Takashi suddenly jumped up from the floor, waving the paper in his hand, splattering rainwater everywhere. You're fully opening all of Sony's audiovisual stores and bookstore channels, and you want to exempt Lin's entertainment products from 3 years of channel commission. This is blatant robbery. Morita Takashi gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. And this second point, you want to transfer Sony's core patents for mini cassette players and CD reading technology to Dongdu Investment for free. His hand holding the paper trembled like a leaf in the wind. This is the foundation of Sony's existence. Handing this over would turn Sony into an empty shell. Lin Yao leaned against the edge of the desk, arms crossed. He watched Morita Takashi lose his mind, not even twitching an eyebrow. Robbery. You've got it wrong. Robbery is illegal. This is a legitimate business acquisition. Lin Yao pointed at the landline phone on the desk. If you feel it's a loss, you can get out right now. Michael's team is still sitting in front of the computer. All I need to do is make a call, and tomorrow when the market opens, I'll smash Sony's last bits into smithereens. By then, when Sony goes bankrupt and is liquidated, I'll just spend a little money to buy your patents. The result is the same, it just takes me a few more days of effort. Lin Yao's words acted like a rusty, dull knife, sawing inch by inch at Morita Takashi's nerves. Morita Takashi stood frozen in place. He knew Lin Yao had that financial capability. The tsunami of offshore capital in today's stock market had crushed all his pride and trump cards. If it really came to bankruptcy liquidation, he wouldn't even qualify to negotiate terms here. Morita Takashi slowly loosened his grip on the contract. Lin Yao. He bit his lip, blood seeping out. Do you really want to push me to the edge? I'm merely taking what I'm entitled to as spoils of war. Lin Yao stepped forward, pulling a pen from the pen holder and tapping it against Morita Takashi's chest. Sign it, and tomorrow Sony's stocks will land smoothly. If you don't sign when you go to the rooftop to queue for a jump tomorrow, don't dirty the front of our Dongdu building. The office was deathly silent. Only the sound of thunder and rain outside continued to rumble. Morita Takashi lowered his head, staring at the cold pen on his chest. He trembled as he reached out and grasped the pen. At that moment, it was as if the old man's spine had been pulled out, and he hunched over like a shrimp. He approached the rosewood desk, bent down, and signed his name on the last page of the contract. The pen tip tore through the wet paper, leaving behind an ugly ink blot. He shakily pulled out the private seal representing the president's authority from his pocket, took a deep breath, and stamped it down heavily. Mr. Lin, starting tomorrow, all of Sony's channels will be open to you. Morita Takashi closed his eyes. 2 streams of murky tears mixed with rain slid down his face. The technology transfer agreement will be delivered here by the lawyer tomorrow morning. You can leave now. Lin Yao picked up the contract, shaking off the water droplets on it. Morita Takashi turned and dragged his leaden legs out. David opened the door, looking coldly at him. Morita Takashi didn't take an umbrella and walked directly into the wind and rain outside. A trail of wet footprints was left in the corridor. Watanabe Kenta watched the footprints, rubbing his hands and smiling widely. Boss, we've won big. Watanabe ran over, his eyes shining at the contract. The patent for the portable cassette player. This thing is selling like crazy all over the world. With this, we can just lie back and count money from now on. Not to mention that the entire distribution channel of Sony has now become our backyard. Lin Yao tossed the contract into the drawer and slammed it shut. He ignored Watanabe's flattery and turned to look at the huge Tokyo Business District map hanging on the wall. On this map, he had circled Shueisha major convenience store networks and Sony's industrial zones in red. The map of his pan-entertainment empire had already pieced together a large portion. We have the channels, the comics, and the music is also rolling out. Lin Yao's long fingers slowly glided over the map. His fingers finally stopped at a small dot in the suburbs of Tokyo. That place was so remote that there were hardly any decent roads. Watanabe scratched his head, following Lin Yao's finger. Boss, that place is all rural farmland. What do you want to look there for? Money trees can grow in farmland too. Lin, in this era, animated films are just as lucrative as live-action films. Even in terms of IP, peripheral derivatives, and continuous monetization, animation holds an absolute natural advantage. He held so many comic copyrights from Shueisha in his hands. If these IPs aren't adapted into animation and brought to the big screen, it would be a disservice to the dollars he invested. Lin Yao walked to the sofa and put on the coat that had been thrown on it. Watanabe, go find a few knowledgeable construction teams tomorrow and scout out a good piece of land in Chiyoda District. Build me the largest animation production building in all of Country R. It must have the latest equipment, the best lighting, and the environment should be built to the standards of a top resort. Watanabe was taken aback. Animation? Boss, are we starting our own animation company? Not starting, but buying. Lin Yao adjusted his collar. He looked at David, who was leaning by the door. David, prepare the car. David straightened up, moving his hand away from the edge of his holster. Boss, where to? David asked. To meet that stubborn old man who makes animations, Lin Yao replied. David turned the steering wheel as the black Rolls-Royce Phantom rolled over the puddles on the road, heading toward the western suburbs of Tokyo. The rain had stopped and the sky was overcast. The vibrant neon lights of the city were left behind, and the scenery outside the window grew increasingly dilapidated. After more than half an hour, the car came to a stop in front of a two-story small white building that looked a bit old. Several patches of the wall had peeled off, and a somewhat shabby wooden sign hung from the roof, inscribed with the words Ghibli Studio. Lin Yao pushed open the car door, his leather shoes crunching on the muddy gravel road, producing a rasping sound. He looked up at the dilapidated building as a cold wind blew, swirling a few scraps of paper on the ground. David stepped forward and pushed open the peeling glass door. The door hinge let out a screech, and a mix of air filled with the scent of cheap coffee, instant noodles, and stale tobacco hit him. The office area on the first floor was as messy as a garbage dump. The floor was littered with discarded sketches, and several greasy-haired artists were slumped over their drawing boards, dozing off. Hearing the sound of the door opening, someone struggled to pry open their eyelids for a glance, then slumped back down like a heap of mud. Get out, all of you. A loud roar suddenly echoed from the second floor, shaking the chandelier on the ceiling. Accompanied by a flurry of footsteps, two men in suits tumbled down the stairs, clutching briefcases. The leading fat man was red-faced, running while turning back to curse. Stubborn old fool. Your worthless studio won't even be able to pay the electricity bill next month. I kindly offered you investment to add some toy placements in your animation, but you refused. You can starve with your worthless sketches. The fat man, too busy cursing, didn't watch where he was going and crashed into David's solid chest. David grabbed him by the collar, lifting him like a small chick, and tossed him outside. Lin Yao walked up the stairs. The door to the innermost office on the second floor was wide open. An old man with white hair, dressed in a white shirt and an old apron, stood in front of the easel. He clutched a broken pencil in his hand, his chest heaving violently, with his white beard trembling. This was the animation master later venerated as Miyazaki. Hearing the footsteps, the old man suddenly turned his head. Upon seeing the well-dressed Lin Yao with a commanding presence, his anger flared even more. Another one. The old man slammed the broken pencil down on the table. Did you not hear what I just said? There will be no advertisements added to my animation, not even for a second. You capitalists reeking of money, what else is in your heads besides cash? The old man grew more agitated, his finger nearly poking Lin Yao's nose. You think you can buy my hard work to sell those plastic trinkets? Not a chance. Get out now. David's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward, hand resting on his holster. Lin Yao raised his hand to block David, unfazed by the old man's spittle. He leisurely walked over to the easel, his gaze sweeping across the mountain of storyboard sketches. Among them was a sketch of the early form of Totoro with delicate strokes exuding an indomitable vitality. Capitalists do indeed only think about money. Lin Yao picked up a sketch, shaking off the eraser shavings on it. That's why I'm not here to discuss art with you. I don't understand your sentimentality. Miyazaki let out a cold laugh, crossing his arms. Since we're not discussing art, then we have nothing more to say. A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses quickly approached. This was the studio's producer, Suzuki. He tugged at the old man's sleeve, lowering his voice to persuade. Mr. Miyazaki, we really don't have any money left, not even enough for next month's rent. Shut up. I'd rather go home and farm than work for these bloodsuckers. The old man shouted with his neck strained. Lin Yao pulled over a dilapidated wooden chair and sat down with a heavy thud. He took out a check from his inner suit pocket, unscrewing the cap of the pen. Swish, swish, he wrote a few strokes. Lin Yao tore off the signed check, pinching it between two fingers, lightly slapping it onto Miyazaki's easel. The old man didn't even glance at the check, turning his face away coldly. However, Suzuki couldn't help but be curious and leaned in for a look. At that glance, his legs went weak, and he clutched the edge of the table tightly to avoid collapsing. He rubbed his eyes, moved closer to take another look, breathing heavily like a leaky bellows. This is, Suzuki stammered, pointing at the number on the check. A blank check, fill in any amount you want. Lin Yao tossed the pen onto the table, producing a crisp, clinking sound. The old man's body jolted, turning his head to fixate on Lin Yao. He swallowed hard, the earlier arrogance dampened by the sight of the paper. What exactly do you want? The old man's voice was a bit strained. To buy this place. Lin Yao leaned back in his chair, surveying the dilapidated environment around him. This broken building, along with all the dozing artists downstairs, I'll take them all. The old man flushed red, slamming his palm on the table. You wish. I will never allow you to interfere with my script. Who said I want to interfere with your script? Lin Yao interrupted him. He stood up, pressing his hands on the easel, staring directly into the old man's eyes. I have no interest in how you draw. I'm spending money to buy your mind and these hands. Starting tomorrow, this building belongs to me. I will ensure that the best animation equipment from all over our country, no, from around the world, is delivered here. German cameras, country render machines, everything available on the market will be brought in for you. The old man was stunned, his lips slightly parted, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Suzuki beside him was gulping nervously, his palms sweaty, constantly rubbing them against his trousers. Lin Yao extended a finger and tapped on the table. I only have one rule. I will only provide the money and will not interfere with the creation. Even if you draw a caterpillar chewing on leaves, I will still invest heavily in its screening. Lin Yao turned to walk towards the door, his voice echoing in the quiet office. All you need to do is let loose using the finest pigments to create the best visuals. Any losses are on me and any profits will be shared. Is this sincerity enough to buy the brush in your hand? The old man stood still, staring at the thin check on the table. He had seen countless investors in his life. Some wanted him to revise scripts to cater to the market, while others cut funding to reduce the visuals. But he had never encountered someone like Lin Yao, carrying the scent of money, yet offering the highest respect that every creator dreams of. His hands, calloused from a lifetime of sketching, slowly reached for the check. As his fingers brushed against the edge of the paper, the old man suddenly clenched his fist. Tears welled in his eyes, and a drop of murky old tears splashed onto the wooden table, leaving a dark water stain. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. Suzuki. The old man's voice was hoarse, thick, with nasal tones. Go get the contract and sell our studio to this gentleman. Suzuki rubbed his hands nervously and scrambled to search the filing cabinet. The drawers were pulled open with a clatter. 10 minutes later, Lin Yao emerged from the two-story building with a transfer contract stamped with a red seal. The air outside was fresh with the scent of post-strain. David opened the door of the Rolls-Royce and Lin Yao slid into the back seat. The car slowly started up, leaving the muddy suburbs behind. Lin Yao leaned back against the leather seat, retrieving a leather briefcase from beside him. He unzipped it to reveal the latest distribution map of the entertainment industry in our country. He held a red marker in his hand and drew a heavy circle around the name Ghibli. Comics, music, film, off. Lin Yao looked at this nascent map with a satisfied smirk. In this era, once an IP forms a matrix, it becomes a fully operational money-printing machine. What he needed to do was to string these scattered pearls together, transforming them into a noose tightening around the economy of our country. However, this noose still lacked the final and most lethal link, a super terminal capable of housing all IPs with a monetization ability that surpasses everything. Lin Yao tossed the marker back into the bag, closing the folder with a snap. The low rumble of the engine echoed. David in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, waiting for his boss' next command. Boss, are we returning to the company now? David asked. Watanabe should have already started looking for land in Chiyoda District. Lin Yao shook his head, his gaze fixed on the scenery whizzing past outside the window. No return. He took out a pure gold lighter from his pocket, spinning it on his fingertips. David, book new Shinkansen tickets for tomorrow morning. David's hands on the steering wheel were steady as a mountain. Understood. Where to? Lin Yao squinted, his eyes a glint of cold light flashing in their depths. To Kyoto. To meet with Nintendo. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the foot of the Dongdu investment building. Lin Yao pushed open the car door, the night breeze causing the hem of his coat to flutter. He didn't return to the Peninsula Hotel to rest, instead pressing the button for the top floor of the exclusive elevator. The high-end conference room on the top floor was brightly lit. Watanabe Kinta was facing a pile of financial reports, tapping away on the calculator with his fingers, making a sharp clicking sound. Michael chewed on half a cold hamburger, his eyes glued to the latest market movements from Wall Street. The frosted glass door of the conference room was pushed open. Lin Yao took off his coat, which was slightly wet from the rain, and casually tossed it onto the back of a large leather chair. Everyone, let's stay focused and have a brief meeting. Lin Yao pulled out a chair and sat down, knocking his knuckles on the table. Watanabe immediately pushed away the calculator, standing up straight, his face shaking slightly. Michael swallowed the last bite of his hamburger, wiping the salad dressing from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yao stood up and walked to the gigantic whiteboard at the front of the conference room. He removed the cap from a black marker and wrote the 3 characters Shueisha in the upper left corner of the whiteboard. Watanabe, report on the manga distribution situation. Thanks to Ms. Mitsui's convenience store channels, the first week sales of the latest volumes of Dragon Ball and Saint Seiya have exceeded 3 million copies. The regular bookstores on Sony's end have also fully opened to us with a cash return speed faster than a money printer. Lin Yao nodded, writing Ghibli and Lin's Entertainment in the upper right corner of the whiteboard. What about animation and music? After Mr. Miyazaki received a blank check, he moved directly into the studio, working through 3 nights with his team to revise the storyboard sketches. Ms. Matsui Izumi's new single has already dominated the Oricon charts for a week, and producers from several well-established record companies are envious, desperately trying to find out who composed the song. Lin Yao circled these names with the marker. He drew 4 thick arrows leading from the circles, all pointing to the center of the whiteboard. The entire conference room fell silent, with only the sound of the marker scratching against the whiteboard. Lin Yao drew a large rectangle in the center of the whiteboard and wrote 4 characters, Game Terminal. He turned around, looking at Watanabe and Michael, who had puzzled expressions. What do you think these things we hold in our hands? Is it a cash cow? Just one of them can earn a fortune in Tokyo's circles. Wrong. Lin Yao threw the marker onto the podium with a crisp sound. These are just bullets. He placed both hands on the conference table, his gaze sweeping over his two core aids. Manga gets tossed into a drawer when it's finished, movies leave only tape when they are off the screen, and singles are replaced by new songs when listeners get tired of them. These things make money quickly, but they lack stickiness. If others invest more resources, they can always cultivate new manga artists and singers to compete with us in the market. What we need to do is create an iron cage that locks everyone inside. He turned around, pointing at the rectangle in the center of the whiteboard. Game hardware. Let's turn Dragon Ball into a fighting game, adapt Mr. Miyazaki's animation into an RPG adventure, and have Matsui Izumi sing the theme song for the game. As long as players buy this box, they will continuously have to pay for our content. At that point, we aren't selling games, we're harvesting their lifetime. Lin Yao's words struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts in the conference room. Michael's eyes widened, his light blue pupils reflecting the commercial blueprint on the whiteboard. He was used to the fluctuations of numbers on Wall Street, but he had never seen such a brutal industry takeover plan. Watanabe swallowed hard, the sweat in his palm soaking a portion of the folder's cardboard. His breathing felt completely out of rhythm, his heartbeat drumming loudly in his chest. Boss. Watanabe's voice trembled dry in his throat. Are you planning to engulf the entire cultural industry of Asia? If we can make this ecological chain a closed loop, forget about Sony. Even the Ministry of Finance of our country will have to look to your face for guidance. Watanabe's voice grew louder with a hint of red veins appearing in his eyes. With a boss like this, he no longer needed to worry about earning small profits in the stock market. This was clearly a direct creation of a monopoly machine with absolute pricing power. Let's not rush to celebrate yet. Lin Yao took a sip of the ice water on the table, dousing Watanabe's excitement. We have top-tier IPs, the widest promotional channels, and abundant capital from Wall Street. Lin Yao put down the cup, the bottom of the glass clinking against the table. But we are crippled. We can't even produce the most basic circuit board. Without hardware carriers, these IPs are just pictures on paper and sounds on tapes, unable to form a dimensional strike. David stood by the door coldly, adding, so we need a mature game console manufacturer. Lin Yao snapped his fingers, pointing at David. That's right. Looking at the entirety of our country now, there is only one company that holds absolute dominance in the game hardware sector. Lin Yao walked back to the whiteboard, picked up the eraser, and wiped away the messy data beside it. Then he took a red marker and wrote 3 eye-catching characters next to the game terminal rectangle. Nintendo. This company holds the Famicom, dominating North America and Asia. Lin Yao looked at those 3 characters, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Their president Yamauchi Hiroshi has a temper worse than Mr. Miyazaki's. In our country's business world, he doesn't even give face to the chables. Watanabe looked at this name, half of his previously ignited passion cooling down. Boss, Nintendo is notoriously a dictatorial enterprise. Old Yamauchi values the company more than his own life. Countless venture capitalists have tried to pour money in only to be kicked out with both money and people. Snatching meat from his mouth will be harder than reaching the sky. Watanabe wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Yao adjusted his cuff and took out a solid gold lighter from his coat pocket. He flicked it open with a snap, and a flame leaped up. If reaching the sky is hard, then let's poke a hole in the sky. Lin Yao closed the lighter, turning his gaze to David. Have the Shinkansen tickets for tomorrow morning been booked? Yes, first class departing at 7 in the morning direct to Kyoto, David reported. Good. Lin Yao patted Watanabe on the shoulder, putting on his coat from the chair's back, and turning towards the conference room door. Keep a close watch on Tokyo, and wait for my news. Lin Yao paused at the door, tilting his head slightly. I want to see how tough this seemingly invincible President Yamauchi really is. Just how tough is his bone? At 7 in the morning, the Shinkansen sliced through the morning mist of Tokyo. In the first-class cabin, Lin Yao leaned back against the spacious seat, flipping through the internal documents of Nintendo, organized by David. This century-old establishment started with Hanafuda cards and has now swept the globe with the Famicom, exuding an air of old-fashioned Kyoto pride. The boss, Yamauchi Hiroshi, is utterly unyielding. Previously, Sony sought his cooperation in developing CD drives, but was ruthlessly rebuked and kicked out. David, sitting across from him, handed over a cup of hot coffee. Lin Yao accepted the coffee and looked at the serious face of Yamauchi Hiroshi in the documents. Sony went to beg him for cooperation while I am here to teach him a lesson. Oh, it's not the same. Lin Yao took a sip of coffee and tossed the documents aside. 2 hours later, the train arrived at Kyoto Station. A prearranged black sedan was waiting outside the station. David opened the car door and Lin Yao got into the back seat the car, heading straight for Nintendo's headquarters. It was a square, seemingly rigid white building standing in the southern district of Kyoto. Unlike the glass curtain walls of the financial buildings in Tokyo, there was an air of conservatism and stubbornness here. Upon entering the lobby, the receptionist's expression changed when she saw the business card of Dongdu Investment handed over by David. In today's business world of country, the name Dongdu Investment carries a bloody connotation. The receptionist hurriedly made a phone call and then led the way, bowing so low that her waist almost touched her knees. Lin Yao was brought into a traditional Japanese-style reception room located on the top floor. On the tatami, exquisite tea sets were displayed, and a powerful calligraphy was hung on the wall. Lin Yao did not take off his shoes and directly stepped onto the expensive tatami, leaving several conspicuous gray marks. He pulled a chair to sit down while David stood behind him like a black tower. Outside the door, heavy footsteps echoed the sound of wooden clogs striking the floor, growing closer. The sliding door was pulled open. A gray-haired old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in. He was dressed in a traditional dark kimono, his eyebrows furrowed, and his gaze sharp like an eagle, exuding the pressure of someone who had long been in power. This was none other than the current absolute dictator of Nintendo, Yamauchi Hiroshi. Yamauchi glanced at the leather shoes under Lin Yao's feet, and then at the gray marks on the tatami, his brows furrowing into a knot. President Lin of Dongdu Investment seems to be unaware of the customs of Kyoto. Yamauchi sat down at the main seat, his voice cold and hard, carrying an air of exclusion. I only understand the rules of making money. Lin Yao placed his hands on the armrests of the chair. He did not engage in pleasantries, but straightforwardly laid down his chips. President Yamauchi, I am here today to bring money. Yamauchi picked up the teacup on the table, blew on the steam, and did not even lift his eyelids. We have enough cash in Nintendo's account to build 10 more buildings like this in Kyoto. Do you think I lack money? Lin Yao chuckled lightly, taking out a cigar from his pocket and placing it between his lips. David immediately struck a match and lit it for him. You may not lack money, but you lack a content ecosystem. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist swirling in the Japanese-style room. David placed a hefty envelope on the table, pushing it toward Yamauchi. Lin Yao pointed at the envelope, his tone resolute. This includes the top 10 manga IPs from Shueisha, including Dragon Ball and Saint Seiya, as well as the full adaptation rights for Studio Ghibli's animations. I am investing 20 billion yen for a 30% stake in Nintendo, and all these IPs will be exclusively authorized for you to make games. With hardware and my top-tier IPs, Nintendo will have enough strength to crush Sega and other competitors in North America for the next 10 years. Yamauchi did not even untie the string of the envelope, instead using 2 fingers to push it back. He removed his gold-rimmed glasses and slowly wiped them with a silk handkerchief. President Lin, who commands the Tokyo stock market, seems to have poor insight in our gaming industry. Yamauchi put the glasses back on, his gaze laced with undisguised disdain. What Dragon Ball, what animation, they are merely pieces of paper to fool children out of their pocket money. Do you think moving a few broken drawings to the television can be called a game? Lin Yao squinted his finger, holding the cigar, pausing in midair. Yamauchi snorted coldly, took a sip of the precious Gyokuro tea, his face full of arrogance. The core of a game is its gameplay, the feedback brought by hardware performance. We have Mario, we have Zelda. As long as it carries the Nintendo label, players will queue up to snatch them up like dogs scenting meat bones. Yamauchi slammed the teacup heavily on the table, tea splashing onto the wooden surface. My Famicom is invincible, I do not need your foreign IPs to embellish my facade. Moreover, I do not need your bloody capital to dirty my company. This statement was made without any mercy, directly trampling on Lin Yao's cards and sincerity. In the eyes of this old man, all cultural industries apart from the games developed by Nintendo itself are mere industrial waste of no significance. David's eyes grew cold. His hand had already touched the handle of his gun at his waist. Lin Yao raised his hand to suppress David's arm. He did not get angry. Instead, he burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in the empty Japanese room, carrying a chilling aura. He picked up the precious white porcelain teacup prepared for guests, playing with it in his hand. President Yamauchi seems to be blindly confident in his hardware, Lin Yao remarked, looking at the delicate white porcelain in his hand. That is only natural. Yamauchi leaned back in his chair. In the gaming world, I am the rule. Rules are meant to be broken. Lin Yao raised the teacup into the air. Since President Yamauchi believes Nintendo can continue to win, then this deal is off the table. Lin Yao's fingers suddenly exerted force. Crack! The priceless antique white porcelain teacup shattered into shards in his palm. The sharp pieces pierced his skin, and a few drops of blood mixed with the warm tea dripped onto the expensive tatami. Lin Yao did not even frown. He casually took out a pure white handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood from his palm. President Lin, you used those means to swallow Sony's channels, but this approach will not work in Kyoto. Yamauchi looked at the blood on the table, a flicker of wariness passing through his gaze, yet he maintained his tough demeanor. The waters in Kyoto run deep. Nintendo is not a piece of meat you can bite off at will. Deep or shallow, you only know when you wade through it. Lin Yao tossed the blood-stained handkerchief onto the table, standing up and adjusting the hem of his suit. He looked down at Yamauchi Hiroshi, who sat in the main seat. Lin Yao's gaze was cold, as if looking at an old machine about to be dismantled. Mr. Yamauchi, I hope that in 3 months you can still manage a smile. A black sedan pulled out of Nintendo's headquarters compound. David retrieved a first aid kit from the cabin storage compartment and handed Jiang Yao a roll of medical gauze. Lin Yao took the gauze casually and wrapped it twice around his right hand, covering several bleeding lacerations inflicted by shattered porcelain. Boss, given Yamada's attitude, what's our next move? How do we proceed? David asked, turning the steering wheel while glancing into the rearview mirror. Lin Yao leaned back against the leather seat, watching Kyoto's cityscape recede beyond the window. his lips curling into a cold, razor-sharp smile. He snapped the gauze with a sharp tug, securing it in a tight knot, then rested his hand on his knee. If he refuses the courteous cup, then he'll swallow the punitive one, bloodied and bitter. Book the earliest flight back to Tokyo's Oda Ward. David pressed the accelerator. The engine roared with a deep, resonant growl. Oda Ward, home to Sega's global headquarters. In this era's gaming industry, Nintendo reigned like a feudal emperor, oppressing third-party developers until they gasped for air. And Sega, the eternal rival, repeatedly ground into the dust, yet never kneeling, never yielding. By dusk, the towering facade of Sega's headquarters loomed in silence. President Nakayama Hayao sat alone in his office, puffing a cigarette in grim silence. His ashtray overflowed with twisted spent, but so financial reports sprawled across his desk, their margins screaming crimson red. Nintendo's Famicom dominated 80% of the market. Sega's consoles gathered dust in warehouses, and so did their game cartridges. The door swung open, pushed by his secretary. President Mr. Lynn of Tokyo Capital Investments is here, she said, her voice taut with tension. Nakayama blinked, startled, then jerked his hand as the burning tip of his cigarette seared his skin. Before he could speak, Lin Yao strode indecisive and unhurried. David closed the door behind him, leaving the secretary outside. President Nakayama, seems Sega's recent days have been anything but kind. Mr. Lin, Sega needs no capital, and certainly has no intention of selling. Lin Yao placed his gauze-wrapped hand flat upon the desk. Lin Yao pulled out a chair and sat, his gaze sweeping over the dismal reports strewn before him. Nakayama's brows knotted into a deep furrow. He couldn't fathom the intentions of this new titan rising from Tokyo's financial world. You misunderstand me. Sega isn't short on funds, and I have no interest in acquiring your company. Your current market valuation, hardly worth my attention. Lin Yao snapped his fingers. David stepped forward, opened his briefcase, and slid 2 thick document folders across the desk toward Nakayama. I've just returned from Kyoto. Yamauchi Hiroshi turned me away at the gate. An insult I won't forget. Lin Yao leaned back, relaxed in posture, yet radiating quiet, unshakable authority. An enemy's enemy is a natural ally. These 2 files will scatter Nintendo's ashes to the wind. Nakayama hesitated, then reached for the first folder, skepticism etched deep into his face. Inside lay no financial derivatives or wagering agreements, only a dense stack of concept design blueprints. He glanced once and could not look away. One schematic depicted a revolutionary gaming console architecture boldly labeled 16-bit processor. Another illustrated a handheld device featuring a full-color backlit screen. Nakayama's hands trembled, the papers rustled violently in his grip. A dual CPU 16-bit architecture and a color LCD handheld. The technical demands are astronomical. Nintendo still clings to 8-bit monochrome pixel grids. If you deliver 16-bit color fidelity, you won't compete. You'll obliterate them. Lin Yao tapped the desk deliberately. But development costs. Color LCD panels cost a fortune. Each unit sold would bleed red ink. Sega's cash flow couldn't survive 2 weeks. Nakayama slammed his palm onto the desk. Lin Yao withdrew a checkbook from his coat pocket, unscrewed his fountain pen, and wrote swiftly. He tore off the check and slapped it down before Nakayama's stunned gaze. 100 billion yen, enough to ignite your fire. Nakayama stared at the cascade of zeros and drew in a sharp, icy breath. Hardware losses are mine to bear. For every unit sold at a loss, Tokyo Capital Investments absorbs the deficit. Lin Yao gestured to the second folder. Open it. Nakayama tore open the binding with frantic urgency. At the top lay exclusive game adaptation licenses for Dragon Ball and Saint Seiya, granted directly by Shueisha, Japan's premier manga publisher. Beneath them, a contract securing original soundtrack composition by Matsui Izumi, the nation's reigning rock icon. Unmatched hardware performance. Exclusive flagship anime IPs. A national superstar composing the theme music. Lin Yao folded his arms across his chest. I require a working prototype within this month, and mass production ready within 3 months. Nakayama shot upright, knocking over his coffee cup with a jolt. Brown liquid dripped steadily from the desk's edge, but he didn't glance down. His eyes burned red, locked fiercely onto Lin Yao's. Mr. Lin, you're not just building a console. You're burying Nintendo under a mountain of gold. Will you do it? Lin Yao asked, voice ice cold. Nakayama clenched his jaw, then drove his fist hard onto the desk. Yes, even if it costs Sega its very life, we will do it. With capital secured, Sega's RD division plunged headlong into feverish, sleepless creation. 100 billion yen, real, tangible, unstoppable, set every assembly line whirring 24 hours a day. Empty coffee cans and energy drink bottles littered the hardware lab floor. Programmers and engineers lived at their desks, eating, sleeping, even relieving themselves there. Dark crescents shadowing their hollow eyes, keyboards clattering like relentless monsoon rain. For those who delivered within the deadline, Lin Yao's promised bonuses were enough to buy oceanfront apartments along Tokyo Bay. Where there is immense reward, courage surges without restraint. 2.5 months later, Lin Yao entered Sega's internal demonstration room flanked by David and Watanabe Kenta. Nakayama approached, hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot, cradling a prototype handheld bulky, yet exuding sleek, futuristic elegance. He pressed the power button. A crisp electronic chime rang out, and the full-color LCD screen blazed to life. On-screen, golden-haired Son Goku, Super Saiyan, spun a blinding cobalt energy sphere between his palms. Animation flowed seamless and fluid, colors exploded with vivid, almost dizzying intensity. The soundtrack wasn't grating monophonic synth. It was dynamically compressed, rhythmically charged rock, pulsing with raw, electrifying energy. Watanabe pressed his face close to the screen, mouth agape. My God, this imagery, this audio. I swear, I feel that energy blast about to strike my face. He bounced on his heels, giddy with disbelief. Beside this machine, Nintendo's monochrome Game Boy, with its green and gray display, looked like an artifact dug up from last century's landfill. Lin Yao took the device, tested the directional pad and attack buttons. Tactile, precise, satisfyingly responsive. Satisfied, he passed it to David. What's the production status? Lin Yao turned to Nakayama. The contract manufacturer runs 3 shifts daily. 50,000 units will be warehoused next week. Nakayama wiped sweat from his brow, grinning like a general who'd just seized victory. Cartridges are fully stocked. Launch titles Dragon Ball and Saint Seiya will empty every player's wallet before dawn. Lin Yao nodded, then turned to Watanabe. When is Nintendo's new console launch event? Watanabe hastily pulled a schedule from his briefcase. Boss, their unveiling is set for next Friday at the Akihabara Central Exhibition Hall. Yamauchi himself will take the stage to announce their next-generation handheld. Akihabara Central Exhibition Hall. Lin Yao murmured the name, then chuckled softly. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling street below. Watanabe, find out what building sits directly opposite the Akihabara Central Exhibition Hall. Boss, it's Tokyo's largest open-air electronics plaza, normally used for idle handshake events. Watanabe replied, fluent in venue logistics. Buy it out, every square meter. Spare no expense. Lin Yao pivoted sharply, his gaze cutting like a blade. Sound systems must meet concert-grade standards. Screens, largest available. All posters, all demo units. Transport them there immediately. Watanabe swallowed hard, beads of sweat breaking across his forehead. Boss, you're staging a direct counter-event against Yamauchi. A counter-event? Lin Yao adjusted the collar of his trench coat and moved toward the door. He paused, glancing back at Nakayama and Watanabe, both alight with fierce, uncontainable excitement. I want it on the same day, on the same street. I want to shatter his stage, right beneath his feet. Next Friday, Akihabara. The area known as Electric Town was already packed with people early in the morning. A red carpet was laid out at the entrance of the Central Exhibition Hall. A giant Nintendo poster hung on the glass curtain wall. The air conditioning inside the hall was set to a chilly temperature. Shigeru Miyamoto, dressed in a sharp suit, sat at the main seat. He took a sip of hot water from his thermos to moisten his throat. He glanced at his watch, then at the neatly seated journalists and distributors below. A hint of arrogance curled at the corners of Shigeru's mouth. Today marked the release of the new generation handheld console. The new Mario game would be launched simultaneously as its flagship title. In his view, this was just another predictable market harvest. On the opposite side of the street, the outdoor electronic square was sealed tightly with bulletproof glass and black curtains. Kenta Watanabe led hundreds of temporary security personnel setting up barricades. In the center of the square, a stage over 10 meters high was constructed. 2 giant color LCD screens showcasing Sony's latest technology hung on either side. Dozens of concert-grade subwoofers were piled around the stage. Boss, all the equipment has been debugged, Watanabe said as he jogged backstage with a walkie-talkie. He was running so fast that he almost slipped and fell. His polished shoes left a glaring black mark on the anti-slip mat. Lin Yao sat on a leather sofa backstage holding a glass of iced coffee. He wore a well-fitted black trench coat, not showing a single extraneous expression. What time does the Nintendo event start? He asked, taking a sip of his coffee. The ribbon cutting is at exactly 10 o'clock. Watanabe raised his wrist to check his watch. 5 minutes to go. Lin Yao put down his coffee cup. The bottom of the cup tapped against the glass coffee table, making a crisp sound. He stood up, adjusting the hem of his trench coat. Then we'll start at 9:59. Lin Yao snapped his fingers. David understood and picked up the walkie-talkie to issue commands. Pull the curtain. 1 minute to 10. Shigeru Miyamoto in the Central Exhibition Hall stood up just in time. He adjusted his tie, preparing to step up to the standing microphone. He cleared his throat, but hadn't yet had the chance to deliver his opening remarks. Suddenly, a loud guitar strum that shattered glass rang out from the opposite side. Boom. The sound waves from the subwoofers pierced through the street. The sound waves shook the crystal chandelier in the exhibition hall, causing it to sway back and forth. The microphone in Shigeru's hand picked up interference, emitting a piercing screech. He frowned and turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. The black curtain on the opposite side fell away in an instant. The stage lights blazed to life. Izumi Matsui, dressed in a black leather jacket, stood at the center of the stage with a red electric guitar. Without a word, she plucked the guitar strings. Her voice erupted into the popular song, Never Give Up. However, this time the lyrics had been altered to a battle version, and the rhythm was even more explosive. As Matsui's soaring voice broke through the clouds, the two giant screens behind her lit up instantly. The image was not of Mario jumping on mushrooms, nor were there the classic black and white pixel blocks of Nintendo. On the screen was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. Surrounded by a golden aura, his muscular lines were clearly defined. Came. Hey. Accompanied by the furious roar of the game's original sound, a dazzling blue beam erupted from Goku's hand. The scene shifted. It transformed into the Saint Seiya burning under the starry sky. Pegasus' meteor fist turned into a shower of meteors directly smashing towards the audience outside the screen. The crowd on the street suddenly stopped in their tracks. The players who had been waiting in line outside the Nintendo exhibition hall were all nailed to the spot. The dazzling, colorful images and explosive sound effects struck their eyes fiercely. What is that? A young boy wearing glasses yelled, pointing at the screen. His excitement made his voice crack. The graphics. It's in color. What new machine is this? The crowd surged towards the outdoor square across the street, as if a giant magnet had. Shigeru stood on stage. Seeing the frenzied players outside, his expression darkened instantly. The journalists below could no longer sit still. A few sharp-eyed gaming media outlets grabbed their cameras. They abandoned Shigeru on stage and dashed out. Come back. Our press conference hasn't started yet. A Nintendo executive shouted from below. No one paid him any mind. Lin Yao walked on stage with a loudspeaker. He stood next to Matsui holding a Sega-manufactured 16-bit color handheld console. The latest Sega Genesis handheld, 16-bit color LCD screen. Launch titles include Dragon Ball Z Saint Seiya and Yu Yu Hakusho. Lin Yao held the handheld high, allowing the camera flashes to illuminate the device. We have 100,000 units available on-site. Buy a console and get an exclusive poster. Sales start now. The barricade was nearly broken by the frenzied crowd. Security personnel held the barriers firmly, sweat soaking their shirts. Countless hands clutching cash reached desperately forward. Give me one. I want to buy 2 Dragon Ball cartridges. Don't push. Who stepped on my shoes? Those who bought ahead, hurry out. Hayao Nakayama stood behind the sales counter. Watching the boxes of handhelds being cleared out, in an instant tears mixed with sweat streamed down his face. He had spent his life making game consoles. He had never seen such a money-making spectacle. This was not selling goods, this was printing money. In a corner, a few sharp-eyed scalpers set up shop. Buying consoles. An extra 3,000 yen buying freshly bought Genesis on site. They'll offer 4,000. They'll give 5,000 yen for one with a poster. The shouts of the scalpers pushed the atmosphere to a fever pitch. As soon as a console was handed over from the vendor's hand, players could turn around and pocket a profit. Across the street, the Nintendo Central Exhibition Hall was empty. A few distributors who hadn't left exchanged glances. They held on to their already cold coffee, none daring to speak. Shigeru stood on stage. Watching the boiling scene opposite his chest, heaved violently. The thermos in his hand slipped to the ground. Hot water spilled everywhere, soaking the precious carpet, yet he didn't bother to wipe it. President, are we still distributing our machines? The secretary approached, carefully speaking softly. Get this pile of garbage out of my sight. Shigeru kicked over the display stand in front of him. The black and white handheld fell to the ground, its plastic shell shattering. His eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and walked off the stage. Under the trembling gazes of the executives, he silently got into the car parked at the back door. Genesis handheld sales exceeded 1,500,000 units in the first month across Asia. Sega's factory had pushed production capacity to its limits, yet it still couldn't meet demand. There were people camping outside the Akihabara store every day. David pushed the door open and walked in holding a freshly delivered financial newspaper. Boss, Nintendo's third quarter financial report has been released. David laid the newspaper flat on Lin Yao's desk. Lin Yao glanced down. The bold black font on the front page was particularly glaring. Nintendo's new console faces Waterloo, quarterly profits plummet by 70%. Watanabe Kenta rushed in with a briefcase. He was so excited that he rubbed his hands together. Boss, Nintendo's stock price has crashed. As soon as the market opened today, several major institutions led the sell-off and the entire market turned red. Watanabe ran to the desk, pointing at the big screen outside. The market is flooded with panic selling. Shigeru is really struggling this time. Lin Yao casually pushed the news. He picked up the whiskey on the table and took a sip. The ice cubes clinked against the glass. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling streets of Tokyo. This fire has burned hot enough. Those high-ranking, old financial tycoons are finally beginning to taste the pressure. The stock price crash is just the beginning. Lin Yao turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. Watanabe was taken aback. Boss, shouldn't we take advantage of the stock market and reap some profits? Now is the perfect time to short the market. Lin Yao shook his head, a cold smile playing on his lips. The small profit from shorting isn't enough to fill my appetite. David stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, then what are your plans next? Lin Yao shoved his hands into his suit pockets. Have someone keep a close eye on Shigeru's movements. He gazed at the building in the direction of Nintendo. That stubborn old man is about to knock on my door. The night in Kyoto exuded a chilling sense of death. In the top-floor conference room of Nintendo's headquarters, the ashtray was already filled to the brim with crumpled cigarette butts. The green downward curve on the projection screen resembled a rusty blunt knife slowly sawing at the necks of the executives. The market closed down 30 points again today. Retail investors are starting to trample in a frenzy and institutions are pulling out their investments. The business director gripped what little hair he had left with both hands, violently slamming a sales report onto the table. Paper flew everywhere, and no one had the heart to pick it up. That Sega handheld sold over 1 million units in its first month, leaving no crumbs of our market share. We currently have over 300,000 returned black and white consoles sitting in our warehouse, all turned into a pile of unsellable scrap metal. Yamauchi Hiroshi sat silently at the head of the conference table. He stared intently at the old pocket watch in his hand, the second hand ticking away. With each tick, the company's market value seemed to leak out like a wound. President, the bank called this afternoon, the financial director said, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his voice trembling, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Daiwa Bank requires us to replenish 300 million yen in collateral for the bridge loan before sunset tomorrow. If we don't have the funds, they will forcibly freeze our overseas sales accounts. Yamauchi's fingers tightened around the cigar. The fiery end broke off in his palm, burning through a piece of skin, yet he didn't release his grip, as if he felt no pain. The stubborn pride he had held onto all his life shattered like glass fragments under the overwhelming tsunami of capital. Sega's hardware counterattack, combined with Lin Yao's devastatingly lucrative IPs, had obliterated Nintendo's decade-long gaming empire in a month. Prepare the car. Yamauchi abruptly stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. He tossed the crushed tobacco into the ashtray and clapped his hands. President, where are you going at this hour? The financial director asked as he stood up. To the airport, heading to Tokyo. Yamauchi walked out without looking back, his back now significantly hunched. In the deep night of Tokyo, a cold winter rain began to fall. Outside a luxurious villa halfway up Chiyoda Ward, a black sedan turned off its engine. Yamauchi pushed open the car door without even opening an umbrella. He walked straight to the ornate wrought iron gate, pressing his hands against the cold iron bars. The early winter rain mixed with icy shards poured down his collar. His neatly fitted traditional dark kimono was soon drenched. The wet fabric clung tightly to his thin frame, and as the wind blew, the old man shivered uncontrollably. The warm yellow light from the second-floor windows of the villa illuminated Yamauchi, who stood rigidly in the rain, water dripping from his gray brows. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. One of the old man's legs went completely numb and lost all sensation. He could only lean heavily on the other leg, biting down on his lip to keep himself from collapsing into the mud. In the spacious study on the second floor, Lin Yao leaned back against a soft leather sofa, his legs crossed. A fire crackled in the fireplace, the fruitwood crackling and emitting a pleasant woody aroma. David walked to the window, pulling aside the heavy velvet curtains to look down. Boss, the old man has been standing there for 3 hours. David turned to report. If he keeps freezing like this, we might need to call an ambulance. Lin Yao picked up a glass of warmed red wine and took a small sip. The sweet, spiced warmth flowed down his throat, dispelling the cold of the winter night. His bones are quite tough, but his mind is not so sharp. Lin Yao clinked his empty wine glass against the glass coffee table, producing a crisp sound. Go open the door. If he dies at my doorstep in the middle of the night, I'll have to pay someone to clean the mess. David nodded and turned to go downstairs. The heavy solid wood door was pushed open from the inside. Yamauchi, dragging legs that felt leaden, struggled up the steps. The polished marble floor was marked by his leather shoes, leaving a long trail of muddy water. The firelight from the fireplace illuminated his pale, old face. His lips were frozen purple, and even his teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a clattering sound. Lin Yao was dressed in a luxurious, loose silk loungewear. He sat in the single armchair beside the fireplace, holding a brass poker, casually poking at the embers. President Yamauchi, have you grown tired of Kyoto's tea? Lin Yao didn't even glance up, speaking without enthusiasm. Running to Tokyo at this hour in the rain is quite a leisurely spectacle, I must say. Yamauchi took a deep breath of the warm air, scented with red wine. He walked to the empty space in front of Lin Yao, not sitting in the adjacent guest chair. With a bend of his legs, the old man knelt directly on the expensive wool carpet. His knees hit the ground with 2 muffled thuds. The carpet instantly soaked up the muddy water dripping from his kimono, ruining the priceless handwoven piece. Mr. Lin. Yamauchi pressed his hands to the ground, heavily bowing his head against his hands. I have lost. Lin Yao threw down the poker and picked up a towel to wipe his hands. 3 months ago in Kyoto, you were quite tough. Why are you so feeble today that you can't even stand? Yamauchi raised his head, his eyes filled with spiderweb-like blood vessels. The pride of a dictator had long been ground to dust, leaving only a gaze full of despair. Sega's combination attack has shattered our plate. Players no longer recognize our console. I beg you to show mercy and invest in Nintendo. Yamauchi's throat rolled. Otherwise, we won't survive the bank's withdrawal next week. Investment. Lin Yao scoffed. He picked up a document that had been printed long ago from the side table and directly threw it in Yamauchi's face. The papers scattered all over the ground. I'm only discussing acquisition now. Lin Yao bent down, looking into the lifeless eyes of the old man. I want 51% absolute control of Nintendo, plus all the physical sales networks and channels you've established globally. As for the price, Lin Yao extended a finger and waved it in the air. Based on your stock price after today's crash, let's take an additional 10% off. Yamauchi gasped, abruptly lifting his upper body. 10%. Lin Yao, you're taking advantage of the fire. How could the brand value and channel foundation of Nintendo be worth such a paltry price? Yes, I'm robbing you. Lin Yao leaned back into the sofa, his gaze sharp as a knife. No one besides me dares to take over your pile of scrap metal production lines now. Lin Yao glanced at the vintage wall clock. You have 1 minute to decide. If you don't sign, get out and continue getting wet in the rain. Yamauchi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, blood seeping from his palms. The hard work he had put in throughout his life was now being trampled underfoot by this young man from Huaxiao, sold by the pound. Yet he had no choice. Once bankruptcy was declared, his entire family would bear the burden of immense debt. The old man trembled as he picked up the golden pen from the ground. At the moment he signed his name on the last page of the document, he felt as if all his vitality had been drained away, collapsing like a sack of mud on the ground. David, see him out. Lin Yao picked up the document, carefully glanced at the signature, and put it in the drawer. David stepped forward, lifting Yamauchi out like a wet piece of clothing. The living room returned to the quiet sound of wood burning. Lin Yao walked to the liquor cabinet and poured himself half a glass of strong whiskey. Comics, music, animation. Combined with Sega's hardware and Nintendo's channel network, this entertainment web covering all of Asia finally tied the last knot tonight. He held the glass as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the rain outside come to a halt. The iron gate of the courtyard made a faint sound as the bearings turned. A black sedan without a license plate silently slid in. The door opened. Mitsui Sakura, wearing a long black trench coat and sunglasses that obscured most of her face, quickly walked into the porch. She avoided the watchful eyes of all the financial magnates like a cat prowling in the night. Hearing the footsteps of high heels in the living room, Lin Yao did not turn around, merely shaking the ice cubes in his glass. Sakura took off her damp trench coat, revealing a form-fitting silk slip dress underneath. She walked up behind Lin Yao and wrapped her arms around his waist. Her cheek pressed against his broad, sturdy back. The aloof pride she held in the business world melted into a pool of gentle warmth. You've crushed Nintendo's hard bones, mister. Lin has quite the appetite. Sakura's voice trembled as she pressed tightly against his back. Lin Yao turned around, gripping her chin to force her to look up at him. What's this? You come to my home in the middle of the night just to compliment me? Sakura's face flushed as she bit her rosy lip. She shoved a sealed brown paper bag into Lin Yao's hand. I brought what you wanted. Lin Yao weighed the paper bag, producing a sound of rustling paper. The list of loopholes in the real estate loans from the Ministry of Finance. They're all inside. Sakura's chest rose and fell. All the funding gaps, bad debt lists, even the shady operations of those cabinet officials are in here. Sakura tilted her head back, her watery eyes looking at him. This is all the trump cards I can obtain. The good show is about to begin. Lin Yao tossed the paper bag onto the sofa, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Stay tonight. Watch closely as I drain the economy of your country. Sakura's fair neck flushed with a delicate rosy hue. She obediently leaned against Lin Yao, even her breath softened. The silk straps of her dress slipped down her arms. The firewood in the fireplace crackled and popped. The flames illuminated the sharp contours of Lin Yao's profile. In front of this man, her pride as a daughter of a wealthy family had long shattered into dust. She witnessed Lin Yao's meteoric rise over the span of just a few months. The old imperial giant Sony was forced to open all channels, and Shintaro was kneeling in the ring. The stubborn and arrogant Yamauchi Hiroshi also bowed his head on this carpet tonight. These business tycoons, whom she had to treat with utmost respect, were like clay figures in Lin Yao's hands. A mindset of yearning for power grew wildly in her heart, like a creeping vine. She stopped struggling and even began to relish this sense of security that came from being under absolute control. Lin Yao patted her shoulder, stood up, and walked toward the desk. He picked up the sharp paper cutter. With a swift motion, the seal of the brown paper bag was neatly cut open. Lin Yao poured the documents onto the large oak table. Dozens of reports bearing the confidential red stamp of our country's Ministry of Finance were scattered. He pulled a chair and sat down, casually picking up the top document. Sakura stood barefoot on the wool carpet. She walked behind Lin Yao and began to massage his shoulders. This list hides the biggest bad debts of Sumitomo Bank and Samwa Bank. Sakura's voice echoed, and the top 10 real estate companies have mortgaged the same piece of land repeatedly across different banks. Officials from the Ministry of Finance took bribes and turned these accounts into quality assets. She pointed to a series of numbers on the document. As long as one bank calls back the loan, this whole line will break. Lin Yao's motion of flipping through the papers came to a halt. He stared at the intricate flow of funds on the paper. The entire real estate market in our country resembled a soap bubble inflated to its limit. It reflected a dazzling array of colors on the surface, yet inside it was filled with hollow checks that would burst at a poke. How much leverage do these real estate developers have? Lin Yao asked. At least 100 times, Sakura bit her lip. There are several office buildings in Chiyoda that have been mortgaged 5 times even before the foundations were laid. Lin Yao sneered. He threw the report in his hand onto the table. Even the vampires on Wall Street wouldn't dare to play it this way. Our country's conglomerates are bolder than the heavens. Lin Yao's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. David pushed open the study door and walked in. He glanced at Sakura, who was only wearing a slip dress, and immediately lowered his eyes, focusing on the floor. Boss Yamauchi has been sent back to Kyoto, David reported. The equity transfer agreement for Nintendo will be handled by the legal department first thing in the morning. Lin Yao nodded. He gathered the several confidential lists on the table and handed them to David. Tell Watanabe and Michael to come see me immediately. David took the documents. Now, he glanced at the wall clock. It was 2:30 in the morning. Yes, now. Tell them there's big meat to eat. David turned and went downstairs with the documents. Half an hour later, the top floor of the Eastern Capital Investment Building was brightly lit. Michael was wearing a large bathrobe with a down jacket over it. Watanabe Kinta even wore one sock inside out and pushed open the meeting room door panting. Lin Yao sat at the head of the conference table. Sakura had changed into a sharp black professional suit and sat beside him. Seeing the daughter of the Mitsui family sitting next to her boss, like a secretary, Watanabe Kinta swallowed hard and quickly lowered his head to find a place to sit. The table was laid out with dozens of copies of the confidential lists. Take a look at this, Lin Yao gestured to the table. Michael picked up an English-translated report and only glanced at 2 lines. His light blue eyes instantly lit up. His chubby fingers traced over the paper. BOSS, the mortgage rates on this are all fabricated. Michael exclaimed, pounding his thigh. These are country people have mortgaged a piece of land for 10 times its value to obtain cash. As soon as the real estate prices fluctuate even slightly, their funding chain will completely collapse. Watanabe Kinta held another list, his hands trembling like a sieve. This is the high-risk list of Samwa Bank from within the Ministry of Finance. He looked up, sweat pouring down his face. Boss, if this leaks out, the entire banking industry in Tokyo will shut. Lin Yao took a sip of the black coffee on the table. Expose it. That would be too cheap for them. I want these greedy conglomerates to cough up every penny they've swallowed, principal and interest. He put down the coffee cup. Michael, how much ammunition do we have left in our offshore accounts on Wall Street? Michael quickly tapped away on his calculator. The profits from shorting Sony, plus the cash flow continuously coming in from Hong Kong. We currently have $50 billion available. If we add the 100-fold leverage from those secret institutions on Wall Street. Michael looked up, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty gleam. We can mobilize $500 billion of hot money to enter the market. Watanabe Kinta almost toppled off his chair at the mention of this figure. $500 billion. This power was enough to blow the financial market of half the globe to pieces. He had lived most of his life without even daring to dream of such a sum. That's enough. Lin Yao stood up. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the conference room, looking at the Tokyo that had yet to awaken below. The neon lights were still flickering. On the streets of Ginza, drunken salarymen were still waving cash to hail taxis. Everyone was lost in the delusion that selling Tokyo could buy the entire country. They had no idea that an invisible meat grinder had already descended upon them. Watanabe, when the stock market opens tomorrow, spread the news. Lin Yao turned around. Just say that Eastern Capital Investment is preparing to make a large-scale entry into real estate. Watanabe paused for a moment, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Boss, aren't we supposed to short the market? Why spread positive news now? If I tell you to spread it, then spread it. Lin Yao's voice carried an undeniable authority. This is called pushing up before unloading. First, let this fire burn a little brighter, allowing those retail investors and conglomerates to pull out their last resources to buy land. Sakura sat nearby watching this commanding man. A chill ran through her body, even her fingertips felt cold. This was about slaughtering the entire population of her country. Yet a morbid sense of pleasure surged within her. Those family elders who usually looked down on her, those arrogant politicians, would all be ruined in this storm. Michael, Lin Yao continued to issue orders. Disperse all funds into 500 shell accounts. Using the loopholes in this list, quietly build short positions for me. Remember, don't attract the attention of the market, buy in slowly. Michael nodded heavily, stuffing the documents into his briefcase. Don't worry, BOSS, we are professionals at this. I'll hide the short positions within the daily transactions. Even the gods won't be able to trace them. Lin Yao returned to the conference table and picked up the last summary list. This list was densely packed with the names of hundreds of our country's top conglomerates and banks. Behind each name was the hard-earned money of thousands of people. Lin Yao's finger traced the edge of the paper. He rolled the list into a tube and knocked it twice in his palm. He looked at his 3 fierce subordinates. None of you sleep tonight. Go back to your posts and prepare. Michael and Watanabe grabbed the materials and rushed out of the conference room. Only Lin Yao and Sakura remained in the office. Sakura stood up and walked in front of Lin Yao. She lowered her head and actively adjusted the collar of his shirt. Mr. Lin, should we deal with those real estate companies under the Mitsui conglomerate? No need, Lin Yao interrupted her. He grasped Sakura's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. The Mitsui conglomerate will fall just the same. Sakura suddenly looked up, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Only when they all go bankrupt can you, the Black Widow in a greenhouse, legitimately take over the entire family, right? Upon hearing this, Sakura's breath momentarily stopped. She pressed her face against Lin Yao's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. That fleeting panic completely dissipated, replaced by a quivering excitement. I understand. Her voice was as soft as a breeze. Lin Yao released her and walked to the desk. He spread the rolled list out flat, his fingertips pointing at the names of the prominent conglomerates. The skyline outside began to show a hint of dawn. A new day had begun. Lin Yao flipped through the confidential list in his hand, as if he had gotten the launch codes for a nuclear bomb that could destroy our country's economy. The hunting moment has arrived. Lin Yao smiled a deathly smile, throwing the list onto the table. David, let the people below sharpen their knives. David walked in, his gaze icy. Received. Ready to act at any time. In the trading hall of the East Capital Investment, the sound of keyboards clattered like a torrential rain pounding on a tin roof. Lin Yao stood in front of the big screen, clutching a highly confidential list from the Dezhang province. David pulled the blinds in the conference room tightly shut, blocking out the piercing morning light. Michael held a large cup of black coffee with dark circles under his eyes reaching his cheekbones. His pale blue eyes were fixed on the screen, exuding a predatory hunger that had gone unfed for 3 days and nights. Has the funding been properly diversified? Lin Yao turned and tossed the list onto the solid wood conference table. Michael slammed his coffee cup down on the table, causing deep brown liquid to splash out. 500 overseas shell companies with hundreds of billions of dollars already fragmented into nothingness. As soon as the market bell rings, this money will vanish like droplets in the ocean. Those bureaucrats in Dezhang province will never trace the source in their lifetime. Watanabe Kenta tugged at his tie, gasping for breath. He took a few steps to the conference table and slapped a stack of that day's early news on the table. Boss, I spent all night tracking down contacts from 12 financial media outlets. The soft articles for the front page have all been published. Now retail investors and speculative funds across Tokyo believe we are preparing to invest hundreds of billions in land speculation. Lin Yao pulled out a newspaper and glanced at the bold red headlines. He flicked his fingers against the edge of the newspaper, letting out a cold laugh. Well done. The pig needs to be fattened before the knife goes in. At exactly 9 o'clock, the opening bell of the Tokyo Stock Exchange rang on time. The dozens of giant screens on the walls of the hall flickered simultaneously. As soon as the Klein chart lit up, it shot straight up with a solid red line. It's rising. The real estate sector opened high across the board, surging 8 points right at the opening. A trader jumped up, suddenly knocking over the chair beside him. The stock price of Sana Bank has also been driven up with so many buy orders that the trading channel is jammed. Watanabe Kenta leaned over the terminal, his fingers tapping the screen with a loud clicking sound. He stared at the wildly rising numbers, swallowing hard. These people have gone mad. These retail investors really think they can pick up a fortune from the sky. Even the unfinished buildings in Chiyoda district, which have no foundations, are surging to their limits. The market's emotions were completely ignited. Countless people with red eyes poured their pensions and mortgage loans into this sea of flames. Lin Yao pulled over a genuine leather executive chair and sat down, crossing his long legs. He coldly watched the dazzling red light on the screen, showing no signs of disturbance. Michael, be meticulous with the work. Lin Yao pointed at a dozen names circled in red on the list. Focus on these core real estate companies and banks from the list of Sakura. Start building our short positions. Michael took a big bite of a bacon sandwich and shouted indistinctly. Wake up, guys. Mix our short positions into their buy orders and throw them out. Each order should not exceed $500,000. Slowly slice their flesh. Dozens of top traders' hands moved across their keyboards, leaving ghostly traces. Lines of code silently traversed the seabed cables, stealthily penetrating the rotten accounts of our country stock market. On this frenzied morning in the city, hundreds of shell accounts acted like countless invisible scythes, gradually slicing off the fat. There were simply too many buy orders in the market. Retail investors and those following the trend fought desperately for chips. No one noticed the deadly crisis hidden in the shadows. Mitsui Sakura sat on a single sofa in the corner of the conference room. She wore a black turtleneck sweater, holding a cup of warm water with both hands. The ripples on the water spread out in circles, and her hands trembled slightly, spilling a few drops onto the back of her hand. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window was the bustling Ginza shopping district filled with traffic. She stared helplessly at the core real estate companies under her family's banner. They were being clung to tightly by Lin Yao's short-selling funds like leeches. This was a massacre without smoke. Once the market crashed, these enterprises would have their lifeblood drained instantly. The century-long accumulation of the Mitsui family would turn into a pile of bones. Lin Yao glanced at her over his shoulder, stood up, and walked towards her. He reached out, took the water cup from Sakura's hands, and placed it on the side table. Are you scared? Lin Yao looked. Sakura bit her lower lip, raising her head to meet his gaze. No pain, no gain. Since I handed you the list, I never planned to leave a way out. Her nails dug into the tender flesh of her palm, leaving several white marks. Lin Yao smiled with satisfaction, his finger tracing her cheek. Smart women live longer. Time passed by second. The sun outside climbed to its zenith. The trading volume for the entire morning hit a record high in the history of the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Lin Yao walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the forest of steel below. How much have we consumed? He did not turn around, his voice deep. Michael rapidly hit the return key, pulling up the encrypted summary data from the main backend. A long string of dizzying numbers popped up on the computer screen. $2 billion in short positions have already been fully absorbed. Michael wiped the sweat from his forehead and gulped down a mouthful of coffee. We have leveraged 100 times. This terrifying short-selling momentum is already pressing down on their market's foundation. Michael grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Boss, this market is now a powder keg filled with high explosives. The fuse is in our hands. We are just waiting for you to light it. Watanabe Kenta burst into the room. Sweat streamed down his forehead and soaked his collar. He wiped his face with the sleeve of his black coat. Boss, I just heard some news. Executives from Mitsubishi and Sumitomo's consortium were just celebrating with champagne at a club in Roppongi. Watanabe panted, a hint of mockery in the corner of his mouth. They think this surge today is because they have trapped our funds together. Several newspapers are already laying out an urgent afternoon special issue to mock your decision-making errors. Lin Yao turned around, pulling a pure gold lighter from his pocket. With a click, the lid popped open and a blue flame leaped out. He leisurely lit a Cuban cigar. Let them keep drinking. Tonight's dinner might be the last good wine they ever have. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of green smoke, his gaze sweeping across the entire trading hall. The big screen was filled with red, indicating an increase, glaring and dazzling. But in his eyes, these red lights resembled flames engulfing everything. The hidden data representing short positions were wildly spinning in the back-end servers. Every second, millions of dollars in wealth were silently being secured under the scythe. The death knell for our country's economy was already in his hands. Just as Lin Yao was about to issue orders for the next move, the frosted glass door of the conference room was pushed open. The metal doorknob slammed against the wall, making a dull sound. The door rebounded off the wall. David strode in, not even bothering to close the door. He usually walked without making a sound, but at this moment his leather shoes clacked loudly against the floor. Michael's hand paused in midair, hovering over the keyboard. Watanabe Kenta was also stunned, turning to look at the stern-faced David. Sakura suddenly stood up, her movement so sudden that her knee bumped against the corner of the coffee table. She didn't even cry out in pain, her gaze fixed intensely on David. David charged straight towards Lin Yao, less than half a meter away. His brows were tightly knit, his jawline tense. Something has happened. David lowered his voice, laced with a Lin Yao's hand, which held the cigar, remained as steady as a mountain, not a speck of ash falling. He looked into David's eyes. What's there to panic about? The sky won't fall. David took a deep breath. From the pocket of his black trench coat, he pulled out a small receiver, still blinking with red. The informant we placed within the Dezang province just sent an urgent top-level telegram. David set the receiver down on the solid wood desk. The small red light flickered ominously in the dim room. Watanabe Kenta leaned in closer, stretching his neck. Dezang province. What are those bureaucrats up to now? Michael stood up from his swivel chair and walked over to David's side. Everyone's breathing slowed. David stared at Lin Yao, speaking slowly. Internal news from Dezang province. The senior members of our country central bank held a closed-door meeting for 3 hours. They are preparing to take action. Sakura gripped the sofa's backrest, her knuckles turning white. Take action. What are they planning to do? David raised his head, scanning the room before fixing his gaze back on Lin Yao's face. Our country central bank is preparing to forcibly raise interest rates. As soon as this sentence was uttered, it was like a deep-sea bomb. Watanabe Kenta's legs went weak and he collapsed onto the carpet. Forcibly raising interest rates. Forcibly restricting real estate loans. Watanabe's voice trembled uncontrollably, as if he had stood in the cold wind for an entire night. That's a steel needle that would burst the bubble. The market will completely crash. Michael slapped his thigh, the flesh on his face twitching. These our country bureaucrats are ruthless, directly dealing fatal blows to their own people. Lin Yao remained silent. He turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. In the distance, the Tokyo Tower stood tall against the blue sky and white clouds. The people in this city were still dreaming of wealth. No one knew that the scythe of death was already poised at their throat. Lin Yao extinguished the half-burned cigar in the ashtray. A wisp of blue smoke rose gently. He adjusted the collar of his trench coat and shoved his hands into his pockets. The sunlight outside illuminated half of his face, casting a large shadow. Boss? David asked in a low voice. This needle strikes at just the right moment. Lin Yao turned his head, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He wore an icy smile reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, with eyes that revealed an arrogance and killing intent that devoured everything. David, tell those wolves on Wall Street. Prepare to collect the corpses. The hungry wolves of Wall Street, upon receiving their orders, began to quietly weave their nets in the depths of the ocean, much like sharks sensing the scent of blood. Time pushed forward with the ticking of numbers. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of 1989. On the night of December 31st, delicate snowflakes drifted in Tokyo, but the cold air could not suppress the boiling magma within the veins of the city. The streets of Ginza were choked with an array of limited-edition supercars, each worth millions. Men in tailored suits and women draped in fur coats laughed freely on the streets. To them, money was as cheap as paper towels. A red Ferrari parked at the entrance of a top nightclub, and Matsumoto, the second young master of the Sana Consortium, pushed open the car door. He stuffed a wad of Tinthusandian bills into the collar of the valet's uniform. "Take this and go drink. I just made 500 million on Chiyoda today." Matsumoto belched, slightly feeling a bit lightheaded. A glamorous female host dressed in minimal attire hurriedly came over to support his arm. "Young Master Matsumoto, you finally made it. We've already decanted the law fight for you in the club." Matsumoto wrapped his arm around the woman's waist as they walked inside, kissing her fiercely, leaving a wet mark on her face. "Open the finest wines in your establishment. Oh, I want to wash my hands with foreign liquor today. Tokyo is now paved with gold. Our country can buy the entire country without breaking a sweat." A group of his rowdy friends joined in the raucous excitement, their laughter piercing the air. Even ordinary office workers in the izakaya along the street were engaged in loud discussions. A middle-aged man with a crooked tie slammed his glass down on the table. Alcohol spilled everywhere, but he didn't even glance at it. "I just mortgaged my house back home and bought bank stocks with all the money. By this time next year I can resign and buy a mansion in Hawaii." The entire city was in a frenzy. Only the top floor of the Eastern Capital Investment Building radiated a chilling atmosphere like a stock corpse room. Large floor-to-ceiling windows framed the vibrant lights of Ginza. Lin Yao stood by the window dressed in a fitted black suit, holding a glass of bourbon. Ice cubes floated in the amber liquid, producing a crisp clinking sound. Watanabe Kenta watched the money-spending tycoons outside. He adjusted his tie, swallowed hard, and crumpled the evening paper into a ball before tossing it into the trash. "Boss, people outside are saying we've missed the last wave of big market movements. Today the market surged again." Watanabe pointed at the flashing billboards outside, his fingers trembling slightly. "The market values of those real estate developers are rising to the point where just looking at them makes me dizzy." Lin Yao tilted his head back and finished his drink, a coldness emanating as his Adam's apple moved. He casually placed the glass on the side table, producing a clear clinking sound. "Let them rise. The higher they climb, the louder the sound when they fall." Lin Yao coldly observed the crowd below, bustling like ants. "A bunch of insects that don't even know how they'll die." Michael sat in front of a dozen interconnected monitors. His chubby face was slick with oil and sweat, his eyes bloodshot. His fingers pounded the keyboard furiously. "BOSS, our short positions have all been buried in the market." Michael mumbled as he took a bite of cold pizza. "We're just waiting for the central bank to officially release the interest rate hike document." Michael swallowed the pizza and gulped down some cold water, the droplets running down his chin, which he didn't bother to wipe. "These our country folks are so bold." David leaned against the metal door frame of the meeting room, fiddling with a tactical dagger in his hand. The blade danced between his fingers, leaving trails behind. "Miss Sakura's news indicates that the actions from the Ministry of Finance will happen in the next few days." David sheathed the dagger and straightened up. "The central bank officials have already drafted the final directive to restrict real estate loans." Lin Yao pulled out a chair, sitting down and biting into a Cuban cigar. Sakura walked over in a burgundy velvet gown, holding a pure gold lighter. With a click, she lit Lin Yao's cigar, the flame flickering against her pale face. She hadn't said much today. Her hand holding the ashtray trembled slightly, dropping ash onto the carpet. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke and pinched Sakura's chin. "Are you reluctant to part with those buildings of the Mitsui family?" Sakura was forced to look up into his unfathomable eyes, biting her lips to leave a row of pale imprints. "Even if those buildings remain, they are merely tools for the family elders to suck blood from." Sakura inhaled deeply, forcing herself to calm down, lowering her eyelids. "I just feel cold." Lin Yao released his hand, leaning back against the chair. "Cold is just right. After tonight, the winter in Tokyo will be colder than Siberia." The clock on the table slowly ticked towards 11:50. Outside, large groups of young people began to gather. They formed clusters, preparing to welcome the countdown to the new year. Watanabe Kenta stared at the data on the screen. "Boss, the leveraged capital we've invested is not a small sum." Watanabe scratched his head, pulling out a few of his sparse hairs. "The daily interest is burning money. What if the central bank postpones the release of the directive? Our cash flow pressure." He dared not continue, fearing to jinx it. Lin Yao turned his chair to look at the large screen on the wall. It was filled with dense red ascending lines. In our country stock market of this era, red represents an increase while green signifies a decrease. The entire screen was so red it seemed like it might bleed. "There is no what if." Lin Yao pointed at the expanse of red light, his finger tracing a sharp arc in the air. "Once the state's machinery decides to turn the tide, these fools who only know how to speculate in land cannot be stopped even with their heads." There are only 5 minutes left until midnight. The large screen on Ginza's streets began to play New Year greetings from various financial groups. The flood of prosperity words on the screen was blinding. Lin Yao stood up and walked to his desk, pressing the cigar into the ashtray, crushing the ember forcefully. Michael's hands hovered over the keyboard, the joints of his fingers turning pale from exertion. David walked to the window and pulled back the last bit of the curtain. The room darkened. The colorful neon lights outside illuminated the faces of those inside. "Are you?" Lin Yao's voice echoed in the spacious office, devoid of any fluctuations, yet exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Michael nodded vigorously. "All ammunition is loaded. All 500 offshore accounts are fully operational." The countdown to midnight boomed from the crowd outside. 10, 9, 8. The synchronized shouts of 100,000 people penetrated the bulletproof glass and echoed inside. Watanabe Kinta squatted on the ground, covering his face with both hands, lacking the courage to even look at the screen. Lin Yao leaned on the table, staring intently at Michael. 3, 2, 1. Fireworks exploded violently above Tokyo Tower. The colorful lights illuminated Lin Yao's sharply defined profile. He gazed at the dazzling night sky, a mocking arc forming at the corner of his mouth. "All in." Lin Yao's voice was as hard and cold as iron, like a death warrant in the noisy midnight. "Blast out all the short positions." Michael slammed his hands down on the keyboard, the enter key producing a command sent. Michael turned his chair to look at Lin Yao, the flesh on his face quivering with rapid breaths. "Boss, what do we do next?" Lin Yao gazed at the secret codes rushing into the trading channel like a tsunami. Hundreds of billions of funds completed their lurking in this moment. He picked up a freshly poured glass of red wine from the side table. Raising the glass, he toasted to the bustling night scene outside. "Drink. Let's wait and see them line up on the rooftop." The red wine rolled down his throat, bringing a wave of spicy warmth. After Michael pressed the enter key, the entire trading room fell into silence, with only the frantic hum of the computer's cooling fan breaking the stillness. Thousands of lines of code were dismantled into unremarkable scattered orders. They disguised themselves as ordinary retail trading data, silently burrowing into the underlying structure of our country's stock market through the underwater optical cables. Watanabe Kinta crouched on the ground for a long time before using the table leg to stand up. His calves were cramping, and he gripped the edge of the table tightly to prevent himself from sliding back onto the carpet. "Boss." Watanabe's throat was parched. "This is a leverage play at the level of hundreds of billions of dollars. Just the overnight fees alone could buy a building in Shinjuku." He swallowed hard, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Lin Yao placed the wine glass on the coffee table, the bottom of the glass making a crisp sound. "What's 100 billion? I want to use these our country people's bones to brew a big pot of soup." He walked behind Michael, staring at the fluctuating data stream. "Are the orders buried deep enough?" Michael wiped the sweat from his face. "Don't worry, boss. 500 offshore shell companies are covering for each other, and we've created enough fake actions of buying and selling. Even the bureaucrats in the Ministry of Finance can only see a jumble of garbled data, even with a magnifying glass." David stood by the Venetian blinds, watching the reveling crowd outside. "When the sun rises tomorrow, those wealthy spenders below will discover that the stocks in their hands have turned into waste paper." Lin Yao tugged at his tie and walked over to sit beside the sofa. "No rush, let the bullets fly for a while. With such a large market, we can't eat it all alone. It will inevitably attract a few sharks smelling blood." At this moment, on the other side of the Pacific in New York's Wall Street, it was daytime, and the scent of coffee and anxiety wafted through the towering buildings of Manhattan. In Goldman Sachs trading hall, a blonde trader was staring intently at the Bloomberg terminal in front of him. He was still holding a paper cup, his gaze frozen in the corner of the screen. The data was refreshing every second, but he keenly caught sight of an unusual capital flow curve. "Boss, you need to come see this." The trader suddenly stood up, causing his chair to slide back and crash into the partition. The supervisor, holding a cup of coffee, walked over with a frown. "What's all the fuss about? Isn't it a carnival over in our country market right now?" "No, boss, the underlying data is off." The trader pointed at an obscure gray line in the lower right corner of the screen, his finger tapping sharply against the screen. "On the surface, it looks like all the bulls are pushing up the index, but there's a massive group of capital frantically building short positions underneath." The supervisor leaned closer to the screen, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes creasing together. He only looked for 3 seconds, his coffee cup tilted in his hand, spilling the brown liquid all over the carpet without him noticing. "How much could this be?" the supervisor gasped. "Hundreds of billions. No, this is at least a leverage play of over $1,000 billion. The supervisor slapped the trader on the shoulder. "Quick, trace the source. Where is this capital coming from?" The trader's fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard, sweat pouring down his forehead. "I can't trace it. The other side used hundreds of offshore accounts from the Cayman Islands as cover. The capital is entirely dispersed, and the methods are ruthless and cunning, specifically targeting the weaknesses of our country's real estate and banks." The same scene played out simultaneously at the headquarters of Morgan Stanley and Merrill Lynch. The financial giants of Wall Street were all alarmed by this sudden appearance of $100 billion short order. In the high-end conference room of Wall Street, the phones rang off the hook. All the bigwigs were frantically inquiring about who was placing such heavy bets in Tokyo. Daring to wager hundreds of billions of dollars against a country's fortune, this person is definitely insane. In a private office on Fifth Avenue in New York, the top office of the Quantum Fund was spacious and bright. Financial titan Soros sat behind a large oak desk, holding a thick cigar with a long ash accumulated at the end. On the three large screens in front of him, the anomalous data from the Tokyo stock market was being displayed in real time. An assistant walked in holding a freshly printed urgent report. Boss, Goldman Sachs and Morgan are in chaos. Everyone is investigating the details of that 100 billion capital. Soros remained silent, staring at the invisible curve representing the short positions on the screen. He took a deep puff from his cigar, exhaling dense smoke. No need to investigate. Soros' voice was rough. The assistant was taken aback, placing the report on the desk. Do you know who did it, eh? Soros stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling streets of Wall Street. It's that Oriental who recently rubbed Sony and Nintendo's faces in the dirt in Tokyo. You can't have forgotten about him. The assistant's eyes widened. You mean that young man named Lin Yao? Don't do investment. Soros sneered, extinguishing the cigar in the crowd. Who else could orchestrate such a grand scheme? He first used several entertainment companies as a front, but in reality, he had long moved all of Wall Street's hot offshore funds over. He saw that our country's Ministry of Finance was going to tighten monetary policy. He had already planted the bomb and was just waiting for the ignition. The assistant swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his back. Boss, should we notify our country authorities? Or should we follow suit and go long to counter him? Counter him? Soros looked at the assistant as if he were an idiot. Our country's economy is a balloon that has long been burst. Anyone who goes long now is simply courting death. Soros walked back to his desk, leaning his hands on the surface. He stared at the numbers jumping on the screen, licking his cracked lips. The greedy gleam in his eyes was brighter than the lamp on the desk. $100 billion deal. He's trying to wipe us out without leaving any room for survival. Soros loosened his tie. In the world of capital, there are no spectators. When there's meat to be had, everyone has to come to the table. Quick, mobilize $50 billion with 30 times leverage. Insert alongside his capital flow, building positions right next to his short orders. The assistant quickly jotted down the orders, the pen scratching on the paper. Should we cover our capital traces? No need to cover. Soros waved his hand. We want him to see that we've entered the game. He can't eat this big cake of our country all by himself. I'm not afraid he'll burst his belly. Soros sat back in his chair, taking a sip of coffee. Let's bring out the Quantum Fund's banner and follow behind him to pick up the scraps. Does this Oriental want to eat alone? We'll join in and share a piece of the pie. The assistant nodded, preparing to turn and leave. Soros called him back. Tell the trading department to be quick about it. We not only want to wade through this muddy water, but we want to do it beautifully. If he eats all the meat and leaves nothing, the Quantum Fund won't be able to survive on Wall Street anymore. At the same time in Tokyo, the night was deepening. Suddenly, a glaring red warning box popped up on Michael's. He leaned closer to the screen, his facial fat shaking slightly. Rapidly typing several times on the keyboard, he brought up a set of tracking data. Michael turned to look at Lin Yao, who was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed. Boss, there's a tail following us. Lin Yao opened his eyes, his gaze clear and devoid of any traces of fatigue. Has Wall Street's dog finally caught the scent? Michael nodded, switching the screen to the main monitor. A thick data stream was forcefully pushing its way into the trading channel following their short order trajectory. The capital amount is substantial, $50 billion in cash plus 30 times leverage. Michael quickly recited the analysis results. The other side hasn't made any cover, blatantly displaying their sign. It's Soros's Quantum Fund. David walked over, staring at the screen with his hand resting on his waist. Watanabe Kinta, who had just been crouching on the ground, jumped up upon hearing Soros' name. Soros. That's the financial giant on Wall Street, who devours without spitting out bones. Watanabe was anxiously pacing. Boss, what should we do? He's trying to snatch our profits. If he plays dirty and crashes the market at a critical moment, our layout will... Watanabe stood up and walked to the large screen. He looked at the capital flow representing the Quantum Fund, chuckling softly. That laughter was devoid of worry, instead revealing an excitement for a worthy opponent. Snatch my profits. Lin Yao reached out and patted the large screen. No one in this world can take a piece of meat from my bowl for free. Since he dares to reach out, we must do our part as hosts. Michael's eyes brightened, his fingers hovering over the... Boss, how do you plan to entertain him? Lin Yao placed the goblet in his hand on the glass coffee table, producing a crisp sound as the bottom hit the surface. He walked over to Michael's computer and tapped twice on the desk with his fingertips. Withdraw 30% of the short positions on the core-weighted stocks like Sana Bank and Sumitomo Real Estate. Michael paused for a moment, his fingers hovering above the keyboard. Boss, we are riding the wave right now. If we withdraw the short positions, the market will rebound. That's exactly what I want, to see it rebound. Lin Yao pulled over a chair and sat down. He looked at the thick data stream representing the Quantum Fund on the screen and let out a cold laugh. Soros has leveraged 30 times and is trailing behind us. The higher the leverage, the more sensitive it is to price fluctuations. You take that 30% short position and go long instead and dump cash to create an upward gap for me. Michael suddenly understood, his chubby face breaking into a plethora of excited wrinkles. Got it, boss. He'll blow up his short position right now. The sound of the keyboard clattering was like a torrential rain hitting an iron roof. Commands raced along the undersea cables, instantly crashing into the servers of the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Several real estate-weighted stocks originally weighed down by large short positions suddenly received a wave of massive buy orders. The red candlestick shot up straight, as if it had been injected with adrenaline. This is the most classic short squeeze tactic in the financial market. Lin Yao forcefully utilized the massive cash in his hands to create a fictitious, prosperous upward channel. At this moment on Fifth Avenue in New York, in the trading hall on the top floor of the Quantum Fund headquarters, the smell of coffee mingled with the stench of sweat. A blonde trader was staring intently at the Bloomberg terminal in front of him. His hand holding the coffee cup trembled, spilling the brown liquid onto the carpet, creating a dark stain. The market in our country rebounded. Sanha Bank rose 8 points in 1 minute. The trader suddenly stood up, the chair sliding backward and crashing heavily against the partition of the desk. Soros stood up from the spacious boss chair and strode over to the screen. He fixed his gaze on the straight red line, ignoring the ash from his cigar falling onto his leather shoes. What happened? Did the our country's central bank intervene? Soros' voice was hoarse. It's not the our country government. It's that Oriental guy's funds. He is going long against the market to lift the index. The trader shouted until his voice cracked. Our short positions are trapped. The muscles at the corners of Soros' eyes twitched violently. Add more margin. Keep the positions down. It's too late, boss. The trader was sweating profusely. The opposing funds are too large, and the selling speed is too fast. Our 30 times leverage has hit the liquidation line, and the system is enforcing a liquidation. The numbers on the big screen were rolling frantically. A series of green negative numbers stung the eyes of every Wall Street elite present. In just a few minutes, the $50 billion Soros invested seemed to have been gnawed away by dogs, losing a significant chunk. Soros slammed the cigar in his hand onto the ground. His expensive custom leather shoes stepped on it, crushing the sparkling embers. Stop. Don't chase anymore. An assistant came running over with a calculator, his face pale. Boss, the liquidation is over. We've lost $350 million. The trading hall fell into a deathly silence. Only the buzzing sound of machines cooling could be heard. The assistant wiped the cold sweat flowing down his forehead. Should we mobilize funds to counterattack? Or should we withdraw from the our country market? Soros stared at the curve on the screen that had begun to stabilize, letting out a cold laugh. He now understood completely. This was not the our country government intervening, nor was it Lin Yao's funds breaking down. That young man named Lin Yao had deliberately exposed a flaw, delivering a resounding slap to his face. $350 million as a toll. He really dares to ask for it. Soros took a deep breath and turned to sit back at his desk. Boss, are we just going to admit defeat like this? The assistant asked unwillingly. Admit defeat. Soros tapped the table. Follow his rhythm. When he builds positions, we will follow suit, and do not rush to touch his bottom line again. That meat from our country is too big. Paying a bit of toll money will leave us enough soup to fill our bellies. In Tokyo, on the top floor of the East Capital Investment Building, Michael leaned back in his swivel chair, taking a big gulp of the now cold coffee. Boss, we've got a bite. He pointed to a string of settled numbers on the screen. We took $350 million from those hungry wolves on Wall Street. Now they are behaving obediently, lining up behind our cash flow without daring to splash even a drop of water. Watanabe Kenta loosened his tie, which was choking him, his face flushed. He walked over to Lin Yao, bending at the waist until he nearly touched his knees. Boss, this move is brilliant. Treating Soros like an ATM, you are the first in all of Asia. If this gets out, all the tycoons in our country will have to bow to you. Lin Yao looked at the curve on the screen that was once again on the decline and tapped on the solid wood table. This money should be set aside to give the brothers their year-end bonuses. Michael and the traders present erupted in cheers. Lin Yao turned to look at David, who was leaning against the door. Is there any movement outside? David put away the lighter he had been fiddling with and stood up straight. Ms. Sakurako's reliable news has it that the Bank of Japan's interest rate hike decree will be published on time tomorrow morning. Once the market opens tomorrow, it will be the real avalanche. Lin Yao nodded and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, just as the executives of East Capital Investment were preparing to welcome the final collapse. The wind direction in the dark corners of Tokyo quietly changed. In Shinjuku Kabukicho, in a smoke-filled basement, samurai swords hung on the walls, and the air was thick with the stench of cheap cigarettes. Yamaguchi-gumi leader Suzuki Ichiro sat cross-legged on a worn tatami mat. Bare-chested, the huge Hanya tattoo on his back rose and fell with his breathing. A little brother rushed in, hands presenting a document. Leader, I found out. The company called East Capital Investment in Ginza has been flowing tens of billions of yen every day recently. Suzuki glanced at the document, crumpling it into a ball and throwing it at his feet. Tens of billions flowing. Suzuki snorted coldly and reached for the sake bottle on the table, taking a swig. Such a large piece of fat meat has not been paying us the protection fee. Their boss is a Huaxiao person having just arrived in Tokyo not long ago. The little brother reported, cautiously lowering his head. He has a few bodyguards under him, and they look quite skillful, probably trained fighters. Suzuki drew the tanto that had been resting nearby, the blade glinting under the dim light. He picked up a piece of apple from the fruit plate on the table with the tip of the knife and threw it into his mouth. A Huaxiao person. In Tokyo, no matter where you come from, you must abide by our rules. He sheathed the tanto and stood up, patting his belly. Go outside and call a dozen brothers who dare to be ruthless. The little brother's eyes lit up, rushing forward. Leader, are we going to smash the place? Bring your weapons. Let's pay a visit to this boss Lin. Teach him our underground rules in Tokyo. On the 33rd floor of the East Capital Investment Building, the elevator doors emitted a crisp ding as they slowly slid open. Ichiro Suzuki, clad in a floral shirt and a loose black suit, swaggered out of the cab. Behind him followed over 30 tattooed men wielding baseball bats and gleaming machetes, their leather shoes clattering on the marble floor in a chaotic and boisterous manner. The receptionist at the front desk barely lifted her head when a subordinate yanked her by the hair and threw her to the ground. Get lost. Yamaguchi-gumi is here. The subordinate swung his baseball bat, shattering the glass vase at the front desk. Water and shards of glass scattered everywhere. The entire office area descended into chaos in an instant. Traders crouched under their desks, clutching their heads, not daring to provoke these gangsters. Kenta Watanabe was exiting the tea room with a cup of coffee when he ran straight into this group of fierce-looking thugs. His hand trembled, spilling hot coffee onto his pants, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he dared not utter a sound. Whom were you looking for? Watanabe swallowed hard, forcing his trembling legs to ask. Ichiro Suzuki stepped forward and slapped him sharply. Watanabe spun around from the force of the blow, half of his face instantly swelling with 5 red marks, his gold-rimmed glasses flying off and smashing against the wall. What do you think you are to ask me? Suzuki spat on the ground. Get that Chinese boss named Lin out here to see me. He pulled out a half-meter-long dagger from his coat, its blade gleaming coldly under the overhead lights. If you don't pay the protection fee today, it'll break every tendon in your hands. Watanabe covered his face and crawled to the side, pointing towards the president's office at the end of the corridor. Suzuki sneered, striding directly towards the heavy, double mahogany doors. Bang! He kicked the door. The mahogany door slammed against the wall and rebounded with a loud thud. Suzuki, along with a few trusted subordinates, marched into the room. The office was spacious and bright. Lin Yao sat in a large office chair holding a financial report without even raising his eyelids. David leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, playing with a pure silver lighter, the flame flickering at his fingertips. Are you boss Lin? Suzuki approached the desk, leaning over with both hands resting on it. He scrutinized Lin Yao from above, attempting to intimidate the outsider with his own ferocity. Lin Yao turned a page of the report, the paper making a soft rustling sound. He placed the report down, his gaze fixed on Suzuki's gaudy shirt. This door is custom-made in Italy, and it's quite expensive to repair. Lin Yao's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. What do you plan to pay for it? Suzuki was momentarily taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. His subordinates behind him echoed with a compensation. I'm here to collect money today. Suzuki suddenly drew his long katana, gripping the hilt tightly. Clang! The heavy blade crashed down onto the mahogany desk, embedding itself into the wood, splintering it. Boss Lin, you're raking in tens of billions of yen daily in Ginza. That's quite a hefty appetite. Suzuki leaned closer, his cheeks jiggling. Don't you know the rules of Tokyo's underground? Making money on our turf without giving half of the profits to the Yamaguchi-gumi means your company will be out of business by tomorrow. He pointed a finger at the back of the blade. I'm giving you 3 minutes to transfer 5 billion yen into this account. 1 yen less, and he'll take an arm from you. Lin Yao looked at the katana embedded in the desk. He extended 2 fingers and flicked the blade. Ding! A crisp sound echoed in the room. The knife is good, but unfortunately the one wielding it doesn't seem to be very smart. Lin Yao broke into a mocking smile. He looked up at Suzuki, his gaze icy, as if he were staring at a dead man. 5 billion yen, even if you burned it for your ancestors, they'd still need to be alive to spend it. Suzuki's expression changed dramatically, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He gripped the hilt, attempting to pull the sword out. You're asking for it. I'll make the first cut today. David, Lin Yao called out. David snapped the lighter shut with a crisp metallic click. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers loudly. A sudden cacophony of mechanical sounds filled the air. Crash, bang. The hidden sliding doors on both sides of the president's office were simultaneously kicked open with tremendous force. Accompanied by the heavy thud of army boots, 12 burly men filed in. They were clad in full black tactical vests, wearing riot helmets. Each face was obscured by black masks, revealing only their fierce eyes. A strong scent of gun oil instantly filled the air. Suzuki's hand froze in midair, his eyes nearly popping out of his sockets. The men held nothing but American military assault rifles. The dark muzzles were raised in unison, mercilessly aimed at Suzuki and his subordinates. Beep! A web of death formed in the room as dozens of red laser sights converged. 5 of those red dots were perfectly aligned on Suzuki's heart and forehead. The leading mercenary, Ivan, took a step forward. The scar on his eye looked terrifying under the red light. Click. Ivan pulled the gun's bolt. The crisp sound of the bullet chambering resonated like a death knell in the silent office. These veterans who had emerged from the Chechen meat grinder exuded the raw, bloody scent of someone who had truly killed, instantly shattering the bravado of Suzuki's street thugs. The subordinates behind Suzuki were trembling uncontrollably. Someone's grip loosened, and with a clang the baseball bat fell to the floor. The sound acted like a switch. The remaining few hurriedly dropped their knives, crouching with their hands over their heads. They usually bullied shop owners, but had never seen such a display of a regular army. Suzuki's fingers slipped from the hilt. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly. Cold sweat poured down his face like a string of beads soaking into his floral shirt. The infrared dot danced on his forehead. With a slight pull of the trigger, his head would explode like a ripe watermelon. Did you just say you'd take an arm from me? Lin Yao leaned back in his chair, watching him with a calm demeanor. Lin Yao reached for a cigar from the box on the table, sniffing it at his nose. The knife is on the table. You can make your move now. Suzuki's legs gave way, and his knees hit the floor heavily. He trembled like a leaf, a pungent odor of urine spreading down his pants. A large, suspicious dark stain soaked into the expensive Persian carpet. Lin. Boss Lin. Suzuki's teeth chattered as he struggled to form a complete sentence. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. He didn't dare to look at the armed mercenaries, his head bowed as he gulped down saliva. I was drunk. I came to the wrong door. Please forgive my rudeness. The earlier bravado had vanished with came to the wrong door. Lin Yao bit down on the cigar. This door isn't something you can enter or exit as you please. Suzuki suddenly straightened up, bracing himself on the carpet, desperately trying to back away. He rolled and crawled out of the infrared aiming range, shoving aside the subordinate blocking the door. You wait for me. Back in the corridor, the feeling of having narrowly escaped death restored a bit of his sanity. Shame and fear intertwined as he shouted at the top of his lungs. If you mess with the Yamaguchi-gumi in Tokyo, even with these guns you won't get out alive. I'll call thousands of brothers to flatten this building. After shouting this bravado, Suzuki dashed towards the elevator without looking back. He didn't even care about the katana he had left in the office. The corridor echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps and the elevator's descending alert. David walked to the desk, casting a disdainful glance at the puddle of urine on the floor. He pulled out the katana embedded in the desk and casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Boss, should we have Ivan take a few men to follow them and take care of them in the underground garage? David asked coldly. Lin Yao picked up the lighter on the desk, igniting the cigar in his mouth. He exhaled a puff of green smoke, his gaze drifting out of the glass window towards the street. What's the use of dealing with a few useless errand boys? Lin Yao flicked the ash off the cigar, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He wants to call for help, let him call. David paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Gathering people. The Yamaguchi-gumi has quite a few members in Tokyo. If things get out of hand, the police may take action. Those policemen will turn a blind eye as long as they see money. Lin Yao leaned back in his chair. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling city below. The net in the financial market had already been cast, and now the wild dogs of the underground world came out to bite. If he wanted to establish dominance, he had to break their backbone completely. Lin Yao turned around, looking at the fully armed Ivan. They like to play with numbers. Oh, let's serve them a proper meal. Lin Yao's voice was cold and hard, carrying an unassailable dominance. He looked at David and issued the final command. David, bring out that batch of heavy weapons. Tonight we'll tear down their headquarters. Ivan unfastened the latches of his olive green equipment case. Its heavy lid rose to reveal a coldly gleaming RPG-7 single-soldier rocket launcher nestled within. Been ages since I last fired one of these. To open fire right here in Tokyo. Our boss truly plays on a grand scale. Ivan ran his fingers along the smooth barrel, a bloodthirsty grin twisting his lips. David kicked 2 crates of armor-piercing rounds toward Ivan's feet. Make it swift and decisive. We've secured the Metropolitan Police Department. 20 minutes of absolute operational vacuum. David glanced at his wristwatch. With one hand, Ivan hoisted the rocket launcher onto his shoulder, then tilted his head toward the dozen mercenaries behind him. Gentlemen, time to work. Several black armored SUVs slipped silently from the underground garage. The night was deep and still. Icy wind swept fallen leaves across empty streets. Deep within Kabukicho at the Yamaguchi-gumi's Tokyo headquarters, Suzuki Ichiro had changed into fresh clothes and now stood atop the main courtyard steps. Over 300 Yakuza thugs packed the yard, brandishing steel pipes, machetes, and over a dozen smuggled Beretta 92 FS pistols. That Lin fellow from the Tokyo Tower building dared point a gun at me. Suzuki raised his katana high. For decades the Yamaguchi-gumi has ruled Tokyo. Have we ever suffered such humiliation? His underlings roared in unison, raising blades and shouting to raise the Tokyo Tower building to the ground. Suzuki's gaze turned venomous as he touched the pistol holstered at his waist. Whoever leads the charge tonight doubles their pay. Capture Lin alive, and I'll personally award 10 million yen. The crowd's deafening clamor shook the very air, just as they prepared to wrench open the iron gate and pour into the street. A sharp, urgent engine roar erupted beyond the massive solid copper entrance. "Who's out there?" Suzuki shielded his eyes from the glare and barked at the gatekeeper. "Open up, now." Two underlings cursed under their breath and stepped forward, hands reaching for the iron bolt. "Sure, 3. A shrill, piercing shriek tore through the night, like death himself whistling a final summons. Then a blinding fireball detonated violently against the copper gate. Boom. The earth-shaking blast made the entire neighborhood tremble. The thick copper gate shattered into warped molten fragments, hurtling inward with a searing shockwave. The two men who'd approached the gate vanished without a sound, vaporized instantly. Dozens of Yakuza were flung backward by the concussive force sprawling across the courtyard. Suzuki tumbled down the stone steps, ears ringing, mouth agape, as he gasped for breath. He shook dust from his hair and struggled to lift his head. Through the swirling smoke and ash, 3 black SUVs crashed straight through the gate's mangled remains. Ivan stood balanced on the doorstep, the rocket launcher still smoking on his shoulder. He tossed the spent launcher aside and accepted an M60 general-purpose machine gun from one of his men. "Good evening, gentlemen of the Underworld." Ivan flashed a feral grin. Da-da-da-da-da. A long, roaring tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle. Brass casings rained like golden hail onto the hood. Dense bursts of armor-piercing rounds pulverized ornamental rockeries and stone pillars, shrapnel flying in all directions. Machete-wielding thugs fell like wheat before a scythe, row after row collapsing into crimson pools. This was no gang war. It was a one-sided military massacre. The mercenaries fired with chilling precision, their movements cold, methodical, flawless. Suzuki scrambled backward on hands and knees, losing one shoe in his panic. All his street brawler bravado dissolved before the relentless sweep of heavy machine gun fire. Explosions rolled on in relentless succession, painting half the night sky in hellish orange. 2 blocks away at a quiet intersection, 4 Metropolitan Police patrol cars sat motionless at the curb, hazard lights blinking. Their sirens were silent, their emergency beacons extinguished. A portly police chief sat in the front passenger seat, cigarette dangling from his fingers. Listening to the distant, unceasing detonations, the young officer behind the wheel swallowed hard. "Sir, that sounds far too intense. Shouldn't we at least take a look?" The chief inhaled deeply, then twisted the car radio's volume dial to its lowest setting. "Look, tonight that district's undergoing power line maintenance. Every surveillance feed is blind." He patted his briefcase, a crate of U.S. dollars delivered earlier that afternoon by Tokyo Investment. "Mr. Lynn is cleaning up the city's trash. We'll stay right here, cool, calm, and collected. We'll head to the scene to clean up, exactly 30 minutes from now." The young officer shrank into his seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, utterly silent. Inside the compound, gunfire tapered off into eerie stillness. The once imposing 3-story traditional wooden structure now resembled a sieve, riddled with holes and engulfed in roaring flames. Bodies littered the courtyard, groans rising in waves. Ivan braced the machine gun on the open window, lit a cigarette, and exhaled slowly. "Search the ruins. Find the man in the floral shirt." He gestured sharply to his men. Armed mercenaries advanced into the rubble, boots crunching over shattered timber and glass. Within 60 seconds, Suzuki Ichiro was dragged out like a broken sack of grain. His floral shirt was unrecognizable, stained with mud, blood, and grime. A stray round had torn through his right thigh, blood welling steadily from the wound. "Don't kill me. I'll give up the money. I'll never cross Mr. Lin again." Suzuki lay prostrate, face smeared with snot and tears. Ivan stepped forward and planted his combat boot squarely on Suzuki's uninjured left hand. With deliberate pressure, the thick sole ground down, bones snapping with a sickening wet crack. Suzuki screamed, a raw animal shriek of agony. "Deliver this message to your master," Ivan said, exhaling a slow, curling plume of smoke that drifted onto Suzuki's head. "Tokyo's underworld now answers to our boss." Ivan withdrew his foot and strode back to the vehicle. The SUV executed a sharp, tire-screaming turn, crushing the ruined iron gate beneath its wheels, then vanished into the night. All that remained was a smoldering ruin, and a pack of Yakuza utterly shattered, their courage reduced to ash. The next morning, Tokyo's dawn broke crisp and biting. On the 33rd floor of Tokyo Investment, inside the CEO's office, Lin Yao sat in his leather chair, cradling a freshly brewed cup of black coffee. David entered carrying a small, elegant black lacquer box. A faint metallic tang of blood still clung to its surface. "Sir, the current Yamaguchigumi Kumicho Watanabe Yoshinori sent this." David placed the box gently on the polished desk. Lin set down his coffee cup and lifted the lid with a casual flick of his index finger. The hinged cover sprang open. Inside, white silk cushioned a single freshly severed thumb, still dripping crimson. The cut was surgically clean, made moments ago. Beside it lay a handwritten note, its calligraphy precise, almost obsequious. Lin scanned the note. "My subordinates violated protocol and offended Mr. Lin. This is my humble apology. Henceforth, the Yamaguchigumi pledges unwavering loyalty to Tokyo Investment." At the bottom stood Watanabe Yoshinori's name, followed by his personal seal. Lin dropped the note onto the desk, a resorthin, merciless smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Last night's barrage had shattered the spine of Tokyo's underworld, so thoroughly that even its highest-ranking lord offered a finger in surrender. Before absolute firepower and limitless capital, these protection racket gangs possessed not even the dignity of cannon fodder. David stared at the severed digit and asked expressionless, "How shall we dispose of this box?" "Discard it. Keep it," Lin replied, lifting his coffee cup once more. "Deliver it to those conglomerates still refusing to bow." He blew lightly across the steaming surface, eyes sharp and unblinking as a falcon's. "Let them see precisely what awaits those who oppose me." David nodded and closed the box. "By the way, sir, the Metropolitan Police Chief called." He paused, voice edged with quiet mockery. He asked whether the reconstruction costs for last night's district should be billed to the company ledger. These officers accept payment and still wish to wear the halo of virtue. Lin let out a cold, mirthless laugh. He leaned back, fingertips drumming rhythmically against the armrest. "Tell him I'll cover the cost. And send him 2 additional crates of U.S. dollars. Since he's shown such discretion, Tokyo's underworld and its law enforcement shall henceforth abide by my rules." David tucked the lacquer box under his arm. "I'll handle it immediately. Our teams are already in position at the main exchange." Lin swiveled his chair to face the floor-to-ceiling windows, where the sun rose fierce and golden. "Tell Michael to widen his horizon. Today is no mere skirmish." David bowed slightly, hand resting on the doorknob. "Understood. Your meaning is?" Lin spun a solid gold lighter between his fingers. "I intend to make every soul standing atop Tokyo's tallest towers queue for the privilege of jumping." Before David's hand could touch the door handle, the solid wood door was pushed open from the outside. Watanabe Kinta rushed in, clutching a stack of reports. "Boss, the summary of the capital flow for this morning's trading session is ready." As Watanabe spoke, he walked toward the desk, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the black wooden box tucked under David's arm. The clasp of the wooden box was not fastened properly, creating a small gap. Inside, resting on a piece of white silk, lay a bloodied piece of flesh. Watanabe tripped over something, stumbling forward. The reports in his hands scattered across the floor like snowflakes. He gasped, his throat tightening as his face turned pale instantly. What is this?" Watanabe stammered, pointing at the wooden box, his lips trembling as if he had been standing out in the freezing cold for too long. His polished leather shoes were planted firmly in place, not daring to move an inch. A gift of apology from the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Lin Yao leaned back in his office chair and took a sip of coffee. "What's wrong, President Watanabe? Are you interested in this?" Watanabe shook his head vigorously like a rattle, squatting down in a flurry to pick up the scattered reports. "Boss, you really know how to joke. I'm just an accountant, and I've never seen anything like this." He picked up the last piece of paper and stood up, his legs still trembling. Lin Yao placed his coffee cup on the table and tapped the morning report summary. "David, take this to those stubborn old men and let them have a good look." David nodded and strode out of the office with the Lin Yao turned to the still shaken Watanabe. "You need to handle another matter. Contact the headquarters of the Yamaguchi-gumi." Watanabe straightened his back, his hands pressed tightly against his pants seams. "Have Watanabe Yoshinori come to see me this afternoon." Lin Yao glanced at the lighter on the desk, his tone cold and firm. "Since he wants to be a dog, he needs to wear the collar." At 3 in the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the carpet. Watanabe Yoshinori, the 6th leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, was kneeling in front of the coffee table. He wore a dark blue haori, his hands neatly resting on his knees. This warlord, who controlled over 30,000 gang members across our country, did not dare to lift his head at this moment. His bandaged, severed finger was hidden in his sleeve, oozing a trace of crimson. Lin Yao sat on the single sofa across from him, casually playing with a cigar. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lin Yao's gaze was as cold and hard as iron. "I have accepted that piece of your finger. Consider it a gesture of sincerity." Lin Yao tossed the cigar onto the table. "Mr. Lin, your generosity is appreciated. It was our lack of understanding of the rules that caused us trouble." Watanabe Yoshinori buried his head lower, his forehead almost touching the table. "From now on, the Yamaguchi-gumi will be your shadow in Tokyo." Lin Yao leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Being my shadow isn't enough. The light must bow down too. Tohoku Investments has acquired quite a bit of land in Chiyoda and Minato, but some stubborn landowners are taking their time due to their background. There are also a few bad debt collection agencies that are playing hide and seek with me." Lin Yao looked at Watanabe Yoshinori's face, which was etched with deep lines. "I will leave these unsavory tasks to you. If you handle it well, the leftovers from Tohoku Investments will be enough for the Yamaguchi-gumi for several lifetimes. If you mess it up, last night's rocket launcher will end up in your bedroom." Watanabe Yoshinori suddenly lifted his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Having spent his entire life in the underworld, he understood the weight of Lin Yao's words. In the face of overwhelming firepower, street fights felt like children playing house. "Mr. Lin, rest assured. Within 3 days, those pieces of land will be handed over to you completely." He gritted his teeth and bowed deeply. "As for those bastards who owe money and refuse to pay, I will tie them to rocks and sink them in Tokyo Bay." David pushed the door open and walked in, casting a cold glance at Watanabe Yoshinori. Watanabe Yoshinori stood up, tactfully bowed deeply to Lin Yao, and retreated out of the office. It wasn't until the footsteps in the corridor faded away that David approached the desk. The 2 boxes of U.S. dollars from the police headquarters have been sent over, personally guaranteed by the director. From now on, Tohoku Investments vehicles can move freely in Tokyo, and no case will trace back to us. Lin Yao stood up and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. The bustling Tokyo below seemed like a dream, with the traffic flowing like golden ribbons of light. The underworld has become a lapdog while the legitimate world is fed with money. From today onwards, the rhythm of breathing in this vast city will be dictated by him. He extended his hand, gently tapping on the glass, as if he were pressing down on the lifeline of this city. The vintage wall clock on the wall just pointed to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The wall-mounted television across the desk, which had been silently playing financial news, suddenly distorted for a moment. The expert who had been analyzing the stock market with great enthusiasm vanished. The screen's background turned a blinding crimson, and a notification box with bold black letters popped up. Lin Yao turned his head, raising an eyebrow. David quickly walked forward, picked up the remote control, and pressed the volume button. A sharp alarm pierced through the screen. The Ministry of Finance has issued an emergency joint announcement. The central bank of our country is raising the official discount rate starting today. The usually composed newscaster's voice trembled noticeably at this moment. At the same time, window guidance has been issued to all financial institutions nationwide, comprehensively restricting the total amount of loans to the real estate industry. Each word felt like a heavy blow, striking directly at the back of the head of the business world in our country. David stared at the television screen, his knuckles gripping the remote control, turning pale. The television image switched to the entrance of the Tokyo Stock Exchange. The crowd that had been queuing to open accounts was thrown into chaos. Some were sobbing and crying loudly in the streets, while others frantically tore their newspapers to shreds. The security cordon set up by the guards was instantly breached by the frenzied crowd. Boss, the central bank's knife has fallen. David turned to look at Lin Yao, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Lin Yao slipped his hands into the pockets of his overcoat, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He gazed at the glass curtain walls still shimmering in the sunlight outside. Those were castles in the air, built on hundredfold leverage, their foundations long eaten away. With this steel needle of loan restrictions piercing in, the entire economy of our country would collapse like an avalanche. Thousands of retail investors and the lofty financial magnates would all be buried in this manufactured disaster. Since the knife has fallen, let us be responsible for catching the blood in the basin. Lin Yao sneered. David threw the remote control on the table and touched the gun holster at his lower back. Michael has already locked all the short positions. The wind gap on the rooftop has already been prepared for them. It's time to line up for their numbers. David paused and asked in a deep voice, "Boss, where are we going now?" Lin Yao twirled the pure gold lighter in his hand, the blue flame illuminating the depths of his eyes. "Open a bottle of champagne. Let's go to the trading hall to watch the fireworks." Lin Yao tucked the pure gold lighter into his pocket and pushed open the redwood door to the CEO's office. The carpet in the hallway absorbed the sound of his leather shoes. David fell half a step behind, closely following him. The two pushed open the frosted glass door to the trading hall. In the spacious hall, dozens of monitors flashed a ghostly blue light, illuminating the traders' faces to a pale white. The news channel on the TV wall was still looping that death knell announcement. The female anchor spoke rapidly, each word striking the nerves of everyone present. The president of the Central Bank of Country, Nakamura Yoshiro, announced that the discount rate would be raised to 4.25%. The Ministry of Finance simultaneously issued regulations regarding the control of financing related to land. All financial institutions must implement total control, strictly prohibiting new loan quotas to the real estate sector. Michael bit down on the half-finished cigar, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. His tie around his neck was pulled, long sweat dripping from his double chin onto the collar of his shirt. "Boss, it's crazy outside," Michael said without raising his head. He switched the main screen of his computer to a split-screen view. It was live footage from the streets of Tokyo, just transmitted by Reuters. In the footage, a large securities office in Shinjuku was crowded with people. The office worker who was just boasting in the izakaya about buying a villa in Hawaii was now frozen on the street. A middle-aged man in a high-end suit was tightly clutching the newspaper in his hand. The paper was crumpled into a ball in his grip. He opened his mouth to shout something, but only a hissing sound escaped his throat. Beside him, a noblewoman with large wavy hair trembled. The scalding coffee she had just bought spilled onto her foot, burning a large patch of skin, yet she didn't even furrow her brow. She just stared at the wall-mounted TV in the window, her eyes nearly bulging out. Did the news get it wrong? How could the central bank dare to limit loans? The noblewoman murmured to herself. No one answered her. The people on the street seemed frozen in place. Before this decree was issued, the entire country had been immersed in a delusion of selling Tokyo to buy America. They mortgaged their houses to the bank, throwing the extracted funds into the stock market, and then used the profits to inflate land prices. They stepped on their own feet to blow this bubble to cover the sky. Now the Ministry of Finance held a steel needle piercing this colorful balloon through and through. Those real estate developers with severed funding chains were like critically ill patients deprived of oxygen. The market hasn't opened yet, and the panic outside cannot be contained. Michael slammed the enter key hard. The sell orders in the futures market have piled up like mountains, and no one is taking them. Lin Yao walked behind Michael's chair and glanced at the lopsided buy-sell ratio. The buy orders section was empty, the number glaringly 0. On the sell side, the chips piled up were so heavy that even the system's display progress bar froze. David pulled over a high stool, and Lin Yao sat down accordingly. They think that as long as they buy with their eyes closed, the price will rise, Lin Yao scoffed. The money borrowed must eventually be repaid. These people can't even calculate the most basic accounts. Watanabe, Kinta stumbled out from the corner of the hall and hurried to Lin Yao. The slap mark on his face had not faded, and now his complexion was whiter than paper. Boss, the central bank is after the lives of the Yamato people. Watanabe's teeth chattered. Those retail investors who mortgage their properties to speculate in stocks will all jump off buildings once the funding chain is cut. What does that have to do with us? Lin Yao turned his head and shot him a glance. Watanabe felt a chill run through him at that glance, swallowing the rest of his words. In his life as a speculator, it was his first time witnessing the scene of the state machinery coming down to kill. Lin Yao gestured to David. David turned and walked over to the nearby liquor cabinet, retrieving a bottle of Dom Perignon champagne that had been chilled long ago. The cork popped open with a muffled sound. The pale golden liquid poured into 2 crystal champagne flutes, and fine bubbles surged from the bottom of the glass. David walked over with the tray and handed one glass to Lin Yao. Lin Yao shook the glass, watching the rising bubbles. The capital market doesn't believe in tears. Today is a good day to watch fireworks. He raised the glass to his lips and took a small sip. Michael stared at the data in front of him, his plump hand grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat. BOSS, those major tycoons must have received wind of this beforehand, and want they run away early. They can't escape, Lin Yao replied, placing his glass down and tapping his knuckles on the glass table. The water in the pool has been drained by the central bank. No matter how many chips they hold, if they can't sell, they're just worthless paper. Whoever runs slow will be buried at the bottom. Watanabe Kinta stared intently at the electronic wall clock. The red second hand ticked forward, striking like a hammer at his heart. It's 8:50. Watanabe swallowed nervously. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, making a gulping sound. There are 10 minutes until the market opens, and these people are still looking for a buyer. Lin Yao leaned back in his chair, took out a cigar cutter from his pocket, and leisurely cut off the cap of the cigar. It doesn't matter who they find. Even if a deity comes today, they can't save this market. David pulled out a match and struck it against the box. Lin Yao took a puff. The bluish-gray smoke spread in the dim light of the screen. He looked at the data-filled TV wall, the chill in his eyes deepening. He had laid this trap for half a year, pouring over $100 billion in cash as bait. Today was the time to reap blood from the net. Michael, have we set the closing line for our short positions? Lin Yao asked. It's set at a 30% decline to be closed in batches step by step. Michael reported loudly. Fully automated execution. As soon as it hits the red line, the system will immediately sweep the money into accounts in the Cayman Islands. Absolutely no chance for them to audit the accounts. Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction, his gaze returning to the electronic wall clock. There were only 3 minutes left until the market opened at 9 o'clock. The trading hall was so quiet that only the whirring of dozens of CPU fans could be heard. All the traders' fingers hovered above the keyboards. Their eyes were reddened by the screen's glow, like a pack of wolves starved for half a month staring at a sheep pen. Standing beside them, Watanabe's breathing grew heavier. Boss, do you really think today will break the market? Watanabe's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The frenzied bull of country RS economy had been running for almost 10 years. You know nothing of human nature. Lin Yao flicked the ash from his cigar. When everyone thinks they can get rich, that's when the guillotine falls. He looked at Watanabe's face, filled with panic. Just wait and see, they will trample their fellow countrymen underfoot to fight for a way out. The wall clock's numbers jumped to 8:59. There were only 60 seconds left. The air in all of Tokyo felt suffocatingly still. In various securities exchanges, the places were packed with stockholders with bloodshot eyes. Lin Yao raised his glass of champagne and stood up. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking this city that was prosperously sick. The sunlight reflected off the glass curtain walls, casting blinding spots of light. He gently swirled the high glass, and the pale golden liquid formed a perfect arc along the walls of the glass. Watanabe Kinta watched the time on the TV, swallowing nervously. There were only 10 seconds left until the market opened. 10, 9, 8. Lin Yao raised his glass, toasting to the sun outside the window. The countdown begins. A cold smile crept across Lin Yao's lips. Michael, prepare to collect the corpses. Just waiting for the opening bell, boss. Michael shouted loudly. 3, 2, 1, the market opens. David pressed his palm down on the table, coldly announcing. The heavy old bronze bell of the Tokyo Stock Exchange rang out. The sound spread through every financial street via the broadcast, a sound that usually signified the floodgates of wealth opening. Yet today this sound felt like a death knell. The electronic screens on the trading hall's wall flickered simultaneously. Immediately after, a blindingly ghastly green cascaded down like a waterfall. In the rules of our country's stock market, red means an increase while green means a decrease. At this moment, the screen held not a glimmer of red light, the Nikkei index drawing a bizarre green line that plunged vertically at a 90-degree angle. It's hit the limit down. The entire line has hit the limit down. Michael sprang up from his swivel chair, knocking over half a cup of iced coffee beside him. The brown liquid dripped down the edge of the table, and he didn't even glance at it. His pudgy hands frantically pounded the keyboard, pulling up the trading details of major weighted stocks. Boss, look. Sana Bank, Sumitomo Realty, Nomura Securities, all pinned down at the limit down. Michael's finger trembled as he pointed at the screen, the number of sell orders displayed overwhelming to the eyes. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of sell orders piled up like a collapsed iceberg. And in the buying column, it was completely empty. Not a single number, just stark zeros. Watanabe Kinta's legs went weak, and he directly knelt on the Persian carpeted floor. He clutched his hair tightly, his meticulously combed back hairstyle now a mess. No buying orders. Not even a single retail investor to take over. Watanabe muttered to himself, his teeth chattering. Where are those wealthy folks who were clamoring to buy up country yesterday? Where did they go? Lin Yao held a glass of Dom Perignon champagne, taking a gentle sip. The pale golden liquid rolled down his throat as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the street below. Where did they go? They're all outside, queuing to sell. Lin Yao pointed at the street corner below. The entrances of several large securities offices in Shinjuku had long been overcrowded. Managers in suits and housewives with shopping baskets were caught in a struggle. The security line drawn by the guards was as good as non-existent, and the glass doors were violently smashed by the frenzied crowd. Sell. Sell all the stocks of Mitsui Realty. A wailing shout echoed from a loudspeaker on the street. As long as it can be sold, even at the limit down price. I'll kneel for you all. Desperation spread through the city like a plague. Those young tycoons who had been popping champagne in Ginza the night before were now huddled in their offices, frantically calling for help. The phone lines were already filled, and the credit manager at the bank simply yanked out the phone line and hid in the restroom. As soon as the decree to limit real estate loans was issued, the funds evaporated instantly. With no money coming in, who would take on those exorbitant stakes? Liquidity has dried up. David walked over to Lin Yao's side, watching the crowd outside that was crashing about like headless flies. He drew the tactical dagger from his waist, spun it around his fingertips, and then put it back. This avalanche left no cushion. They will all crash to the bottom. Michael yelled from across the room. Boss, our short positions in the offshore accounts are starting to settle. In the lower right corner of the large screen, a string of numbers representing profits appeared. The green numbers in the Tokyo stock market indicated a decline, but in Lin Yao's short account, they represented a fortune. 10 million, 20 million, 50 million. The speed of the numbers rolling was faster than a stopwatch, so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it. With each jump, it meant a colossal sum of $10 million was flowing into a Swiss bank. This was the marrow literally extracted from the bones of the Yamato nation. Watanabe Kinta climbed up from the ground, scrambling to the front of the screen. He pressed against the heated monitor, his eyes red like a rabbit. We're going to make a fortune. Boss, we've drained all the money from Tokyo. Watanabe laughed and cried, tears mingling with sweat as they flowed down. Those tycoons who looked down on us before, now they've lost their underpants. Lin Yao turned around, the faint green light from the screen illuminating the side of his face. It outlined his cold, hard jawline, and there was no trace of pity in his eyes. And this is just half an hour into the market opening. Lin Yao walked over to the sofa and sat down, crossing his legs. They still hold many real estate mortgage contracts. When the banks start forced liquidations, that will be the real show. Michael's hands halted on the keyboard as he gazed at the now completely silent market. No one was buying, nor was anyone selling. All the sell orders hung in midair, turning into a pile of waste paper. Boss, our profit has already exceeded $3 billion. Michael swallowed hard, his voice soft, afraid to shatter that number. Should we continue to hang short positions to pressure? No need to hang anymore. Lin Yao shook his head. He placed his glass on the coffee table. The corpses are already cold, adding more knives would be wasting bullets. The soundproofing of this building in Ginza was excellent. When the door was closed, the cries from outside were blocked by the glass curtain wall. But despair was something that bulletproof glass could not stop. Just as Lin Yao picked up his solid gold lighter to light a cigar, a shadow suddenly flashed outside the window. It was as fast as a wingless bird crashing down from the sky. Then bang! A muffled thud echoed from downstairs. The sound was not loud, but it carried the sticky sensation of a watermelon smashing onto concrete. Even the office floor trembled slightly. Watanabe Kinta shuddered in fear, dropping the pen in his hand straight. Michael suddenly turned to look at David. David said nothing, taking a few steps to the floor-to-ceiling window, and single-handedly pulled the blinds open to look down. From the 33rd floor, looking down, the people below resembled ants. But the pool of blood rapidly spreading on the street in front of the building was glaringly red. A man in a high-end suit lay in the pool of blood, his limbs twisted at an odd angle. A sharp scream erupted from the street. Several passing office workers collapsed in fear, rolling and crawling to hide to the side. Someone jumped off the building. David lowered the blinds, his expression as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. He turned to look at Lin Yao. Boss, judging by the attire, he seems to be an executive from the trust company downstairs. Watanabe Kinta's legs trembled, and he clutched the edge of the table to avoid falling. His chubby face had turned a terrifying pale. This has begun. They couldn't even last half a day. Watanabe fished a handkerchief from his suit pocket, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead haphazardly. This is Chiodo Ward. That jump just now has completely opened the gates of hell. Lin Yao flicked open the lighter's lid, igniting the cigar with a click. He took a deep breath, the blue smoke swirling into circles around his fingertips. The sound of police sirens began to wail, coming closer from afar. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police's vehicles arrived late, setting up yellow caution tape. More calls were flooding into the president's office of to-do investment. The receptionist outside no longer dared to answer, and several landlines rang in unison. Boss, there's an internal call from a director at Sana Consortium. Michael pointed at one of the special lines flashing with a red light. Do we take it? Don't answer it. Lin Yao flicked the ash from his cigarette, not even glancing at the phone. Cut it off. They're only calling now to either borrow money or sell assets. Taking over now is just delivering a lifesaver to them. David walked over and yanked the phone line, the jarring ring instantly stopping. Lin Yao stood up and walked to the window where David had just been standing. A cleaner downstairs was using a high-pressure water gun to wash away the blood on the ground. But there was too much blood flowing down the drain. Great, no matter how much they washed, it couldn't be cleaned. Watanabe, go prepare the car. Lin Yao dusted off a bit of dust from his suit sleeve. Watanabe paused for a moment, stuttering to speak. Boss, it's all chaotic outside. There are crazy investors everywhere. Should we go out now? Just going out for a stroll to enjoy the scenery, Lin Yao said, placing the cigar in his mouth. David handed over a black custom trench coat, draping it over Lin Yao's shoulders. Boss, should we take a few more brothers? David asked in a deep voice. Lin Yao adjusted the coat and straightened the collar. Bring Ivan and the others, let's check on our spoils. Which spoils? David followed behind. Lin Yao pushed open the office door, his footsteps never stopping. Go to the headquarters of Yamaichi Securities and deliver a bell to the bankrupt chairman. Lin Yao pushed open the office door, his footsteps never faltering. Go to the headquarters of Shani Securities and deliver a clock to the bankrupt chairman. The corridor was covered with thick Persian carpets, and the leather shoes made no sound as they stepped on it. David pressed his hidden earpiece and lowered his voice into the collar microphone. Ivan, take a few men to clear the underground parking lot. The boss is about to leave. The elevator doors were gleaming, reflecting Lin Yao's cold jawline. Just as Lin Yao reached out to press the down button for the elevator, a blinding shadow suddenly flashed outside the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the corridor. The dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground came through the bulletproof glass, causing the floor beneath their feet to tremble slightly. Lin Yao withdrew his hand and turned towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window. David signaled to the bodyguard behind him and closely followed Lin Yao. Down on Financial Street, it had already turned into a boiling cauldron. The red and blue flashing police lights painted the dim street in vibrant colors. The person who had just fallen landed perfectly on the hood of a Rolls-Royce. The roof of the car was crushed in and blood streamed down the windshield. The sticky red liquid flowed along the car emblem and into the iron grate of the drain. This is already the third one, Watanabe Kinta said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. He dared not look down, focusing his gaze intently on the hem of Lin Yao's trench coat. Lin Yao stood with one hand in his pocket, looking down at this hell on earth. On the rooftop of the Sumitomo building across from him, the wind inflated the suits of several people. They flipped over the railing one by one, like queuing for a bento. There was no hesitation, no cries. The despair of bankruptcy turned these once high-flying financial elites into soulless meat chunks. Lin Yao squinted, his gaze fixating on a familiar figure on the terrace of the third floor across. There stood Matsumoto, the second young master of the Sanha Consortium, tightly gripping an empty bottle of whiskey. A few months ago at the racetrack, this second-generation heir had been pointing at Lin Yao's nose and yelling. Now his tie was in tatters and one of his shoes was missing. Matsumoto's face was turning the color of liver, and he frantically waved the empty bottle in the direction of the Tokyo Tower. From across the street, it was impossible to hear what he was shouting. But his twisted face pressed against the glass, tears mixed with mucus covering it. Boss, that guy seems to be begging us. David read the man's lip movements clearly. He sneered, rubbing his thumb against the handle of his tactical dagger. A few months ago, he was shouting to sink us. Now he wants to bow down to us. The bottle in Matsumoto's hand smashed against the railing, shattering into pieces. He leaned out like a kite with a broken string plunging straight down towards the concrete ground. Bang! Another blinding splash of blood erupted among the crowd. The crowd below erupted in piercing screams, and countless people covered their heads, fleeing chaotically on the street. Lin Yao pulled a cigar box from his trench coat pocket, taking out a cigar and biting it. David immediately took out a windproof lighter and leaned in to light it. The bluish-gray smoke spread in the cold air of the corridor. Lin Yao took a deep drag, the intense spiciness of the cigar rolling in his chest. He exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze crossing the fallen bodies to look towards the Tokyo Tower in the distance. These people have earned dirty money for decades. It's high time they spit out their bones. Lin Yao's voice had no fluctuations, cold as the blade of a knife on a winter night. Watanabe Kinta leaned against the wall, his legs shaking. He swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing with a dry sound. Boss, are we really just going to watch this? Lin Yao turned his head, casting a cold glance at him. Watanabe felt like he had fallen into an ice cave at that glance, and quickly lowered his head. Capital does not believe in tears. Lin Yao flicked the ash from the cigar held between his fingers. Today is a good day to watch fireworks. We are only responsible for watching the show and not for collecting the bodies. David added with a cold face. Anyone who shows mercy and takes over will be the ones lying downstairs tomorrow. Watanabe nodded repeatedly, wiping the cold sweat from his face again and again with a handkerchief. At that moment, the display screen of the VIP elevator suddenly began to flash wildly. The numbers shot up from the first floor and finally stopped with a ding on the 33rd floor. Ivan and several mercenaries immediately spread out, lifting the hidden submachine guns from under their trench coats, aiming at the elevator door. David stepped forward, blocking Lin Yao. The metal doors slowly slid open. A strong smell of blood mixed with the scent of high-end perfume rushed out. An elderly man covered in blood staggered out of the elevator. His high-end tailored suit was torn in several places, and his collar was soaked in blood. That aged face was covered in dust, and his glasses had one lens broken, hanging limply on his nose. This man was none other than Hirano, the chairman of Shawnee Securities, one of the 4 major securities firms in our country. Hirano stumbled over the carpet, crashing heavily in front of Lin Yao. He ignored the pain, scrambling forward with hands and feet for 2 steps. Mr. Lin, Boss Lin. Hirano's voice was like a rusty bellows, hoarse and unpleasant. He extended his blood-stained hand, gripping Lin Yao's trench coat tightly. David frowned and raised his leg, preparing to kick him away. Lin Yao raised his hand, stopping David's action. He looked down at this once mighty figure in our country's financial sector. Hirano shivered in pain, but dared not let go. Help me. Boss Lin, help me. Hirano banged his head heavily against the Persian carpet, making a muffled thud. Ash fall on Hirano's. Hirano shivered in pain, but dared not let go. Help me. Boss Lin, help me. Hirano banged his head heavily against the Persian carpet, making a muffled thud. The funding chain of Shawnee Securities has broken. The investors outside want to devour us alive. He raised his head as one good eye filled with pleading light. All the officials from the Ministry of Finance have hidden eye right now. Only you have cash in Tokyo. Hirano gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. As long as you are willing to invest, you can set any condition. I will give you half of Shawnee Securities shares. Lin Yao chuckled coldly. He lifted Hirano's chin with the tip of his shiny leather shoe. Half of the shares. Lin Yao's tone was full of mockery. What will you use to cover the hundreds of billions in bad debt on your books? Hirano gritted his teeth, tears mixed with blood flowing down his face. We still have several buildings in Chiyoda and a large client base. As long as you lend me $5 billion to bridge the gap, I promise to pay you back with interest. Lin Yao removed his shoe and Hirano's chin fell heavily onto the carpet. David, did you hear what he shouted just now? David's face remained cold as he toyed with the dagger in his hand. I heard it, boss. He wants to exchange a pile of worthless paper for our real gold and silver. Ivan scoffed nearby, lowering the muzzle of his gun. Hirano's body trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind. He looked desperately at Lin Yao's emotionless face. Boss Lin, you can't just stand by and do nothing. If Shawnee Securities collapses, tens of thousands will be unemployed. Lin Yao, holding the cigar, slowly squatted down. He brought the burning cigar close to Hirano's face, the scorching heat, making Hirano instinctively shrink back. Tens of thousands unemployed, and the Ministry of Finance doesn't care. Why should I, an outsider, worry about it? Lin Yao's voice was kept very low, yet every word was like a knife. When you all banded together to inflate the land prices, did you think about the ordinary people who couldn't afford homes? Now that the bubble has burst, you want me to be the scapegoat to cover for you. Lin Yao stuffed the cigar into Hirano's shirt. The spark instantly burned through the high-grade fabric, releasing a burnt smell. Hirano let out a miserable scream, frantically slapping at his chest. Lin Yao stood up, adjusting the wrinkled hem of his trench coat. As for your little client base, I will naturally spend money to buy it when you go bankrupt and liquidate. As for your head on the chopping block, leave it for those investors to vent their anger. Lin Yao turned and strode towards another exclusive elevator nearby. Throw him down, don't dirty my carpet. Ivan stepped forward, grabbing the back of Hirano's collar with one hand and dragging him out like a dead dog. Hirano struggled desperately, his hands leaving 2 bloody streaks on the smooth floor. Lin Yao, you will not have a good end. You are eating human blood buns. Hirano's shrill curses echoed in the corridor. Lin Yao stepped into the elevator, and David pressed the button for the first floor. The metal doors slowly closed, completely isolating the noisy cries outside. The elevator descended smoothly. Lin Yao looked at the gleaming walls of the cabin. Tell Michael to get ready to sweep up the stocks, Lin Yao said coldly. David nodded, his finger pressed against the earpiece. Boss, which company should we sweep first? A cold light flashed in Lin Yao's eyes. I want every last bit of those financial tycoons who just jumped down. Not a single penny should be left. The elevator door slid open with a ding on both sides. The glaring red and blue lights from the police sirens flashed through the glass doors of the lobby, casting reflections on the floor. Lin Yao stepped out of the elevator with long strides, the sound of his leather shoes echoing on the marble floor. The lobby was already in chaos, with several security guards holding the glass doors shut. Outside were stockholders with red-rimmed eyes holding torn stock subscription papers, desperately banging their heads against the glass. Ivan was dragging Ping Yi by the collar like pulling a dead dog toward a side door. Hearing the noise from the elevator, Ping Yi suddenly raised his head, his one good eye bulging out of its socket. He didn't know where his strength came from, but he kicked against the doorframe and forcibly broke free from Ivan's grip. Boss Lin. Ping Yi rolled and crawled over his knees, scraping the marble floor and leaving 2 bloody marks. He clutched Lin Yao's leather shoes tightly, tears and snot smearing the polished surface. David's expression turned cold as he lifted his leg to kick. Lin Yao raised his hand to stop David, looking down at the bloodied old man at his feet. President Ping Yi, what act are you putting on now? Lin Yao said, holding a cigar, ash falling on Ping Yi's neck. The burning ash stung Ping Yi, but he refused to let go. Shawnee Securities cannot go bankrupt. Ping Yi banged his forehead on the floor, producing dull thuds, instantly bruising his forehead. We have a century-old reputation and hold the largest number of retail investors in all of our country. He looked up, his face smeared with sticky blood and sweat. The Treasury abandoned us, and all the major financial groups are scrambling for escape routes. No one is willing to lend us a hand. As long as you invest, I am willing to give up 80 of the company's control. Lin Yao said nothing, merely watching him squirm at his feet like a piece of mud. The sirens outside grew increasingly shrill as ambulances took away one warm corpse after another. 80% control. Lin Yao smirked coldly. Ping Yi, are you really trying to trade a pile of bad debts for my dollars, thinking I'm a charity? He lifted his right foot and unceremoniously stepped on Ping Yi's shoulder, giving it a slight kick. Ping Yi let out a muffled grunt, tumbling backward and landing awkwardly on the floor. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, his eyes filled with despair. Mr. Lin, if you do nothing, those madmen outside will tear me to pieces. David. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke. David immediately pulled out a folded document from his inner suit pocket and slapped it onto Ping Yi's chest. Ping Yi trembled as he raised the document, a corner stained with his own blood. Squinting, he could make out the title, Core Asset Acquisition Agreement of Shawnee Securities. You were prepared all along. Ping Yi's lips quivered. He quickly scanned the acquisition amount column and his breath suddenly hitched. Ping Yi shot up, crumpling the document into a ball, his eyes filled with red veins. $1. His voice was shrill, echoing like a wailing ghost in the empty lobby. We have 160 branches under Shawnee Securities and over 2,000 employees. You want to acquire us for $1. This is an insult to the financial community of the Yamato people. Lin Yao stepped forward, his leather shoe crushing down on Ping Yi's hand, grinding it twice with force. The sound of bones grinding was painfully grating. Insult. Lin Yao leaned down, staring at Ping Yi's twisted face. You have concealed losses of 300 billion yen on your books, and this bad debt will be exposed tomorrow. By then, Shawnee's stock will be worth less than toilet paper. Lin Yao straightened up, popping the cigar back in his mouth. I'll buy your core customer list for $1, and you can keep the rest of the bad debts and employees to pay off slowly. Ping Yi felt drained, collapsing onto the floor. A century-old enterprise in the mouth of this Chinese man was worth only a single coin. I want sign. Ping Yi gritted his teeth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. If I sign this, I'll be the eternal sinner of Shawnee. Lin Yao ignored him, turning to David and snapping his fingers. Ivan, throw him out the door. Let those destitute stockholders outside give this sinner a proper welcome. Ivan grinned, revealing his pearly. He strode over, grabbing Ping Yi by the collar like picking up a chick, and headed for the glass doors. The crowd outside saw Ping Yi's face and instantly erupted, hurling bricks at the glass. That's an executive. Kill him. The roar from outside pierced through the glass. With a bang, a pane shattered like the fear of death instantly shattered Ping Yi's last psychological defense. I'll sign. I'll sign. He clung to Ivan's legs, crying uncontrollably. Boss Lin, I'll sign. Give me a pen. David walked over, flattening the crumpled contract and tossing a pen in front of Ping Yi. Ping Yi trembled as he grabbed the pen, scribbling chaotic ink stains on the paper before signing his name. He bit his finger and pressed a bloody handprint heavily on the signature line. At the moment he completed the signature, he collapsed onto the contract, crying like a child who had lost his parents. David snatched the contract away, checked it for accuracy, and handed it to Lin Yao. Lin Yao took the contract, folded it twice, and stuffed it into his coat pocket. He pulled a $1 coin from his suit pocket and flicked it with his finger. The coin flipped in the air, making a crisp metallic sound, landing precisely in front of Ping Yi. This deal is done, President Ping Yi. Lin Yao raised his foot, stepping directly on Ping Yi's broad back. He used Ping Yi like a footstool to adjust. Ping Yi humiliatedly closed his eyes, tears flowing into his mouth, tasting salty and bitter. David, how is the consolidation of funds in the account going? Lin Yao, standing on the bankrupt magnate beneath him, spoke, casually, as if asking what to have for dinner. David took out a secured mobile terminal and tapped the screen a few times. Boss, the profits from the shorts we just closed have all arrived. David handed the screen to Lin Yao. It displayed a dizzying string of numbers at least 11 digits long. After deducting all bridge interests and leverage costs, the net profit was $62 billion. In this era, this amount of money could buy the lifelines of several small countries. Lin Yao glanced at the screen, a satisfied smile curling his lips. He suddenly exerted force with his foot, causing Ping Yi to emit a pained grunt, as if a rib had cracked. This is just an appetizer. Lin Yao spat the cigarette, but on the carpet, grinding it out with his shoe. Now all the quality assets in the market have become rock-bottom prices. The office buildings in Chiyoda, Sony's production lines, Mitsubishi's heavy industry patents are all waiting for us to pick them up. Ivan was beside him, cleaning his gun, his face filled with barely contained excitement. Boss, the brothers can't hold it in any longer. This trip to Tokyo has been exhilarating. Lin Yao withdrew his foot, stepping over Ping Yi's mud-like body. The riot outside the lobby escalated, and the riot police had begun to enter to suppress it. The high-pressure water jets from the water cannons sent stockholders tumbling, with scattered shoes and broken glass littered across the street. The entire sky over Tokyo was shrouded in a haze, no longer showing any signs of prosperity. The economic empire built on bubble dreams finally turned to ashes today. Watanabe Kinta ran down from upstairs, clutching a brick-sized mobile phone. Boss, Miss Mitsui Sakura is on a direct line. Watanabe was out of breath as he handed the phone over. Lin Yao took the call and held it to his ear. On the other end, Sakura's rapid breathing could be heard, along with the faint sound of shattering glass in the background. Mr. Lin, the Mitsui family's internal collapse has occurred. Sakura's voice trembled slightly, unable to hide her fear. The collateral in those old fellows' hands has all exploded, and the bank just forcibly took control of the headquarters building. They are now forcing me to take the blame and resign. Lin Yao leaned against the glass door, watching the stockholders being blasted down by the water cannons outside. Let them take the blame themselves. Lin Yao's voice was low but carried an aura of dominance over life and death. You need to come down now. My car is waiting for you at the intersection. Sakura paused for a moment, her breath hitching. You? Where are you taking me? To attend their funeral? Lin Yao chuckled lightly. He tossed the phone to Watanabe and adjusted the collar of his coat. At this moment, Lin Yao held hundreds of billions of dollars in cash, like a god in the business world of her country. Those bankrupt magnates had all become the fish on his chopping board. Lin Yao glanced back at David, his gaze sharp. David. Yes, boss. Lin Yao extended his hand, pointing at the chaotic financial street outside the window. The ultimate bottom-hunting massacre begins now. David nodded, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Boss, which territory are we going to seize first? David tucked the pistol back into the tactical holster at his waist, the belt buckle emitting a crisp metallic click. He took a half step forward, standing behind Lin Yao. Boss, which territory are we going to seize first? Lin Yao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips pinching a half-burnt Cuban cigar. The grayish smoke swirled in front of the bulletproof glass. He raised his hand, pointing through the glass towards the towering office buildings in the distance. Let's first take down the chip strongholds of Mitsubishi and Toshiba. David immediately straightened his back and turned to make a tactical gesture to the bodyguard outside the door. Ivan, grab your gear, it's time to get to work. The corridor was suddenly filled with the sound of military boots hitting the ground. 2 hours later, at the headquarters of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in Chiyoda, the once glamorous lobby was now in disarray, with the security uniforms torn to shreds. They huddled in the corners, watching these demons without daring to breathe. Ivan, accompanied by a dozen fully armed mercenaries, smashed open the oak door to the top-floor conference room with their gun butts. Wood chips flew, striking the expensive leather sofas. Takahashi, the head of Mitsubishi's semiconductor business, was tugging at his sparse hair with both hands. He stared blankly at the bank's collection notice on the table. The loud crash of the door being kicked open startled him, causing him to spring up from his chair, his knee hitting the edge of the table hard. Who are you? This is Mitsubishi's headquarters. Takahashi shouted with a fierce facade, his hand nervously pressing down on the telephone receiver. David walked over, yanked the phone line out, and tossed the receiver onto the carpet. Lin Yao stepped in, stepping on the scattered wooden pieces, his leather shoes making a crisp sound. He tossed a letter of intent for acquisition into Takahashi's face. The papers scattered everywhere, and Takahashi looked down to see the numbers on them, his eyelids twitching wildly. 1%. Do you take us for beggars? Takahashi's face turned red as he slammed his fist on the table. This is the core asset of the empire of our. You can't even buy the shell of the lithography machine in the lab for 1%. Lin Yao pulled over a chair and sat down, crossing his legs. 1% is the current price. If you say another word, ITLL drop to 0.5%. He raised his hand, pointing at the bankrupt bosses still lining up outside the window. Your bridge loan is due by 3 o'clock this afternoon. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist spraying directly onto Takahashi's face. If you can't fill this 50 billion yen whole Mitsubishi shares will collapse completely tomorrow. At that time you won't even have the qualification to stand here and talk to me. You'll just have to line up on the rooftop for a number. Takahashi's chest heaved violently, cold sweat dripping from his chin onto his tie. He bit down on his back teeth, the veins in his neck bulging. Mitsubishi has deep roots. The Ministry of Finance won't let us fall, or we can borrow from other banks. Other banks? Lin Yao sneered. He turned to glance at David. David pulled out a brick-sized mobile phone and tossed it onto the desk. You can call them right now. David glared at Takahashi, his hand resting on the handle of his tactical dagger. Look around Tokyo. Which bank would dare to lend to you vampires at this critical juncture? Takahashi trembled as he picked up the phone, dialing the private number of the president of Samo Bank. A cold, busy tone came from the receiver. Not believing in evil, he dialed the direct line of Sumitomo Bank. Still busy. Takahashi's hands shook so much that he could barely hold the receiver, and it fell with a thud onto the desk. Lin Yao stood up, adjusting the hem of his trench coat. Ivan, since Mr. Takahashi is unwilling to sell, we will leave. He turned and walked towards the conference room's door without looking back. Go check on Toshiba. I've heard their president is already writing his will. As Lin Yao's foot was about to cross the threshold, Takahashi's psychological defenses completely crumbled. Wait. Takahashi fell to his knees with a thud, gripping the edge of the table tightly with both hands. Ill sign. Ill sign. He crawled over to pick up the letter of intent, grabbing the pen from the table. The pen tip scratched the paper, leaving a messy ink mark. After signing, Takahashi collapsed onto the carpet. Lin Yao exchanged a glance with David. David stepped forward to collect the documents, confirming their accuracy before stuffing them into his briefcase. If you had signed earlier, we wouldn't have wasted everyone's time. Ivan mockingly whistled. For the next half-day, Lin Yao led his team to sweep through Chiyoda and Minato. Under the avalanche, all assets were plummeting in value. Those tycoon presidents who usually looked down on others were now lining up outside Lin Yao's temporary office. They held the transfer agreements for core technologies, hoping to exchange a bit of cash for survival from Lin Yao. The president of Toshiba bent low, handing over the documents with both hands above his head. Mr. Lin, all of Toshiba's flash memory patents are here. Lin Yao leaned back in his boss chair, not even glancing at them directly, letting the legal team beside him take over to verify. The money will be wired to your overseas accounts. Lin Yao waved his hand. Next, the representative from Hitachi, wiping sweat, walked in and placed a thick stack of technical drawings on the table. Mr. Lin, this is our latest semiconductor material formula. Can we negotiate the price further? Lin Yao tapped the table, and the head of legal immediately halved the original price. The representative glanced at the price that was blood-curdling, and tears immediately fell. He trembled as he picked up the pen, closing his eyes to sign. Not selling. Tomorrow's bank collection notice could drive his entire family to jump off a building. In this Tokyo filled with whales, the dollars in Lin Yao's hands were the only lifeline. By evening, at the top of the East Capital Investment Building, the sky outside had already darkened. The entire city had lost its former brilliance, resembling a lifeless tomb. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Michael rushed in, clutching a thick stack of documents, bursting open the office door. He was out of breath, drenched in sweat. One of the buttons on his shirt had popped open, revealing the white flab underneath. Boss. Michael slammed the stack of documents onto the desk. He swallowed hard as atoms, apple bobbing, his eyes gleaming with greed. We've got hold of the lifeblood of the Yamato. Michael pointed at the transfer documents, stamped with steel seals. All the top-notch lithography technology, semiconductor material formulas, and chip architecture patents in our country are in our hands. Lin Yao flipped open the top document, scanning the technical parameters on it. The dense Japanese and English technical terms on the paper represented the key to technological hegemony for the next 30 years. He closed the document, a cold and fierce smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Go prepare the private jet. The sound of military boots striking the ground had not yet completely faded in the corridor. The double doors of the CEO's office were violently shoved open by someone's shoulder. Michael rushed in, clutching a stack of brown paper document bags that stood half a meter high like a charging brown bear. He slammed the bags down heavily on Lin Yao's wide oak desk. The tremendous force caused the coffee cup at the corner of the desk to shake, splattering a few drops of brown liquid onto the desk mat. Michael undid the top two buttons of his shirt, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped from his double chin, splattering onto the solid wood surface. Boss, the stubborn old demers at Mitsubishi and Toshiba can't hold out anymore. Ivan slammed the gun down on their desk, and all those core semiconductor patents came tumbling out. Lin Yao leaned back against the leather chair, holding a half cigar between his fingers. He leisurely leaned forward, untying the cord of the top document bag. He pulled out a thick stack of Japanese technical drawings and authorization letters. The prototype technology for lithography light sources, the underlying architecture design for chips, and the top-secret formula for purifying semiconductor silicon. These items, which could choke the throat of global technology for the next 30 years, were laid out before him like a pile of waste paper. Lin Yao exhaled a ring of green smoke, his finger tracing the edges of the papers, emitting a cold laugh. These our country folks would never dream that the lifeblood they painstakingly developed with hundreds of billions in research funding would fall so cheaply into our hands. This is the flash memory technology that Toshiba hasn't made public yet, along with Mitsubishi's underlying code for microprocessors. They originally planned to use these to seize the North American market next year. Lin Yao tossed the drawings back onto the desk. They won't have a next year. If they can't even save their lives, what good is their lifeblood? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of chaotic high heels came from outside the door. The office door was pushed open again. Mitsui Sakura stumbled in her steps, unsteady. Her usually meticulously styled long hair was now a tangled mess, with a few strands stuck to her pale cheeks from cold sweat. The expensive Chanel haute couture coat she wore was smeared with spots of dark red blood. A piece of the collar had been torn, exposing her fair collarbone, a result of being shoved by frenzied shareholders downstairs. The heel of Sakura's right high-heeled shoe was broken, and she simply kicked off her shoes, stepping barefoot onto the thick Persian carpet. She leaned against the door frame, gasping for air, her chest heaving violently. Looking at Lin Yao, who sat behind the desk, Sakura's legs gave way, and she knelt down directly on the carpet. Lin Yao bit down on his cigar, his gaze sweeping over her disheveled appearance. Sakura covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. It's all gone. Completely gone. She lifted her head, her eye sockets frighteningly red, filled with blood vessels. The old folks from the Mitsui family couldn't fill the gap for the bridge loan and were cornered by debt collectors on the top floor. They just queued up and jumped off the building, blood splattering everywhere, even on my clothes. Those family elders who had once looked down on her. In the moment the funding chain broke, they were as fragile as a piece of thin paper. The century-long legacy of the Mitsui conglomerate was completely reduced to nothing in this man-made avalanche. Lin Yao flicked the ash off his cigar, watching the gray-white ash fall into the crystal ashtray. He opened the drawer on his right side and took out several files he had prepared long ago. With a bang, Lin Yao threw the documents directly onto the carpet in front of Sakura. Take a look. His voice was cold. Sakura trembled as she picked up the few documents. These were several real estate companies located on the outskirts of the harbor area, which the Mitsui family had originally looked down upon as peripheral assets. But now in this devastated Tokyo, these companies without huge leverage had become the only net assets. I am now transferring control of these companies to you. Lin Yao stood up, walked in front of Sakura, looking down at her. Those old folks died at just the right time, saving me the trouble of cleaning them up. Haven't you always wanted to hold power yourself? Today I'll make it happen for you. Sakura's fingers gripping the document. She raised her head, looking at the man who had single-handedly destroyed the Mitsui family. Go back and clean up this mess, reorganize the Mitsui family. From today on, you are no longer the lofty heiress of a financial conglomerate in our country. Lin Yao used the tip of his shiny leather shoe to lift Sakura's chin, forcing her to look directly into his eyes. You are my dog raised in Tokyo. Whoever I tell you to bite, you will bite. Did you understand? Sakura's eyelashes trembled, tears sliding down the corners of her eyes, splattering onto the carpet. She did not resist, nor did she scream. After witnessing Lin Yao's ability to turn clouds into rain, all that remained in her heart was awe and complete submission. She buried her head deeply into the carpet, her forehead touching the edge of Lin Yao's leather shoe. Sakura understands. Her voice was hoarse and submissive. From now on, the Mitsui family will only heed the commands of the master. Lin Yao withdrew his foot with satisfaction. He turned to Michael, who was still wiping sweat with a handkerchief nearby. Go bring in those legal and packing teams from outside. Lin Yao pointed at the pile of semiconductor patent documents on the table. Pack all these things into the highest-grade magnetic-proof safe and seal it. Michael nodded, repeatedly stuffing the handkerchief back into his pocket. Boss, are we going to keep these things in Tokyo for our own production? Keep them in Tokyo and wait for them to recover, and Lin Yao snorted coldly. All of it will be transported back to Hong Kong. Lin Yao walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the gray sky outside. The economic bubble of Tokyo had already been burst by him, and the 30 years of loss were about to begin. These semiconductor technologies left in our country would only mold alongside them. Transported back to Hong Kong, that would be his strongest trump card for establishing a global technological hegemony in the future. Notify the security team, armed escort, 24 hours a day. Lin Yao looked at the flashing police lights downstairs and instructed. Once it reaches Hong Kong, lock it directly in the underground vault of HSBC. Without my password, anyone who dares to touch it will have their hands broken. Understood. Michael turned and ran out of the office to make arrangements, holding the document bags. The sound of metal wheels scraping against the floor came from the corridor. David walked in steadily, carrying a specially made safe with silver edges. Mud from outside was still on his leather shoes. He had just personally supervised the last step of the transfer. David shut the office door behind him and placed the safe flat on the coffee table. Click, click, the latches popped open. Inside was a heavy encrypted satellite terminal. Boss. David turned on the screen and tapped the edges a few times. All the funds have been cleaned and the traces of the offshore accounts have been wiped clean. Lin Yao pulled out a pair of black sunglasses from his coat pocket and casually perched them on his nose. He turned around, the lenses blocking the sharp light in his eyes. Is the accounting complete? David nodded, turning the screen towards Lin Yao. The blood of Tokyo has been completely drained by us. Lin Yao adjusted his cuff. David's fingers glided across the terminal screen. The long string of numbers adorned with dollar signs made even this blood-soaked mercenary feel dizzy. He swallowed hard, his atoms, apple bobbing visibly. Boss, all the accounts have been settled to the last detail. David flipped the terminal screen over, steadying it in his palm. Including the profits from our short positions closed at a high, along with the semiconductor core assets bought at rock-bottom prices during the chaos. David took a deep breath, his voice low, yet betraying an uncontainable tremor. Let's also account for the hidden leverage positions under offshore shell companies. The total amount has surpassed $3 trillion. Lin Yao leaned against the edge of the desk, tapping his fingertips lightly on the bulletproof surface. 3 trillion. Lin Yao's lips parted slightly as he repeated the figure. This was not 3 trillion yen, but 3 trillion greenback dollars. This sum was enough to buy up half of Europe's top financial magnates, and now it lay quietly in his account. The national fortune built by the Yamato people over 30 years has all been consolidated into our hands. David closed the terminal with a sharp snap. Even if those people sell their blood, they won't be able to fill this hole even if they went back 20 years. Lin Yao scoffed, adjusting his sunglasses as David's cold face reflected in the lenses. The bubble was blown by them. I simply handed them the needle. He stood up, tugging at the collar of his trench coat. Tell Michael to be quick about it, to wash this 3 trillion in batches into the deep waters of the Cayman Islands. No matter how the bureaucrats in the Ministry of Finance investigate, I want them to find even a shadow of a coin. David nodded, stuffing the terminal into his tactical pocket. Don't worry, boss. 500 accounts in a chain hedge. The funds will be more concealed than rats in the sewer. Let's go, the show is over. It's time to head back to Shanjiang. Lin Yao strode forward, heading towards the double doors of the office. At the end of the corridor, the elevator doors stood open. Ivan and several fully armed bodyguards had already cleared the building's security passage. The elevator descended smoothly with only a slight sensation of weightlessness inside the metallic cabin. The glass doors of the lobby slid open and the cold air rushed in instantly. Lin Yao stepped out of the Dongdu investment building, his leather shoes crunching on the paper-strewn street. The once opulent Ginza now resembled a post-war refugee camp. The sidewalk was filled with men in tattered suits, some clutching empty bottles, their eyes vacant. A financial analyst who once pointed the way on television was kneeling beside a trash can, rummaging for leftover rice balls. Not far away on the overpass, riot police were pulling a housewife who was about to jump down. Her heart-wrenching cries sliced through the cold wind, reaching Lin Yao's ears. The rooftop can't hold anyone, and the streets are filled with bankrupt bosses sleeping on the ground. Watanabe Kenta jogged up from behind, wiping the sweat from his brow, his back bent almost to his knees. Boss, just now hundreds of stockholders tried to storm our building, but Ivan's men broke their legs and threw them out. Lin Yao didn't even glance at the wailing failures, striding straight towards the bulletproof Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside. Keep an eye on your plate. Lin Yao opened the car door and turned back, coldly glaring at Watanabe Kenta. From now on in this wasteland, you are the only owner. Those financial magnates who haven't died off yet keep squeezing them dry. Watanabe Kenta nodded vigorously, his jowls crumpling together as he smiled like a daisy. Boss, you can rest assured. I've dispatched someone to keep an eye on Mitsui Sakura to ensure she behaves like a good dog. Contact me through the encrypted line if anything comes up. Lin Yao bent down to sit in the back seat. The car door slammed shut with a bang, cutting off all the noise and cries from outside. David slid into the driver's seat, expertly starting the car. The convoy surged out of the financial district, 6 black modified SUVs escorting the Rolls-Royce. Ahead of the convoy were 4 police patrol cars flashing red and blue lights. The sirens pierced the air, causing vehicles along the way to scatter. The bankrupt citizens crowded on the roadside watched helplessly as the luxurious convoy roared past. They had no idea that the person sitting in that Rolls-Royce was the #1 culprit who had drained their lifeblood. The police here know how to behave. Lin Yao leaned against the leather seat, watching the police cars leading the way. You threw 2 boxes of cash their way, and the director would practically come personally to drive for you. David glanced at the rearview mirror, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. These cops only recognize money. As long as the money's right, they would even help us clear the dust if we demolish Tokyo Tower. Lin Yao pulled out a cigar box from his pocket and bit down on one. What's the situation over in Xianjiang? David pressed a crack in the car window, letting the cold wind disperse the stuffiness inside. Li Banqing and his old cronies have been jumping around quite happily lately, collaborating on some common area thing, causing the ordinary folks at the bottom to be furious. David paused, his gaze turning icy. And the HSBC on the British side has been probing our bottom line ever since we diverted a large amount of funds to our country. Let them jump. Lin Yao took out a pure gold lighter, flicking it open with a click. The blue smoke spread. Dropping $3 trillion would be enough to fill Victoria Harbor 3 times over. When I return, I will lay down the rules one by one for them. The convoy raced along, arriving at Narita International Airport in less than an hour. The airport's perimeter had long been cleared by Lin Yao's men. The Rolls-Royce drove directly onto the private tarmac where a massive Gulfstream business jet sat in the center of the runway. The engine of the plane rumbled low and the boarding stairs had already been lowered. Lin Yao pushed open the car door, tightening his black trench coat. The wind on the tarmac was strong, causing the edges of his coat to flap. David, carrying a suitcase filled with semiconductor core patents, followed closely behind Lin Yao. Just as Lin Yao was about to step onto the boarding stairs, hurried footsteps approached from the side. "Boss." Watanabe Kenta rubbed his hands together, running over with a fawning expression. He had rushed too quickly, almost slipping and falling flat, but managed to catch himself with both hands. Watanabe Kenta was followed by 4 bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses. Among these 4 burly men was a slender woman. The woman wore an oversized trench coat with a baseball cap pulled down over her head. She had a wide medical mask covering her face, revealing only her pair of eyes. Her eyes were filled with panic as she lowered her head, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The wind lifted the hem of her trench coat, exposing a slender pale calf. Lin Yao halted, turning to look at Watanabe Kenta. "What are you doing here? I told you to guard the Tokyo headquarters." Watanabe Kenta smiled apologetically, stepping closer and lowering his voice. "Boss, now that you're leaving, who knows when you'll return to inspect our country." He gestured to the 4 bodyguards. The bodyguards immediately dispersed, pushing the woman forward to Lin Yao. She stumbled underfoot, nearly falling to the ground, but David reached out to catch her. She clutched her trench coat tightly like a frightened rabbit. "Boss, I have a small gift prepared for you before boarding." Watanabe Kenta rubbed his hands together, grinning so widely that his facial flesh squished together. The wind swept across the tarmac, striking the bulletproof door of the Rolls-Royce. Lin Yao stood before the boarding ladder, his gaze fixed on the woman curled up in a ball. David stepped forward, hooking his finger around the strap of the woman's mask behind her ear and yanking it down. Beneath the mask, her face was devoid of color, with swollen eye sockets resembling crushed peach petals, and droplets of moisture clung to her eyelashes. This was Fukada Miko. Just a month ago, her face adorned giant posters at major subway stations in Tokyo. With the title of National First Love, she was basking in glory, receiving enough love letters daily to fill a truck. Now, however, she resembled unsold merchandise bundled up in an oversized trench coat and sent to the airport runway. "Boss, the people below are going to settle the debts of several bankrupt entertainment companies in the next few days." Watanabe Kenta rubbed his hands and moved a step closer, lowering his voice while wearing a smile to show off. "I happened to run into the boss of her agency, who was using people as collateral. That old fool had racked up debts from high-interest loans and was planning to send Miss Fukada to Kabukicho to serve drinks." Watanabe pointed at the few bodyguards in black behind him, who immediately released their grip on Micah's shoulder. "I figured this is the face of the Yamato people's first love. Sending her to such a place would be a disgrace." Watanabe's smile caused the flesh on his face to squish together. Why not spend a little money to buy out her debts and directly send her to the boss for entertainment? Fukada Miko bit her lip hard, even drawing blood, but refused to relent. She knew who the man standing in front of her was. He was the cold-blooded tyrant who had trampled the entire business world of country are underfoot over the past half-month. The newspapers were filled with reports of Dongdu Investments' malicious short-selling. She originally thought she would be tortured to death by those wealthy tycoons in a hostess club. Instead, she was suddenly shoved into a car by another group of men in black and taken straight to this private jet. A plaything of capitalists. Fukada Miko closed her eyes, tears slipping down her pale cheeks into her collar, awaiting her fate's final judgment. Lin Yao did not pinch her chin like those hasty tycoons. He lifted his hand, brushing his fingertips across her icy cheek. The strand of hair whipped by the wind was tucked behind her ear, gently, yet firmly. Fukada Miko shivered all over, suddenly opening her eyes. "Staying in such a sham company, aside from being drained, you're just there to settle debts. You are quite resilient." Lin Yao withdrew his hand, pulling up the collar of his black trench coat to shield against the cold wind on the tarmac. He turned and ascended the metallic steps of the boarding ladder, the sound of his leather shoes echoing crisply. When he reached the 3rd step, Lin Yao paused. He turned his head, looking down at her from above. "Come with me. Once we reach Xianjiang, no one will dare to make you serve drinks and wear a smiling face again." This statement, though small, was like a heavy hammer shattering the defense in Fukada Miko's heart. In this city that had already descended into hell, everyone was fighting for a morsel to eat. Everyday people in bankruptcy lined the streets to jump off, who cared about the survival of a fated star. Only this man who had destroyed Tokyo offered her a ticket to escape hell. Fukada Miko flung aside the corners of her trench coat, stepping in her worn-out flat shoes. She climbed the boarding ladder without looking back, closely following Lin Yao. Watanabe Kenta stood on the tarmac, watching the cabin door slowly close, exhaling a long breath. This thigh is completely secured now. Watanabe wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to wave at the bodyguards. "Go back and continue collecting debts, leave not a single cent for others." The Gulfstream private jet accelerated down the runway, the roar of the engines shattering the tranquility of Narita Airport. The aircraft tilted gracefully, shooting straight into the sky. The luxury inside the cabin was on par with a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. Fukada Miko was taken by the flight attendants to the rear lounge to freshen up and change clothes. Lin Yao sat in a spacious leather airline seat, his gaze passing through the window, watching the city beneath gradually shrink. The surface of Tokyo Bay glimmered coldly under the sunlight. That area, once a land of gold, was now reduced to a silent forest of steel. Trillions of dollars in wealth were stripped away like peeling silk. Along with it, the country's most advanced semiconductor core technology and its hottest female star were taken. This trip to country could be described as plucking feathers from a passing goose, leaving not a blade of grass behind. His reputation as a great collector was firmly established. Not only did he collect money and technology, but he also brought people into his fold. David walked over from the front bar holding a bottle of Lafite and 2 wine glasses. Boss, everyone is settled in. David placed the glasses on the walnut table, the dark red liquid pouring into the cups and clinging to the sides. That woman is quite obedient, or after taking a shower, she just sat quietly without asking a word. Lin Yao picked up the glass and gently swirled it. Smart women know when to keep their mouths shut. The plane broke through the clouds and dazzling sunlight spilled into the cabin. David did not rush to leave. He sat down in the seat opposite Lin Yao. He pulled out an encrypted satellite communicator from the pocket of his tactical vest. An urgent message just came from Xiangjiang. The situation has changed. David pushed the communicator to the center of the table, the screen displaying lines of garbled text. Lin Yao paused his drinking, his gaze landing on the screen. Are Li Banqing and his old foxes getting restless? It's not just the Chinese real estate developers. David snorted coldly, tapping twice on the table with his finger. Executives from HSBC have been frequently visiting the governor's office these days. It seems they've discovered our activities in country and fear we might take this huge sum back and flip the table. Lin Yao set down his wine glass, causing the liquid inside to ripple. What do they want to do? Kaitak Airport has been on full alert for half an hour now. David stared into Lin Yao's eyes. On the surface, it's a riot drill, but in reality, even armored vehicles have entered the tarmac. The governor's secretary is personally waiting at the end of the red carpet for our plane to land. Lin Yao picked up the pure gold lighter from the table, spinning it between his fingers. Those old British financial groups had held sway in Xinjiang for decades. They thought they could control all Chinese enterprises by holding the power of currency issuance. Now, seeing a well-fed deep-sea behemoth about to return home, they finally couldn't sit still. Making such a grand show, are they trying to probe my bottom line or give me a warning? Lin Yao leaned back against the wide chair, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Boss, should we have Ivan and the others set up a perimeter outside the airport in advance? David reached for the gun holster at his lower back, his eyes turning cold. Our security company is fully armed and can clear the passage at Kaitak Airport at any time. Lin Yao waved his hand, tossing the lighter onto the table. No need. This is Xinjiang, not Tokyo. Violence is what the gangsters do. We are legitimate business. He lifted his wine glass, the dark red liquid reflecting the unmasked ambition and killing intent in his eyes. With trillions of dollars in cash sitting in the account, even if I just threw money, I could smash the roof of the governor's office. Lin Yao tilted his head back, downing the red wine in one gulp. He placed the empty glass on the table, producing a crisp clink. It's time to go back and teach them the new rules. David nodded, putting away the communicator on the table. The engines of the Gulfstream aircraft emitted a low rumble as the fuselage tore through the thick clouds, beginning its descent. Miyoko Fukada gripped the armrests of her leather seat tightly, her knuckles turning pale. She closed her eyes, biting her lips until they left a row of white marks, even halting her breath. Lin Yao leaned back in his seat, gazing at the intricate maze of tenement buildings outside the window, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After 6 months away, Hong Kong still looked the same. David walked over from the front cabin, his polished shoes making steady steps on the carpet. Boss, the tower has given us the exclusive landing instructions. The ground has been cleared. Lin Yao nodded, adjusting the cuffs of his black overcoat. Let's go see what these old foxes have prepared for our welcome. On the tarmac of Kaitak Airport, the sea breeze made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Normally filled with passenger aircraft from various countries, it was eerily empty today. Only 2 rows of armed royal police stood at attention, their bulletproof helmets gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The red carpet stretched from the VIP passageway all the way to the center of the runway. Dozens of men in suits stood on either side of the red carpet. Any one of them could easily make headlines in Hong Kong's financial newspapers. Li Banqing shivered slightly, pulling up the collar of his coat against the wind. He turned to Bosco beside him and lowered his voice. Old Gua, how much money do you think Lin Yao will bring back from this trip to Tokyo? Has there been any news from HSBC? Bosco wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Despite the chilly sea breeze, he felt a wave of heat rising from his back, his shirt sticking to him. There's no certainty. The informants from Wall Street sent back some terrifying news. Bosco swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. It is said that he single-handedly toppled the Ministry of Finance of our country, and the profits from shorting Sony and those conglomerates could buy up the entire Central District's commercial properties. Li Banqing gasped, his eyelids twitching. Half a year ago, when Lin Yao first went to our country, he was still seen as a new rich man with a bit of ruthlessness. Now he held a cash flow capable of overturning the entire economy of Hong Kong. Once this deep-sea giant returns, the landscape of Hong Kong will be reshuffled. At the front of the red carpet stood a middle-aged Caucasian man with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes. The governor was dressed in a tailored British suit, leaning on a silver-headed cane. Beside him, the vice president of HSBC spoke in a hushed tone, his expression grim. Your Excellency, if all the money in Lin Yao's hands goes into Chinese banks, our issuing status will be at stake. The vice president looked at the dark spot descending from the sky, gritting his teeth. This kid acts without restraint. We need to set some rules for him first. The governor tightened his grip on the cane, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. This is a British colony. The rules are set by us. He snorted coldly, driving the cane heavily into the concrete ground. No matter how much money he has, he still needs to watch our faces to eat. Let's teach him what the essence of the British Empire is. The harsh sound of tires screeching on the runway echoed, leaving 2 long black marks. The plane taxied a short distance, coming to a steady stop at the end of the red carpet. The hydraulic door hissed as it slowly unfolded, transforming into a metallic staircase. Ivan, accompanied by 4 fully armed mercenaries, was the first to descend the aircraft. They held identical submachine guns, fingers resting on the trigger guard. Their wolf-like gazes swept across the socialites on either side of the red carpet, as if assessing the dead. Li Banqing cleared his throat, forcing himself to take 2 steps forward, a warm smile plastered on his face. Lin Sheng's return. Before he could finish, Ivan shifted the muzzle of his gun, directly blocking his path. The barrel nearly collided with Li Banqing's gold-rimmed glasses. Li Sheng, stay still. Our boss doesn't like strangers getting too close. Ivan spoke in a stiff Cantonese, his tone unyielding. Li Banqing's face twitched, his smile completely freezing. Here he was, the richest Chinese man in Hong Kong, yet a bodyguard was pointing a gun at him, leaving him humiliated. Boss Guo watched nervously from behind and quickly retracted his foot that was about to step forward. Lin Yao, wearing black sunglasses and a trench coat, walked out of the cabin. He walked slowly, the sound of his shoes echoing sharply on the metal steps. To the tycoons below, that sound hit their hearts like a hammer. Miyoko Fukuda, wearing a mask and keeping her head down, followed Lin Yao closely like a docile cat. Lin Yao stepped down from the last step, his feet firmly landing on the red carpet. The governor's face was adorned with a formulaic fake smile as he approached with his cane. The royal police behind him stepped out in unison, their Remington shotguns clattering together. This display was clearly intended to overshadow Lin Yao's presence. The governor halted half a meter in front of Lin Yao, extending his right hand clad in a white glove. Mr. Lin, welcome back to Hong Kong. The governor spoke in a loud voice with a London accent, deliberately ensuring that everyone around could hear. The miracle you created in Tokyo is even being discussed by the Prime Minister at number 10, Downing Street. The governor smiled insincerely as he looked into Lin Yao's eyes. However, Hong Kong is deep waters. No matter how big the financial pool, it requires an experienced helmsman to guide it. What do you think? Hidden within this praise was a sharp jab, openly flattering, but secretly threatening. Lin Yao paused, looking at the hand suspended in midair through his sunglasses. He wasn't blind and could see the greed and calculation lurking in the foreigner's eyes. The governor's hand hung in the air as time ticked by. The Chinese tycoons around them dared not even breathe, their eyes fixed on the 2 men representing different peaks of power. 10 seconds passed, and Lin Yao didn't even take his hand out of his trench coat pocket. The governor's fake smile was starting to crack, the muscles around his eyes twitching slightly. The outstretched hand was caught in an awkward limbo, neither withdrawing nor accepting it, resembling a comical clown. The vice president of HSBC could no longer bear it and took a step forward. Mr. Lin, the governor is trying to shake your hand. The sea breeze here is too noisy. Lin Yao adjusted his trench coat collar, not even sparing a glance at the governor or the vice president. He turned to David beside him. David nodded and directly pulled out his walkie-talkie, pressing the talk button. Send the lead car over and clear a path. 3 bulletproof Rolls-Royces ignored the royal police's blockade and rudely drove to the center of the red carpet, stopping abruptly. The tires crushed the carpet, leaving a trail of mud. The car door opened, and David helped Lin Yao into the back seat. Miyoko Fukuda followed swiftly like a light swallow. The governor stood frozen in place, his white-gloved hand appearing particularly conspicuous in the cold wind. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? The governor bit down on his jaw, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. The car window lowered a crack, and Lin Yao's voice mixed with the sea breeze floated out. It means nothing, just that the scent from your gloves is too overpowering. He leaned back in his seat, tapping on the car window. Prepare the car, let's head back to the company. The governor stood still. The sea breeze tousled his meticulously combed golden hair. His gloved hand hovered in the air, fingers stiff like a dead fish frozen in an ice cellar. The royal police exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to intercept the Rolls-Royce convoy. The governor's cane left a white mark on the asphalt, and the stitching of his glove showed signs of coming undone. The engine emitted a deep rumble. Just as David prepared to release the brake, several men dressed in high-end suits pushed through the police line and squeezed up to the car window. Leading the group was Li Banqing. A smile adorned his face, which often graced the front pages of financial newspapers as his gold-rimmed glasses slid down to the bridge of his nose without him bothering to adjust them. Bosqua closely followed, firmly gripping a young girl dressed in a Chanel haute couture outfit. Li Banqing rapped on the bulletproof glass of the back seat, his knuckles producing two muffled sounds on the glass. Lin Sheng, it's been a long journey indeed. He bent down to peer through the dark explosion-proof window, but could only see a vague silhouette inside. A few of us old neighbors have prepared some light refreshments at the Peninsula Hotel, and all the prominent figures in Xiangjiang are waiting for your grace, Lin Sheng. This group of tycoons, usually high and mighty, now resembled vendors in a marketplace squeezing onto the runway with forced smiles. The window slid down halfway, and the scent of cigar smoke mixed with the sea breeze wafted out. Lin Yao leaned back against the leather chair, playing with a pure gold lighter. As for light refreshments, forget it. Boss Li's drinks are too expensive. I fear that just one sip would cost me a few plots of land. Lin Yao's gaze swept over the tycoons of Xiangjiang, his eyes revealing unabashed disdain. He returned from abroad with $30 trillion in cash, and he knew exactly what these old foxes were plotting. Bosqua seized the opportunity and pushed the girl in front of the car window. Boss Lin, this is my daughter. She just returned from studying in the UK and has some insights into investment and business. Bosqua rubbed his hands nervously, gazing longingly into the car, his voice dripping with flattery. Why not let her report to your mid-levels villa tonight, following you to serve tea and learn the skills you use to dominate in Tokyo? The girl blushed, biting her lower lip, casting shy glances into the car only to lock eyes with Xintian Mei's cold gaze. Xintian Mei sat obediently beside Lin Yao. She watched these influential figures who could shake Xiangjiang with a stomp, now desperately trying to push their own daughter into the car, like peddlers trying to sell unsold goods. She quietly curled her fingers inside her sleeve, her nails digging into the seams of the leather seat, breathing shallowly and slowly. In our country, this man had driven century-old financial magnates to their deaths. In Xiangjiang, a single word from him could make these tycoons rush to send their daughters to him. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of bluish smoke, which blew directly into Bosqua's face. Bosqua coughed twice, daring not to wave his hand to fan it away, still maintaining a flattering smile. Bosqua, has your bank settled the $30 billion in bad debts it lent out last month? Lin Yao flicked the ash from his cigarette. His voice was not loud, but struck Bosqua like a heavy hammer to the chest. Bosqua's coughing suddenly stopped, and the smile on his face froze at the corners. His hand trembled, nearly pushing his daughter into a tumble. Lin Sheng, who told you such idle gossip? Bosqua fished a handkerchief from his suit pocket, wiping his forehead in a flurry. After 3 wipes, the handkerchief remained stuck to his sweating neck. Lin Yao ignored him, turning to look at Li Banqing, who stood in front. Boss Li, that new project you are developing in mid-levels under the guise of selling pre-sale apartments is secretly leveraged 50 times. Lin Yao's gaze sliced through Li Banqing's face from across the car window. You are using the down payment from homebuyers to fill the gap in HSBC's bridging loan. This trick of playing a hand of white gloves has been played for decades, and you're still not tired of it. Li Banqing's pupils contracted sharply, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and splattering onto his expensive cashmere coat. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt stuffed with cotton, unable to squeeze out a single word for a long time. They had long heard of Lin Yao's achievements in Tokyo, but no one expected that this young man would have such a clear grasp of the deep-seated rotten cards they had hidden in Xiangjiang. In the face of this absolute power of $30 trillion, their once proud business tactics felt as simplistic as playing house. Lin Yao raised his hand to check the time on his wristwatch, throwing the remaining half of the cigar out of the car window onto the runway. Sparks scattered in the wind, landing precisely on the tip of Li Banqing's leather shoe. In the past, the pie of Xiangjiang was dictated by your 4 families. No matter how you played, the meat remained in your own pot. Lin Yao's voice carried an overwhelming arrogance. But from today onwards, the sky of Xiangjiang has changed. Lin Yao leaned back against the leather seat and pressed the window button down. If I, Lin Yao, am running the show, you must not bring those rotten chips to the table. Lin Yao coldly delivered his final words. I will chop off your hands along with your arms. The bulletproof glass slowly rose, completely isolating those terrified old faces outside. David pressed the accelerator, and the 12-cylinder engine let out a violent roar. The heavy Rolls-Royce surged forward like a steel beast, breaking free from its cage, ruthlessly brushing past several tycoons. The gust of wind lifted the hem of Li Banqing's coat high. He stepped back 2 paces, inadvertently stepping on the half-cigar Lin Yao had thrown, slipping and tumbling into the puddle behind him. Bosqua rushed to help him, both of their faces looking gloomier than the dark sea. The governor, not far away, observed this scene with cold eyes, his cane tapping rhythmically on the ground. He turned and boarded the car marked with a Crown license plate, slamming the door shut with a bang, instructing the driver to leave immediately. The convoy exited the airport highway, and the scenery sped by. Inside the car, the only sound was the faint hum of the air conditioning. Xintian Mei curled up in the corner, secretly observing the man beside her with closed eyes, her heart racing like a drum being struck wildly. The man before her had become a god beyond the reach of the four families. David held the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror inside the car. No cars followed behind, but he knew it was just a temporary calm. Boss, these old foxes have their roots tangled in Xinjiang for decades, and both the black and white underworld are intertwined with them. You embarrass them in front of the governor today, or these old foxes will surely plot something behind your back. David's voice was low as he focused on the road ahead. Lin Yao did not even open his eyes, merely shifting to a more comfortable position against the backrest. His fingers tapped rhythmically on his knee, as if listening to a piece of music only he could hear. A cold, sharp arc appeared at the corner of Lin Yao's mouth. Let them scheme, it's just the right opportunity to... The Rolls-Royce convoy entered Central. This is the financial heart of Hong Kong, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. David turned the steering wheel, the black car body, drawing a sharp arc in the sunlight, coming to a steady stop in front of the Lin Entertainment headquarters. 3 lines of security tape had already been set up outside the main entrance. Journalists from hundreds of media outlets crowded outside the tape, their long lenses flashing like daylight. The financial tsunami stirred up by Lin Yao and country had spread across the streets of Hong Kong in the past few days. Everyone wanted to snap the first photo of this newly minted Asian billionaire returning home. Ivan pushed open the car door with mercenaries following him. The sound of his polished shoes hitting the ground echoed dully. He pressed one hand against the gun at his waist, his hawk-like gaze scanning the crowd, which instantly hushed by a full octave. David opened the backseat door, and Lin Yao stepped out with a long leg, stepping onto the red carpet. The glass revolving door of the headquarters lobby swung wide open. Li Jiesin wore a fitted French haute couture red dress, the neckline cut just right, her collarbones glimmering. Standing at the top of the stairs in silver stiletto heels behind her, over 100 executives and core employees of Lin Entertainment formed 2 lines, all in black suits, standing tall and straight. After more than half a year of experience, Li Jiesin had carved a bloody path through the ruthless world of business. She was now a formidable female CEO, featured on the front pages of major newspapers in Hong Kong, with countless artists under her wing. The bosses of the old movie companies would greet her respectfully with Ms. Li. But when Lin Yao lifted his head, his gaze fell on her. The icy aura that kept people at bay around Li Jiesin melted in an instant like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. She lifted the hem of her red dress and quickly descended the stairs. The sound of her high heels clicking against the marble echoed rapidly and cheerfully. Li Jiesin walked to Lin Yao's side, skillfully linking her arm with his. She tilted her head back, her watery eyes filled with an unmistakable affection, her voice soft enough to draw tears. Boss, welcome home. Lin Yao patted her hand, the hem of his coat lifting in the cold wind. The company has held up well this past 6 months. Li Jiesin's smile widened, her eyes sparkling with astonishing charm. I will protect what you entrusted to me, even if it means selling my blood. The two walked up the stairs side by side, their backs frozen in time under the flashes of light. Across the street, the second floor of the Peninsula Cafe was filled with socialites and popular actresses. Their coffees had long gone cold, but their eyes were glued to that flash of red on the red carpet below. Look at her clinging to Lin, boss, like that, as she's practically lost her soul to him. A wealthy heiress in a Chanel outfit gritted her teeth. The strap of her limited edition Hermes bag was twisted. Her nails dug deeply into the expensive crocodile leather, leaving a glaring white mark. The actress sitting opposite her raised the fine bone china coffee cup from the table, her hand trembling slightly, spilling brown liquid onto the lace tablecloth. She even forgot to reach for a tissue, her eyes fixated on Li Jiesin, who was adored by all. Look at that watch. The actress pointed towards the glass window, her voice laced with envy. That pink diamond, that was the highlight of last month's Sotheby's auction. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family bid $30 million and lost it, only for it to end up on Li Jiesin's wrist. She is now the female fortune goddess of Lin Entertainment. Oh, what do you have to compare with her? A long-haired socialite at the adjacent table rolled her eyes, tossing her silver spoon into her cup with a crisp sound. Come on, do you even know how much cash Lin boss brought back from country or this time? The long-haired socialite lowered her voice, leaning slightly forward. My brother is a senior executive at HSBC, and he said that Lin Yao has enough liquid cash to buy all the office buildings in Central and tear them down to rebuild them 3 times. The atmosphere in the cafe instantly turned oppressive. They looked at the man below, surveying his territory like a king, then glanced at Li Jiesin, who was clinging to his arm. Jealous flames burned at the corners of their eyes, even making their breathing grow heavy. In the lobby, Takeda Miko wore a mask, quietly following behind David. She looked at Li Jiesin's dazzling red dress, and then at her own loose plain coat. She tucked her hands into her sleeves, slightly lowering her head to minimize her presence. Lin Yao walked through the lobby with Li Jiesin. The executives on both sides all bowed in unison, their angles perfectly aligned. Hello, Chairman Lin. Hundreds of voices rose in unison, echoing against the high dome of the lobby, causing the bulletproof glass to hum. Lin Yao didn't even pause his steps, merely nodding slightly as he headed straight for the exclusive elevator at the end of the corridor. David pressed the elevator button, and the metal doors slid open silently. Lin Yao and Li Jiesin stepped into the elevator. David stopped the executives who wanted to follow them. He turned to Takeda Miko and pointed to another executive elevator nearby. Ms. Takeda, Hong Kong is not Tokyo. Here it's better to speak less and do more. The boss doesn't like clever people. Takeda Miko lowered her head, even further her hands crossed in front of her. I understand, Mr. David. From now on I will only listen to Mr. Lin's commands. The doors of the exclusive elevator slowly closed, completely isolating all eyes and noise from the lobby. Inside, only Lin Yao and Li Jiasin remained. The elevator began to ascend. A slight push from behind could be felt. The mask of the capable female CEO that Li Jiasin had been wearing fell away completely the moment the doors closed. She took a step forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Yao's sturdy waist, pressing herself tightly against him. Lin Yao instinctively embraced her shoulder, resting his chin on the top of her head. Li Jiasin buried her face in Lin Yao's coat, which smelled of sea breeze, her shoulders beginning to tremble slightly. Tears welled in her eyes, warm droplets, staining Lin Yao's shirt buttons, leaving a trace of moisture. Why are you crying? You were so imposing when reprimanding those veteran producers on TV. Lin Yao's fingers ran through her smooth, long hair, absent-mindedly combing through a couple of times. Li Jiasin sniffed and looked up at him. The light in her eyes made them shine brilliantly. That was all for show. I'm the one holding such a huge plate alone, and I can't even sleep soundly at night. She bit her rosy lips, her fingers clutching tightly at Lin Yao's clothing. You withdrew all the liquid funds from home to Tokyo, and there are a few cinemas here in Hong Kong looking to take advantage of the situation, even preparing breach of contract penalties. Lin Yao's expression turned cold, a bloodthirsty curve forming at the corner of his mouth. They don't have the guts to jump out themselves. Is someone stirring up trouble behind the scenes? Li Jiasin nodded, casually wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. HSBC has stalled the loan approvals for several of our land projects. That Lady Mary, backed by the British Hong Kong government, openly declared at the banquet that she wants to cut off Lin's cash. If it weren't for Uncle Xiao Lu being wary of your presence in Hong Kong, they would have already teamed up to swallow us whole. Lin Yao chuckled lightly, his laughter sounding particularly chilling in the narrow elevator. Lady Mary. HSBC. He tapped 2 times on Li Jiasin's shoulder blade, as if knocking on the bone. It seems these foreigners have been too comfortable in Hong Kong for too long. They've even forgotten how to write the word death. The elevator emitted a soft beep, and the number 33 lit up in red. The elevator doors slid open, revealing the spacious office area on the top floor. Li Jiasin tightly clung to Lin Yao's waist, her voice muffled against his chest. Boss, in the half a year you were away, those British financial consortiums didn't miss a chance to trip us up. Lin Yao gently stroked her hair, his eyes revealing a fierce determination to unleash vengeance. Bring me the accounts, I'll collect the debts one by one. The double door made of red wood at the end of the corridor was pushed open. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the carpet and bringing the shimmering waves of Victoria Harbor into the spacious CEO's office. Lin Yao took off his black trench coat, which carried the scent of the sea breeze, and casually tossed it onto the leather sofa. He approached the large oak desk and sat down in the boss chair. Letting out a long breath, his back finally relaxed. Li Jiasin walked over to the nearby safe in her high heels. She turned the dial of the combination lock, and the metallic clasp made a crisp clicking sound. She pulled out a thick stack of documents and account books and walked up to the desk. The hem of her high-end red dress brushed against the corner of the table, making a soft rustling sound. Boss, here are the cash flow accounts for the past 6 months along with the screening details from major cinemas. Lin Yao did not take the documents. He reached out and firmly grasped Li Jiasin's delicate wrist, pulling her sharply into his embrace. Li Jiasin let out a startled gasp, her high heels slipping, causing her to fall onto Lin Yao's sturdy thigh. The documents in her hands scattered several reports, sliding across the smooth surface of the desk. We'll look at the account books later, Lin Yao said, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Li Jiasin's cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of redness. Even her fair neck had a hint of pink. She pushed against Lin Yao's chest, her strength as light as a cat's scratch. There are so many executives outside waiting to report on work. You come back and start causing trouble right away. What's the big deal? I need to finish checking my housekeeper's accounts first, Lin Yao replied, pinching her chin, his gaze lingering on her rosy lips. Now tell me who has been undermining the Lin Corporation in the past 6 months. He casually pulled a document from the desk and placed it beside Li Jiasin's thigh. Li Jiasin adjusted her sitting position, finding a comfortable angle to lean against Lin Yao's shoulder. She picked up the top report, her nails grazing across the paper. Who else could it be? The British consortiums behind the Hong Kong British government are the first to target us. Li Jiasin snorted coldly, her originally soft tone now carrying a hint of the sharpness of a businesswoman. That Lady Mary from HSBC, relying on her power to approve loans, has blocked the development funds for those pieces of land we just acquired. She even spread rumors at the Peninsula Hotels party saying you got into trouble in our country and that our funding chain will eventually break. Listening to this, Lin Yao's fingers gently caressed Li Jiasin's waist. Is that all? Of course not, Li Jiasin replied, flipping to the second page. Uncle Xiao's TVB has also kicked us while we're down, stopping our announcements for several new stars. Plus a few independent cinemas in the East District, seeing you haven't returned to Hong Kong for half a year, have united to demand a higher revenue-sharing ratio. These people are just taking advantage of the fact that the Lin Corporation's cash flow is heavily reliant on overseas funds trying to team up to swallow our market share. Lin Yao chuckled lightly, his warm breath brushing against Li Jiaxin's ear, causing her to shrink her neck in response, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. How did you manage to hold on for the past 6 months? Lin Yao tilted his head, looking at her profile that was so close. Leaving her alone in Hong Kong to face this pack of wolves was indeed a challenge. Li Jiaxin raised her chin, her eyes revealing a stubbornness. I followed your instructions before you left, maintaining the screening rates for the commercial films shot by Wong Pengzi. Anyone who dared to lower our share, I would simply withdraw the film from the schedule, leaving their big screens empty and gathering dust. As for the loan from HSBC, I used several properties under my name as collateral and managed to borrow a bridging fund from Citibank to cover the gap. She finished in one breath, looking like a little girl waiting for praise, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Yao. Lin Yao lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead. Well done. You truly are the woman I, Lin Yao, have chosen. This straightforward compliment made Li Jiaxin's face even redder. She tucked her hair behind her ear 3 times, but failed to keep it in place. Several strands stubbornly hung by her cheeks. Her heartbeat drummed wildly in her chest, disrupting her breathing rhythm. Lin Yao picked up the financial report on the desk, his other hand still wrapped around her waist. The densely packed numbers and charts on the paper documented the brutal competition in the Hong Kong entertainment empire over the past 6 months. I've noted all these bad debts down. Lin Yao flipped through the pages. Lady Mary blocking our loans. He'll make sure she packs her bags and leaves HSBC next month. Uncle Xiao wants to play hardball. I think it's time for him to change the boss at TVB. Li Jiaxin listened to these outrageously arrogant words. If anyone else had said them, she would have dismissed them as a joke. But the man sitting behind her had just walked away with tens of billions of dollars in Tokyo. There was no table in this world he couldn't overturn. Lin Yao's fingers traced the fabric of her red dress, feeling her warmth through the material. Now that the work report is done, it's time to settle our personal accounts. His palm was rough with calluses, a testament to years spent handling firearms and cigars. Li Jiaxin's body tensed suddenly, her fair skin breaking out in tiny goosebumps. She pressed down on Lin Yao's wandering hand, her gaze darting around. It's broad daylight and the glass windows aren't closed. Her voice was as soft as a whisper laced with a pleading tone. The view from the CEO office was spectacular. Although the floor-to-ceiling windows were fitted with one-way privacy, filmed the glaring sunlight streamed in, leaving no corner of the room in shadow. Lin Yao did not stop his actions. Instead, he rested his chin in the crook of her neck. What are you afraid of? This is the 88th floor, unless they grow wings to fly up here. Lin Yao's voice was deep and husky, carrying a fatal allure. Li Jiaxin struggled to stand up from his lap, the red hem of her dress creating a chaotic wave in the air. She quickly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, her high heels making no sound on the carpet. Her slender fingers grabbed the pull cord of the blinds and yanked it down forcefully. With a soft whoosh, the heavy blinds fell along the glass, completely blocking out the bright sun and the bustling view of Victoria Harbor. The light in the room instantly dimmed, leaving only the warm yellow glow of a brass desk lamp on the table. Li Jiaxin turned around, leaning against the blinds, her chest slightly rising and falling. The dim light concealed the heat on her cheeks. Boss, let's tone it down a bit. She bit her lip, but her eyes betrayed an irresistible springtime allure. After 6 months apart, that deep yearning surged forth like a flood at this moment, impossible to contain. Lin Yao sat in the boss chair, gazing at the stunning beauty standing in the shadows. The red dress wrapped tightly around her graceful curves like a red rose blooming in the darkness. He patted his thigh and simply said one word. Come here. The 2 simple words carried an undeniable dominance. Li Jiaxin took a deep breath and walked back to the desk in her slender high heels. She walked around the large desk and sat back in her rightful place. This time she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Lin Yao's neck. Their red lips drew near, their breaths intertwining in the air. Lin Yao's hand cradled the back of her head, deepening the long-awaited kiss. Between their lips and teeth, the taste of longing lingered. Li Jiaxin's fingers tangled in Lin Yao's hair, tousling the normally immaculate hairstyle. Lin Yao's large hand slid down her smooth back, his fingertips deftly unzipping the hidden zipper behind her red dress. The metallic sound of the zipper was particularly clear in the silent office. Li Jiaxin let out a muffled moan, her body feeling like a puddle of water, only held up by Lin Yao's arm to prevent her from sliding down. The documents on the desk were pushed to the edge by their movements. A few sheets of reports floated down to the carpet, ignored by anyone. Lin Yao tugged at the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his strong collarbone. He leaned down, kissing Li Jiaxin's long swan neck, leaving dark red marks. The temperature in the room skyrocketed, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Just as Li Jiaxin's eyes were becoming hazy, surrendering to the loss of rationality, a sudden heavy footstep was heard from outside the door. The footsteps stopped in front of the red wooden door, followed by 2 restrained but clear knocks. Knock, knock. David's deep voice penetrated the thick door. Ahem. David coughed heavily outside the door. The sound was like a bucket of cold water instantly dousing the flames that had been rising in the office. Li Jiasin jumped up from Lin Yao's arms, as if electrocuted. She hurriedly pulled up the zipper behind her hands, frantically patting her red dress, trying to smooth out the revealing wrinkles. She turned around facing away from the door, tucking the loose strands of hair behind her ear, her fingertips still trembling. The flush on her face had not faded and her eyes were filled with the embarrassment of being caught in a compromising position. Lin Yao remained in his chair, not moving. He looked at Li Jiasin's startled rabbit-like appearance, the corners of his mouth curling up in a helpless smile. Lin Yao slowly raised his hand. His long fingers grasped the buttons of his shirt, fastening them one by one. He straightened his slightly disheveled collar, completely retracting the earlier turbulent emotions and desires. Li Jiasin retreated a couple of steps away from the desk, her hands folded in front of her, trying to put on a serious demeanor for reporting work. But her heaving chest completely betrayed her current fluster. Lin Yao leaned back in the boss chair, turning to look at the tightly shut red wooden door. He cleared his throat, his voice returning to its usual steadiness and coldness. "Come in and tell me what's the matter." David pushed open the heavy redwood door, and the metal handle emitted a faint clicking sound. He strode in, his gaze level with the front. As if he hadn't noticed the lingering blush on Li Jiasin's cheek or her slightly disheveled skirt, David placed a sealed brown paper bag on the desk with both hands. "Boss, the property transfer documents you requested are ready. The villa at No. 18, a shallow water bay, all paperwork is complete." Lin Yao took the paper bag, bypassed the seal, and pulled out the land deed to take a glance. A strange name was printed in the owner section. He stuffed the documents back into the bag and casually grabbed the black trench coat draped over the sofa. "Prepare the car, we're going to Kowloon." Li Jiasin steadied her breath and walked to the desk to organize the scattered reports. "The house at Shallow Water Bay. You bought it, but don't live there. Why is an outsider's name on it?" Lin Yao put on the trench coat and adjusted the collar. "Keep an eye on things at the company. If the people from Shaw and HSBC try anything shady, hit back with funds directly." He turned to Li Jiasin, tapping his fingers on the table. "Whoever dares to make a move will have their cash flow cut off." Li Jiasin nodded, her eyes regaining the sharpness of a CEO. "Don't worry, they won't make a splash." Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce convoy exited Central, passed through the underwater tunnel, and directly entered the edge of Kowloon Walled City. This place resembled a sore growing on the prosperous body of Hong Kong. The sunlight was fragmented by the dense illegal buildings, barely reaching the cramped alleys. Sewage flowed chaotically along the pothole-ridden asphalt road, and the air was mixed with the sour smell of spoiled waste and the pungent odor of low-quality tobacco. The heavy wheels rolled over puddles, splashing mud everywhere. The Rolls-Royce was too wide to drive further. Lin Yao pushed the car door open and stepped out. David opened a large black umbrella, shielding himself from the unknown liquid dripping from above. Deep in the alley, there was a pushcart stall with a tattered awning. A large iron pot on the stove was simmering with beef, awful white steam rising vigorously. An old woman with graying hair and a hunched back was wiping a folding table with a yellowed towel. This was the Chinchi who used to sell on this street. 3 gangsters with dyed yellow hair swaggered up to the pushcart. The leader, known as Shanji, was a low-tier thug from a nearby gang. Shanji spat out a toothpick and kicked over a plastic trash can with a heavy foot. Leftover scraps spilled everywhere, and the sour stench immediately filled the air. "You old hag, do you think my words are just wind? If you can't pay the $3,000 in protection fees today, they'll dump this pot of beef offal into the sewage." Shanji was swinging a baseball bat menacingly, bringing it down on the operation table. The Chinchi, frightened, trembled and wiped her hands on her apron in a fluster. She fumbled in her pocket for change, mostly consisting of coins and a few crumpled bills. "Boss, it has been raining these days, and hardly anyone has come by. Give me a couple more days, I swear I'll gather it up." Shanji snorted coldly and slapped the Kinky's wrist. Coins fell onto the bluestone pavement, ringing out and rolled into the nearby sewage. "Give me a break. Do my brothers drink the wind?" Shanji raised the baseball bat and aimed it at the boiling pot of beef offal. The baseball bat whistled through the air, but suddenly came to a halt. A large hand, clad in a black leather glove and gripping like a vice, firmly seized Shanji's wrist. Ivan stood expressionless behind Shanji, his forearm muscles tensing instantly. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Shanji's wrist was brutally broken, the bone protruding beneath the skin. The baseball bat clattered to the ground, and Shanji clutched his twisted arm, letting out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The 2 lackeys following him were about to draw their knives from their waists. Several bodyguards in black, brought by David, rushed forward in a few steps, launching fierce knee strikes. They slammed the 2 men against the brick wall, the sound of breaking ribs distinctly audible. The 2 rolled their eyes, sliding into the muddy water like a heap of sludge. Shanji writhed in pain on the ground, struggling to lift his head. He saw several burly white bodyguards in tailored suits in front of him. This scene was not something an ordinary gang could muster. Looking further back, a man in a black trench coat walked casually through the puddles. Shanji, who usually kept watch at the nightclub, was sharp-eyed and recognized David's cold face at a glance. Just a few days ago at the Kowloon nightclub, it was this group of people who smashed Huang Langwei's teeth and broke his fingers. Huang Langwei was a big shot, and in front of this man, he wouldn't dare to let out a peep. Shan Ji felt a buzzing in his head, his knees buckled, and with a thud he knelt in the sewage pit. The splash of water hit his face, but he was completely oblivious. He raised his uninjured left hand and slapped himself on the face. Lin Sheng, I've gone blind. I didn't know this was your person. The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the narrow alley. After just a few slaps, his mouth was split open, blood dripping from his chin into the water, staining it red. Lin Yao paid no attention to the scoundrel on the ground begging for mercy. He walked to the pushcart looking at the Qinshi, who was pale with fear. Qinshi, give me a bowl of beef offal with extra cilantro. Lin Yao bent down to pick up the plastic stool that had fallen on the ground. He casually wiped off the water stains with his trench coat sleeve and sat down comfortably. The Qinshi stared blankly for a while, her murky eyes carefully examining Lin Yao's face. You are that I Yao from Backstreet. She fumbled with her apron, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Oh my Yao, you've become successful. Look at your style, you must be a big boss now. She hurriedly grabbed a long-handled ladle, scooping a large bowl of beef offal from the pot and sprinkling cilantro on it before bringing it over. Lin Yao accepted the steaming bowl of beef offal. No matter how successful I become, I can't forget the rainy days when I was starving on the street and you served me that bowl of hot noodles. Lin Yao picked up a piece of beef tripe and put it in his mouth, the taste of the old broth still as it was back then. The Qinshi's eyes turned red and she let out a long sigh. Back then you were all alone in Hong Kong, without anyone to rely on, not even a penny to your name. What's a bowl of noodles? We are all neighbors. Who hasn't faced hard times? Lin Yao placed the empty bowl on the table and took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. He accepted the brown paper bag from David and pushed it onto the folding table in front of the Qinshi. You can't run this stall anymore. Working from dawn to dusk will only leave you sick. The Qinshi waved her hand, picking up a cloth to continue wiping the countertop. If I don't work, how will I eat? I still need to save money for my husband's hospital bills. Lin Yao pointed at the thick paper. This bag contains the land deed for the villa at No. 18, a shallow water bay with your name on it. There's also a 10 million HSBC bank draft inside with the password written on the back of the check. Upon hearing shallow water bay and 10 million, the Kinki's hand trembled violently and the cloth fell into the washing basin, splashing water everywhere. Yao, don't tease this old bone of mine. I could sell beef offal my whole life and never earn that much money. She stepped back, repeatedly waving her hands frantically, her gaze towards the paper bag resembling that of a hot potato. Lin Yao stood up, directly stuffing the paper bag into her arms, his tone leaving no room for refusal. You fed me once back then. That was a life-saving grace. My life, Lin Yao, is worth this price. Take it and take your husband to the best private hospital. I'll spend the rest of your life peacefully in the mid-levels. He turned around and glanced at Shan Ji, who was still slapping himself in the muddy water. Bring a few brothers to help the Qinshi pack up her stall and safely send her to shallow water bay. If a single hair is missing on the way, all of you from the gang will fill the sea. Shan Ji felt as if he had received a pardon, banging his head against the bluestone pavement, repeatedly promising to handle the matter beautifully. Lin Yao adjusted the hem of his trench coat and strode out of the narrow alley. On the main road outside, the air finally carried a hint of the salty sea breeze. He looked up at the dilapidated sky, overhead fragmented by messy antennas. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a glow on Lin Yao's sharply defined profile. David closed the black umbrella, stepped forward, and opened the car door. Lin Yao sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, his gaze directed towards the skyscrapers in Central. Notify all executives. There will be a meeting tomorrow morning. It's time to reorganize the board. The next morning at the headquarters of the Lin Family Entertainment in Central, the solid wooden double doors of the multimedia conference room on the 33rd floor stood tightly closed, and the air inside felt as heavy as a sponge soaked with water, making it hard to breathe. Around the 10-meter-long oval mahogany conference table sat a full array of executives in suits. The entertainment tycoons and real estate magnates who usually commanded the front pages of major newspapers in Hong Kong all sat up straight. No one dared to touch the bone china teacups on the table. At the other end of the table sat several unfamiliar faces who had just flown in from Tokyo. Watanabe Kenta flipped through the notebook in front of him, the sound of the pages rustling competing with the sweat dripping from his brow. He picked up a handkerchief to wipe his forehead, his peripheral vision constantly glancing toward the door. Michael leaned back in his wide leather swivel chair, playing with a gold-plated pen in his hand. The pen flipped back and forth between his thick fingers, producing a faint sound of metal rubbing together. Li Jiasen, dressed in a sharp black business suit, sat in the first chair next to the main seat. She was flipping through a heavy report in her hands, the sound of the pages turning piercing through the silence of the conference. The sound of the doorknob turning came through. Everyone in the conference room stood up in unison like a spring, the sound of leather shoes rubbing against the carpet creating a uniform noise. Lin Yao pushed the door open and strode in. He wore a pure black custom shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, no tie, exuding an air of casual authority. David followed behind with a special silver briefcase, closing the door with a backward motion. Everyone sit down. Lin Yao pulled out the chair at the main seat and sat down, his hands crossed on the table. Only then did the dozens of executives cautiously pull out their chairs and sit down again, moving carefully, afraid to make even the slightest noise that might upset the boss. Lin Yao scanned the faces of everyone at the long table, his gaze sweeping over each person. In the past 6 months, everyone here in Hong Kong has been holding down the fort. Thank you for your hard work. The folks in Tokyo have also put in considerable effort alongside me. He leaned back in his chair, pulling out a pure gold lighter from his pocket. With a click, a bluish flame shot up, igniting the cigar in his mouth. Today I've gathered everyone not to reward you for your merits. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of blue smoke. The former Lin Family Entertainment had too small a plate. It's time for a name change. Li Jiesin paused her flipping of the report. She looked up at Lin Yao, a glimmer of fervent light flashing in her eyes. Lin Yao stood up and walked to the enormous whiteboard at the front of the conference room. He picked up a red marker, removed the cap, and wrote the names Hong Kong and Tokyo at the top of the whiteboard. The tip of the marker scraped against the board with a sharp sound. Let's first calculate our assets. Lin Yao flicked his wrist, drawing several branches under Tokyo. Watanabe read out what we brought back from Country R. Watanabe Kinta suddenly stood up, knocking over the water bottle next to him. Ignoring the spilled water on the table, he grabbed the summary report in his hands and read it out loud. Permanent copyrights for all popular manga IPs from Shueisha. 100 ownership of Studio Ghibli. Watanabe swallowed hard, his voice rising an octave. Absolute control over Sega's hardware development line and 51 of Nintendo's shares. All Sony-owned audiovisual stores are free of commission channels. As Watanabe read this, the flesh on his face trembled. The executives from Hong Kong across the table gasped. Just mentioning a single name could make one a giant in the cultural sphere of the Yamato nation. Now all of it was packed into the boss pocket. Watanabe turned to the second page, his voice trembling. The core patents for semiconductor photolithography machines, chip architecture, and silicon purification from 6 top consortiums, such as Mitsubishi and Toshiba, a total of 372 items fully bought out. Michael chimed in at the right moment, slamming the pen on the table. And the profits from our short selling in the currency and stock markets over the past 6 months, plus the valuation of the assets we bottomed out. The personal cash flow available to the boss has surpassed 30 trillion US dollars. 30 trillion US dollars. This number detonated like a deep-water bomb in the conference room. The originally quiet executives could no longer hold back, gasping sounds rising and falling. Someone broke their pen hard in their hand, the ink splattering without them noticing. Someone else tightly gripped their thigh, confirming they weren't dreaming. Li Banqing claimed to be the richest man among the Chinese, and even with all the illiquid assets counted, his total wealth was just over 100 billion. This was 30 trillion US dollars. Just lying in the bank every day, earning interest, could buy several office buildings in Central. The combined assets of Hong Kong's 4 major families were merely a pile of pitiful change compared to this number. Several Hong Kong executives who usually prided themselves on having seen the world now felt a wave of dizziness, their breathing becoming rapid. Li Jiesin's chest rose and fell violently. She looked at the man standing in front of the whiteboard, her eyes brimming with admiration. Lin Yao ignored the disarray of those below and continued to move the marker across the whiteboard. The old shell cannot hold so much water. Starting today, we will officially reorganize. Lin Yao drew a large circle in the center of the whiteboard, consolidating all the industry arrows into that circle. Lin Family Entertainment will be restructured into Lin Family Media, with Li Jiesin as president. She will oversee all cinema lines, artist management, and film production, along with the content output from Shueisha and Ghibli. Li Jiesin immediately stood up, her voice loud. Understood, boss. Michael, you will lead the Wall Street team to take over Lin Family Capital. Lin Yao pointed at the fat man. Starting tomorrow, the Hong Kong stock market, currency market, and our secret funds overseas will all be under your control. Michael nodded vigorously and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. Watanabe Kinna, you are in charge of Lin Family Interactive Entertainment. The hardware production lines from Sega and Nintendo, along with Sony's distribution channels. I want to see the blueprints for the next generation console within 3 months. Watanabe Kinta bowed at a 90-degree angle, nearly hitting his forehead on the table. David. Lin Yao turned to look at his trusted aide. David stepped forward, standing straight like a drawn sword. That briefcase filled with semiconductor patents is for... Lin Yao fixed his gaze on David, his tone stern. Buy a piece of land in Kowloon and build the highest security laboratory in Asia, establishing Lin Family Technology. The security standards should be built to the level of a U.S. military base. Not even a fly should be allowed in. Lin Yao leaned against the edge of the whiteboard. I want to turn Hong Kong into the Silicon Valley of the world within 2 years. Let those Western tech companies that choke us down kneel and beg us to sell our patents. David pressed his hand to his chest, solemnly accepting the order. Lin Yao turned around and wrote 4 large characters in an elegant script inside that huge circle. Lin Family Consortium. From today on, you are no longer just mingling in the entertainment industry, nor are you mere speculators who buy and sell. Lin Yao threw the red marker into the whiteboard holder, producing a crisp sound. You are the helmsman of the Lin Family Consortium. Once this ship sets sail, regardless of the British Hong Kong government or the 4 major families. Lin Yao's gaze sharpened as he scanned every person present. Whoever stands in our way will be crushed directly. All the executives stood up straight, the legs of their chairs dragging against the carpet, creating a dull scraping sound. Fire burned in everyone's eyes, blood racing through their veins. A commercial giant spanning Asia, integrating finance, technology, and entertainment, was officially emerging from this conference room. The fervor in the conference room had yet to cool, and Lin Yao had already returned to the main seat. He pressed the half-burned cigar into the crystal ashtray, extinguishing the ember with force. The overseas assets are assembled. Now let's talk about matters at home. Lin Yao picked up a local market research report for Hong Kong from the table and casually flipped through 2 pages. We hold the best manga in Asia, the most profitable cinema lines, and the gaming consoles that are about to be launched. He raised his eyes, his gaze landing on several local executives from Hong Kong. But have you noticed that we lack a voice that can speak up in Hong Kong? A director in charge of promotions stepped forward, wiping the virtual sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Boss, we hold shares in several print media with daily sales exceeding 1,000 copies. Lin Yao slammed the report in his hand down in front of the director, pages scattering everywhere. Print media? That kind of thing used to prop up a table corner can influence how many people at. He walked back to the whiteboard, picking up a black marker. What I want is not just text. What I want is a voice and image, a loudspeaker directly pouring into the ears of millions in Hong Kong. Lin Yao pressed hard with his wrist, drawing a black circle in the corner of the whiteboard. The tip of the marker pierced through the paper, making a sharp scraping sound. In the center of the black circle, he heavily marked several English letters, TVB. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly solidified. Everyone knew what these 3 letters represented in Hong Kong. That was the television empire painstakingly built by Uncle Shao over decades, the undisputed leader in Hong Kong's media industry. It was also the absolute stronghold for the British Hong Kong government to control public opinion. Uncle Shao values this television station more than his life. It is his heart's flesh. The supervisor in charge of mergers and acquisitions stood up, his legs shaking, his voice wavering. Previously, many British consortiums wanted to buy shares, but were chased out by him with a cane. If we want to touch this cake, it will be harder than climbing to the sky. Lin Yao scoffed, twisting the marker in his hand. If it's hard to reach the sky, you'll punch a hole through it. No matter how tough Uncle Shao's bones are, I can break them and make soup out of them. Does he think that just because he has decades of experience, he can dominate Hong Kong? The times have changed. In the face of absolute cash flow, experience is worth less than a shoe-shining rag. Lin Yao tossed the marker onto the table. The plastic pen casing bounced twice on the solid wood surface, rolling to the side of the acquisition supervisor. The crisp sound fell on the supervisor's ears like the beat of a death drum. Lin Yao leaned heavily on the table with both hands, his gaze fixed like a tangible force. How is the acquisition deal for TVB going? The merger supervisor oldly swallowed hard as atoms, apple bobbing up and down. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, landing on the carpet and leaving a small dark circle. Boss, the Shao family is adamant and won't budge. Our people didn't even get to see Miss Fong before being thrown out by the security in the lobby. They have made it clear that TVB is a television station for the people of Hong Kong, and they want sell for any amount of money. Oldly took a deep breath, struggling to finish his words. The independent directors who have connections with the Shao family have also communicated they returned our acquisition proposal unopened. Lin Yao retracted his hands from the table, leaning back against the leather chair. He picked up a marker and twirled it between his fingers, the plastic casing making faint sounds as it rubbed together. Not for any price. That sounds familiar. The tycoons in Tokyo said the same thing to me before they went bankrupt. Lin Yao stood up, pulling off his suit jacket from the chair back and putting it on. Since they won't come to us, I'll go pay my respects personally. David, prepare the car. We're heading to Clearwater Bay. Half an hour later, a black Rolls-Royce drove into Clearwater Bay Television City. The buildings here exuded a sense of decay from the last century, with large areas of peeling paint and air conditioning units humming loudly. Everywhere one could see temporary actors in rough period costumes squatting in small groups on the roadside, picking at their meager plastic lunchboxes. A dilapidated van parked at the prop storage door, where several crew members were arguing fiercely over the unloading fees. Lin Yao looked at this scene through the car window and chuckled coldly. In a rundown assembly line workshop like this, they can't even afford to give the extras an extra chicken leg, and they dare to call themselves the media giant of Hong Kong. David turned the steering wheel, bringing the car to a steady stop in front of the Shao family administrative building. Boss old Shao has a high standing in Hong Kong, with many of his former students and associates spread across the political and business fields. David turned off the engine and looked back at the rear seat. Even the governor's office has to give him some face. If we storm in today, we might end up with nothing. Should we contact a few intermediaries to build a bridge first? Lin Yao pushed open the car door, his leather shoes stepping onto the somewhat aged terrazzo floor. Standing on respect is fine when you're alive, but when you're dead, it's just a handful of dirt. Build a bridge. I'm here to take over, not to host a dinner party. The receptionist at the front desk turned pale when she saw several towering white bodyguards behind Lin Yao. She trembled as she reached for the phone receiver, dialing the internal number wrong several times. Before she could announce them, Lin Yao had already walked straight toward the chairman's office on the top floor with David. As the security personnel along the way were about to reach out to stop them, Ivan coldly pushed them aside, sending one crashing heavily against the wall with a muffled grunt. Ivan touched the gun at his waist, his gaze sweeping over them like he was looking at corpses, causing the corridor to fall into a sudden silence. When he pushed open the heavy carved wooden door, a rich scent of agarwood wafted over. Old Uncle Xiao sat steadily in a dark red tang suit on a zeton wood armchair. He held a blue and white teacup, leisurely skimming the foam off the surface of the tea with its lid. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard the knocking at the door. Miss Fong stood behind him, her face pale, as she glared at Lin Yao, who had barged in. Lin Sheng, Hong Kong is a place that values rules. To come uninvited like this is rather disrespectful to your elders. Lin Yao ignored her and walked straight to the yellow rosewood chair for guests, sitting down with a commanding presence. He crossed his legs, his gaze falling on Uncle Xiao's face, which was covered in age spots. Rules are set by the living. The rules of the Xiao family apply in Clearwater Bay, but beyond this door the rules of Hong Kong must follow my lead. Uncle Xiao finally stopped his actions. He placed the teacup on the side table, producing a crisp sound of porcelain. His murky yet shrewd gaze examined Lin Yao from top to bottom, carrying a condescending air. Young man, it's natural for the new to push out the old. I heard you've made a fortune in Tokyo, returning home in triumph, riding the wind of success. Uncle Xiao rested his hands on the armrests of the armchair, his tone dripping with condescension. It's good for young people to have a bit of pride, but being too ruthless in business can lead to back injuries. TVB has been established for decades, accompanying generations of Hong Kong people as they grew up. He cleared his throat a couple of times, and Miss Fong immediately handed him a hot towel. It is not merely a commodity, it is the root of Hong Kong culture. The money you hold can buy steel and concrete, but it cannot buy the hearts of the people of Hong Kong. After hearing this, Lin Yao chuckled softly. His laughter echoed in the antique office, laced with unabashed sarcasm. Uncle Lu, we are all businessmen. Don't place your abacus beads so high above. Lin Yao pointed outside at the actors still being scorched under the blazing sun. Relying on nostalgia to paint a picture while making the people underneath work for you at the lowest salary in all of Hong Kong. This root of Hong Kong culture has long since rotted away. I am offering to buy your shares at twice the market price, giving you a chance to exit gracefully. Lin Yao's smile faded, his gaze turning sharp as a knife. If I truly flip the table and forcefully wash the plate with capital, you won't even be able to drink this cup of tea in peace. Miss Fong trembled with anger, pointing at the door and shouting, arrogant. Where are the security? Get these people. The security personnel outside peered in cautiously, but upon meeting David's icy glare, they all shrank back in the corridor, too afraid to move. Uncle Xiao waved his hand, signaling Miss Fong to step back. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes as the facade of kindness on his face was completely torn away. Lin Yao, I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. When the four major families see me, they must greet me politely as Uncle Lu. Uncle Xiao leaned slightly forward, his thin fingers tapping the table. Your barbaric methods from our country won't work in Hong Kong. The board of directors at TVB consists of old comrades who have fought alongside me. The old man straightened his stooped back, attempting to reclaim the dignity of a media giant. As long as I live, you shall not take even a brick from the Xiao family. He picked up the teacup from the table and knocked it heavily against the tea tray. If there are no shared sentiments, there's no need for pleasantries. Serve the tea and see them off. Lin Yao looked at the steaming cup of top-grade De Hong Po, not even bothering to touch it. He stood up, methodically straightening the hem of his suit. The young, cold face showed no anger from the rejection, only a calmness that saw through to the conclusion. Old comrades. The most unreliable thing in this world is friendship. Lin Yao brushed off the non-existent dust from his sleeves. When I throw money in their faces, who do you think they will choose, your intangible favors or the riches and honor for the rest? Lin Yao turned and walked toward the door, stopping midway. He turned back, his gaze crossing over Miss Fong to lock onto the zeton wood armchair that symbolized media hegemony. Uncle Xiao tightly gripped the blue and white teacup in his hand, veins bulging on the back of his hand, the tea swaying uneasily in the cup. Lin Yao smirked, leaving behind his final ultimatum. Uncle Lu, the times have changed. In half a month, I will be sitting in this chair drinking tea. Lin Yao stepped out of the Xiao Corporation's administrative building. The sun outside was scorching, casting bright rays upon the slightly faded old buildings of Clearwater Bay. He casually tossed his suit jacket into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce and loosened the tie around his neck. David opened the car door, and Lin Yao settled into the spacious leather seat. Call Michael. Lin Yao said, his gaze fixed on the old Xiao sign outside. Tell him to hold nothing back. All circulating shares of TVB in the secondary market. Buy up everything available regardless of the price. David started the engine, dialing the number with one hand while holding the car phone. The 12-cylinder engine let out a deep roar as the black car lunged out of the TV city like a beast pouncing on its prey. At the top floor of Lin's tower in Central, Michael was glued to several large display screens. Just after hanging up, a wicked grin spread across his chubby face. Brothers, it's time to work. The boss has spoken. Clear out all the TVB shares on the market. Fingers of dozens of traders danced over keyboards and vast amounts of capital surged into the trading pool through the network. The previously calm TVB stock price chart shot up like it had been injected with adrenaline. As night fell in the upscale residential area of Clearwater Bay, TVB independent director Zhang Mingde was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a newspaper. The doorbell rang and the maid opened the door and stepped aside. David strode in with two burly bodyguards. Zhang Mingde put down the newspaper, his brows furrowing into a frown. "Who are you? Who let you in?" David said nothing, merely gesturing to the bodyguards behind him. Two black metal briefcases were heavily placed on the coffee table. The crisp sound of the locks popping open was particularly jarring in the quiet living room. The lids were lifted, revealing stacks of Franklin heads gleaming with a green sheen under the crystal chandelier. Zhang Mingde, hand holding a purple clay teapot, froze in midair. Boiling tea dripped from the spout onto the expensive handmade wool carpet, but he didn't even blink. "Director Zhang, this is $20 million US. David pushed a share transfer agreement forward. "To buy the 3% of TVB shares you hold." David pulled a gold pen from his pocket and pressed it down on the agreement. "The boss said once you sign the money, we'll stay at your place tonight. If you don't sign, this money will turn into bullets aimed at shorting all your properties tomorrow." Zhang Mingde's Adam's apple bobbed, the sound of swallowing saliva audible even to him. He glanced at the two large boxes emitting the scent of ink, then looked at David's cold face. The little favor that Uncle Xiao had once shown him shattered into irrelevance at that moment. Zhang Mingde grabbed the gold pen and swiftly signed his name at the bottom of the agreement. A similar scene unfolded across Hong Kong that night. Those shareholders who usually called Uncle Xiao their brother in the Xiao boardroom lined up to switch sides in front of the briefcases filled with US dollars. No one would turn down money, and no one dared to provoke Lin Yao, the madman who had just returned from Tokyo with trillions. The next morning at the Clearwater Bay studio in Studio 2, chief producer Brother Chi was angrily berating several extras while holding a rolled-up script. Miss Fong strode in wearing high heels, her chin held high, and pointed a finger at Brother Chi. "This month's budget exceeded by 100,000. Do you think company money grows on trees? Remove those two explosion scenes for me by tomorrow." Brother Chi clenched his jaw, the muscles in his cheeks bulging. His phone beeped in his pocket. He stepped into a corner. On the other end of the line was the voice of the vice president of Lin Media. "Producer Chi, come to Lin's. Your salary will triple and the budget is limitless. You can decide what grand scenes to shoot." Brother Chi gripped the phone tightly, his knuckles turning pale. He hung up and turned to see Miss Fong still cursing and calculating costs. Brother Chi raised his hand and slammed the wrinkled script down hard on the director's chair. "Delete your mother. I've had enough of your penny-pinching workshop." Brother Chi spat and stormed out of the studio without looking back. Several lighting technicians and cinematographers exchanged glances and also set down their equipment. Meanwhile, in the makeup room, the popular actress Li Qingqing was having her makeup touched up by a makeup artist. Her manager burst through the door, unable to contain his excitement. "Qingqing, stop the makeup. Hurry up and go." The manager grabbed her wrist and pulled her outside. "Lin's has made a move. They're offering triple the pay and even handling the breach of contract fees with the best lawyers in Hong Kong." Li Qingqing ripped off the ancient hairpin from her head, letting her long hair fall. She didn't even bother to wash the makeup off her face, grabbing her handbag and rushing out. Such scenes played out frantically within the TV city over the course of just 3 days. Many top producers left, and after winning the Best Actor and Actress awards, the hottest stars immediately boarded the chauffeur-driven cars sent by Lin's. Even the experienced crew and logistics staff were lured away by Lin's doubled salaries. Uncle Xiao sat in a Zeton wood armchair. The blue and white porcelain-covered bowl in his hand had long gone cold, the tea surface covered with a dull layer of water film. Miss Fong rushed in, nearly tripping in her high heels. Her hair was in disarray, and several work stoppage reports slipped from her hands, falling to the floor. "Uncle Lu, the entire crew has stopped. There isn't even someone to chase the lights." Miss Fang's voice carried a hint of tears. "They've gone mad. Lin's is playing by no rules, just throwing money in the faces of these people." Uncle Xiao swayed, gripping the armrest of the armchair tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, resembling withered vines wrapped around old tree bark. The television empire he prided himself on was reduced to a hollow shell, in just 3 days, ruthlessly crushed by Lin Yao's brute force of money. At the Lin Consortium headquarters in central, sunlight from Victoria Harbor streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the expansive mahogany desk. David walked in, placing a thick stack of signed share transfer documents on the table. Lin Yao leaned back in the boss chair, holding a cup of black coffee. "Boss, we've cleaned out all circulating shares on the market. We've also acquired the shares held by small shareholders and independent directors." David pointed at the stack of documents, his tone exuding a sense of control. Lin Yao set down his coffee cup, his fingers gliding over the edges of the transfer papers. These sheets of paper, when pieced together, formed a death warrant that would completely strangle the control of the Xiao family. "Including the supplies acquired from the secondary market, what is our current shareholding ratio?" Lin Yao asked. 51%, David replied. Lin Yao picked up the gold-embellished pen from the table and twirled it between his fingers. It was time for someone else to sit in Uncle Xiao's old chair. We have secured absolute controlling rights and can call for an extraordinary shareholders meeting at any time. David looked into Lin Yao's eyes. Lin Yao stood up, tucking the pen back into the inner pocket of his suit. He adjusted his cuffs, his gaze drifting towards the direction of Clearwater Bay. Prepare the car. It's time to send the old man off on his final journey. In the Qing Shui Bay TV City, in the top-floor conference room, number 1, the vintage clock on the wall ticked steadily, the minute hand just passing 10 o'clock in the morning. Uncle Xiao Lu sat in the second seat at the long conference table, having specially changed into a dark red silk tang suit today. At this time, the long table was usually filled with his old commerdecinarms and independent directors debating the budget for the second half of the year. Now those 2 rows of mahogany chairs were empty, and the table was so clean that not even a cup of hot tea was present. Miss Fong stood behind him, clutching a speech she had stayed up all night to write. The edges of the thick paper were deeply creased from her grip, her knuckles pale from the effort. Uncle Lu, Mr. Zhang's phone still can't get through. Miss Fang's voice trembled, her high heels anxiously scuffing the carpet. Mr. Li said he was rushed to emergency with a sudden heart attack, and Director Wong simply turned off his phone. She slammed the phone down on the conference table, the plastic shell chipping off a corner, fragments scattering onto the carpet. These useless fools. They've benefited so much from Xiao, and now at this critical moment, they've all gone into hiding. Uncle Xiao Lu ignored her complaints, the veins on his dry hands bulging as he gripped his golden silk nanmu cane tightly. He wanted to stand up and pour a glass of water to soothe his dry throat, leaning forward halfway. The dragonhead cane slid on the polished marble floor. With a dull thud, the cane slipped from his grip and rolled into the shadow beneath the conference table. Uncle Xiao Liu's eyelids twitched violently, his body tilting down, nearly slipping off the chair. His face, speckled with age spots, turned ashen, and his breathing became labored. The heavy double doors of the conference room were suddenly kicked open from the outside. The doors slammed against the wall with a deafening echo, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Lin Yao strode and dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit. His polished shoes stepped onto the carpet, exuding an unstoppable, chilling aura. David followed closely behind with several bodyguards in black, directly tossing aside the 2 Xiao security guards at the door as if they were chickens. Lin Yao didn't even glance at the startled Uncle Xiao Lu. He walked straight to the chairman's position at the head of the conference table, a symbol of ultimate power. Pulling out the large high-backed chair, Lin Yao sat down with confidence, crossing his long legs. Miss Fong, is your eyesight poor? Did you not see that, Mr. Xiao's cane has fallen. Lin Yao casually tossed a stack of documents onto the table, the pages sliding with an ear-splitting friction. No need to wait. Your old comrades you hoped would come to the rescue are busy counting their dollars at home right now. Miss Fong gritted her teeth, bent down, retrieved the cane from under the table, and shoved it back into Uncle Xiao Liu's hands. Uncle Xiao Lu gripped the cane with both hands, his chest heaving violently. He looked at the young man sitting in his rightful place with an air of authority, feeling as if a thick phlegm was lodged in his throat, unable to breathe. Lin Yao, do you understand the rules? Miss Fong slammed her hand on the table, ignoring the fact that her freshly done. This is the Xiao family's board meeting. Even if you bought a few shares in the secondary market, you have no right to sit in that position. David let out a cold laugh, stepping forward and directly pushing the stack of documents in front of Uncle Xiao Lu. Miss Fong, considering your age, I won't hold it against your ignorance of the world. Lin Yao leaned back in his chair, his long fingers tapping on the table. Mr. Zhang was so busy counting money last night that he didn't even have time to offer us a cup of tea. Open your eyes and look at these share transfer documents. Lin Yao leaned slightly forward, his sharp gaze fixed on Uncle Xiao Liu's ashen face. Zhang Mingde, Li Yaohua, and your loyal independent directors, along with the circulating shares acquired in the secondary market. Lin Yao's tapping on the table ceased, his voice icy. I currently hold an absolute controlling stake of 51% in TVB. This chair I will sit however I please. This statement struck Uncle Xiao Liu's heart like a heavy hammer. The old man felt darkness engulf him, his right hand clutching his chest tightly, and he slumped against the back of the chair like a puddle of mud. He gasped for breath as if he were a fish on dry land about to die of thirst. Uncle Lu. Miss Fong panicked, hurriedly patting his back, repeatedly shouting to call an ambulance. Lin Yao gave them no breathing space. He pulled a golden pen from his suit pocket and tossed it onto the pre-prepared exit agreement. As the largest shareholder, I now propose to remove the Xiao family from all management positions at TVB. Lin Yao's tone was calm, yet it exuded a domineering authority of life and death. The proposal takes effect immediately. Tears rolled down Uncle Xiao Liu's clouded eyes, dripping onto his dark red tang suit. In his lifetime, he had been shrewd and calculating, ruthlessly suppressing his opponents, only to end up with no one left to speak for him. The pressure of capital never showed mercy. The old man trembled as he grasped the golden pen, signing his name on the exit agreement. The pen tip tore through the paper, leaving an unsightly ink blot. After signing, he didn't even bother to take his golden silk Namu cane. Leaning on Miss Fong, he staggered out. David stepped forward to collect the documents, watching the hunched figure without a hint of emotion. The old media era was declared over that morning. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, sunlight broke through the clouds, shining on the buildings of Qing, Shui, Bay TV City. The once lifeless television station felt revitalized after changing owners. Lin Yao and David inspected the complex hallways backstage. Along the way, directors and stagehands saw him and immediately stopped their tasks, setting down their lunchboxes and bowing respectfully, greeting him as Director Lin. Those once arrogant young stars now squeezed against the walls of the corridor, even holding their breath. A well-known director who had bullied newcomers a few days ago due to his Shao family background waddled over. "Director Lin, I have a great script for a martial arts drama. Could you take a look?" His face's excess flesh twisted into a flower. Lin Yao didn't even spare him a glance, his steps unwavering. David directly pushed the director aside, as if swatting away a bothersome fly. "Put away your outdated tricks, go to the HR department tomorrow to settle your accounts, and leave." David coldly dropped this line. The director froze in place, his face looking worse than if he had eaten a dead fly, and suppressed laughter erupted around him. Lin Yao walked straight ahead, indifferent to the world, feeling the absolute control that came with the transfer of power. "Boss, the few new producers we brought in have already started rescheduling." David fell half a step behind, reporting in a low voice. "The mess left by the Shao family can be cleaned up within 3 days, and advertisers are lining up to sign contracts with us again." Lin Yao nodded. Just as he was about to assign the next scheduling plan, his footsteps suddenly halted. Passing by a wooden door labeled Makeup Room No. 3, an unusual sound reached his ears. This makeup room had poor sound insulation. The door was not fully closed, leaving a gap the width of a finger. A suppressed sobbing sound slipped through the crack. The crying was intermittent, as if trying hard to hide it, yet unable to control it due to grievance, making one's heart feel uneasy. David frowned and reached for the door. "It's bad luck to have someone crying on the first day of taking over. They'll have someone throw her out." Lin Yao raised his hand to stop David, a hint of inexplicable depth flashing in his eyes. In the entertainment industry, where stepping on others to elevate oneself is the norm, such cries hiding in the corner often reveal something interesting. He pressed his hand against the peeling wooden door, applying a slight force. The old door hinges let out a screeching sound as the door was slowly pushed open. The makeup room was dimly lit, with only a few small bulbs on the vanity casting a warm glow. A girl in a large old coat sat in front of the mirror. She buried her face in her arms, her frail shoulders trembling. The mirror reflected her disheveled black hair and half of her makeup-smudged face. Next to her lay a cheap costume with its sleeves cut off. Lin Yao stood at the door, hands in his suit pockets. He looked at the somewhat familiar figure, his voice echoing in the empty makeup room. "What are you crying for?"